We'll see you tomorrow. Trade secrets. Families are waiting with bated breath as a long-in-the-works prisoner swap between the U.S. and Iran is set to become a reality. We'll have a live report laying out all the details.
Countdown to a shutdown. Congress faces a tight deadline to pass a funding bill and keep the government open. We're live from Washington on the latest spending agreement one party just proposed.
Care concerns. Families desperate to enroll their kids in daycare are about to face some new challenges as the pandemic boost to those centers across the country begins to fade.
Pigging out. Find out what NYU scientists have learned from an unusual experiment that combined animal organs with a human body.
And sunrise salutation. See how a South Carolina yoga instructor is making her classes much more inclusive, brightening the days of her students. It is Monday, September 18th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. I'm Jessica Layton.
Glad you could be with us. I'm Frances Rivera. This could be the start of a life-changing week for 5 Americans who have been waiting for years to return to U.S. soil. A high-stakes prisoner swap with Iran could take place as soon as today. It's part of a controversial deal that involves returning 5 Iranians who have been detained in America and unfreezing $6 billion in Iranian money. NBC's Kelly Kobe joins us now with the latest.
Kelly, what more do we know about how and when this swap is expected to happen?
Well, Jessica and Francis, good morning to you. We don't have exact timing on this, but this could happen as early as today. And when it does happen, it will be highly choreographed, every step carefully planned. 2 diplomats telling NBC News the Iranians will confirm that $6 billion, that Iranian money to be unfrozen, has been transferred from South Korea through Switzerland to Qatari banks. And once that happens, that will initiate the prisoner swap. The Americans, those 5 Americans, will be released from Iran, flown the roughly 2 hours from Iran to Qatar, and then presumably on to the United States at some point. The 5 Americans, we have 3 of their names, the other 2 as yet unnamed. 3 of them are Sayem Namazi, Ahmad Sharkey, both businessmen, and Morad Tabaz, an environmentalist. We understand that those 3 were released from Iranian prisons last month and placed under house arrest. The other 2 were already under house arrest. The Iranian president, Ebrahim Raisi, telling Lester Holt that all of them are in good health, in good condition. Once they are released, the 5 Iranians held in the U.S. will be released. We understand at least one of them may stay in the United States, that according to Iranian authorities. Now, this, of course, is highly controversial. Some Republican critics saying that the U.S. is essentially paying ransom money to the Iranians. We do know that both President Raisi and President Biden will be at the UN General Assembly this week as this prisoner swap set to take place potentially as early as today. Guys?
Yeah, we will certainly be keeping our eyes on that. Kelly, thank you.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is also expected to visit the United Nations this week. Zelensky warned in a new 60 Minutes interview that if Ukraine falls to Russia, it could lead to another world war.
The whole world has to decide whether we want to stop Putin or whether we want to start the beginning of a world war. Russian society has lost the respect of the world. They elected him and re-elected him and raised a second Hitler.
A senior leadership aide tells NBC News that Zelensky is also set to visit with U.S. senators at the Capitol this week. And a person familiar with the plan says the Ukrainian leader will also visit President Biden at the White House on Thursday.
This morning, law enforcement officers in Pennsylvania are searching for 9 juveniles who escaped from a detention center there. Local law enforcement tells NBC News the group escaped around 8 o'clock last night after a riot at a Abraxos Academy. So this is unfolding right now just northwest of Philadelphia in Berks County. It is worth telling you that Berks County borders Chester County, where Daniello Cavalcante evaded police officers for almost 2 weeks after escaping prison.
Two people have been arrested after a child died at a daycare in New York City. The New York Times reports the owner of the daycare and her tenant are facing multiple charges, including murder, after a 1-year-old boy died of suspected exposure to fentanyl. 3 other children from the center were hospitalized, including a 2-year-old boy in critical condition. The daycare was run out of a home in the Bronx, where officials say they found a tool that is commonly used to package large quantities of drugs. The investigation is ongoing.
Congress now has less than 2 weeks to keep the government funded and try to prevent a shutdown. And the burden is resting on the top Republican in the House, Kevin McCarthy, as he tries to keep his caucus together during some strong disagreements on spending. For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, good morning. What are the funding negotiations looking like as we start the week?
Good morning, Jessica. Well, this looming spending battle will take center stage when Congress returns to Capitol Hill on Tuesday. On Sunday, House Republicans introduced their own bill that would fund the government until the end of October. Multiple GOP sources tell NBC News that it came out of negotiations between the hardline and moderate factions of the party. This legislation, which cuts domestic spending by 8%, also includes most components of a hardline Republican immigration bill, the Secure the Border Act of 2023. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has already faced challenges trying to get his party to come together on a spending agreement, with far-right members refusing to budge on their demands and even threatening his position as Speaker. Here's what he had to say about the possibility of a shutdown on Sunday.
A shutdown would only give strength to the Democrats. It would give the power to Biden. It wouldn't pay our troops. It wouldn't pay our border agents. More people would be coming across. I actually want to achieve something.
And while he can only afford a few defections, McCarthy has yet to secure the full support of the party on this stopgap bill. Multiple GOP House members voiced their displeasure with the bill Sunday evening, while Texas Republican Tony Gonzalez said it's now crystal clear that a government shutdown is coming. Now, even if the bill is passed, it faces an all but certain roadblock in the Democrat-controlled Senate, where the immigration provisions and reduced spending are a no-go. Back to you, Jessica.
And all while that clock is ticking. Bree, thank you.
Ken Paxton was reinstated as Texas Attorney General after he was acquitted on 16 impeachment articles by the state Senate on Saturday. All but 2 Republican senators voted to clear Paxton of corruption and bribery charges following a trial that lasted just under 2 weeks. After the verdict was handed down, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick criticized the Texas House for rushing Paxton's impeachment and called for reforms to the process. An attorney for Paxton said the AG is excited to get ready and back to work.
Military officials are searching for a fighter jet that went missing mid-flight. A pilot actually ejected himself from that aircraft over South Carolina. Authorities say he was taken to the hospital in stable condition. They're still investigating why he had to parachute out of the plane. The search, meanwhile, for the missing fighter jet is focused on 2 lakes near North Charleston. Officials there are asking the public for help finding it.
Not the best start to the week for some of us. You'll want to keep an eye out for wet roads if you're on the East Coast this morning. The most recent rounds of storms is moving out as we kick off your work week. NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking all of that. Hi, Bill.
Hey, good Monday morning. And did you guys have a good last final weekend of summer? I can't believe it. Yeah, we welcome in fall this week. So the rainfall, we started off the weekend with all the rain with what was associated with Hurricane Lee, especially Cape Cod and in Maine. We had a nice day yesterday, and then the rain returned in areas of the mid-Atlantic yesterday, and now it is streaming up through into the Northeast. Kind of the least thing we need in Maine, where we're still recovering from what happened over the weekend with the hurricane. Now, the area of heaviest rain has been moving from areas of Delaware across southern New Jersey. This will move up into New York City for the beginning of the rush hour. So we will see slow conditions on I-95, Philadelphia through New York and southern New England. And then as we go throughout the afternoon and evening, that's when we'll see some of the heavier rain around Boston and heading up into Maine once again. Some areas could get another inch or 2. It's been ridiculous how much it's been raining in areas of the Northeast this summer. It's just been storm after storm. So the forecast as we go throughout this week, middle of the country's warm. Tonight, watch out, some strong storms in Oklahoma. Middle of the week, nothing too crazy going on. A storm system comes into the west. But then towards the end of this week, a new storm is going to develop off the southeast coast. If anyone has weekend plans along the mid-Atlantic or the southeast, it looks rough and wet. That's a look at your national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. Well, we are going to be watching that rain from New York up through Boston, Hartford, Providence. Definitely an umbrella day. It's not going to pour all day long, but there'll be periods of rain. And still looking like and feeling like summer from Phoenix all the way through Dallas. Plenty of sun and dry weather. Yeah, I think a lot of us, especially in the South, we're done with summer. They probably like some nice cooler type weather. Knock the humidity out, too.
It's true, and the calendar says so. All right, Bill, thank you. Well, fans won't be missing Diddy any longer, especially in Manhattan.
Diddy finally has the key to the city.
That's Sean Diddy Combs accepting the keys to New York City during a ceremony in Times Square Friday. Mayor Eric Adams presented the honor to the mogul who was born in the Big Apple. Celebration was dubbed Diddy Day and marked the release of his latest album.
Still to come, a child care crisis America's facing.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
We are back with a warning for parents across the country, a looming child care crisis. The wait list to get a kid in a daycare may be long now, but as soon as next month, millions of kids could lose their spot, making it even harder for your child to find a spot in daycare. Our Rahima Ellis explains.
I go in this.
At Kidstown Daycare outside of New York City, 3-year-old Leo is building a strong foundation.
It's a big obstacle.
He's one of the lucky ones.
Oh.
You gotta push it in. Push.
The wait list to get in here keeps on growing.
I have a very long waiting list for infants and toddlers.
Owner Heather Pitcher fears it's about to get a lot worse.
Orange, you're welcome.
During the pandemic, child care providers like her received $24 billion in federal relief to help keep them afloat.
There was a lifeline, really. Here, you do them.
She used the more than $260,000 she received to help pay staff and cover rent.
Bumblebee.
But that money will dry up in just 2 weeks. What do you think is going to happen at the end of the month?
It's very difficult because I still have to maintain my expenses don't go away. So it's very difficult.
Experts say the rollback in federal funds could severely affect mothers who went back to work after the pandemic in record numbers. For many with young children, they can't work without child care. By one estimate, 70,000 child care programs could close, and nearly 3.2 million kids could lose their spots.
Would you call it a crisis?
I would call this a crisis. That affects millions of parents around the whole country. It affects the employers of those parents, and it affects the communities they live in.
Okay.
Andrea Bombino says she couldn't get her daughter, Audrey, into any daycare.
It was not an easy process at all.
My mother basically kind of retired early because we were thinking like, well, what are we going to do?
Is she a lifesaver for you?
Yes, undoubtedly.
Tell me what the feeling is about this money disappearing.
There's definitely an apprehension because I don't know what's going to happen.
For now, staying focused on these kids and the building blocks of success. Rahima Ellis, NBC News, Wappingers Falls, New York.
Coming up on Early Today, we have some good news you won't want to miss, including a soldier's surprise homecoming. Stay right here.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expedition should be
allegations of Russian book hunting.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We are back with some good news this Monday morning from a soldier surprising her daughter after a year-long deployment. Love those. To the gift of life from an organ donor. NBC's Jose Diaz-Balart shares these heartwarming stories.
This is a moment varsity volleyball player Ivoriana Mercer will never forget. That's her, number 11. Now take a look off court. That's her mom, Army Sergeant Courtney Jones, sneaking into the match in Houston to surprise her daughter after serving overseas for a year. And at Oak Creek High School in Wisconsin, the marching band led the way for a touching display of gratitude, honoring our nation's heroes. Students lined the halls, welcoming a group of Vietnam veterans who all attended the same school years ago. A way to celebrate their service and sacrifice.
Come on, a little smile. There we go.
At At Ohio's Cleveland Clinic, an emotional once-in-a-lifetime meeting. That's Daryl Connor hugging Catherine Herman.
Thank you. I'm very happy to meet you, too.
She's a transplant recipient who got his daughter Desiree's heart.
The heart is strong, and she is kicking hard in there. Good. And so it is. It's doing what it needs to do. Nothing would have been able to happen without that gift. God been there for us.
That priceless gift, giving Catherine a second chance of life. And talk about teamwork. In Louisiana, this was the moment the French Settlement Lions basketball team had a victory off the court. All shaving their heads to support teammate Remy Kramer, who's going through cancer treatments.
They really love you, Rem.
To Remy and his parents, Scott and Kimberly, that support means everything.
When you found out that your whole team had decided to shave their heads, what was that like?
That was great. It just felt like we're part of a true family, and there's brotherhood.
It's just this solidarity, this outpouring of love from these young men.
It's amazing to know that even through a hard, dark time, that you know you have so much support and love to get you through.
You can actually feel that love.
Yes.
We're all in this together, and we're gonna stick to it. We're a family, and we're gonna fight it all together.
Headlines are always tough to share, not these. All right, when we come back, a history-making organ transplant is paving the way to saving lives.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida, the time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you should have the dishes, you
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A history-making organ transplant and iconic painting for sale. Here's what you need to know early today. A draft proposal by the CDC updating hospital infection protocols has outraged healthcare providers. It concluded N95 respirators are equivalent to looser surgical face masks, contradicting a report from 2022. A CDC vote on the guidelines is in November.
Doctors at NYU Langone have completed a 61-day experiment that marked the longest a genetically modified pig kidney has ever functioned inside a deceased person. Scientists learned critical lessons on the donated body of a brain-dead patient and hope to eventually move forward testing pig kidneys on the living. Bob Ross's first ever on-air painting is on sale for nearly $10 million. Titled A Walk in the Woods, it was featured on his 1983 PBS show. We will be right back.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the way the dishes should be.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
A South Carolina fitness instructor is making a message heard that yoga is for everyone. Gabrielle Komorowski from our affiliate in Greenville, South Carolina, takes us inside one of these classes.
Feet on mats.
All right, y'all ready?
Hands on blocks.
Okay.
Bending.
Take a deep breath.
Breathing. And the students love it.
Take your door more.
I think that yoga is a very special, very meaningful thing.
This is the yoga class taught by Jane Hart at Thrive Upstate. The nonprofit serves people with disabilities in Greenville County.
I modify yoga for every ability. You got it?
With gentle hands, Jane helps her adult students
This one like that.
move into yoga poses.
Press your hands down. It gives them freedom in their mind. It gives them freedom in their spirit. It gives them freedom in their body.
Believing in them.
There you go.
Helping them believe in themselves.
I love coming to yoga. It helps me with stress, anxiety, depression.
Some of the students are in wheelchairs.
Yeah.
Jane helps them move.
Like, we want everybody to be out there doing things that other people get to do, because why not? We can. You know, you may have to do it differently, but you can do it.
She sees her students flourish.
It makes me feel a natural high.
Jane teaches classes at several of Thrive Upstate's day centers. Her business, Modified Ability Yoga, was created after bringing her 25-year-old daughter Grayson here.
All right, Miss Chris.
Jane says Grayson is severely handicapped.
It is so important for individuals like my daughter to be in the community, for people to see her. Why? Because she is just like you. She's just like me. She's human.
Here,
deep breath in.
Yoga
Exhale.
helps.
It will also benefit your day. You'll have more of a positive day.
Yoga to me is something that I tried and I thought, wow, I totally need this. I totally need this.
Our thanks to Gabrielle Komorowski for sharing that story.
The Beehive is swarming to a fellow fan's side after he missed Beyonce's concert over an airline's wheelchair accommodations. John Hetherington posted a now viral TikTok saying the plane for his Seattle flight couldn't fit his wheelchair. After the outpouring of support, he shared this message.
Because it's not just about me. It's really not about me at all, actually. It's about ableism and the existence of disabled people in society. So
now fans are hoping to get him to a different show, noticing that Beyonce's publicist gave John a recent follow on Instagram.
Wishing you luck. Thanks for joining. We'll see you tomorrow.
Police in Los Angeles are hunting for the person they say executed a sheriff's deputy. See the surveillance video they believe will help them hone in on the shooter.
We're facing down a potential government shutdown. Our team in D.C. is joining us live to outline where a potential deal stands this morning.
Auto workers on strike as Detroit's Big Three head back to the negotiating table. Hear from the employees on high alert, waiting for the call to head from the workplace to the picket line.
Meanwhile, Hollywood strikes are standing strong. As we mark the night the Emmys were scheduled to unfold, we're looking back at where studio negotiations stand and the shows that are being pulled from production.
One man hopes to spread smiles with his camera. How his organization, Down for Smiles, is bringing joy with each camera click. It's Monday, September 18th. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning. I'm Jessica Layton.
Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera. We begin with an urgent manhunt underway right now in Los Angeles. Authorities say 30-year-old sheriff's deputy Ryan Klinkenbroomer was ambushed and killed while sitting in his patrol car in front of the sheriff's station outside of L.A. Investigators are now focusing on a black car that was seen approaching the deputy's vehicle. Our Dana Griffin has the latest on the search for the killer.
The desperate search for a gunman who killed Los Angeles County Sheriff Deputy Ryan Klinkenbroomer.
We need to get this guy off the street.
While on duty Saturday, surveillance video shows what appears to be a black vehicle pull up next to the deputy. The car inches closer, stops, then takes off. Sources confirming to NBC the video is a focus of the investigation. The 30-year-old field trainer was a third-generation law enforcement officer engaged to be married just 4 days ago. He was shot in the back of the head, according to investigators.
He was just driving down the street. And for no apparent reason, somebody decided to shoot and murder him.
Moments after being shot, sirens blare as a line of patrol vehicles escort Deputy Klinkenbroomer to a hospital. The 12-mile journey, agonizing. The sheriff says a Good Samaritan found the deputy and called 911.
Palmdale Sheriff is working an emergency involving one of their deputies.
Later that night, a somber salute as the officer, covered by an American flag, is wheeled out of the hospital. Lights once again illuminate the night sky in a processional to the coroner's office, where Deputy Klinkenbroomer's family walks hand in hand behind him.
Somebody saw something. Somebody knows something.
Investigators now pleading for help.
The person that did this is a coward, and they will be caught.
The community now showing an outpouring of love to the officer once devoted to them.
Our thanks to Dana for that update.
Congress now has less than 2 weeks to keep the government funded and try to prevent a shutdown. And the burden rests on the top Republican in the House, Kevin McCarthy, as he tries to keep his caucus together during some strong disagreements on spending. For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, good morning. Right now, what are the funding negotiations looking like as we begin this Monday?
Good morning, Jessica. Well, this looming spending battle will take center stage when Congress returns to Capitol Hill on Tuesday. On Sunday, House Republicans introduced their own bill that would fund the government until the end of October. Multiple GOP sources tell NBC News that it came out of negotiations between the hardline and moderate factions of the party. This legislation, which cuts domestic spending by 8%, also includes most components of a hardline Republican immigration bill, the Secure the Border Act of 2023. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has already faced challenges trying to get his party to come together on a spending agreement. with far-right members refusing to budge on their demands and even threatening his position as Speaker. Here's what he had to say about the possibility of a shutdown on Sunday.
A shutdown would only give strength to the Democrats. It would give the power to Biden. It wouldn't pay our troops. It wouldn't pay our border agents. More people would be coming across. I actually want to achieve something.
And while he can only afford a few defections, McCarthy has yet to secure the full support of the party on this stopgap bill. Multiple GOP House members voiced their displeasure with the bill Sunday evening, while Texas Republican Tony Gonzalez said it's now crystal clear that a government shutdown is coming. Now, even if the bill is passed, it faces an all but certain roadblock in the Democrat-controlled Senate, where the immigration provisions and reduced spending are a no-go. Jessica?
Okay, Bree, thank you.
A high-stakes prisoner swap with Iran could take place as soon as today. It's part of a controversial deal that involves returning 5 Iranians who have been detained in America and unfreezing $6 billion in Iranian money. NBC's Kelly Kobiea joins us now with the latest. Kelly, good morning. What more do we know about how and when this swap is expected to happen?
Francis, good morning to you. We don't have exact timings on this, but it could happen, as you mentioned, as early as today. The key is the transfer of that $6 billion in Iranian oil revenues from South Korea. 2 U.S. diplomats telling NBC News that the Iranians will actually confirm that that money has been transferred from South Korea through Switzerland and into Qatari bank accounts. The Qataris will be holding those funds to monitor how they're spent, to ensure that they're only spent on humanitarian needs. So the exact timing unknown. We do know the names of at least 3 of the 5 American prisoners who will be released: Sayed McNamazi, Ahmad Sharkey, both businessmen, and Morad Tabaz, an environmentalist, as well as, again, 2 others who have yet to be, whose names haven't been released. Those 3 were released from an Iranian prison last month. The Iranian president, Ebrahim Raisi, telling Lester Holt that they are in good health. And at that point, they will be sent to Qatar. It's about a 2-hour flight from Tehran to Doha, and then onward to the United States at some point. And the 5 Iranians will be released as well. This is highly controversial, as you mentioned. Some Republicans calling this $6 billion essentially ransom money. It is meant to only be spent on humanitarian goods, food and medicine for the Iranian people. The Qataris monitoring that. And in addition to all of this, if this does happen today, it'll happen with the Iranian president in the United States. Iranian TV saying that he is on his way to the UN General Assembly. Francis.
Yeah, an incredibly anxious time for those 5 American families waiting. Kelly, thank you.
As of this morning, Illinois is ending its cash bail requirement. It is a controversial move. Supporters call it a major step in criminal justice reform, but critics worry that it lets criminals walk free. NBC's Shaquille Brewster is in Illinois to explore the ban's impact.
A major and controversial criminal justice reform.
It's the biggest change that I've seen in 35 years.
The state of Illinois ending the cash bail requirement. Now, no one accused of a crime will pay to be released from detention while they await trial.
So this is the first place someone goes if they're arrested? Correct.
Officials in suburban Chicago walked us through the new process.
Is the defendant a threat to a person, persons, or the community, and they should be detained? They will not be able to get out.
It's here in this brand new courtroom right inside the DuPage County Jailhouse where judges will rule who will remain behind bars and who is sent home until trial, a decision based on flight risk and threat to the community.
How will judges now rule? What are their options?
Either to detain somebody or to release somebody, or to release somebody with certain conditions, and the conditions can be across the board, what they're doing or not.
But they can't involve money anymore.
They will never involve money anymore.
A federal government report showed that more than 60% of defendants are detained pre-trial because they can't afford to post bail.
The lawlessness of Chicago will soon be the law statewide.
Kankakee County Sheriff Michael Downey was one of dozens of officials who filed suit to stop the change.
A lot of the same individuals who are constant problems in our communities who are now not going to be locked up.
State Senator Robert Peters helped write the new law.
If you were rich and white, you were more likely to experience freedom than if you're poor and black and a woman.
And is there any concern that there are sheriffs, that there are prosecutors out there that are saying this is making their job harder and will make the community less safe?
If they do their job with something that's fundamentally rooted in safety, not money, then we should be in a much better position.
40-year-old Luis Gonzalez was arrested last year for illegally possessing a gun.
For my own safety, I picked up a weapon, which was illegal at the moment.
A nonprofit helped him pay a $200 bail.
After being sentenced, the only time you spent in jail was right after you got arrested.
That's it, waiting to pay a bond.
A word now removed from Illinois law. Shaquille Brewster, NBC News, Chicago.
Climate Week kicks off with massive protests and major legislation. Yesterday, thousands marched in New York City, urging President Joe Biden to stop approving new oil and gas projects and declare a climate emergency. Meanwhile, California's Governor Gavin Newsom started Climate Week with landmark legislation. Newsom plans to sign a climate transparency bill into law this week. It would require major companies to publicly disclose greenhouse gas emissions.
Well, it is going to be a wet start to the work week here on the East Coast, at least, but thankfully there is some relief in sight. NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking that rain for us. Bill, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. We'd rather have it on a Monday than over the weekend, I guess, right? I mean, we have to have a little silver lining to this. Of course, our friends in Maine and Cape Cod did get some rain from Hurricane Lee. Maine took it on the chin. They had about 75 to about 100,000 people without power at one point. A lot of those people got power back yesterday, thankfully. That heavy rain is going to be lingering along the coastal areas. It does look like the heaviest stuff is going to be about inside of I-95 for the most part towards the coast. New Jersey is getting soaked right now, and that's going to push up towards New York City. So for the beginning of the morning rush hour around New York, that's when you should expect some of the heaviest rain amounts. And it does appear that later today into tonight, we're going to get another heavy soaking of rain. Boston up to an inch, areas of Maine and Cape Cod another 2 inches possible. It's just been rainstorm after rainstorm all summer long. I know everyone would kind of appreciate a nice dry period in the Northeast. Middle of the country looks warm and nice to start your Monday. A few storms in South Florida. Late tonight and early tomorrow morning, we're going to be tracking some storms in Oklahoma. By the time we get to Wednesday, weather map's pretty quiet, but watch out. A storm developing along the coast on Friday. May not be purely tropical in nature, but it is going to make for some really rough conditions up and down the East Coast Friday and Saturday. That's a look at your national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. Well, temperatures will be warm where the sun comes out today. 77 in Richmond, will be 70s in the Midwest, and we're going to be very warm from Phoenix all the way through Dallas. Temperatures there near 90 to 100 degrees today. Still feeling like summer. And that was it, guys. That was our last summer weekend. So we welcome in fall this week.
Okay, I think we're finally ready.
Pumpkin spice time.
There.
It's been pumpkin spice
I know. It started like in August. It was ridiculous.
Thank you. Still ahead. Auto workers are on the picket lines.
But the ones at work are anxiously awaiting a call to action. We will hear from them as the negotiations continue in Detroit.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
The UAW strike continued through the weekend with thousands of workers on the picket lines across the country. But some 12,000 in Louisville are still waiting for the order to join the strike themselves. From our Louisville affiliate, David Mattingly has more.
According to UAW local leadership, the Ford workers in Louisville, all 12,000 of them, could be just one digital alert away from joining the strike.
Right now, we're getting all of our picket captains, everything lined up, just getting a little extra time to make sure we got everything in place when and if we're called on to strike either Kentucky Truck Plant, Louisville Assembly Plant, or both.
Todd Dunn won't discuss details about the plan if local UAW workers go on strike. But 12,000 Louisville Ford workers are watching a special UAW app on their phones for an alert that says it's go time. If that happens, 24-hour picket lines will go up immediately for the duration of the strike, 6 hours a day, 4 hours at a time.
All together, everybody all in, it's right at about 54,000 man hours that will be going out into the community and going for our efforts to strike per week.
If UAW Local 862 does get the call and the current targeted strike becomes a widespread shutdown, it could be a while before consumers notice. The big three automakers beefed up inventories ahead of the strike. Market observers say some models have more than 100-day supply.
And so that means that those cars will have an abundance for some time. Now, if this goes on to Thanksgiving, yeah, you're going to see definitely some reduction in inventory.
And U.S. consumers will still have options to buy from non-union automakers.
All right, our thanks to David Mattingly for that report.
Still to come, the latest in the backlash against Drew Barrymore. What she's saying now about her decision to pick up filming.
And more on the frightening flicks taking the box office crown just in time for fall.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Good morning,
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break.
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that you could wait the dishes.
Allegations of Russian organizing.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
you can't trap us here.
Somebody is dead. No one shall leave this place until I know who did it.
A ghost killed her.
A haunting in Venice spooked the competition at the box office this weekend. The film, starring Tina Fey and Michelle Yeoh and more, earned the top spot during its debut at the box office with $14 million in ticket sales. But sharing the winning podium was The Nun 2. So it seems some audience are ditching summer blockbusters for an early start to the spooky season. It makes sense here. We're almost rounding out September.
Yep.
Your Halloween decorations are going to come up soon, so it is the season.
That's
it
right.
is the time.
My fall pumpkins are already in the living room, actually. Meanwhile, Drew Barrymore is delaying her controversial return to daytime TV. After a week of backlash, she is rolling back her decision to resume production on her CBS talk show, saying the show would not return until after the walkouts end. The Talk and Jennifer Hudson's show are also now pressing pause on their returns. Now, just last week, we reported that Barrymore was saying, "This is my decision to make," and she was going to go through with it. A week later, has changed her tune.
Yeah, and she was actually supposed to host the MTV TV and Movie Awards. She said no for the strikes, so there is this back and forth.
Yes.
Another production on pause in solidarity with the strikes. The 75th Annual Emmy Awards would have taken place tonight. The ceremony is set for January, so long as studios and streamers reach a deal with writers and actors by then. But the Television Academy actually selected its top picks last month after the noms were released in June. So we'll have to wait a few more months to open those envelopes. That is if it all points that this will be resolved by then.
And that's still a big if. Well, when we come back, the news you need to know to start your day.
Including why every day could be casual Fridays on the Senate floor.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
New Yorkers call for an end of fossil fuels while Apple drops new software. Here are the headlines you need to know early today. Tens of thousands took to the streets in New York City yesterday ahead of the UN General Assembly to demand world leaders pivot away from fossil fuels. The group called on President Biden to recognize global warming as a national emergency after this summer marked the country's hottest on record.
At the Capitol, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has relaxed the Senate's informal dress code, so now senators, like an often sweatshirt-clad John Fetterman, can wear casual attire on the Senate floor.
The clock has run out on HBO's Winning Time Rise of the Lakers Dynasty. The show's creators shared the cancellation news last night after the season 2 finale premiered.
And Apple is launching its latest iPhone software update today. Users with an iPhone XS or newer models can install iOS 17, which will tout upgrades to FaceTime, messages, autocorrect, and more. When we come back, we're going to meet the photographer who's capturing hearts by snapping precious memories for families.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expedition should be
allegations of Russian war hunting.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
A Texas photographer uses his talent to share stories of people with Down syndrome. His non-for-profit Down for Smiles is spreading joy one snapshot at a time. NBC's Peter Alexander introduces us to the man behind the lens.
Okay. Can you give me a big cheese? Say cheese.
The saying goes, a picture is worth 1,000 words.
Right here, Griffin. Hey, buddy.
For Texas-based photographer Philip Flores, who formerly served in the Marines, these smiles have become his mission. Last year, Flores founded Down for Smiles, a not-for-profit organization focused on sharing the joy, beauty, and ability within the Down syndrome community through free professional photos.
I hope to give them a voice. I hope to give them hope. I love you.
It's a labor of love inspired by Flores' 4-year-old daughter, Isabel Grace. The father of 2.
You have a beautiful smile. Look at you.
Now focused on sharing the stories
3, 2, 1.
of people with Down syndrome.
You're gonna give that to me?
Through his lens.
I saw the beauty and the capability, all the possibilities that Izzy has, possesses, and exudes. And I wanted to show that. She's the light of our lives.
His photo shoots have taken him across the country, bringing him everywhere from baseball fields to ballet studios to bakeries, and to places like Gigi's Playhouse in Sugarland, Texas.
We just keep looking at each other and
all to capture his subjects.
Is that strawberry? Chocolate?
Where they feel most at home.
3, 2, 1.
For parents like Alice Sims,
Who's your favorite singer?
Down for Smiles is a difference maker.
It brings confidence in the children that are taking those pictures, and then it shows the world, the beauty that is Down syndrome.
3, 2, 1.
Giving her 17-year-old daughter Haley the confidence to shine.
3, 2, 1.
Wes and Amanda Hudson
Somebody get tickled right now, hurry!
are grandma and grandpa to 10-year-old Sadie.
Give me a big, big, silly smile.
Flores' photos help honor their special relationship.
We've just always thought she was one of the best miracles in our life.
It's a great idea.
And then ready, 3, 2.
Look that way.
Right here, buddy. Right here, Bubba's.
The power of each picture celebrating the beauty
Give me a big little cheese.
and abilities of individuals both inside and out.
Our community is beautiful and it's glorious, and it deserves to be screened from the mountaintops and celebrated.
Our thanks to Peter for that report.
Still ahead on the Today Show today, go inside the new billion-dollar renovations at Gillette Stadium, including the largest outdoor video board in the country. All that and more coming up on Today.
We thank you for watching early today and starting your week with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Jessica Layton. Have a great rest of your Monday. We'll see you tomorrow.
Developing right now on Morning News Now, 5 Americans closer to freedom in a controversial prisoner swap with Iran. The 4 men and 1 woman now expected to fly home as early as today in exchange for 5 Iranian prisoners. All this after the U.S. agreed to unfreeze $6 billion of Iranian oil money. We'll take you to Tehran for the latest on the high-stakes deal. Plus, end of watch tragedy in Southern California after a sheriff's deputy is shot and killed in an apparent ambush. Now the search is on for the gunman. We'll bring you the latest. Also this morning, motion to move. New developments in the Georgia election case involving Donald Trump. Today, a Trump-era Justice Department official is set to appear before a judge over a request to move the case to federal court. This as the former president speaks out, admitting his role in attempting to overturn the 2020 election results.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately?
As to whether or not I believed it was rigged, oh, sure.
We have team coverage, including that exclusive interview with our own Kristen Welker. And flying the pet-friendly skies. It's a growing trend, more travelers choosing to bring their furry friends along for the trip. But before you start packing the doggy bed and treats, you'll want to know the rules, or it could get rough. We'll break it all down to keep things stress-free. What are those, Joe?
Those are good boys. I flew with a cat once. And that was an adventure.
I couldn't.
Something.
I mean, Lucy would just never be able to do that.
Exactly.
But it does bring up a lot of questions.
We'll have some great answers for you coming up. Good morning. Good to have you with us on this Monday. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news this morning. 5 Americans who are being held in Iran are expected to be released this morning as part of a prisoner swap.
Under the agreement, the U.S. is also releasing 5 Iranians and releasing $6 billion in Iranian assets. NBC News Tehran Bureau Chief and Correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now with more on this. Ali, good morning. So let's just start with the very latest. What do we know about the prisoners involved, and what's been some of the reaction today?
Good morning, Joe. Well, as you mentioned, these are 5 U.S. citizens, 4 men and 1 woman. They're also dual nationals. All of them hold Iranian passports as well. Out of the 5 of them, only 3 of their names have been made public so far, and they are 51-year-old Siamak Namazi, who spent more time in an Iranian prison than any other U.S. citizen in history, 59-year-old businessman Emad Sharghi, and 67-year-old environmentalist Morad Tahbaz, who also holds British citizenship. Now, they are all expected to leave today, but as you know, Joe, things are never easy between the United States and Iran, and it's not a done deal until they're on the plane out of here. But they are being exchanged for something around between $6 and $7 billion, depending on the exchange rate. Iran is also getting 5 prisoners, citizens of the Islamic Republic who've been jailed in the U.S. We don't have any of their names, but we do know that there are 5 of them, 5 for the prisoners here that have been imprisoned in U.S. jails, mainly on charges of violating or circumventing U.S. sanctions. As for the release of the prisoners here, Joe, there isn't much of a reaction amongst ordinary Iranians here. You know, the economy is in terrible shape here. People are still reeling over those protests a year ago. So it's not really front and center for most Iranians on this prisoner exchange. It's gone largely unnoticed. That may change in the course of the day once they've changed. But right now, not much reaction on the ground from Iranian people.
So, Ali, let's talk about that $6 or so billion. There are stipulations. The money can only be used for humanitarian purposes. We know last week, NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt spoke with Iran's president through a government translator. He indicated the money belongs to Iran, and they will spend it as they need. Let's listen to that.
What is your expectation of its use? We're told that it's for humanitarian purposes, food and medicine. Do you believe you have the right to use that money in any way that you see fit?
This money belongs to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and naturally, we will decide, the Islamic Republic of Iran will decide to spend it wherever we need it. How to spend our money, of course, it is under the authority of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
So if I hear you clearly, that it will be used for more than humanitarian purposes in your view?
Humanitarian means whatever the Iranian people needs. So this money will be budgeted for those needs. And the needs of the Iranian people will be decided and determined by the Iranian government.
So, Ali, are there any safeguards in place to make sure the money doesn't go for military or nuclear purposes?
Well, Joe, I mean, this is funny. Even when Tehran and Washington make a deal, they don't seem to be reading off the same page. The U.S. says that there are plenty of safeguards in place to make sure that that money will only be used for humanitarian purposes. That money was in a South Korean bank where the Iranians had absolutely no access to it. Now it's in a Qatari bank where they have access to it. And the U.S. says that they put very strict measures in place to make sure that's only used for humanitarian purposes. But as you saw in that interview with our own Lester Holt, Iran's president said, no, that's not the case. We can do what we like with that money. We can spend it however we like. Now, the White House reacted immediately to that interview, saying, no, that's not the case. If the Iranians decide to spend that money on anything other than humanitarian purposes, it can be refrozen. So that's where the two sides stand. But the reality also is, Joe, that even if that money is under strict supervision of the U.S. Treasury Department, it still frees up about $6 or $7 billion in the country for the government here to spend on whatever they like.
All right, Ali Arouzi from Tehran. Ali, thank you so much.
Well, turning now to Georgia, where a federal judge is set to hear arguments today from former Justice Department official Jeffrey Clark.
Clark is one of 19 defendants in the Georgia election interference case. He's accused of taking part in a scheme involving former President Trump to try and overturn the 2020 election. Clark is seeking to move his case from state to federal court. All 19 defendants in that case have pleaded not guilty. Last week, one of Clark's co-defendants, Georgia State Senator Sean Still, learned he won't be suspended from office following his indictment. A review panel appointed by Georgia Governor Brian Kemp said it did not believe the indictment would affect his ability to carry out his duties as a public official.
MSNBC anchor Katie Fang and NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos join us now on this. Hey, Katie, we'll get started with you. So what are we expecting Clark's attorneys to argue here in this request for removal?
Well, not only are we expecting to hear from Clark's attorneys today to answer your question, that they're going to say that Jeffrey Clark was acting as a federal official when he did all of the conduct that's been alleged to be relating to him in that indictment that's being brought by DA Fani Willis. But Clark has the burden. It is his burden to be able to convince Judge Jones here in federal court that not only was he a federal officer, but that all of the acts that he undertook to be able to overturn the election results in 2020 were related to his job. The problem is the state of Georgia has filed a stinging response in opposition. You expect to see an equally as stinging cross-examination today in court, wherein they ask him, Mr. Clark, how is it possible that the actions you took as a member of the DOJ were actually a part of your job when you were told specifically by the Attorney General, Jeffrey Rosen, at the time, that we have nothing to do with elections in the states. It's outside of your job. And so we're expecting to hear those arguments. And the biggest question is, will Jeffrey Clark take the stand as Mark Meadows did last week?
So, Danny, this is a question we've asked numerous times over the last couple of weeks. Why try and move it to federal court? What would be the advantages of that?
The advantages are massive. And while this removal bid is on the ropes, don't count it out yet. It's possible this case could still end up in federal court. And here are the two main advantages. Number one, you expand the geographic area of the jury pool. Now, that takes you to counties that are a mixed bag for Trump, but and his co-defendants. But on the whole, anything that expands you outside of Fulton County, if you're a defendant in this case, is good for the defendants. All you need to do is look at the election results from the most recent election to give you an idea of which direction voters went in those counties, in Fulton County and then the counties outside. Secondly, and I think this was on display last week when there was a televised hearing in Georgia in Fulton County Court, the strategic advantage is you take prosecutors out of the courthouse where they are every single day, where they're comfortable, and you put them in an alien environment, which is federal court, with different rules of procedure. Now, you may say, what's the big deal? They're still prosecuting the same Georgia laws, but I think that kind of home court advantage is critical. It's no surprise that virtually every DA, their office is located either in the courthouse or directly across the street. And I think the Fulton County prosecutors are located right across the street from the courthouse. This is where they are every day. You notice, I'll give you an example. Last week, there was a complaint by the defense counsel that, hey, we filed these motions, we wrote them out. The prosecutors didn't even file anything in writing. They just showed up and made oral argument. Well, that's the way it is in that courthouse. You take them out, put them into a federal courtroom, that may not fly, and that could make the difference.
Katie, let's bring you back in here. So Judge Steve Jones, who's hearing today's arguments, as we were referencing, rejected Mark Meadows' attempt for removal earlier this month. Meadows requested an expedited appeal. So tell us the latest on that front.
Yeah, so actually today is the deadline, September 18th, for Mark Meadows to file his initial brief to the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, trying to convince them that Judge Jones made a mistake when he ruled against Meadows and allowing him not to take his case from state court to federal court. A week later, on September 25th, the state of Georgia has to file its response to what Mark Meadows files. And then just a few days later, Mark Meadows has to file his reply brief. To Danny's point, there's a lot of legal filings that happen in federal court, but we're interested to see who are the three judges that are in the 11th Circuit that are going to actually hear this appeal. It definitely sometimes lends itself to some insight in terms of where they might be leaning. But at this point, an expedited appeal is good news for Mark Meadows, but also good news for Fani Willis, because if he loses at the 11th Circuit and the Supreme Court doesn't take up the issue, Mark Meadows is squarely back in state court.
Danny, real quickly, let's talk about the federal election interference case. We know Special Counsel Jack Smith wants this narrow gag order on former President Trump. Why is that? What's he looking for here?
Some of the events in these cases have been surprises. This is not one of them. Everybody knew this was coming sooner or later, that Donald Trump would push the limits of extrajudicial statements, and that sooner or later the government would make a motion to restrict what he says. And so the government is trying to make what appears to be a reasonable request that, look, we have the First Amendment. The president should be able to talk about this. This is arguably a lot of political speech. So then the government's asking the court to enter a narrowly tailored order that would really just restrict his comments about the judge, about witnesses, about specific people in the case. Donald Trump is different than any other criminal defendant in American history. There is nobody else who can take to his phone and change the minds or influence the minds of an entire nation, arguably the entire world. Special conditions require special measures. This is probably one of those moments.
All right. Katie, thank you so much. Danny, you're sticking around for another question in just a moment.
That's right. You're going to help us on this next one. So meanwhile, in an exclusive interview with the new moderator of NBC's Meet the Press, Kristen Welker, Trump admitted it was his decision to attempt to overturn the results of the 2020 election. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba has the details.
Former President Trump facing new scrutiny for comments made on Meet the Press with NBC's Kristen Welker, that he made up his own mind to spread the false claim that the 2020 election was rigged, an assertion legal experts say could undercut any defense strategy that would lay the blame on his lawyers.
You called some of your outside lawyers. You said they had crazy theories. Why were you listening to them? Were you listening to them because they were telling you what you wanted to hear?
You know who I listened to myself? I saw what happened. I watched that election, and I thought the election was over at 10 o'clock in the evening.
You were listening to your instincts.
My instincts are a big part of it. That's been the thing that's gotten me to where I am, my instincts. But I also listen to people. There are many lawyers.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately?
As to whether or not I believed it was rigged, oh, sure. It was my decision, but I listened to some people.
On abortion access, the Republican frontrunner wouldn't say whether he would sign a 15-week federal ban, while calling out his primary rival, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' position.
I would sit down with both sides and I'd negotiate something, and we'll end up with peace on that issue for the first time in 52 years. I'm not going to say I would or I wouldn't. I mean, DeSantis is willing to sign a 5-week and 6-week ban.
Would you support that? You think that goes too far?
I think what he did is a terrible thing and a terrible mistake.
And with just days until government funding runs out, Mr. Trump endorsing a possible shutdown.
I'd shut down the government if they can't make an appropriate deal, absolutely.
Meet the Press also extended an invitation to President Biden, who responded to the Republican impeachment effort against him for the first time publicly. Lots of luck, he said. Monica Alba, NBC News, the White House.
So as we said, we're bringing back in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas. So Danny, those words, my decision. How could that undercut a defense strategy that kind of pins it on his lawyers, people who were telling him to take this strategy?
Well, the government will roll in whatever the modern version is of a VCR and put that tape in, and they'll play it for the jury. Look, as a criminal defense attorney, we are a kind of anthropologist of bad decisions. We see them all the time. Clients make these decisions after they're arrested, after they're indicted, that they think are helping their case, but they're shooting themselves in the foot. In a way, I understand it. They don't understand the process. They want to do whatever they can to help themselves. But that's understandable for a lot of people who simply aren't expected to understand the process. This is the former president of the United States. And I think at this point, anyone who represents him, while they are aware that he's going to make these kinds of gaffes, I can't help but think they're at home, palm to forehead, wondering why. But I mean, at this point, if you're going to represent Donald Trump, part of the deal is, and I'm sure it's in the fee agreement, is that, look, whatever you say against our advice, we can't be responsible for. And they can't be responsible for what he's getting on air and saying that is torpedoing his own case.
Danny Savalas, as always, thank you so much.
On this Monday morning, many auto workers are returning to the picket line. The big three automakers and the United Auto Workers Union met over the weekend to discuss terms for the new contract. Leaders say they're still far from reaching an agreement. The talks began just 24 hours after 13,000 people walked off their jobs across 3 different locations. The union says many more of its members are expected to strike later this week with little to no notice. NBC News correspondent Jay Grade joins us now from one of those plants in Wayne, Michigan. So, Jay, we know negotiations resumed over the weekend. What do we know about those meetings? Any progress at all?
Well, Joe, I think there's progress in the fact that they sat down at the table. I want to give you a look at what's going on outside the plant here in Wayne, Michigan. They continue to strike, and we've seen a few flare-ups today. The officers, police officers coming in to help some people get through this line and to work. Remember that these are targeted strikes with just divisions of plants coming out to strike at this point, though that could expand. Where they are on these talks, well, I think both sides would be quick to tell you that they're still pretty far away from any common ground. Give a listen to what the president of the union, Shawn Fain, had to say this weekend about that.
Progress is slow, and I don't really want to say we're closer. Really, we're meeting today. We're continuing to meet this afternoon, tomorrow, and we've been here every day. Like I said, it's a shame that the companies didn't take our advice and get down to business from the beginning of bargaining back in mid-July. They did what they always do. They delayed until the very end, to the last week, and then they wanted to get serious about this.
All right, so the primary sticking point is that pay raise. The union asking for 40% raise with 20% up front. The best offer from the big three to this point, Joe, has been about half that 20% raise with 10% immediately.
So, Jay, NBC News has learned President Biden dispatched a team to help try and resolve this standoff. They're expected to arrive in Detroit sometime this week. Who's on the team? What role will they play in the negotiations?
You've got a White House advisor along with the acting labor secretary who have, by the way, been on the phone with both sides in this negotiation since the beginning of the strike. They do plan to make an in-person visit sometime early this week is what we're hearing from the White House, not as mediators, but simply to, and I'm quoting here, support negotiations. So they're just trying to work this thing through. They'd like to see this in as quickly as possible, like a lot of people, obviously.
Jay, on top of all this, now both Ford and GM announced hundreds of temporary layoffs for non-striking workers. What are we hearing from both sides about this move? I mean, are we starting to see the ripple effects of the strike now?
Yeah, I think you absolutely are, Joe. 600 workers at this plant were temporarily laid off as a result of the strike, according to officials with Ford. And then you're going to likely see one of the plants in Kansas shut down this week. 2,000 or so workers will be displaced, at least temporarily. And again, what they are saying is that that's a result of parts not being made, and so they can't continue with the process. So, yeah, I think you're seeing some pushback from the automakers as the bargaining continues. And remember, the negotiators from Stellantis sat down with union negotiators this week, and today you'll likely see Ford and GM representatives in that negotiation room as well.
All right. Jay Gray in Michigan. Jay, thank you so much.
Now to Southern California, where a community is in mourning after a sheriff's deputy was shot and killed in an apparent ambush over the weekend. Police are asking for the public's help in finding the shooter. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin has the latest on the search.
The desperate search for a gunman who killed Los Angeles County Sheriff Deputy Ryan Klinkenboomer.
We need to get this guy off the street.
While on duty Saturday, surveillance video shows what appears to be a black vehicle pull up next to the deputy. The car inches closer, stops, then takes off. Sources confirming to NBC the video is a focus of the investigation. The 30-year-old field trainer was a third-generation law enforcement officer engaged to be married. He was shot in the back of the head, according to investigators.
He was just driving down the street. And for no apparent reason, somebody decided to shoot and murder him.
Moments after being shot, sirens blare as a line of patrol vehicles escort Deputy Klinkenboomer to a hospital. The 12-mile journey, agonizing. The sheriff says a Good Samaritan found the deputy and called 911.
Palmdale Sheriff is working in an emergency involving one of their deputies.
Later that night, a somber salute as the officer, covered by an American flag, is wheeled out of the hospital. Lights once again illuminate the night sky in a processional to the coroner's office, where Deputy Klinkenboomer's family walks hand in hand behind him.
Somebody saw something. Somebody knows something.
Investigators now pleading for help.
The person that did this is a coward, and they will be caught.
The community now showing an outpouring of love to the officer, once devoted to them.
Our thanks to Dana Griffin for that report. While mourners gathered yesterday for a vigil to remember the deputy, a $250,000 reward is being offered for information leading to an arrest in the case.
Time now for a check on your Morning News Now weather.
And joining us on this Monday is Bill Cairns. Hi, Bill. Good morning. Good to see you.
Yeah, happy Monday morning. Today's not a work from home day. It's a work from bed day.
Agreed.
Get away with that. I'm jealous. Yeah, it's a rainy, slow morning. It was a nice weekend in most cases. We did have, Lee, the hurricane passed by Cape Cod, and then also Maine took it on the chin. Almost 100,000 people got power on Saturday. Thankfully, yesterday was a really nice day, and a lot of the people did get power back. But this morning, the rain has returned. It's been soggy all summer, so everyone's like, might as well end summer this way, too. It's just pouring this morning. Your drive from Richmond southwards, D.C.'s not bad. Some of the drizzle is ending, but from Philly to New York up by 95, we're just getting soaked. New York City, steady rain for at least the next 2 hours. That's going to take us right through the end of rush hour, unfortunately. It's very slow out there. Long Island up through I-95. There's a batch of really heavy rain heading up 395 here in areas of eastern Connecticut. That's going to push up here towards the 495 loop and near Worcester. So in Boston, I'd have that umbrella with you all day for the morning commute and the evening commute. New York City, it looks like just the morning commute. The evening commute should be better. So this is what it looks like at 5 p.m. Notice New York City, Hartford southwards, rain's over with, but still pouring from Boston up into New Hampshire and areas of Maine. And then as we go through tonight into tomorrow morning, everything clears on out, even for our friends up in northern New England. So as far as the rainfall totals go, I don't think we're going to get a flooding out of this, but we could see some of the urban type flooding in some of the areas around Boston, especially later this afternoon, this evening, and then up into areas of Maine. And as far as the week ahead forecast goes, if you're in the middle of the country, it's still summer. It is still air conditioning weather, 93 in Dallas today. It's going to be 88 up in Omaha, and it's going to stay pretty warm throughout the middle of the nation. Even Minneapolis at 85 on Wednesday is pretty warm for this time of year. But heads up, I don't know if you guys have any weekend plans on the East Coast. Unfortunately, it looks like the first fall weekend is going to be like a rainy weekend, like a coastal storm. Not going to be like a hurricane or tropical storm, but a coastal storm. I know we're getting into, Halloween soon and apple picking. People were posting pictures, and I was like, all right.
Lots of wet leaves.
Here comes the rain, just like today, like you said, work from bed.
Work from bed day. All right. Can that be a thing?
Yeah, I know.
We're starting it now.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bill. Appreciate it. Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, plot twist. Drew Barrymore backing down after backlash over plans to bring back her daytime talk show during the Hollywood strike. More on the reversal as negotiations get back underway.
Up first, though, after the break, hope fading in Libya as search and rescue crews look for more survivors in the flooding that's killed thousands. We're bringing the latest when we come back.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Welcome back. Planned Parenthood is resuming abortion services in Wisconsin this morning after pausing procedures for more than a year. Abortion services were temporarily banned in the state following the Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade. A state law from 1849 then immediately went into effect, making it a felony for any person other than a mother to destroy the life of an unborn child. Confusion over the language of that law led to a lawsuit to have it repealed. Back in July, a judge ruled that the law does not apply to abortions. Bringing us to today, NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett joined us from outside Planned Parenthood in Milwaukee with details. So, Maura, walk us through the judge's ruling here. Help us understand this law that was on the books and then what the judge had to say about it.
Good morning, Joe. Yeah, Planned Parenthood will resume those procedures this morning here at one location in Milwaukee and also over in Madison as they ease back into doing these procedures after they had halted them about a year ago. And now you'll have to forgive me for getting into this legal jargon early on a Monday morning, but it's understandable why this language was so confusing, because as the law was written in 1849, it wrote that any person other than the mother who had intentionally destroyed the life of an unborn child could be guilty of a felony punishable by 6 years in prison and nearly $10,000. Now, people who are against the right to an abortion made the argument that that applies to a doctor. But then this lawsuit was put into place, and the Dane County Circuit Court Judge Diane Schlipper ultimately wrote that this does not apply when it comes to the case of consensual abortion. She said that there was no 1849 era abortion law. She says that it actually looks like it more likely applied to something called feticide, which would be the act or instance of killing a fetus, usually by assaulting or battering, so something more malicious in nature. And that is what brings us here today, where Planned Parenthood has made the decision to reinstate those procedures, even as this case is still facing further litigation in the high court, Joe.
Yeah, let's talk about that. I mean, this lawsuit is going to continue. It's not over yet in court. This case could eventually reach the Wisconsin Supreme Court. That court now has a liberal majority for the first time in 15 years, something that got a lot of coverage in the last year. What could that mean for the future of this case and just abortion rights in general?
Yeah, I mean, the flip to a liberal court is really the key point here. Basically, Planned Parenthood was able to take the indication of what the state looks like politically and make the inference that as it goes through the high court, what that ultimate decision will look like, even as the case continues to be challenged, whether or not practicing abortions here in Wisconsin will be seen as legal. As it stands now, what they have from the circuit court makes it look like they'll lean in the same direction, given the election and the flip to the more liberal court. But I think this also paints a larger picture for what we're going to see in terms of the battle around abortion rights for both Democrats and Republicans, especially in purple states like here in Wisconsin, and how people are going to choose to run their elections, because that's exactly what happened with the judge who was elected to the Wisconsin State Supreme Court, because she did make abortion rights a big focus in her campaign. And so that's how we're going to have to take a look at people as they lay out their path toward 2024, where they choose to focus and what it means for battleground states like Wisconsin.
Maura, real quickly, let's talk about the impact of this state law over the past year. I have to assume you're not too far from the Illinois border. It had a huge impact on that state.
Right, Joe. About 50 miles south of here, there is a Planned Parenthood in Waukegan, and they had seen a 600% increase in patients looking for abortion services in Illinois, because if you look at the map of the Midwest, a lot of states, Illinois is kind of this isolated state where they do allow abortions compared to the other states surrounding it. So they had seen this incredible influx. So this will help take some of the burden off of that. Obviously, Planned Parenthood does say that they ultimately want to expand to more locations around Wisconsin, but because they haven't been doing this, haven't been practicing abortions for the last year, they have to ease back into it. But it will be definitely an ease on the burden in states like Illinois, where abortion has been protected for the last year, Joe.
All right, Maura Barrett in Milwaukee. Thank you.
Well, the death toll in Libya continues to rise after those devastating floods there. The UN says more than 11,000 people are now dead and another 10,000 are missing. Crews are continuing to search through debris looking for survivors. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now with the latest on this. Hey, Raf, good to see you. So we know the city of Derna was devastated by the flooding. What is the latest on search and rescue efforts there?
Well, Savannah, good morning. It's now been a week since the floodwaters overwhelmed the city of Derna, and that massive search operation continues both at land and on the sea. On land, search teams are facing just these mountains of rubble that used to be apartment buildings, used to be people's homes. They are searching through them, trying to find people underneath. And at the sea, divers are still every day pulling bodies out of the water, people who were just swept out into the Mediterranean by the force of these floods. There is, at this point, not much hope of finding anyone still alive under the rubble, but you never know. Miracles do happen. The last live rescue was on Thursday, and so the city is grappling with this just almost unfathomable death toll. As you said, at least 11,000 killed, possibly as many as 20,000. That is a number that is being measured in newly filled body bags, in expanding mass graves, and in the broken hearts of loved ones. Our colleagues from Sky News spoke to a 10-year-old girl named Rama from Oregon originally, who lost her aunt and 3 young cousins. Take a listen to a little bit of that conversation.
It's really heartbroken. I can't just believe it. I came to Derna for my uncle's wedding, and then this big disaster just started happening.
What does your mom tell you when you cry?
She tells me it's going to be okay. They're in heaven now.
And Savannah, that is just one family's tragedy. To understand the full scale of this, you have to multiply it by all the many, many, many families who lost someone in these floods. Savannah.
Oh, just so heartbreaking to hear from her. Ralph, we're also hearing that 5 members of a Greek humanitarian aid mission were killed in a road accident in Libya over the weekend. What do we know about that?
Yeah, this is just kind of tragedy on top of tragedy. This is 3 members of the Greek military, 2 diplomats who were part of a rescue team that had been sent to Libya. They were on their way from Benghazi into the city of Derna when they got involved in this road traffic accident. It sounds like their bus collided with the car of a Libyan family. 5 members of that Greek team were killed, several more injured. People in that Libyan car injured also. And the Greek military is declaring 3 days of mourning. It is a reminder of the enormous risks that these rescue teams are taking when they're heading into the city. Savannah.
Oh, absolutely. Ralph, also just quickly, there's a lot of questions about whether more could have been done to prevent this getting so bad, this reaching the scale. What do we know about that?
Well, the UN is saying that most of this catastrophic death toll could have been prevented if Libya had functioning warning systems in place. But as you know, this is a country that has been racked by war, by political dysfunction for more than a decade now. People are looking very closely at these 2 dams outside the city that both failed in the face of this heavy rain. The mayor's office tells us that despite repeated warnings, those dams hadn't been repaired in 15 years. Savannah.
Oh, all right, Ralph Sanchez, thank you so much.
More international headlines now. Kim Jong-un is back in North Korea after that high-stakes visit to Russia.
NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobayea joins us on this. Hey, Kelly, good morning.
Good morning to you. Yes, the North Korean leader returning home with gifts from Russia after that summit with Vladimir Putin. According to the Kremlin, he was presented with a rifle, a glove worn by a Russian cosmonaut, and military drones, which by themselves are actually a violation of UN sanctions. He was also given a fur hat, the Russian ambassador suggesting one size smaller than his own very large head. That's a quote from him, which the Russians said fit the North Korean leader just right. In the Middle East, Israel is angry this morning after the UN voted to designate prehistoric ruins in the occupied West Bank as a World Heritage Site in Palestine. The ruins date back to the 9th millennium BC. Israel controls that territory and does not recognize a Palestinian state. And it's game, set, match once again in China for women's tennis. The Women's Tennis Association ending its boycott over the treatment of doubles champ Peng Shuai. The Chinese player, you might remember, was accused a high-ranking Chinese official of sexual assault back in 2021. The WTA boycotted games for that reason. It now says it has received assurances from those close to Peng that she is fine, and they believe that staging games there is better than staying away, that they'll make more progress that way. So games coming up on the Asian tour for women's tennis. Next few weeks.
Kelly Corbea, thank you so much. Well, coming up, Drew Barrymore is facing the fallout over the planned return of her daytime talk show during the Hollywood strikes. The latest on the backlash that now has her backing out.
Plus, flying with Fido, more pet owners choosing to take their furry friends on flights. But before you pack the squeaky toys, maybe the catnip, there are some guidelines you're going to want to know about. We'll break down the rules next on Morning News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. Well, Drew Barrymore is making a major reversal. She's putting the return of her daytime talk show on hold after fierce backlash to this previous tearful explanation as to why she was going back on the air. She now says it won't return until the strike is resolved. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park has the story.
Please welcome Drew Barrymore.
Just one day before the season premiere of The Drew Barrymore Show, the host announced on social media that she's decided to press pause until the Hollywood strikes are over. Barrymore apologizing and writing in part, "We really tried to find our way forward, and I truly hope for a resolution for the entire industry very soon."
I deeply apologize to writers.
Barrymore's announcement comes just days after posting this video explaining why she was returning to daytime TV.
This is bigger than me, and there are other people's jobs on the line.
Reaction from celebrities, swift and angry. Deborah Messing weighing in with, "You can choose now to halt production." Actor Bradley Whitford tweeting, "We'll never forget it." And West Wing star Josh Malina simply wrote, "Scab." The backlash so bad, Barrymore deleted the video.
And I think that backlash from the industry, from the union, and from people who she's had as guests, who some she might even consider as friends, I think that took a deep, deep impact and had a deep impression on her.
The talk on CBS reversed course too, now evaluating plans for a new launch date.
With this back and forth, what does this all mean for production staffers now?
They will not be working, clearly, and that means they will not be taking home a paycheck.
More off-air controversy stretching into another week. Kathy Park, NBC News.
For all the pet owners out there, the decision to fly with your furry friend has probably crossed your mind. Probably not yours, but as many of you know, it's not always an easy decision to make.
Lucy does not do well in the company of really anyone, so no. Well, a Condé Nast Traveler wants to help you make that decision in a new article of theirs. Everything you need to know about flying with a dog.
Let's bring in RT Menon for more. She is the Global Digital Director at Condé Nast Traveler. RT, good morning. Good to have you with us. So when you're making this decision on whether to fly with your pet, what are some of the basic guidelines that you should consider?
Well, the first thing you want to ask yourself is, do you have to put your pet and yourself through the stress? Because we all know it's a stressful situation. So you might want to ask yourself if you can road trip it, or if you can leave your pet with a trustworthy boarder or sitter. If you can't avoid it, you've got your homework cut out for you. So you've got to figure out what the stipulations and regulations there are that airlines impose on carrying your pet. So certain breeds of dogs are considered particularly vulnerable. So brachycephalic dogs like bulldogs and such are considered particularly vulnerable to shifts in air pressure and air temperature. Some breeds are not allowed. So you want to do your homework. If you're relocating or traveling abroad, there are quarantine rules around particularly things like rabies that might force a separation from your pet. So you want to make sure of that as well. And then get to your vet early and get that clean bill of health, get your certifications, your vaccinations in order, because the airlines will need those. And lastly, make sure you book your pet on the flight with yourself, so on the same reservation. Most airlines have limited space for pets, so you don't want to lose the opportunity to carry your pet with you.
So look, traveling is stressful, period, and we know that that's true for humans, but obviously we can't hear from our dogs how they're feeling. So, I mean, how stressful is this for pets? I mean, what is it doing to them? And is there anything that you can do to try to ease that?
It's enormously stressful. Look, we all know that airports are stressful environments even for us, right? So one of the things that you can do to ease them in is to get your crate or kennel early, get them used to it in non-stressful, non-threatening situations at home, have them eat in it, play in it. Also, maybe get them practiced with more stressful environments. So have them in the crate, take them to louder, kind of well-lit, brightly lit environments. They get used to sort of the stress of an airport. A couple of other things on the day off, make sure you arrive early, spend some time with them before you sort of send them off to the hold, which is, you know, not fun for them. Make sure you identify all the pet relief areas at the airport, both at your airport of departure and your airport of arrival, so you can, again, you know, relieve them as necessary. So there's all these things that you can do to make them comfortable. Maybe line the crate with something that they're used to, a T-shirt, an old T-shirt, a towel, or a favorite blanket.
All right, some great tips. RT Menon, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. Coming up, phone frustration. You may have noticed it. Fewer humans on customer service lines, leaving you talking to a robot in an endless cycle of automated prompts.
But one company is trying to fix that. We will explain how when we come back. This is Morning News Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism, is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the way traditions should be.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. I'm sure this has happened to you. You try to get a customer service rep on the phone, but it seems you just get caught in an endless cycle of automated prompts. Well, that's because in a growing number of companies, there's simply no one there, no people to speak with. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward has more on how that happened and how one company is trying to fix it.
Whether something goes wrong with your Taylor Swift purchase on Ticketmaster,
there's no chat, there's not a phone number.
Or trying to tell Lyft that their ETA is off by an hour.
I'm like, well, I don't want to give the driver a 1-star review because it's not his fault, but that's really the only way to get their attention.
Customer service is becoming less human.
The less money organizations spend on service, the more profitable they are.
And that's making the rest of us crazy. Amos Tanuma wrote a book about it. His research says
just pre-2020, customer dissatisfaction was about 56%. And then from 2021, late 2021 on, it's now gone up to 66%.
2 out of 3 people are reporting dissatisfaction with customer service?
That's correct.
Now, Ticketmaster says they're ramping up fan support, and Lyft says they are constantly looking for ways to improve how their algorithms estimate wait times. But the problem remains. It's becoming harder to get help from a human.
When companies remove the 800 number, what they do is they tell the customers, we want to deflect you. We don't want you to call.
Gadi Shamia's company, Replicant, offers AI-powered robot voices to answer calls and to even solve simple problems where they can. This Canadian driver needed his car towed, and a Replicant agent dispatched the truck.
We expect a service vehicle to reach you within 39 minutes. We'll contact you when your driver is 5 minutes away.
When I spoke with a Replicant agent about scheduling an eye appointment, well, it mostly worked.
Should I book that appointment for you?
Yes, but I'm 6'7", and often I find I have a really big head. Will your equipment fit me?
I successfully booked your appointment with Dr. Winters on Thursday, September 7th at 8 a.m.
Not so much with the big head, huh?
Shamia says AI should only handle the easy stuff so that a real agent can handle the tough stuff.
We try not to fake being humans. I just want to get out of the way so the agents are free to deal with the more complex issues.
After all, aren't we paying for this customer service one way or another?
We pay a huge amount of administrative fees to them, but yet there are no people to talk to.
Some customer service systems truly are an unbreakable jail, Tanuma says. Still, he recommends these tips that might just get you a human on the phone. If there's a sales option, that's usually a quick path to a real person. Select or say you want to cancel your service. If the call is voice activated, just keep chanting human or agent. If all else fails, press 9 repeatedly. But most importantly, Tanuma says, when customer service fails you, vote with your wallet. Don't buy from them again. Jake Ward, NBC News, San Francisco.
Human.
Yeah.
Human.
Agent.
Financial headlines now. DirecTV users will have access to some previously removed stations when channel surfing.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs, definitely a human, joins us now with more. Hi, Bertha. Good morning.
You know, I'm 5'7", but I also have a big head. Meantime, we've got, we talked a lot about Disney and Charter having a fight and the blackout. DirecTV has been in a bit of a scrimmage, and they've agreed to temporarily restore Nexstar-owned television stations and the News Nation cable channel to the satellite service. In July, DirecTV removed Nexstar from its satellite, cable, and streaming systems as the companies failed to reach a new distribution deal. Nexstar has roughly 200 stations across the country. The company previously said that DirecTV had rejected its offer to extend the current deal to the end of October, affecting markets in Los Angeles, Chicago, Philadelphia, San Francisco, and Denver. Subway's deal to sell the restaurant chain may be getting some attention from Washington. The New York Post reports that the Federal Trade Commission is looking more closely at Work Capital's more than $9 billion purchase of the company. Work is the owner of several chains, it turns out, including Arby's, Dunkin's, and Sonic. If the deal goes through, that would give Rourke more than 40,000 locations nationwide, which would make it 3 times the size of McDonald's. Hard to fathom that. And Meta's next pair of Ray-Ban smart glasses may be on the horizon. The Verge reports a listing by Ray-Ban's parent company, Luxottica, has surfaced in the FCC's database. The original Ray-Ban Stories glasses let you capture photos and video and record and play audio, but they haven't exactly been a hit. The Wall Street Journal reports that fewer than 10% of owners use them on a monthly basis. The new glasses will let you live stream video to Facebook and Instagram and are scheduled to launch as soon as this fall. I'm not sure how I feel about that because someone could be live streaming and you wouldn't really know.
Yeah, and you think you're talking to them and they're like not
sunglasses.
paying any attention. Like when I realize my husband has one headphone in, I'm like,
it's a little creepy.
Exactly. Yeah. All right, thanks, Bertha. Coming up, washing away the stigma.
When we come back, how one Florida business is empowering people with autism. You're watching Morning News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. After a 4-year hiatus, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson has made his big return to WWE. Johnson appeared Friday at the Ball Arena in Denver. The last time The Rock was in action was during the SmackDown 20th anniversary episode. That was in 2019. His last official match was back in 2013. It's uncertain how much longer he's going to remain in the wrestling world this time around, but loyal fans hope it's not too long of a wait. I feel like if there's going to be a match, you got a WrestleMania next year. Something's got to be in the cards coming up.
Yeah, are you excited about this?
That would be awesome if he did. The big speculation is his cousin is the champ and has been for a while. Are they going to go head to head?
Oh, there we go. Also, Joe, you know where he went after Denver on Friday? He went to Boulder to watch the Colorado Buffaloes win.
Congratulations.
Which went until like 2:30 in the morning on Saturday night. It was so much fun. Anyway, thank you, Joe. Well, according to CDC reports, there are over 5.5 million adults living with autism in America, and at least half of them are unemployed. Well, a car wash in Florida is helping to change the stigma of autism by hiring autistic employees and empowering them to thrive. NBC's Harry Smith has this story.
A car wash is a car wash, unless it is a Rising Tide car wash in Florida.
Thank you. Have a great day.
A bold demonstration of inclusion, productivity, and self-esteem.
So my brother Andrew's on the autism spectrum, and my father and I were really struggling with what he was going to be able to do when he became an adult.
Tom Derry's dad bought a struggling car wash where he hoped Andrew could work. Andrew and a lot of other people like him. And
we were able to take our first location that was only washing 35,000 cars a year and turn that around to one that now washes over 170,000 cars a year, and turned into 2 more car washes here in Broward County, Florida, that are even more successful than the first.
But know this, it has not been easy.
It was very difficult.
For many new hires, it was their first real work experience. There was trial and error aplenty, but especially on the part of Tom and his dad.
Is the business failing the employee, or is the employee failing the business? And 9 times out of 10, it's the business that needs to improve to better support the employee.
For instance, getting the cars into the wash itself normally requires contact with the public, sometimes not their team members' strong suit. So they came up with this simple sign, then color-coded the control panel.
So you were showing me the panel there. I couldn't do that panel.
Bree's exceptional at that. She's able to stay calm in really chaotic situations. She's pumped about it.
It took a while for Bree Mathis to learn the job, but she told us she's a pro now.
My new goal is that I'll be able to save a lot of money for me to travel.
We noticed a flag on her mask.
You want to go to Brazil?
Abso-darn-tootly, sir. You're right, tootin'.
Tom Derry has written a book about his lessons learned over the last 10 years. We read it.
You talk about peeling away layers of trauma. What's the trauma?
A lot of time, our employees experience significant bullying when they're in high school, as well as not feeling like they fit in to anywhere. But when they come here, this is the first time that there was a culture and a community really built for them.
A place where mistakes can be made, where mistakes are even welcome.
So we call this the dignity of failure, in that in order for people to grow, you have to push people to the edge of their capacity.
Sean Paul has worked here for 6 years.
Are you getting better at your job?
I am. I'm getting better at talking to customers.
One of the best measures of success at Rising Tide is the number of employees who leave.
We've had over 100 of our team members that have worked with us over the last decade have moved on to other jobs in the community.
What do you hope your employees earn more than just a paycheck here?
I hope they earn a sense of self-worth and a sense of self-confidence. There's a lot that this life has to offer them, and this is just the beginning.
Harry Smith, Coral Springs, Florida.
That is so great. And then he wrote a book to share that with other people, so maybe other businesses can do the same thing.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
What an incredible thing.
Very cool. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning, and thanks for starting your week with us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, gaining traction. Progress at the bargaining table this morning between the UAW, now on strike for 4 days, and those big 3 automakers, where things stand as the Biden administration enters the fray. Also this morning, a massive manhunt is underway in Los Angeles for the person who gunned down a 30-year-old sheriff's deputy over the weekend while he was stopped at a red light. The surveillance footage that law enforcement hopes will bring his killer to justice. We're also heading back to school this morning with U.S. News and World Report's prestigious national university rankings unveiled overnight. We'll chat with the site's CEO on the top spots and, of course, the shakeups. And later in the hour, we are flipping the script with a disco-fueled Broadway sensation that's bringing Filipino history into the spotlight of the Great White Way. My favorite shows this year so far, it's called Here Lies Love. We're going to take an in-depth look at the show with the cast.
And my favorite series for flipping the script.
Exactly. Let's begin this hour. It's Monday. Let's begin this hour with the United Auto Workers strike against the big 3 automakers in the country.
That's right. Both sides resumed negotiations over the weekend, just 24 hours after nearly 13,000 workers walked off the job. Union leaders say progress is slow, and they warn companies should expect more people to join the picket line as the week continues. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Moyne, Michigan with the latest on this. Hey, Jesse, good morning.
Savannah and Joe, good morning to both of you as well. Positive signs over the weekend. That's the headline from here in Motor City. But that doesn't mean that everything is smoothed over at this point. But despite the fact that, as you can see, there are some workers protesting, again, picketing outside of Ford's plant here in the Detroit area this morning, it appears that the UAW and this company are making progress.
As the United Auto Workers strike against the Big Three rolls into day 4, this morning, signs of hope. The UAW writing on Saturday, we had reasonably productive conversations with Ford.
Doesn't that seem like a long way to have come in a positive direction?
Yeah, it does. But it also tells us that it's not an agreement yet. So you can be as reasonable as possible, but is there agreement for us to get back to work and continue to provide for our families?
The company writing, Ford remains absolutely committed to reaching an agreement that rewards our employees and protects Ford's ability to invest in the future. General Motors also restarted negotiations with the union. And while more bargaining with Stellantis is expected today, the union and Jeep maker bickered over the weekend.
We're just a number to them. They do not care.
The stalemate impacting more than just those on strike. Ford says it laid off roughly 600 non-striking workers because of the walkout.
And the companies have made some significant offers. But I believe they should go further to ensure record corporate profits mean record contracts for the UAW.
And Biden says top aides are coming to Detroit. But the union says the White House is not part of negotiations. The UAW is still pushing for a 40% wage increase over 4 years, among other demands. The Big Three all say they've made 4 offers. The union says it has countered, but is keeping quiet on details. Now, tens of thousands of livelihoods hanging in the balance.
What is it like to try to support a family of 4 on what you're making right now?
You can't. You have to have dual incomes in the house. Like everybody has to be pitching in.
The UAW says what comes next depends on the Big Three.
If they don't come to the table and get things resolved, then we'll keep amping that up.
That could mean targeting more plants, which would expand the strike. Something else we're keeping an eye on. The Teamsters say they will be sharing what they're calling an important update tonight on this UAW strike, so that other major union, though, is already saying, guys, quote, Teamsters don't cross picket lines. So lots to be keeping an eye on in an evolving situation that does not appear to be close to done on at least some fronts. Back to you.
Absolutely. All right, Jesse Kirsch, thanks for the latest.
President Biden is gearing up for a busy week ahead. He's here in New York for the UN General Assembly. It comes amid rising tensions with Russia and China. Meanwhile, former President Trump is facing new scrutiny for comments he made during an exclusive interview with NBC News. NBC News White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from the White House with all this. Gabe, good morning.
Hi, Joe. Good morning. It's a busy week for the president. Tomorrow, he's scheduled to address the UN General Assembly in New York. And then on Thursday, he's expected to meet with Ukrainian President Zelensky here at the White House. All this as he brushes off that impeachment inquiry.
President Biden this weekend dismissing congressional Republicans who are investigating his family's business dealings. The president instead focusing on this week's United Nations General Assembly in New York, on the packed agenda escalating tensions with China and Russia's war in Ukraine, launched early last year.
Russia has shamelessly violated the core tenets of the United Nations Charter.
As the war drags on, the U.S. is warning China against helping Russia, as growing tensions between the two nations are likely to be a flashpoint in the U.S. presidential race.
Would you send the U.S. military into Taiwan if President Xi were to invade? President Biden says he would.
I won't say.
In an exclusive interview with new Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker, GOP frontrunner former President Trump may have also complicated his legal defense. He now says it was his decision to spread the false claim that the 2020 election was rigged and to try to overturn the election results. Legal experts say that could undercut any defense strategy, blaming his lawyers.
You called some of your outside lawyers. You said they had crazy theories. Why were you listening to them? Were you listening to them because they were telling you what you wanted to hear?
You know who I listened to myself? I saw what happened. I watched that election, and I thought the election was over at 10 o'clock in the evening.
You were listening to your instincts.
My instincts are a big part of it. That's been the thing that's gotten me to where I am, my instincts. But I also listened to people.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately?
As to whether or not I believed it was rigged? Oh, sure. It was my decision. But I listened to some people. Some people said that.
Meet the Press also extended an interview request to President Biden. And meanwhile, at the UN this week, President Biden is also scheduled to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Joe.
All right, Gabe on the White House lawn. Gabe, good to see you. Thanks.
Well, a manhunt is underway in Los Angeles this morning after a sheriff's deputy was brutally murdered while sitting in his patrol car. Authorities now say they believe he may have been targeted simply because he was in uniform. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin is in Los Angeles with the latest. Hey, Dana, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. Just days after he was engaged to be married, Ryan Klinkenbroomer was gunned down in his patrol car. Officials familiar with the investigation tell NBC News their own surveillance camera captured a vehicle of interest pulling alongside the deputy's patrol vehicle before speeding away. They are now looking for a suspect and a motive. This morning, grief and outrage over the tragic loss of 30-year-old LA County Sheriff's Deputy Ryan Klinkenbroomer. Did the deputy have words with his killer, or did he not see it coming?
Our deputy never even had a chance.
Authorities say he was ambushed and killed Saturday evening while stopped at a red light in his patrol car near the Palmdale Sheriff's Station.
Palmdale Sheriff is working an emergency involving one of their deputies.
Authorities hoping they'll be able to use the surveillance video captured by their own cameras to catch his killer. It shows a car pulling alongside Klinkenbroomer's patrol vehicle before speeding away. Law enforcement officials urging the public for information on a dark gray Toyota Corolla they are calling a vehicle of interest.
Check your cameras. That could be the missing link to the information that we need.
Investigators also sharing that they believe this was a targeted act.
For no apparent reason, somebody decided to shoot and murder him. I'm assuming at this point because he was in uniform.
This was an execution. We are going to find who did this. You can run, but you can't hide.
Within hours of his death, a massive show of support for Klinkenbroomer, his fellow law enforcement officers escorting his flag-draped coffin in an overnight procession that temporarily shut down local highways.
What was he known for around the office?
Just an extraordinary young man of integrity. Would do anything for anybody.
The 30-year-old had just gotten engaged to be married last week. His mother posting on Instagram, "We are so excited to add to our family. Congrats to our son Ryan and his fiancée, Brittany." Overnight, a candlelight vigil held in his honor. His heartbroken family and friends left searching for answers.
There's a lot of questions. We don't have a lot of answers. That's where our faith comes in.
Ryan Klinkenbroomer was a third-generation officer following his father and grandfather. This morning, officials are offering a $250,000 reward for any information leading to an arrest and conviction. Savannah.
All right, Dana Griffin, thank you very much.
Now to the latest on the case involving the Utah mother of 3 accused of murdering her husband before writing a children's book about grief. Corey Richins is now accused of witness tampering after a handwritten letter was found in her jail cell during a search. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has the latest.
Hey there, prosecutors allege in that letter, Corey Richins instructs her mother to direct her brother Ronald to falsely testify on her behalf. The defense calling the letter a violation of attorney-client privilege. All of it amounting to more drama expected to play out in court.
Behind bars since May, accused of fatally poisoning her husband Eric with a lethal dose of fentanyl. Prosecutors now claim they have evidence of witness tampering, alleging Corey Richins tried to compel a member of her own family to provide false testimony. The allegation coming after a search of Corey's jail cell last week uncovered a 6-page letter handwritten by Corey, which the prosecution alleges was intended for her mother. Writing in court documents, Corey concocts a false narrative about her deceased husband's drug use, and that the letter was intended to relay instructions to her brother Ronald to testify falsely that Eric obtained pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico. Corey also allegedly writing, "Reword this however Ronald needs to make the point. Just include it all. Tell him I need him to do this. Bring me home."
Everything I've seen in this letter is completely untrue.
This morning, a spokesperson for Eric's family reacting to the letter.
This is a desperate attempt to try to get others to make up stories to bolster her version of the case.
The state and I have been working through discovery.
Corey Richins has been charged with first-degree aggravated murder for her husband's death in March of last year. At the time, she told police she made him a Moscow Mule before officers found him unresponsive at the foot of his bed. An autopsy later revealed Eric had 5 times the lethal limit of fentanyl in his system.
5 times the lethal dose is not accidental, Your Honor. That is someone who wants Eric dead.
Prosecutors are now asking the judge to prohibit Corey from contacting her mother and brother. In response, Richins' attorney arguing the letter was obtained through a potentially illegal search, claiming it was found in an envelope marked attorney privilege, and that its release violates a gag order which could taint the jury pool. Corey has yet to enter a plea and was denied bail after an emotional impact statement from her late husband's sister.
I may be naive, but I never knew evil like this existed.
Corey Richins is asking the judge to remove the letter from public records. In part, that's because they know global media outlets are closely following the case, and any filings like this one are generating a buzz. In addition to making a decision on that, the judge will also have to decide whether that letter warrants a no-contact order with her mom and brother. We should mention we reached out to her attorney for comment, but have not heard back. Back to you.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much.
Well, the United Nations General Assembly is set to meet in New York this week, and this year, the focus is on the environment.
On Sunday, massive protests took place across the country calling for an end to the use of fossil fuels and a renewed focus on stopping climate change. Brahim Al-Husseini is founder and managing partner of Full Cycle, which focuses on investing in companies trying to reverse the effects of climate change. Good to have you with us here again. First of all, just tell us, what are the goals for Climate Week here? What do you hope to see come out of the UN General Assembly?
So Climate Week is an annual gathering, the biggest of its kind in the world. It overlaps with the UNGA. It is in partnership with the United Nations, and they also coordinate with the UN and in New York City to throw 400 different climate events. And it's hosted by an organization called Climate Works, whose goal is to drive climate action fast. And they've been very, very successful for the last 15 years to increasing the awareness about the climate situation.
And viewers on their screen, they're seeing this march that took place over the weekend that was quite large, even here in the city.
75,000 people showed up, and it was very moving. You know, I stood there with everyone else and supported all the marchers because, you know, we are at that point globally that we have to start bringing attention to this cause as climate disasters are accelerating worldwide.
Back in 2015, the UN unveiled this list of sustainable development goals, they're called. 2023, these are supposed to be on track to be met by 2030. How are we doing?
So there's a mechanism called the National Determined Commitments, where every nation worldwide says, hey, we're going to meet these numbers by these dates, these climate numbers by these dates. And unfortunately, we're behind on all of them. This is not one of those mechanisms. Warming begets warming. So if we have a warm summer, which we had a record-breaking summer this last summer, that means next summer will probably be warmer because less ice, receding glaciers means less reflective sun rays back into space, so it's a problem. So you want to front load the impact, not wait to cram till the last minute, which is what a lot of nations are trying to do. They have to meet their climate commitments as they set them. They can't wait till the last minute.
A lot of emphasis is put on the United Nations. Realistically, how much authority, how much power does the UN have to try and set these targets and meet these targets?
So the mechanism in the Paris Climate Accords is not a hard enforcement mechanism. The way they do it is they have research targets. They meet with neutral researchers at periodic periods, and they figure out where they are vis-a-vis their commitments. Think about it as a face-saving mechanism. Just like a corporation has to meet its climate targets for their customers, for their shareholders, countries have to do it for their citizens and their allies. There's also, of course, economic incentives, too, to be ahead of the curve on the biggest investment opportunity in human history, which is the transition from a high-carbon to a low-carbon economy. The economy doesn't work in a world where climate is disrupted to begin with, as we've seen, like Greece lost 25% of its crops this summer because of fires. Canada, I mean, we know the effects of a disrupted climate, and it is going to affect our economy. So everybody's incentivized to meet their goals. They don't need just the face-saving exercise.
Brahim Al-Husseini, thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Good to see you both.
Now that big breaking news this morning, 5 Americans held prisoner in Iran are expected to be released today as part of a swap for 5 Iranian prisoners who are being held in the U.S. and the unfreezing of $6 billion of Iranian assets. NBC News Tehran bureau chief and correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now with the latest. Ali, so first of all, where do things stand? When are we expecting these 5 Americans to be released? And then what happens once they're out of the prison?
Hey, Joe, what we're hearing right now is that they are on the way to the airport in Tehran, according to Iranian officials. It's not clear whether they have boarded that Qatari private jet, which will take them to Qatar and then Washington. But this all seems to be in motion as we're talking. All the officials here are saying that those frozen funds that were in a Korean bank account have now been transferred to a Qatari bank account where the Iranians have access to. And officials here are saying that the 5 prisoners are on the way to the airport, if not at the airport right now. So the next stage, Joe, is that they will be flown to Qatar. A couple of them will be reunited with family members who've flown from the States to meet them there. It's unclear how long they're going to be in Qatar or whether they'll have medical checks there, but it's not expected to be too long because they want to get back home to the United States as fast as possible. So it'll be a quick transition in Qatar and then off to the States.
So the Iranian government claims that $6 billion has already been transferred. Where did that money come from? And remind us the restrictions over how it's supposed to be used.
Well, that was Iranian oil money that the U.S. Treasury froze in accounts in South Korea, in Seoul, because they said Iran wasn't adhering to the nuclear deal and was circumventing sanctions. So they froze that money. And as part of this deal, the Iranians and the U.S. made a deal that if these prisoners were released, then that money would be freed up for humanitarian purposes for Iran to use, with very strict conditions on that. But as we saw in that exclusive interview with Iran's president and Lester Holt, the president denied that. He said that Iran can use that money for whatever they like. Now, the U.S. is saying that's just not the case. If Iran misuses that money, then they have the ability to freeze it again, and they're going to be watching it very carefully. Now, what unfolds in the near future will determine exactly what's happening with that money and how much sway the U.S. has over it. But they're saying 2 different things. The U.S. is saying it's strictly under their control, and the Iranians are saying it's under their control.
So, Ali, this deal is 2 years in the making. It's received some harsh criticism from Republicans. Are there any provisions in case Iran does not hold up its end of the deal?
Well, just freezing those assets again would be the provision. But of course, Joe Biden has come under extraordinary criticism for making this deal. Republicans are saying this is just going to encourage Iran to take more people because they get so much money from this. It's also going to endanger U.S. troops in the region or contractors because they may be a target. And they're also saying it frees up a lot of money for the regime in Iran. But the only clause they have right now is to freeze it if they believe it's being misused.
All right, Ali Arouzi. Ali, thank you so much. Let's bring back NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns with a look ahead at this week's forecast.
Yeah, Bill, what are you tracking this week? Hey there.
Yeah, for 2 weeks, right, we were talking Lee like endlessly, and now that's finally gone. But September is still the peak month of hurricane season, so we may get a little bit of a break this week, but there's always something out there. So we look across the Atlantic Basin, you see this big swirl here. This is a hurricane. We'll talk about that in a second. And then off the coast of Africa, we have another tropical wave coming. That will develop eventually, but that's so far, that's like, 2-3 weeks away from anywhere in land areas. So we're not worried about that. This is Hurricane Nigel. This is going to take the big hook out in the open Atlantic. No problem there. And the Hurricane Center is highlighting off the Florida, South Carolina coastline, an area with a 30% chance of development. That's going to be more like a subtropical storm. It's not going to be a pure tropical. There's really no chance of that becoming a big beast of a storm, but it's going to linger along the East Coast, it looks like, much of this week, and then move up the East Coast come Thursday, Friday into Saturday. And that's why our rainfall forecast over the next week, this dark red is up to 4 inches of rain. A lot of this is out over the oceans, but then eventually it does come northward. So we are going to have to watch out for possible flooding at the end of this week in New England. The other story, summer's going out with a bang in the middle of the country. It was a hot summer, and it's going to be a hot end of summer, too. Today, temperature is about 10 to 20 degrees warmer than they should be, 80s all the way up in North Dakota. By the way, it did snow at some of the high elevations in the Rockies this past weekend. So there are some areas of the country that aren't this warm. And even into tomorrow, we're going to be 87 in Sioux Falls, about 17 degrees warmer than it should be. Other areas will be in the 80s, too. And then as far as the forecast goes late this week, I will call it comfortably cool in some spots like Pittsburgh and New York City, Chicago. The humidity won't be too bad. I don't think you'll complain too much about temperatures there in the low 80s. But, this is how we probably expect to end the hottest summer we ever experienced. Well, it's going to end nice and toasty.
Yeah.
It looks like the beginning of fall is going to be that way, too.
All right. Thanks, Bill. Appreciate it.
Bill. Well, an aviation investigation is underway after 2 pilots were killed over the weekend in a collision at a Nevada air show. It happened Sunday afternoon at the National Championship Air Races in Reno. The Reno Air Racing Association then canceled the remaining races for the day. There's no word yet on what caused the crash, but the National Transportation Safety Board and the FAA are investigating the cause. No one else was injured in the crash.
Coming up on Morning News Now, bringing Filipino history to the Great White Way. We are going to flip the script and take a look at Here Lies Love later this hour.
But first, a new NBC News documentary that's shining a light on the hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian children being illegally transferred to Russia. Those stories and more are up next.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the conditions should be
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Since the start of the war in Ukraine, officials say hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian children have been illegally deported and forcibly transferred to Russia and Russian-occupied territory.
That's the subject of a new documentary from NBC News' Digital Docs team. It's called Saving Nikita. NBC foreign correspondent Molly Hunter explores one mother's 3,000-mile journey to bring her son home. Here's a preview.
Why is Russia specifically targeting children?
To destroy Ukrainian identity. They need Ukrainian children, but they want to make them Russian children.
An arrest warrant was issued today for Russian President Vladimir Putin for the unlawful transfer of children.
They're Ukrainian kids.
Нет. Были когда-то украинские.
These kids aren't Ukrainian anymore?
Тоже их захватили.
Molly Hunter joins us now with more on this. Molly, good morning. You know, Ukrainian officials estimate fewer than 400 children have been brought home after being illegally deported to Russia. What else should we know about that?
Joe, Savannah, good morning to both of you, and thank you so much for giving us the time. That's right, nearly 400 kids out of hundreds of thousands. And Ukrainian officials, we asked many Ukrainian officials when we were inside the country, give us a number, give us some sort of an estimate. And they say the real number of kids that have been taken to Russian-occupied territory and into Russia is unknown. Two things you have to know about this whole operation. The first is that deportation and forcible transfer is a war crime. And the second is the Ukrainian officials, very high level, that we spoke with, say this operation is core to Putin's ideology. They allege that this was the plan when the invasion started. Take another look at this clip.
On the school's social media account, there are videos of children dressed up singing patriotic Russian songs. There are also photos of Nikita and Artem in a classroom. In one photo, boys in military uniforms, Artem with a Z on his sleeve, a popular Russian symbol of support for the invasion. The city of Perevalsk is just about 200 miles from Kharkiv, but getting there through Ukraine was impossible through dangerous active fighting and a constantly moving front line. So to find Nikita, Oksana had to travel some 3,000 miles through 4 countries just to wind up pretty close to home.
Это было страшно. Я вообще даже не представляла себе, как я туда попаду. Тут в Харькове, блин, ходишь, блукаешь. Конечно, страшно. А то еще и в Белоруссию, еще и в Польшу. И вот так вот вся тряслась перед каждым кордоном.
Just extraordinary bravery from these mothers. Oksana, the mother that we follow, had never been out of the country. She had never gotten on an airplane, as you just saw on that map. She traveled 3,000 miles, and actually she was only going about 200 miles from where her home is. The thing that Ukrainian officials say, and what worries them, of course, the indoctrination, the so-called Russification they talk about, but the window to return these kids, especially the younger kids, is very, very small, you guys.
Oh, wow, Molly, I mean, really, really powerful reporting. I'm so happy that you're shining a light on this. Also, I want to ask you, we know Ukrainian President Zelensky, he's going to be here in New York on Tuesday. This is for the United Nations General Assembly that's happening here, as we've been discussing. Do you think we could see him raise this subject in his remarks? Is this something that he'll try to bring attention to?
Yeah, you guys, President Zelensky has been very outspoken about this issue specifically, and the Ukrainian officials I've spoken with really see this issue as something that they can get international support and widespread international support behind. They say they cannot return these hundreds of thousands of kids by themselves. They need international pressure. And while President Zelensky, of course, will be talking about his 10-point peace plan, we expect him to be talking about food security. This is also an issue that, as a father, he cares very deeply about. He has spoken really emotionally and powerfully about, so I wouldn't be surprised if we hear him on this subject tomorrow.
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much. Again, very powerful reporting. And you can stream that documentary, Saving Nikita, the fight to return Ukraine's children, on NBCNews.com.
More international headlines now. Taiwan says a record number of Chinese warplanes have been sent toward the island.
Foreign correspondent Kelly Kobea is back with us this hour with more. Hey, Kelly, good morning.
Hi, good morning. And yeah, that's where we start. Taiwan says China sent a swarm of warplanes to the island over the past 24 hours from Sunday morning to Monday morning, 103 in total, according to Taiwan, including more than 30 fighter jets. Taiwan's defense ministry calling that a new high and harassment. The planes turned back before reaching the island. To Iran now, and protests reportedly broke out across the country over the weekend in memory of Mahsa Amini. That's a 22-year-old who died in police custody a year ago after being arrested for allegedly wearing her headscarf improperly. Authorities deployed armed guards throughout the country to quash protests. There were also demonstrations in support in Paris, London, and Berlin. And finally, guys, an Australian man has been fined for taking his pet python surfing. The video went viral, but wildlife officials there said the man endangered his pet. The python, of course, is cold-blooded. The wildlife agency said the pet would have found that seawater very cold. This man says, hey, he's taken his pet snake surfing tens of times, and she actually really likes the cold water. And guys, you won't believe this, but there's another famous and kind of unusual surfing pet at that beach, Rainbow Beach. It's a duck, and its name is Duck, and it likes to catch a wave.
Wow.
It's a good name for a duck, I think.
We need that video.
Duck the surfing duck.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much.
Coming up, a criminal justice shakeup in Illinois this morning.
They're becoming the first state to put an end to cash bail. So what's the whole court process going to look like now, and how are local lawmakers reacting to the controversial new policy? We've got it covered next.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Illinois is making history by becoming the first state to ban cash bail. Starting today, people accused of a crime will no longer be required to pay to be released from detention. While supporters say cash bail often punishes the poor, critics warn the move could put more criminals on the streets. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now with more on this. Shaq, good morning.
Hi there, Joe. Well, look, this is a change that's happening despite strong opposition in the state from Republicans and despite a lawsuit that went all the way up to the state Supreme Court. Today, cash bail has been officially eliminated in the state of Illinois, making it the first state to do so. It's a major and controversial criminal justice reform.
It's the biggest change that I've seen in 35 years.
The state of Illinois ending the cash bail requirement. Now, no one accused of a crime will pay to be released from detention while they await trial. So this is the first place someone goes if they're arrested? Correct. Officials in suburban Chicago walked us through the new process.
Is the defendant a threat to a person, persons, or the community, and they should be detained? They will not be able to get out.
It's here in this brand new courtroom right inside the DuPage County Jailhouse where judges will rule who will remain behind bars and who is sent home until trial, a decision based on flight risk and threat to the community. How will judges now rule? What are their options?
Either to detain somebody or to release somebody or to release somebody with certain conditions. And the conditions can be across the board, what they're doing or not.
But they can't involve money anymore.
They will never involve money anymore.
A federal government report showed that more than 60% of defendants are detained pre-trial because they can't afford to post bail.
The lawlessness of Chicago will soon be the law statewide.
Kankakee County Sheriff Michael Downey was one of dozens of officials who filed suit to stop the change.
A lot of the same individuals who are constant problems in our communities who are now not going to be locked up.
State Senator Robert Peters helped write the new law.
If you were rich and white, you were more likely to experience freedom than if you're poor and black and a woman.
And is there any concern that there are sheriffs, that there are prosecutors out there that are saying this is making their job harder and will make the community less safe?
If they do their job with something that's fundamentally rooted in safety, not money, then we should be in a much better position.
40-year-old Luis Gonzalez was arrested last year for illegally possessing a gun.
For my own safety, I picked up a weapon, which was illegal at the moment.
A nonprofit helped him pay a $200 bail. After being sentenced, the only time you spent in jail was right after you got arrested.
That's it, waiting to pay a bond.
A word now removed from Illinois law. Now, many of those nonprofits that previously helped people pay their bail, that assisted with that bail paying, say they will now be able to move and redirect those resources to scale up programs to help keep people out of jail in the first place. Think housing assistance, job training. They also will be able to assist a little bit more with legal representation. Guys, it's hard to overstate the change this is for Illinois law, but it takes place now, and you can expect a lot of eyes will be closely watching how it's fully implemented.
All right, Shaq, thank you so much.
We're going to turn now to a growing trend of women becoming mothers later in life. According to a CDC report, the birth rate for women ages 40 to 44 rose 4% from 2021 to 2022. And for the first time in 8 years, the birth rate for women ages 45 to 49 increased, and that actually rose 12% from 2021 to 2022.
Celebrities like Kourtney Kardashian now making headlines by speaking out about their experiences being pregnant over 40.
Joining us now to discuss is Dr. Jessica Sept. She's the Chief Medical Officer at Verywell Health and an OBGYN. Doctor, good morning. Thank you very much for being with us. So just first, walk us through this new trend. Why is it you think that we're seeing this increase in women becoming pregnant later in life?
Yeah, I think that it's maybe not necessarily a trend, but those numbers that you stated, 4%, clearly show that we're starting to think about this a little bit more when we think about delayed childbearing. Now, this is something that we've seen on the rise over the last decade, but women are waiting later in life to have their children, and we do know that technology lends a hand in that, and being able to offer services and technology that can allow them to actually have children at an older age. But that does come with some caveats as well, because even though you might wait till you're later to conceive, the success of IVF or a natural pregnancy after the age of 40 still has its measures, and that number is going to decrease as if you were in your 30s or in your 20s.
So we mentioned Kourtney Kardashian. She recently spoke out about some of the complications she faced during this latest pregnancy, writing in an Instagram post, as someone who has had 3 really easy pregnancies in the past, I wasn't prepared for the fear of rushing into urgent fetal surgery. Dr. Sept, what are some of the hardships and risks that women face when they do get pregnant over 40?
Absolutely. It's the success, right? So the success of actually getting pregnant and actually carrying to term. Now, we do know with the increase in age that you're going to have an increased risk of miscarriage and possibly not even getting to a viable portion of your pregnancy. So these are the things to consider. And this is something that the emotional toll that, women need to take on as they wait later on in pregnancy. But I think that when you have a good understanding of what those risks look like or what those numbers look like prior to entering into that stage, I think that lends to people having a little bit more clarity, but also knowing that they do have that possibility of getting pregnant after the age of 40. So whether it's a natural pregnancy, spontaneous, or an IVF, to know those numbers and to make sure that you have thoughtful conversations with your infertility specialist before you start the process, because the process can be rather long, but it can be successful.
Yeah, so you kind of just touched on some of this, some tips, but for women who are watching and thinking, maybe this is something I'm going to do later in life in that age range that are hoping to get pregnant, kind of give us some tips, whether that's naturally or using IVF. What should women know?
Yeah, I think that women should know just naturally, at the age of 30, there's about a 75% chance of conceiving within the first 12 months. And that goes down to 66%, down to 27%, down to 16%. So you can see that those numbers start to drop. And that has a lot to do with, we are born with the amount of eggs that we have at birth, and that starts to decline. But we're also looking at quality of eggs. So, as you start to look into pregnancy, is knowing numbers, but also knowing that there's also a lot of technology and variations of in vitro fertilization, whether that's with donor eggs or whether that's with using IVF, that you do have a lot of choices, but that choice comes with, again, where you are as far as age, past medical history, and also knowing what those outcomes may be with the time to get pregnant.
All right, Dr. Jessica Shepard, really good, important information. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Coming up, Morning News Now is heading back to school.
Yeah, with U.S. News and World Report's highly competitive college rankings for 2024. So which university claimed the top spot this time around? Perhaps the University of Colorado? We've got the list next.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private mail deliveries.
All right, it just did too.
We're back with some financial headlines, and TikTok Shop is aiming to help users save big this holiday season.
Yeah, this is new, and it is all the rage. CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us now with that and more. Other money news as well. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey guys, yeah, October is going to be the start of holiday shopping, it looks like. We've got Amazon, they're going to do another Prime Day on October 11th, and now TikTok is planning to offer Black Friday discounts in a month-long campaign that will kick off in late October. Bloomberg reports that the app aims to lure shoppers to its new online marketplace in what is likely to be a price war with Amazon and Walmart eventually. TikTok Shop launching here in the U.S. this past week. It plans to sell $20 billion in merchandise globally this year. TikTok is offering to subsidize discounts, in fact, of as much as 50% to entice sellers to take part in their Black Friday program. Oil prices, on the other hand, keep grinding higher. Brent crude, the global benchmark, is hovering near its highest level in almost a year, above $94 a barrel. U.S. crude prices are trading above $91 a barrel. Supply cuts by Saudi Arabia and Russia have sparked a 25% increase in oil prices since the start of July, and that has led to higher bills for consumers filling up their cars and trucks. Gas average is about $3.88. Diesel $4.57 a gallon nationwide, according to AAA. That's complicating the Federal Reserve's fight to bring down inflation. The Fed is meeting this week. They're expected to keep rates unchanged, but they're going to be watching those gas prices along with everything else. Meantime, working hard and being independent, those are the top qualities that American parents would like to see in their kids. A report from King's College in London says those traits are valued much higher than having good manners or being well behaved. The U.S. also ranks high for imagination, having tolerance, and respect for other people. Being well behaved, the U.S. ranks last of nearly 24 countries surveyed. I'm just going to leave it there. I don't have kids, but I don't know.
Yeah. None of us do, but I think that that's an interesting fact.
It is.
Yeah.
We'll
All right. There you go. Perfect. Thank you so much.
This morning, U.S. News & World Report is releasing its brand new and updated list of the best colleges in the country. What's new? Well, this year they changed how they score the schools, which caused a shuffle in the list.
That's right. Eric Gertler is Executive Chairman and CEO of U.S. News & World Report. He joins us now with the details.
Hey there. Good morning. Good to have you with us. So let's start with it. Which schools made it to the top of the list? Any surprises this year?
You know, the top schools made it to the top of the list based on our methodology. I'm happy to go through the list, but look, this is important every year because students want to know how to compare and contrast schools at a time when education is very expensive and the admission process is opaque. It's a time of anxiety, and we like to help students to get through the process with a little bit more ease.
Absolutely. So take us through the list, and then we'll get into that criteria that changed. But let's talk through the top 10.
Sure. We have lots of lists, but in terms of the national universities, the top 3, Princeton University was number 1. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, was number 2. And Harvard University and Stanford were tied for number 3 this year.
Wow, there you go. And Yale rounding out that top 5. So tell us about the criteria here, some of it that did change how you rank schools. What is it that you're looking for when determining the rankings and what had changed?
Sure. Our methodology changes. It evolves over the years. What we care about is we care about outcome measurements. We know that that students want to know whether colleges are doing what they say they're going to do. And this year, we're measuring our schools graduating students of diverse backgrounds. Are they graduating students with manageable debt? And is their postgraduate outcome success? In other words, are students going to find a job? And is that job going to pay more head they not gone to college. So those are the metrics that we're looking at. There's always evolving, but most importantly, we look at things from the perspective of the student.
You have some new categories this year. Real quickly, run us through those and why those are so important.
So some of the new categories, for example, this year we're measuring first-generation first-generation rates and graduation rates. These are students who parents did not go to college. And again, this is about social mobility factors and important that we're measuring students of different backgrounds. We've also increased the measurement on Pell graduation rates. So these are students that are coming from the lower levels of socioeconomic on the socioeconomic chart. And then we're looking at graduation rates, and we're looking at first-year retention rates too.
All right. Eric Gertler, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
And coming up, we are flipping the script with a disco pop Broadway musical that's putting Filipino history squarely in the spotlight.
It's called Here Lies Love, and the cast isn't just animating history, they're making history. We'll explain after this.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Good morning and welcome back on Friday's show. We talked about how former NFL player Deion Sanders has turned around the fortunes of the University of Colorado and our Buffaloes football team since he took over as coach. Well, we are celebrating after the weekend. The Buffs beat their big in-state rivals, the Colorado State Rams, in a dramatic double overtime victory, with the game finishing after midnight local time. Joe, we are 3-0. This happened to also be my anniversary, which my husband and I spent up until 2:30 in the morning Eastern just watching this because it was crazy. The two overtimes. I mean, it's amazing. I can't even put into words how nice this feels. We are used to being good losers. And as one of our biggest fans who said the other day, it's nice to be good winners.
It is. It's nice to have a fun, competitive game and then to win it, too. So
yes,
congratulations. Very
Thanks.
cool. All right. Now to our series, Flipping the Script, featuring people on screen, on stage, and behind the scenes, shining a spotlight on diversity. This morning, we're heading to Broadway for Here Lies Love, a musical that is making history. The show focuses on the rise and fall of Imelda Marcos, the infamous former First Lady of the Philippines. The entire cast is Filipino, something that has never happened on Broadway, and that's important because so many of the performers have a personal connection to the story.
A disco-fueled musical might seem like an odd way to tell this story. Yet, a dance party atmosphere permeates much of Here Lies Love, an immersive theatrical experience by David Byrne and Fatboy Slim.
Is it a sin to love too much?
The show chronicles the life of Imelda Marcos from age 16 to 57. She's played by Ariel Jacobs.
As a Filipino artist, I've never had the opportunity to play a Filipino in my entire career. I think it's a healing opportunity for a lot of people in my company, as well as people who come see the show, who lived through this experience.
The experience of what happened after Imelda married Ferdinand Marcos.
King and the Queen of Hearts.
Riding a wave of popularity, he was elected president of the Philippines. But in 1972, he declared martial law, triggering a 14-year dictatorship marked by corruption and human rights abuses. In the show, Ferdinand is played by Jose Lani.
We're warning people that if you don't protect democracy, it can be taken away.
There is a fine line that you have to toe here.
My job as playing Marcos is what he did to the country, which he seduced the country into believing that they were going to do all these amazing things.
For Lana, the story is personal. He was born in the Philippines during martial law. His family moved to America in 1979.
What does your family think about the fact that you're playing Ferdinand Marcos?
You know, it's a mixed emotion, right? Like they see their son playing the man who made them leave their country. But they know that it's more important for us to tell the story.
Especially what happened in 1986, the People Power Revolution, which toppled the Marcos regime. That movement actually started on the 15th birthday of one of the show's stars, Lea Salonga, who grew up in the Philippines.
Those who were at my party had to be told to go home early because, guys, the tanks are rolling out. It's time to go home.
That is a moment in your life that...
I'm never going to forget that.
In the opening weeks of the show, Salonga played Aurora Aquino, the mother of assassinated opposition leader Ninoy Aquino. She sings at his funeral.
There's a hand symbol.
There's a hand symbol. It's this. It's basically, it means laban, which means to fight, which means to rally against something. Me having seen it as a young person in the Philippines and then having to raise it up on a Broadway stage, it's incredible.
Have you had an experience like this before in theater?
No. On every level.
For starters, the theater's ground level has no seats.
Come on, let's give our people a break, you say!
The audience stands and sometimes moves as the performers and stage constantly shift.
So this is different from when you were in this theater in 1991, right?
That's the understatement of the year.
There were seats.
There used to be seats.
Salonga first performed in this very theater 32 years ago. The show was Miss Saigon, which won her a Tony Award. Now she's back with an all-Filipino cast.
It's like, never thought that this would ever happen.
Every time I leave the stage door, there's always 100 Filipinos waiting to just say thank you for telling our story. I know that it means a lot when you see someone who looks like you do what you want to do. And I think that, to me, has been the most special thing.
In some ways, did Lea do that for you?
Absolutely. You can't overstate how much Lea Salonga winning that Tony in 1981. I was a freshman in high school when that happened. And I literally said to my mom, I said, look, she can do it. Maybe I can go to New York and do it, too.
I know that when my numbers are...
For Ariel Jacobs, whose grandfather moved their family from Manila to America in 1965, this is a way to honor her family's legacy.
I feel like I'm fulfilling the dreams of my grandfather. It feels really important and powerful for me. I feel like I'm standing firmly rooted in my Filipino history here on American soil.
So the history did continue after that. Imelda and Ferdinand Marcos airlifted out of the Philippines in 1986, but the family was allowed to return 5 years later. Today, Imelda Marcos is 94 years old. And last year, her family returned to power when her son was elected president of the Philippines. As for the show, Here Lies Love is playing now at the Broadway Theater in Manhattan. I saw it off-Broadway 10 years ago and thought it was incredible. And the fact that they were able to take that and move it into an actual Broadway theater is awesome.
As somebody who has seen most things on Broadway, it just, I mean, it seems like nothing else, right?
It's just a cool show. You just got to check it out.
It's awesome. Looks cool. Great job. Good interviews.
Thank you so much. Thanks to our team for that one. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Developing right now on Morning News Now, 5 Americans closer to freedom in a controversial prisoner swap with Iran. The 4 men and 1 woman now expected to fly home as early as today in exchange for 5 Iranian prisoners. All this after the U.S. agreed to unfreeze $6 billion of Iranian oil money. We'll take you to Tehran for the latest on the high-stakes deal. Plus, end of watch tragedy in Southern California after a sheriff's deputy is shot and killed in an apparent ambush. Now the search is on for the gunman. We'll bring you the latest. Also this morning, motion to move. New developments in the Georgia election case involving Donald Trump. Today, a Trump-era Justice Department official is set to appear before a judge over a request to move the case to federal court. This as the former president speaks out, admitting his role in attempting to overturn the 2020 election results.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately?
As to whether or not I believed it was rigged, oh, sure.
We have team coverage, including that exclusive interview with our own Kristen Welker. And flying the pet-friendly skies. It's a growing trend, more travelers choosing to bring their furry friends along for the trip. But before you start packing the doggy bed and treats, you'll want to know the rules, or it could get rough. We'll break it all down to keep things stress-free. What are those, Joe?
Those are good boys. I flew with a cat once. And that was an adventure.
I couldn't.
Something.
I mean, Lucy would just never be able to do that.
Exactly.
But it does bring up a lot of questions.
We'll have some great answers for you coming up. Good morning. Good to have you with us on this Monday. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news this morning. 5 Americans who are being held in Iran are expected to be released this morning as part of a prisoner swap.
Under the agreement, the U.S. is also releasing 5 Iranians and releasing $6 billion in Iranian assets. NBC News Tehran bureau chief and correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now with more on this. Ali, good morning. So let's just start with the very latest. What do we know about the prisoners involved, and what's been some of the reaction today?
Good morning, Joe. Well, as you mentioned, these are 5 U.S. citizens, 4 men and 1 woman. They're also dual nationals. All of them hold Iranian passports as well. Out of the 5 of them, only 3 of their names have been made public so far, and they are 51-year-old Siamak Namazi, who spent more time in an Iranian prison than any other U.S. citizen in history, 59-year-old businessman Emad Sharghi, and 67-year-old environmentalist Morad Tahbaz, who also holds British citizenship. Now, they are all expected to leave today, but as you know, Joe, things are never easy between the United States and Iran, and it's not a done deal until they're on the plane out of here. But they are being exchanged for something around between $6 and $7 billion, depending on the exchange rate. Iran is also getting 5 prisoners, citizens of the Islamic Republic who've been jailed in the U.S. We don't have any of their names, but we do know that there are 5 of them, 5 for the prisoners here that have been imprisoned in U.S. jails, mainly on charges of violating or circumventing U.S. sanctions. As for the release of the prisoners here, Joe, there isn't much of a reaction amongst ordinary Iranians here. You know, the economy is in terrible shape here. People are still reeling over those protests a year ago. So it's not really front and center for most Iranians on this prisoner exchange. It's gone largely unnoticed. That may change in the course of the day once they've changed. But right now, not much reaction on the ground from Iranian people.
So, Ali, let's talk about that $6 or so billion. There are stipulations. The money can only be used for humanitarian purposes. We know last week, NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt spoke with Iran's president through a government translator. He indicated the money belongs to Iran, and they will spend it as they need. Let's listen to that.
What is your expectation of its use? We're told that it's for humanitarian purposes, food and medicine. Do you believe you have the right to use that money in any way that you see fit?
This money belongs to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and naturally, we will decide, the Islamic Republic of Iran will decide to spend it wherever we need it. How to spend our money, of course, it is under the authority of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
So if I hear you clearly, that it will be used for more than humanitarian purposes in your view?
Humanitarian means whatever the Iranian people needs. So this money will be budgeted for those needs. And the needs of the Iranian people will be decided and determined by the Iranian government.
So, Ali, are there any safeguards in place to make sure the money doesn't go for military or nuclear purposes?
Well, Joe, I mean, this is funny. Even when Tehran and Washington make a deal, they don't seem to be reading off the same page. The U.S. says that there are plenty of safeguards in place to make sure that that money will only be used for humanitarian purposes. That money was in a South Korean bank where the Iranians had absolutely no access to it. Now it's in a Qatari bank where they have access to it. And the U.S. says that they put very strict measures in place to make sure that's only used for humanitarian purposes. But as you saw in that interview with our own Lester Holt, Iran's president said, no, that's not the case. We can do what we like with that money. We can spend it however we like. Now, the White House reacted immediately to that interview, saying, no, that's not the case. If the Iranians decide to spend that money on anything other than humanitarian purposes, it can be refrozen. So that's where the two sides stand. But the reality also is, Joe, that even if that money is under strict supervision of the U.S. Treasury Department, it still frees up about $6 or $7 billion in the country for the government here to spend on whatever they like.
All right, Ali Arouzi from Tehran. Ali, thank you so much.
Well, turning now to Georgia, where a federal judge is set to hear arguments today from former Justice Department official Jeffrey Clark.
Clark is one of 19 defendants in the Georgia election interference case. He's accused of taking part in a scheme involving former President Trump to try and overturn the 2020 election. Clark is seeking to move his case from state to federal court. All 19 defendants in that case have pleaded not guilty. Last week, one of Clark's co-defendants, Georgia State Senator Sean Still, learned he won't be suspended from office following his indictment. A review panel appointed by Georgia Governor Brian Kemp said it did not believe the indictment would affect his ability to carry out his duties as a public official.
MSNBC anchor Katie Fang and NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos join us now on this. Hey, Katie, we'll get started with you. So what are we expecting Clark's attorneys to argue here in this request for removal?
Well, not only are we expecting to hear from Clark's attorneys today to answer your question, that they're going to say that Jeffrey Clark was acting as a federal official when he did all of the conduct that's been alleged to be relating to him in that indictment that's being brought by DA Fani Willis. But Clark has the burden. It is his burden to be able to convince Judge Jones here in federal court that not only was he a federal officer, but that all of the acts that he undertook to be able to overturn the election results in 2020 were related to his job. The problem is the state of Georgia has filed a stinging response in opposition. You expect to see equally as stinging cross-examination today in court, wherein they ask him, Mr. Clark, how is it possible that the actions you took as a member of the DOJ were actually a part of your job when you were told specifically by the Attorney General, Jeffrey Rosen, at the time, that we have nothing to do with elections in the states. It's outside of your job. And so we're expecting to hear those arguments. And the biggest question is, will Jeffrey Clark take the stand as Mark Meadows did last week?
So, Danny, this is a question we've asked numerous times over the last couple of weeks. Why try and move it to federal court? What would be the advantages of that?
The advantages are massive. And while this removal bid is on the ropes, don't count it out yet. It's possible this case could still end up in federal court. And here are the two main advantages. Number one, you expand the geographic area of the jury pool. Now, that takes you to counties that are a mixed bag for Trump, but and his co-defendants. But on the whole, anything that expands you outside of Fulton County, if you're a defendant in this case, is good for the defendants. All you need to do is look at the election results from the most recent election to give you an idea of which direction voters went in those counties, in Fulton County and then the counties outside. Secondly, and I think this was on display last week when there was a televised hearing in Georgia in Fulton County Court. The strategic advantage is you take prosecutors out of the courthouse where they are every single day where they're comfortable, and you put them in an alien environment, which is federal court, with different rules of procedure. Now, you may say, what's the big deal? They're still prosecuting the same Georgia laws, but I think that kind of home court advantage is critical. It's no surprise that virtually every DA, their office is located either in the courthouse or directly across the street. And I think the Fulton County prosecutors are located right across the street from the courthouse. This is where they are every day. You notice, I'll give you an example. Last week, there was a complaint by the defense counsel that, hey, we filed these motions, we wrote them out. The prosecutors didn't even file anything in writing. They just showed up and made oral argument. Well, that's the way it is in that courthouse. You take them out, put them into a federal courtroom, that may not fly, and that could make the difference.
Katie, let's bring you back in here. So Judge Steve Jones, who's hearing today's arguments, as we were referencing, rejected Mark Meadows' attempt for removal earlier this month. Meadows requested an expedited appeal. So tell us the latest on that front.
Yeah, so actually today is the deadline, September 18th, for Mark Meadows to file his initial brief to the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, trying to convince them that Judge Jones made a mistake when he ruled against Meadows and allowing him not to take his case from state court to federal court. A week later, on September 25th, the state of Georgia has to file its response to what Mark Meadows files. And then just a few days later, Mark Meadows has to file his reply brief. To Danny's point, there's a lot of legal filings that happen in federal court, but we're interested to see who are the three judges that are in the 11th Circuit that are going to actually hear this appeal. It definitely sometimes lends itself to some insight in terms of where they might be leaning. But at this point, an expedited appeal is good news for Mark Meadows, but also good news for Fani Willis, because if he loses at the 11th Circuit and the Supreme Court doesn't take up the issue, Mark Meadows is squarely back in state court.
Danny, real quickly, let's talk about the federal election interference case. We know Special Counsel Jack Smith wants this narrow gag order on former President Trump. Why is that? What's he looking for here?
Some of the events in these cases have been surprises. This is not one of them. Everybody knew this was coming sooner or later, that Donald Trump would push the limits of extrajudicial statements, and that sooner or later the government would make a motion to restrict what he says. And so the government is trying to make what appears to be a reasonable request that, look, we have the First Amendment. The president should be able to talk about this. This is arguably a lot of political speech. So then the government's asking the court to enter a narrowly tailored order that would really just restrict his comments about the judge, about witnesses, about specific people in the case. Donald Trump is different than any other criminal defendant in American history. There is nobody else who can take to his phone and change the minds or influence the minds of an entire nation, arguably the entire world. Special conditions require special measures. This is probably one of those moments.
All right. Katie, thank you so much. Danny, you're sticking around for another question in just a moment.
That's right. You're going to help us on this next one. So meanwhile, in an exclusive interview with the new moderator of NBC's Meet the Press, Kristen Welker, Trump admitted it was his decision to attempt to overturn the results of the 2020 election. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba has the details.
Former President Trump facing new scrutiny for comments made on Meet the Press with NBC's Kristen Welker, that he made up his own mind to spread the false claim that the 2020 election was rigged, an assertion legal experts say could undercut any defense strategy that would lay the blame on his lawyers.
You called some of your outside lawyers. You said they had crazy theories. Why were you listening to them? Were you listening to them because they were telling you what you wanted to hear?
You know who I listened to myself? I saw what happened. I watched that election, and I thought the election was over at 10 o'clock in the evening.
You were listening to your instincts.
My instincts are a big part of it. That's been the thing that's gotten me to where I am, my instincts. But I also listen to people. There are many lawyers.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately?
As to whether or not I believed it was rigged, oh, sure. It was my decision, but I listened to some people.
On abortion access, the Republican frontrunner wouldn't say whether he would sign a 15-week federal ban, while calling out his primary rival, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' position.
I would sit down with both sides and I'd negotiate something, and we'll end up with peace on that issue for the first time in 52 years. I'm not going to say I would or I wouldn't. I mean, DeSantis is willing to sign a 5-week and 6-week ban.
Would you support that? You think that goes too far?
I think what he did is a terrible thing and a terrible mistake.
And with just days until government funding runs out, Mr. Trump endorsing a possible shutdown.
I'd shut down the government if they can't make an appropriate deal, absolutely.
Meet the Press also extended an invitation to President Biden, who responded to the Republican impeachment effort against him for the first time publicly.
Lots of luck, he said.
Monica Alba, NBC News, the White House.
So as we said, we're bringing back in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas. So Danny, those words, my decision. How could that undercut a defense strategy that kind of pins it on his lawyers, people who were telling him to take this strategy?
Well, the government will roll in whatever the modern version is of a VCR and put that tape in, and they'll play it for the jury. Look, as a criminal defense attorney, we are a kind of anthropologist of bad decisions. We see them all the time. Clients make these decisions after they're arrested, after they're indicted, that they think are helping their case, but they're shooting themselves in the foot. In a way, I understand it. They don't understand the process. They want to do whatever they can to help themselves. But that's understandable for a lot of people who simply aren't expected to understand the process. This is the former president of the United States. And I think at this point, anyone who represents him, while they are aware that he's going to make these kinds of gaffes, I can't help but think they're at home, palm to forehead, wondering why. But I mean, at this point, if you're going to represent Donald Trump, part of the deal is, and I'm sure it's in the fee agreement, is that, look, whatever you say against our advice, we can't be responsible for. And they can't be responsible for what he's getting on air and saying that is torpedoing his own case.
Danny Savalas, as always, thank you so much.
On this Monday morning, many auto workers are returning to the picket line. The big three automakers and the United Auto Workers Union met over the weekend to discuss terms for the new contract. Leaders say they're still far from reaching an agreement. The talks began just 24 hours after 13,000 people walked off their jobs across 3 different locations. The union says many more of its members are expected to strike later this week with little to no notice. NBC News correspondent Jay Grade joins us now from one of those plants in Wayne, Michigan. So, Jay, we know negotiations resumed over the weekend. What do we know about those meetings? Any progress at all?
Well, Joe, I think there's progress in the fact that they sat down at the table. I want to give you a look at what's going on outside the plant here in Wayne, Michigan. They continue to strike, and we've seen a few flare-ups today. The officers, police officers coming in to help some people get through this line and to work. Remember that these are targeted strikes with just divisions of plants coming out to strike at this point, though that could expand. Where they are on these talks, well, I think both sides would be quick to tell you that they're still pretty far away from any common ground. Give a listen to what the president of the union, Shawn Fain, had to say this weekend about that.
Progress is slow, and I don't really want to say we're closer. Really, we're meeting today. We're continuing to meet this afternoon, tomorrow, and we've been here every day. Like I said, it's a shame that the companies didn't take our advice and get down to business from the beginning of bargaining back in mid-July. They did what they always do. They delayed until the very end, to the last week, and then they wanted to get serious about this.
All right, so the primary sticking point is that pay raise. The union asking for 40% raise with 20% up front. The best offer from the big three to this point, Joe, has been about half that 20% raise with 10% immediately.
So, Jay, NBC News has learned President Biden dispatched a team to help try and resolve this standoff. They're expected to arrive in Detroit sometime this week. Who's on the team? What role will they play in the negotiations?
You've got a White House advisor along with the acting labor secretary, who have, by the way, been on the phone with both sides in this negotiation since the beginning of the strike. They do plan to make an in-person visit sometime early this week, is what we're hearing from the White House. Not as mediators, but simply to, and I'm quoting here, support negotiations. So they're just trying to work this thing through. They'd like to see this in as quickly as possible, like a lot of people, obviously.
Jay, on top of all this, now both Ford and GM announced hundreds of temporary layoffs for non-striking workers. What are we hearing from both sides about this move? I mean, are we starting to see the ripple effects of the strike now?
Yeah, I think you absolutely are, Joe. 600 workers at this plant were temporarily laid off as a result of the strike, according to officials with Ford. And then you're going to likely see one of the plants in Kansas shut down this week. 2,000 or so workers will be displaced at least temporarily. And again, what they are saying is that that's a result of parts not being made, and so they can't continue with the process. So yeah, I think you're seeing some pushback from the automakers as the bargaining continues. And remember, the negotiators from Stellantis sat down with union negotiators this week, and today you'll likely see Ford and GM representatives in that negotiation room as well.
All right. Jay Gray in Michigan. Jay, thank you so much.
Now to Southern California, where a community is in mourning after a sheriff's deputy was shot and killed in an apparent ambush over the weekend. Police are asking for the public's help in finding the shooter. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin has the latest on the search.
The desperate search for a gunman who killed Los Angeles County Sheriff Deputy Ryan Klinkenboomer.
We need to get this guy off the street.
While on duty Saturday, surveillance video shows what appears to be a black vehicle pull up next to the deputy. The car inches closer, stops, then takes off. Sources confirming to NBC the video is a focus of the investigation. The 30-year-old field trainer was a third-generation law enforcement officer engaged to be married. He was shot in the back of the head, according to investigators.
He was just driving down the street. And for no apparent reason, somebody decided to shoot and murder him.
Moments after being shot, sirens blare as a line of patrol vehicles escort Deputy Klinkenboomer to a hospital. The 12-mile journey, agonizing. The sheriff says a Good Samaritan found the deputy and called 911.
Palmdale Sheriff is working in an emergency involving one of their deputies.
Later that night, a somber salute as the officer, covered by an American flag, is wheeled out of the hospital. Lights once again illuminate the night sky in a processional to the coroner's office, where Deputy Klinkenboomer's family walks hand in hand behind him.
Somebody saw something. Somebody knows something.
Investigators now pleading for help.
The person that did this is a coward, and they will be caught.
The community now showing an outpouring of love to the officer, once devoted to them.
Our thanks to Dana Griffin for that report. While mourners gathered yesterday for a vigil to remember the deputy, a $250,000 reward is being offered for information leading to an arrest in the case.
Time now for a check on your Morning News Now weather.
And joining us on this Monday is Bill Cairns. Hi, Bill. Good morning. Good to see you.
Yeah, happy Monday morning. Today's not a work from home day. It's a work from bed day.
Agreed.
Get away with that. I'm jealous. Yeah, it's a rainy, slow morning. It was a nice weekend in most cases. We did have, Lee, the hurricane passed by Cape Cod, and then also Maine took it on the chin. Almost 100,000 people without power on Saturday. Thankfully, yesterday was a really nice day, and a lot of the people did get power back. But this morning, the rain has returned. It's been soggy all summer, so everyone's like, might as well end summer this way, too. It's just pouring this morning. Your drive from Richmond southwards, D.C.'s not bad. Some of the drizzle is ending, but from Philly to New York up by 95, we're just getting soaked. New York City, steady rain for at least the next 2 hours. That's going to take us right through the end of rush hour, unfortunately. It's very slow out there. Long Island up through I-95. There's a batch of really heavy rain heading up 395 here in areas of eastern Connecticut. That's going to push up here towards the 495 loop and near Worcester. So in Boston, I'd have that umbrella with you all day for the morning commute and the evening commute. New York City, it looks like just the morning commute. The evening commute should be better. So this is what it looks like at 5 p.m. Notice New York City, Hartford southwards, rain's over with, but still pouring from Boston up into New Hampshire and areas of Maine. And then as we go through tonight into tomorrow morning, everything clears on out, even for our friends up in northern New England. So as far as the rainfall totals go, I don't think we're going to get a flooding out of this, but we could see some of the urban-type flooding in some of the areas around Boston, especially later this afternoon, this evening, and then up into areas of Maine. And as far as the week ahead forecast goes, if you're in the middle of the country, it's still summer. It is still air conditioning weather. 93 in Dallas today. It's going to be 88 up in Omaha. And it's going to stay pretty warm throughout the middle of the nation. Even Minneapolis at 85 on Wednesday is pretty warm for this time of year. But heads up, I don't know if you guys have any weekend plans on the East Coast. Unfortunately, it looks like the first fall weekend is going to be like a rainy weekend, like a coastal storm. Not going to be like a hurricane or tropical storm, but a coastal storm. I know we're getting into Halloween soon and
Yeah.
apple picking. People were posting pictures, and I was like, all right.
Oof.
Lots of wet leaves.
Here comes the rain. Yeah, just like today, like you said, work from bed.
Work from bed day.
All right.
Can that be a thing?
Yeah, I know.
We're starting it now.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bill. Appreciate
Thank
it. Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, plot twist. Drew Barrymore backing down after backlash over plans to bring back her daytime talk show during the Hollywood strike. More on the reversal as negotiations get back underway.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand. And officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the big conditions you
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all of your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Welcome back. Planned Parenthood is resuming abortion services in Wisconsin this morning after pausing procedures for more than a year. Abortion services were temporarily banned in the state following the Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade. A state law from 1849 then immediately went into effect, making it a felony for any person other than a mother to destroy the life of an unborn child. Confusion over the language of that law led to a lawsuit to have it repealed. Back in July, a judge ruled that the law does not apply to abortions. Bringing us to today, NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett joined us from outside Planned Parenthood in Milwaukee with details. So, Maura, walk us through the judge's ruling here. Help us understand this law that was on the books and then what the judge had to say about it.
Good morning, Joe. Yeah, Planned Parenthood will resume those procedures this morning here at one location in Milwaukee and also over in Madison as they ease back into doing these procedures after they had halted them about a year ago. And now you'll have to forgive me for getting into this legal jargon early on a Monday morning, but it's understandable why this language was so confusing because as the law was written in 1849, it wrote that any person other than the mother who had intentionally destroyed the life of an unborn child could be guilty of a felony punishable by 6 years in prison and nearly $10,000. Now, people who are against the right to an abortion made the argument that that applies to a doctor. But then this lawsuit was put into place, and the Dane County Circuit Court Judge Diane Schlipper ultimately wrote that this does not apply when it comes to the case of consensual abortion. She said that there was no 1849 era abortion law. She says that it actually looks like it more likely applied to something called feticide, which would be the act or instance of killing a fetus, usually by assaulting or battering, so something more malicious in nature. And that is what brings us here today, where Planned Parenthood has made the decision to reinstate those procedures, even as this case is still facing further litigation in the High Court, Joe.
Yeah, let's talk about that. I mean, this lawsuit is going to continue. It's not over yet in court. This case could eventually reach the Wisconsin Supreme Court. That court now has a liberal majority for the first time in 15 years, something that got a lot of coverage in the last year. What could that mean for the future of this case and just abortion rights in general?
Yeah, I mean, the flip to a liberal court is really the key point here. Basically, Planned Parenthood was able to take the indication of what the state looks like politically and make the inference that as it goes through the High Court, what that ultimate decision will look like, even as the case continues to be challenged, whether or not practicing abortions here in Wisconsin will be seen as legal. As it stands now, what they have from the circuit court makes it look like they'll lean in the same direction, given the election and the flip to the more liberal court. But I think this also paints a larger picture for what we're going to see in terms of the battle around abortion rights for both Democrats and Republicans, especially in purple states like here in Wisconsin, and how people are going to choose to run their elections, because that's exactly what happened with the judge who was elected to the Wisconsin State Supreme Court, because she did make abortion rights a big focus in her campaign. And so that's how we're going to have to take a look at people as they lay out their path toward 2024, where they choose to focus and what it means for battleground states like Wisconsin.
Maura, real quickly, let's talk about the impact of this state law over the past year. I have to assume you're not too far from the Illinois border. It had a huge impact on that state.
Right, Joe. About 50 miles south of here, there is a Planned Parenthood in Waukegan, and they had seen a 600% increase in patients looking for abortion services in Illinois, because if you look at the map of the Midwest, a lot of states, Illinois is kind of this isolated state where they do allow abortions compared to the other states surrounding it. So they had seen this incredible influx. So this will help take some of the burden off of that. Obviously, Planned Parenthood does say that they ultimately want to expand to more locations around Wisconsin, but because they haven't been doing this, haven't been practicing abortions for the last year, they have to ease back into it. But it will be definitely an ease on the burden in states like Illinois, where abortion has been protected for the last year, Joe.
All right, Maura Barrett in Milwaukee, thank you. International headlines now. Kim Jong-un is back in North Korea after that high-stakes visit to Russia.
NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobaya joins us on this. Hey, Kelly, good morning.
Good morning to you. Yes, the North Korean leader returning home with gifts from Russia after that summit with Vladimir Putin. According to the Kremlin, he was presented with a rifle, a glove worn by a Russian cosmonaut, and military drones, which by themselves are actually a violation of UN sanctions. He was also given a fur hat, the Russian ambassador suggesting one size smaller than his own very large head. That's a quote from him, which the Russians said fit the North Korean leader just right. In the Middle East, Israel is angry this morning after the UN voted to designate prehistoric ruins in the occupied West Bank as a World Heritage Site in Palestine. The ruins date back to the 9th millennium BC. Israel controls that territory and does not recognize a Palestinian state. And it's game, set, match once again in China for women's tennis. The Women's Tennis Association ending its boycott over the treatment of doubles champ Peng Shuai. The Chinese player, you might remember, was accused a high-ranking Chinese official of sexual assault back in 2021. The WTA boycotted games for that reason. It now says it has received assurances from those close to Peng that she is fine, and they believe that staging games there is better than staying away, that they'll make more progress that way. So games coming up on the Asian tour for women's tennis next few weeks.
Kelly Kobaya, thank you so much. Well, coming up, Drew Barrymore is facing the fallout of the planned return of her daytime talk show during the Hollywood strikes. The latest on the backlash that now has her backing out.
Plus, flying with Fido, more pet owners choosing to take their furry friends on flights. But before you pack the squeaky toys, maybe the catnip, there are some guidelines you're going to want to know about. We'll break down the rules next on Morning News Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Welcome back. Well, Drew Barrymore is making a major reversal. She's putting the return of her daytime talk show on hold after fierce backlash to this previous tearful explanation as to why she was going back on the air. She now says it won't return until the strike is resolved. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park has the story.
Please welcome Drew Barrymore.
Just one day before the season premiere of The Drew Barrymore Show, the host announced on social media that she's decided to press pause until the Hollywood strikes are over. Barrymore apologizing and writing in part, "We really tried to find our way forward, and I truly hope for a resolution for the entire industry very soon."
I deeply apologize to writers.
Barrymore's announcement comes just days after posting this video, explaining why she was returning to daytime TV.
This is bigger than me, and there are other people's jobs on the line.
Reaction from celebrities, swift and angry. Deborah Messing weighing in with, "You can choose now to halt production." Actor Bradley Whitford tweeting, "We'll never forget it." And West Wing star Josh Malina simply wrote, "Scab." The backlash so bad, Barrymore deleted the video.
And I think that backlash from the industry, from the union, and from people who she's had as guests, who some she might even consider as friends, I think that took a deep, deep impact and had a deep impression on her.
The talk on CBS, Reverse Course 2, now evaluating plans for a new launch date.
With this back and forth, what does this all mean for production staffers now?
They will not be working, clearly, and that means they will not be taking home a paycheck.
More off-air controversy stretching into another week. Kathy Park, NBC News.
For all the pet owners out there, the decision to fly with your furry friend has probably crossed your mind. Probably not yours, but as many of you know, it's not always an easy decision to make.
Lucy does not do well in the company of really anyone, so no. Well, Condé Nast Traveler wants to help you make that decision in a new article of theirs. Everything you need to know about flying with a dog.
Let's bring in Artie Menon for more. She is the Global Digital Director at Condé Nast Traveler. Artie, good morning. Good to have you with us. So when you're making this decision on whether to fly with your pet, what are some of the basic guidelines that you should consider?
Well, the first thing you want to ask yourself is, do you have to put your pet and yourself through the stress? Because we all know it's a stressful situation. So you might want to ask yourself if you can road trip it, or if you can leave your pet with a trustworthy boarder or sitter. If you can't avoid it, you've got your homework cut out for you. So you've got to figure out what the stipulations and regulations there are that airlines impose on carrying your pet. So certain breeds of dogs are considered particularly vulnerable. So brachycephalic dogs like bulldogs and such are considered particularly vulnerable to shifts in air pressure and air temperature. Some breeds are not allowed. So you want to do your homework. If you're relocating or traveling abroad, there are quarantine rules around particularly things like rabies that might force a separation from your pet. So you want to make sure of that as well. And then get to your vet early and get that clean bill of health, get your certifications, your vaccinations in order, because the airlines will need those. And lastly, make sure you book your pet on the flight with yourself, so on the same reservation. Most airlines have limited space for pets, so you don't want to lose the opportunity to carry your pet with you.
So look, traveling is stressful, period, and we know that that's true for humans, but obviously we can't hear from our dogs how they're feeling. So, I mean, how stressful is this for pets? I mean, what is it doing to them? And is there anything that you can do to try to ease that?
It's enormously stressful. Look, we all know that airports are stressful environments even for us, right? So one of the things that you can do to ease them in is to get your crate or kennel early, get them used to it in non-stressful, non-threatening situations at home, have them eat in it, play in it. Also, maybe get them practiced with more stressful environments. So have them in the crate, take them to louder, kind of well-lit, brightly lit environments. They get used to sort of the stress of an airport. A couple of other things on the day off, make sure you arrive early, spend some time with them before you sort of send them off to the hold, which is, you know, not fun for them. Make sure you identify all the pet relief areas at the airport, both at your airport of departure and your airport of arrival, so you can, again, you know, relieve them as necessary. So there's all these things that you can do to make them comfortable. Maybe line the crate with something that they're used to, a T-shirt, an old T-shirt, a towel, or a favorite blanket.
All right, some great tips. Artie Menon, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. Coming up, phone frustration. You may have noticed it. Fewer humans on customer service lines, leaving you talking to a robot in an endless cycle of automated prompts.
Well, one company is trying to fix that. We will explain how when we come back. This is Morning News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the way the dishes should be.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. I'm sure this has happened to you. You try to get a customer service rep on the phone, but it seems you just get caught in an endless cycle of automated prompts. Well, that's because in a growing number of companies, there's simply no one there, no people to speak with. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward has more on how that happened and how one company is trying to fix it.
Whether something goes wrong with your Taylor Swift purchase on Ticketmaster,
there's no chat, there's not a phone number,
or trying to tell Lyft that their ETA is off by an hour.
I'm like, well, I don't want to give the driver a 1-star review because it's not his fault, but that's really the only way to get their attention.
Customer service is becoming less human.
The less money organizations spend on service, the more profitable they are.
And that's making the rest of us crazy. Amos Tanuma wrote a book about it. His research says
just pre-2020, customer dissatisfaction was about 56%. And then from 2021, late 2021 on, it's now gone up to 66%.
2 out of 3 people are reporting dissatisfaction with customer service?
That's correct.
Now, Ticketmaster says they're ramping up fan support, and Lyft says they are constantly looking for ways to improve how their algorithms estimate wait times. But the problem remains. It's becoming harder to get help from a human.
When companies remove the 800 number, what they do is they tell the customers, we want to deflect you. We don't want you to call.
Gadi Shamia's company, Replicant, offers AI-powered robot voices to answer calls and to even solve simple problems where they can. This Canadian driver needed his car towed, and a Replicant agent dispatched the truck.
We expect a service vehicle to reach you within 39 minutes. We'll contact you when your driver is 5 minutes away.
When I spoke with a Replicant agent about scheduling an eye appointment, well, it mostly worked.
Should I book that appointment for you?
Yes, but I'm 6'7", and often I find I have a really big head. Will your equipment fit me?
I successfully booked your appointment with Dr. Winters on Thursday, September 7th at 8 a.m.
Not so much with the big head, huh?
Shamia says AI should only handle the easy stuff so that a real agent can handle the tough stuff.
We try not to fake being humans. I just want to get out of the way so the agents are free to deal with the more complex issues.
After all, aren't we paying for this customer service one way or another?
we pay a huge amount of administrative fees to them, but yet there are no people to talk to.
Some customer service systems truly are an unbreakable jail, Tanuma says. Still, he recommends these tips that might just get you a human on the phone. If there's a sales option, that's usually a quick path to a real person. Select or say you want to cancel your service. If the call is voice activated, just keep chanting human or agent. If all else fails, press 9 repeatedly. But most importantly, Tanuma says, when customer service fails you, vote with your wallet. Don't buy from them again. Jake Ward, NBC News, San Francisco.
Human.
Yeah.
Human.
Agent.
Financial headlines now. DirecTV users will have access to some previously removed stations when channel surfing.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs, definitely a human, joins us now with more. Hi, Bertha. Good morning.
You know, I'm 5'7", but I also have a big head. Meantime, we've got, we talked a lot about Disney and Charter having a fight and the blackout. DirecTV has been in a bit of a scrimmage, and they've agreed to temporarily restore Nexstar-owned television stations and the News Nation cable channel to the satellite service. In July, DirecTV removed Nexstar from its satellite, cable, and streaming systems as the companies failed to reach a new distribution deal. Nexstar has roughly 200 stations across the country. The company previously said that DirecTV had rejected its offer to extend the current deal to the end of October, affecting markets in Los Angeles, Chicago, Philadelphia, San Francisco, and Denver. Subway's deal to sell the restaurant chain may be getting some attention from Washington. The New York Post reports that the Federal Trade Commission is looking more closely at Work Capital's more than $9 billion purchase of the company. Work is the owner of several chains, it turns out, including Arby's, Dunkin's, and Sonic. If the deal goes through, that would give Rourke more than 40,000 locations nationwide, which would make it 3 times the size of McDonald's. Hard to fathom that. And Meta's next pair of Ray-Ban smart glasses may be on the horizon. The Verge reports a listing by Ray-Ban's parent company, Luxottica, has surfaced in the FCC's database. The original Ray-Ban Stories glasses let you capture photos and video and record and play audio, but they haven't exactly been a hit. The Wall Street Journal reports that fewer than 10% of owners use them on a monthly basis. The new glasses will let you live stream video to Facebook and Instagram and are scheduled to launch as soon as this fall. I'm not sure how I feel about that, because someone could be live streaming and you wouldn't really know.
Yeah, and you think you're talking to them and they're like not paying any attention. Like when I realize my husband has one headphone in, I'm like,
it's a little creepy.
Exactly. Yeah. All right, thanks, Bertha. Coming up, washing away the stigma.
When we come back, how one Florida business is empowering people with autism. You're watching Morning News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the big dishes
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Welcome back. After a 4-year hiatus, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson has made his big return to WWE. Johnson appeared Friday at the Ball Arena in Denver. The last time The Rock was in action was during the SmackDown 20th anniversary episode. That was in 2019. His last official match was back in 2013. It's uncertain how much longer he's going to remain in the wrestling world this time around, but loyal fans hope it's not too long of a wait. I feel like if there's going to be a match, you got a WrestleMania next year. Something's got to be in the cards coming up.
Yeah, are you excited about this?
That would be awesome if he did. The big speculation is his cousin is the champ and has been for a while. Are they going to go head to head?
Oh, there we go. Also, Joe, you know where he went after Denver on Friday? He went to Boulder to watch the Colorado Buffaloes win.
Congratulations.
Which went until like 2:30 in the morning on Saturday night. It was so much fun. Anyway, thank you, Joe. Well, according to CDC reports, there are over 5.5 million adults living with autism in America, and at least half of them are unemployed. Well, a car wash in Florida is helping to change the stigma of autism by hiring autistic employees and empowering them to thrive. NBC's Harry Smith has this story.
A car wash is a car wash, unless it is a Rising Tide car wash in Florida.
Thank you. Have a great day.
A bold demonstration of inclusion, productivity, and self-esteem.
So my brother Andrew's on the autism spectrum, and my father and I were really struggling with what he was going to be able to do when he became an adult.
Tom Derry's dad bought a struggling car wash where he hoped Andrew could work. Andrew and a lot of other people like him. And
we were able to take our first location that was only washing 35,000 cars a year and turn that around to one that now washes over 170,000 cars a year, and turned into 2 more car washes here in Broward County, Florida, that are even more successful than the first.
But know this, it has not been easy.
It was very difficult.
For many new hires, it was their first real work experience. There was trial and error aplenty, but especially on the part of Tom and his dad.
Is the business failing the employee, or is the employee failing the business? And 9 times out of 10, it's the business that needs to improve to better support the employee.
For instance, getting the cars into the wash itself normally requires contact with the public, sometimes not their team members' strong suit. So they came up with this simple sign, then color-coded the control panel.
So you were showing me the panel there. I couldn't do that panel. Bree's exceptional at that. She's able to stay calm in really chaotic situations. She's pumped about it.
It took a while for Bree Mathis to learn the job, but she told us she's a pro now.
My new goal is that I'll be able to save a lot of money for me to travel.
We noticed a flag on her mask.
You want to go to Brazil?
Abso-darn-tootly, sir. You're right, tootin'.
Tom Derry has written a book about his lessons learned over the last 10 years. We read it.
You talk about peeling away layers of trauma. What's the trauma? A lot of time, our employees experience significant bullying when they're in high school, as well as not feeling like they fit in to anywhere. But when they come here, this is the first time that there was a culture and a community really built for them.
A place where mistakes can be made, where mistakes are even welcome.
So we call this the dignity of failure, in that in order for people to grow, you have to push people to the edge of their capacity.
John Paul has worked here for 6 years.
Are you getting better at your job? I am. I'm getting better at talking to customers.
One of the best measures of success at Rising Tide is the number of employees who leave.
We've had over 100 of our team members that have worked with us over the last decade have moved on to other jobs in the community. What do you hope your employees earn more than just a paycheck here? I hope they earn a sense of self-worth and a sense of self-confidence. There's a lot that this life has to offer them, and this is just the beginning.
Harry Smith, Coral Springs, Florida.
That is so great. And that he wrote a book to share that
Yeah.
with other people, so maybe other businesses can do the same thing.
Absolutely.
It's awesome.
What an incredible thing.
Very cool. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning, and thanks for starting your week with us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, gaining traction. Progress at the bargaining table this morning between the UAW, now on strike for 4 days, and those big three automakers, where things stand as the Biden administration enters the fray. Also this morning, a massive manhunt is underway in Los Angeles for the person who gunned down a 30-year-old sheriff's deputy over the weekend while he was stopped at a red light. The surveillance footage that law enforcement hopes will bring his killer to justice. We're also heading back to school this morning with U.S. News and World Report's prestigious national university rankings unveiled overnight. We'll chat with the site's CEO on the top spots and, of course, the shakeups. And later in the hour, we are flipping the script with a disco-fueled Broadway sensation that's bringing Filipino history into the spotlight of the Great White Way. We begin this hour with the latest on the United Auto Workers strike against the biggest three car makers in the country.
And that's right. Both sides resumed negotiations over the weekend, just 24 hours after nearly 13,000 workers walked off the job. Union leaders say progress is slow and warn companies should expect more people to join the picket line as the week continues. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Moyne, Michigan with the latest on this. Hey, Jesse, good morning.
Savannah and Joe, good morning to both of you as well. Positive signs over the weekend. That's the headline from here in Motor City. But that doesn't mean that everything is smoothed over at this point. But despite the fact that, as you can see, there are some workers protesting, again, picketing outside of Ford's plant here in the Detroit area this morning, it appears that the UAW and this company are making progress.
As the United Auto Workers strike against the Big Three rolls into day 4, this morning, signs of hope. The UAW writing on Saturday, we had reasonably productive conversations with Ford.
Doesn't that seem like a long way to have come in a positive direction?
Yeah, it does. But it also tells us that it's not an agreement yet. So you can be as reasonable as possible, but is there agreement for us to get back to work and continue to provide for our families?
The company writing, Ford remains absolutely committed to reaching an agreement that rewards our employees and protects Ford's ability to invest in the future. General Motors also restarted negotiations with the union. And while more bargaining with Stellantis is expected today, the union and Jeep maker bickered over the weekend.
We're just a number to them. They do not care.
The stalemate impacting more than just those on strike. Ford says it laid off roughly 600 non-striking workers because of the walkout.
And the companies have made some significant offers. But I believe they should go further to ensure record corporate profits mean record contracts for the UAW.
And Biden says top aides are coming to Detroit. But the union says the White House is not part of negotiations. The UAW is still pushing for a 40% wage increase over 4 years, among other demands. The Big Three all say they've made 4 offers. The union says it has countered, but is keeping quiet on details. Now, tens of thousands of livelihoods hanging in the balance.
What is it like to try to support a family of 4 on what you're making right now?
You can't. You have to have dual incomes in the house. Like everybody has to be pitching in.
The UAW says what comes next depends on the Big Three.
If they don't come to the table and get things resolved, then we'll keep amping that up.
That could mean targeting more plants, which would expand the strike. Something else we're keeping an eye on. The Teamsters say they will be sharing what they're calling an important update tonight on this UAW strike, so that other major union, though, is already saying, guys, quote, Teamsters don't cross picket lines. So lots to be keeping an eye on in an evolving situation that does not appear to be close to done on at least some fronts. Back to you.
Absolutely. All right, Jesse Kirsch, thanks for the latest.
President Biden is gearing up for a busy week ahead. He's here in New York for the UN General Assembly. It comes amid rising tensions with Russia and China. Meanwhile, former President Trump is facing new scrutiny for comments he made during an exclusive interview with NBC News. NBC News White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from the White House with all this. Gabe, good morning.
Hi, Joe. Good morning. It's a busy week for the president. Tomorrow, he's scheduled to address the UN General Assembly in New York. And then on Thursday, he's expected to meet with Ukrainian President Zelensky here at the White House. All this as he brushes off that impeachment inquiry.
President Biden this weekend dismissing congressional Republicans who are investigating his family's business dealings. The president instead focusing on this week's United Nations General Assembly in New York. On the packed agenda, escalating tensions with China and Russia's war in Ukraine, launched early last year.
Russia has shamelessly violated the core tenets of the United Nations Charter.
As the war drags on, the U.S. is warning China against helping Russia, as growing tensions between the two nations are likely to be a flashpoint in the U.S. presidential race.
Would you send the U.S. military into Taiwan if President Xi were to invade? President Biden says he would.
I won't say.
In an exclusive interview with new Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker, GOP frontrunner former President Trump may have also complicated his legal defense. He now says it was his decision to spread the false claim that the 2020 election was rigged and to try to overturn the election results. Legal experts say that could undercut any defense strategy, blaming his lawyers.
You called some of your outside lawyers. You said they had crazy theories. Why were you listening to them? Were you listening to them because they were telling you what you wanted to hear?
You know who I listened to myself? I saw what happened. I watched that election, and I thought the election was over at 10 o'clock in the evening.
You were listening to your instincts.
My instincts are a big part of it. That's been the thing that's gotten me to where I am, my instincts. But I also listened to people.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately?
As to whether or not I believed it was rigged, oh, sure. It was my decision, but I listened to some people. Some people said that.
Meet the Press also extended an interview request to President Biden. And meanwhile, at the UN this week, President Biden is also scheduled to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Joe.
All right, Gabe on the White House lawn. Gabe, good to see you. Thanks.
Well, a manhunt is underway in Los Angeles this morning after a sheriff's deputy was brutally murdered while sitting in his patrol car. Authorities now say they believe he may have been targeted simply because he was in uniform. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin is in Los Angeles with the latest. Hey, Dana, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. Just days after he was engaged to be married, Ryan Klinkenbroomer was gunned down in his patrol car. Officials familiar with the investigation tell NBC News their own surveillance camera captured a vehicle of interest pulling alongside the deputy's patrol vehicle before speeding away. They are now looking for a suspect and a motive. This morning, grief and outrage over the tragic loss of 30-year-old LA County Sheriff's Deputy Ryan Klinkenbroomer. Did the deputy have words with his killer, or did he not see it coming?
Our deputy never even had a chance.
Authorities say he was ambushed and killed Saturday evening while stopped at a red light in his patrol car near the Palmdale Sheriff's Station.
Palmdale Sheriff is working an emergency involving one of their deputies.
Authorities hoping they'll be able to use the surveillance video captured by their own cameras to catch his killer. It shows a car pulling alongside Klinkenbroomer's patrol vehicle before speeding away. Law enforcement officials urging the public for information on a dark gray Toyota Corolla they are calling a vehicle of interest.
Check your cameras. That could be the missing link to the information that we need.
Investigators also sharing that they believe this was a targeted act.
For no apparent reason, somebody decided to shoot and murder him. I'm assuming at this point because he was in uniform.
This was an execution. We are going to find who did this. You can run, but you can't hide.
Within hours of his death, a massive show of support for Klinkenbroomer, his fellow law enforcement officers escorting his flag-draped coffin in an overnight procession that temporarily shut down local highways. What was he known for around the office?
Just an extraordinary young man of integrity. Would do anything for anybody.
The 30-year-old had just gotten engaged to be married last week. His mother posting on Instagram, "We are so excited to add to our family. Congrats to our son Ryan and his fiancée, Brittany." Overnight, a candlelight vigil held in his honor. His heartbroken family and friends left searching for answers.
There's a lot of questions.
and we don't have a lot of answers. That's where our faith comes in.
Ryan Klinkenbroomer was a third-generation officer following his father and grandfather. This morning, officials are offering a $250,000 reward for any information leading to an arrest and conviction. Savannah.
All right, Dana Griffin, thank you very much.
Now to the latest on the case involving the Utah mother of 3 accused of murdering her husband before writing a children's book about grief. Corey Richins is now accused of witness tampering after a handwritten letter was found in her jail cell during a search. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has the latest.
Hey there, prosecutors allege in that letter, Corey Richins instructs her mother to direct her brother Ronald to falsely testify on her behalf. The defense calling the letter a violation of attorney-client privilege. All of it amounting to more drama expected to play out in court.
Behind bars since May, accused of fatally poisoning her husband Eric with a lethal dose of fentanyl. Prosecutors now claim they have evidence of witness tampering, alleging Corey Richins tried to compel a member of her own family to provide false testimony. The allegation coming after a search of Corey's jail cell last week uncovered a 6-page letter handwritten by Corey, which the prosecution alleges was intended for her mother. Writing in court documents, Corey concocts a false narrative about her deceased husband's drug use, and that the letter was intended to relay instructions to her brother Ronald to testify falsely that Eric obtained pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico. Corey also allegedly writing, "Reword this however Ronald needs to make the point. Just include it all. Tell him I need him to do this. Bring me home."
Everything I've seen in this letter is completely untrue.
This morning, a spokesperson for Eric's family reacting to the letter.
This is a desperate attempt to try to get others to make up stories to bolster her version of the case.
The state and I have been working through discovery.
Corey Richins has been charged with first-degree aggravated murder for her husband's death in March of last year. At the time, she told police she made him a Moscow Mule before officers found him unresponsive at the foot of his bed. An autopsy later revealed Eric had 5 times the lethal limit of fentanyl in his system.
5 times the lethal dose is not accidental, Your Honor. That is someone who wants Eric dead.
Prosecutors are now asking the judge to prohibit Corey from contacting her mother and brother. In response, Richins' attorney arguing the letter was obtained through a potentially illegal search, claiming it was found in an envelope marked attorney privilege, and that its release violates a gag order which could taint the jury pool. Corey has yet to enter a plea and was denied bail after an emotional impact statement from her late husband's sister.
I may be naive, but I never knew evil like this existed.
Corey Richins is asking the judge to remove the letter from public records. In part, that's because they know global media outlets are closely following the case, and any filings like this one are generating a buzz. In addition to making a decision on that, the judge will also have to decide whether that letter warrants a no-contact order with her mom and brother. We should mention we reached out to her attorney for comment, but have not heard back. Back to you.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much.
Well, the United Nations General Assembly is set to meet in New York this week, and this year, the focus is on the environment.
On Sunday, massive protests took place across the country calling for an end to the use of fossil fuels and a renewed focus on stopping climate change. Brahim Al-Husseini is founder and managing partner of Full Cycle, which focuses on investing in companies trying to reverse the effects of climate change. Good to have you with us here again. First of all, just tell us, what are the goals for Climate Week here? What do you hope to see come out of the UN General Assembly?
So Climate Week is an annual gathering, the biggest of its kind in the world. It overlaps with the UNGA. It is in partnership with the United Nations, and they also coordinate with the UN and in New York City to throw 400 different climate events. And it's hosted by an organization called Climate Works, whose goal is to drive climate action fast. And they've been very, very successful for the last 15 years to increasing the awareness about the climate situation.
And viewers on their screen, they're seeing this march that took place over the weekend that was quite large, even here in the city.
75,000 people showed up, and it was very moving. You know, I stood there with everyone else and supported all the marchers because, you know, we are at that point globally that we have to start bringing attention to this cause as climate disasters are accelerating worldwide.
Back in 2015, the UN unveiled this list of sustainable development goals, they're called. 2023, these are supposed to be on track to be met by 2030. How are we doing?
So there's a mechanism called the National Determined Commitments, where every nation worldwide says, hey, we're going to meet these numbers by these dates, these climate numbers by these dates. And unfortunately, we're behind on all of them. This is not one of those mechanisms. Warming begets warming. So if we have a warm summer, which we had a record-breaking summer this last summer, that means next summer will probably be warmer because less ice, receding glaciers means less reflective sun rays back into space, so it's a problem. So you want to front load the impact, not wait to cram till the last minute, which is what a lot of nations are trying to do. They have to meet their climate commitments as they set them. They can't wait till the last minute.
A lot of emphasis is put on the United Nations. Realistically, how much authority, how much power does the UN have to try and set these targets and meet these targets?
So the mechanism in the Paris Climate Accords is not a hard enforcement mechanism. The way they do it is they have research targets. They meet with neutral researchers at periodic periods, and they figure out where they are vis-a-vis their commitments. Think about it as a face-saving mechanism. Just like a corporation has to meet its climate targets for their customers, for their shareholders, countries have to do it for their citizens and their allies. There's also, of course, economic incentives, too, to be ahead of the curve on the biggest investment opportunity in human history, which is the transition from a high-carbon to a low-carbon economy. The economy doesn't work in a world where climate is disrupted to begin with, as we've seen, like Greece lost 25% of its crops this summer because of fires. Canada, I mean, we know the effects of a disrupted climate, and it is going to affect our economy. So everybody's incentivized to meet their goals. They don't need just the face-saving exercise.
Brahim Al-Husseini, thank you so much.
Thanks for having us. Thank you.
Good to see you both.
Now, that big breaking news this morning, 5 Americans held prisoner in Iran are expected to be released today as part of a swap for 5 Iranian prisoners who are being held in the U.S. and the unfreezing of $6 billion of Iranian assets. NBC News Tehran bureau chief and correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now with the latest. Ali, so first of all, where do things stand? When are we expecting these 5 Americans to be released? And then what happens once they're out of the prison?
Hey, Joe, what we're hearing right now is that they are on the way to the airport in Tehran, according to Iranian officials. It's not clear whether they have boarded that Qatari private jet, which will take them to Qatar and then Washington. But this all seems to be in motion as we're talking. All the officials here are saying that those frozen funds that were in a Korean bank account have now been transferred to a Qatari bank account where the Iranians have access to. And officials here are saying that the 5 prisoners are on the way to the airport, if not at the airport right now. So the next stage, Joe, is that they will be flown to Qatar. A couple of them will be reunited with family members who've flown from the States to meet them there. It's unclear how long they're going to be in Qatar or whether they'll have medical checks there, but it's not expected to be too long because they want to get back home to the United States as fast as possible. So it'll be a quick transition in Qatar and then off to the States.
So the Iranian government claims that $6 billion has already been transferred. Where did that money come from? And remind us the restrictions over how it's supposed to be used.
Well, that was Iranian oil money that the U.S. Treasury froze in accounts in South Korea, in Seoul, because they said Iran wasn't adhering to the nuclear deal and was circumventing sanctions. So they froze that money. And as part of this deal, the Iranians and the U.S. made a deal that if these prisoners were released, then that money would be freed up for humanitarian purposes for Iran to use, with very strict conditions on that. But as we saw in that exclusive interview with Iran's president and Lester Holt, the president denied that. He said that Iran can use that money for whatever they like. Now, the U.S. is saying that's just not the case. If Iran misuses that money, then they have the ability to freeze it again, and they're going to be watching it very carefully. Now, what unfolds in the near future will determine exactly what's happening with that money and how much sway the U.S. has over it. But they're saying two different things. The U.S. is saying it's strictly under their control, and the Iranians are saying it's under their control.
So, Ali, this deal is 2 years in the making. It's received some harsh criticism from Republicans. Are there any provisions in case Iran does not hold up its end of the deal?
Well, just freezing those assets again would be the provision. But of course, Joe Biden has come under extraordinary criticism for making this deal. Republicans are saying this is just going to encourage Iran to take more people because they get so much money from this. It's also going to endanger U.S. troops in the region or contractors because they may be a target. And they're also saying it frees up a lot of money for the regime in Iran. But the only clause they have right now is to freeze it if they believe it's being misused.
All right, Ali Arouzi. Ali, thank you so much. Let's bring back NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns with a look ahead at this week's forecast.
Yeah, Bill, what are you tracking this week? Hey there.
Yeah, for 2 weeks, right, we were talking Lee like endlessly, and now that's finally gone. But September is still the peak month of hurricane season, so we may get a little bit of a break this week, but there's always something out there. So we look across the Atlantic Basin, you see this big swirl here. This is a hurricane. We'll talk about that in a second. And then off the coast of Africa, we have another tropical wave coming. That will develop eventually, but that's so far, that's like, 2-3 weeks away from anywhere in land areas. So we're not worried about that. This is Hurricane Nigel. This is going to take the big hook out in the open Atlantic. No problem there. And the Hurricane Center is highlighting off the Florida, South Carolina coastline an area with a 30% chance of development. That's going to be more like a subtropical storm. It's not going to be a pure tropical. There's really no chance of that becoming a big beast of a storm, but it's going to linger along the East Coast, it looks like, much of this week, and then move up the East Coast come Thursday, Friday into Saturday. And that's why our rainfall forecast over the next week, this dark red is up to 4 inches of rain. A lot of this is out over the oceans, but then eventually it does come northward. So we are going to have to watch out for possible flooding at the end of this week in New England. The other story, summer's going out with a bang in the middle of the country. It was a hot summer, and it's going to be a hot end of summer, too. Today, temperature is about 10 to 20 degrees warmer than they should be, 80s all the way up in North Dakota. By the way, it did snow at some of the high elevations in the Rockies this past weekend. So there are some areas of the country that aren't this warm. And even into tomorrow, we're going to be 87 in Sioux Falls, about 17 degrees warmer than it should be. Other areas will be in the 80s, too. And then as far as the forecast goes late this week, I will call it comfortably cool in some spots like Pittsburgh and New York City, Chicago. The humidity won't be too bad. I don't think you'll complain too much about temperatures there in the low 80s. But, this is how we probably expect to end the hottest summer we ever experienced. Well, it's going to end nice and toasty. It looks like the beginning of fall is going to be that way, too.
All right. Thanks, Bill. Appreciate it.
Bill. Well, an aviation investigation is underway after 2 pilots were killed over the weekend in a collision at a Nevada air show. It happened Sunday afternoon at the National Championship Air Races in Reno. The Reno Air Racing Association then canceled the remaining races for the day. There's no word yet on what caused the crash, but the National Transportation Safety Board and the FAA are investigating the cause. No one else was injured in the crash.
Coming up on Morning News Now, bringing Filipino history to the Great White Way. We are going to flip the script and take a look at Here Lies Love later this hour.
But first, a new NBC News documentary that's shining a light on the hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian children being illegally transferred to Russia. Those stories and more are up next.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah. Nice to see you.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun.
All these people here
are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school,
Back to business.
back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day. Make it all right.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize this is
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Since the start of the war in Ukraine, officials say hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian children have been illegally deported and forcibly transferred to Russia and Russian-occupied territory.
That's the subject of a new documentary from NBC News' Digital Docs team. It's called Saving Nikita. NBC foreign correspondent Molly Hunter explores one mother's 3,000-mile journey to bring her son home. Here's a preview.
Why is Russia specifically targeting children?
To destroy Ukrainian identity. They need Ukrainian children, but they want to make them Russian children.
An arrest warrant was issued today for Russian President Vladimir Putin for the unlawful transfer of children.
They're Ukrainian kids.
Нет. Были когда-то украинские.
These kids aren't Ukrainian anymore?
Тоже их захватили.
Molly Hunter joins us now with more on this. Molly, good morning. You know, Ukrainian officials estimate fewer than 400 children have been brought home after being illegally deported to Russia. What else should we know about that?
Joe, Savannah, good morning to both of you, and thank you so much for giving us the time. That's right, nearly 400 kids out of hundreds of thousands. And Ukrainian officials, we asked many Ukrainian officials when we were inside the country, give us a number, give us some sort of an estimate. And they say the real number of kids that have been taken to Russian-occupied territory and into Russia is unknown. Two things you have to know about this whole operation. The first is that deportation and forcible transfer is a war crime. And the second is the Ukrainian officials, very high level, that we spoke with, say this operation is core to Putin's ideology. They allege that this was the plan when the invasion started. Take another look at this clip. On the school's social media account, there are videos of children dressed up singing patriotic Russian songs. There are also photos of Nikita and Artem in a classroom. In one photo, boys in military uniforms, Artem with a Z on his sleeve, a popular Russian symbol of support for the invasion. The city of Perevalsk is just about 200 miles from Kharkiv, but getting there through Ukraine was impossible through dangerous active fighting and a constantly moving front line. So to find Nikita, Oksana had to travel some 3,000 miles through 4 countries just to wind up pretty close to home.
Это было страшно. Я вообще даже не представляла себе, как я туда попаду. Тут в Харькове, блин, ходишь, блукаешь. Конечно, страшно. А то еще и Белоруссию, еще и Польшу. И вот так вот вся тряслась перед каждым кордоном.
Just extraordinary bravery from these mothers. Oksana, the mother that we follow, had never been out of the country. She had never gotten on an airplane, as you just saw on that map. She traveled 3,000 miles, and actually she was only going about 200 miles from where her home is. The thing that Ukrainian officials say, and what worries them, of course, the indoctrination, the so-called Russification they talk about, but the window to return these kids, especially the younger kids, is very, very small, you guys.
Oh, wow, Molly, I mean, really, really powerful reporting. I'm so happy that you're shining a light on this. Also, I want to ask you, we know Ukrainian President Zelensky, he's going to be here in New York on Tuesday. This is for the United Nations General Assembly that's happening here, as we've been discussing. Do you think we could see him raise this subject in his remarks? Is this something that he'll try to bring attention to?
Yeah, you guys, President Zelensky has been very outspoken about this issue specifically, and the Ukrainian officials I've spoken with really see this issue as something that they can get international support and widespread international support behind. They say they cannot return these hundreds of thousands of kids by themselves. They need international pressure. And while President Zelensky, of course, will be talking about his 10-point peace plan, we expect him to be talking about food security. This is also an issue that, as a father, he cares very deeply about. He has spoken really emotionally and powerfully about, so I wouldn't be surprised if we hear him on this subject tomorrow.
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much. Again, very powerful reporting. And you can stream that documentary, Saving Nikita, the fight to return Ukraine's children, on NBCNews.com.
More international headlines now. Taiwan says a record number of Chinese warplanes have been sent toward the island.
Foreign correspondent Kelly Kobea is back with us this hour with more. Hey, Kelly, good morning.
Hi, good morning. And yeah, that's where we start. Taiwan says China sent a swarm of warplanes to the island over the past 24 hours from Sunday morning to Monday morning, 103 in total, according to Taiwan, including more than 30 fighter jets. Taiwan's defense ministry calling that a new high and harassment. The planes turned back before reaching the island. To Iran now, and protests reportedly broke out across the country over the weekend in memory of Mahsa Amini. That's a 22-year-old who died in police custody a year ago after being arrested for allegedly wearing her headscarf improperly. Authorities deployed armed guards throughout the country to quash protests. There were also demonstrations in support in Paris, London, and Berlin. And finally, guys, an Australian man has been fined for taking his pet python surfing. The video went viral, but wildlife officials there said the man endangered his pet. The python, of course, is cold-blooded. The wildlife agency said the pet would have found that seawater very cold. This man says, hey, he's taken his pet snake surfing tens of times, and she actually really likes the cold water. And guys, you won't believe this, but there's another famous and kind of unusual surfing pet at that beach, Rainbow Beach. It's a duck, and its name is Duck, and it likes to catch a wave.
Wow.
It's a good name for a duck, I think.
We need that video.
Duck the surfing duck.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much.
Coming up, a criminal justice shakeup in Illinois this morning.
They're becoming the first state to put an end to cash bail. So what's the whole court process going to look like now, and how are local lawmakers reacting to the controversial new policy? We've got it covered next.
Stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that the expedition should be.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. Illinois is making history by becoming the first state to ban cash bail. Starting today, people accused of a crime will no longer be required to pay to be released from detention. While supporters say cash bail often punishes the poor, critics warn the move could put more criminals on the streets. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now with more on this. Shaq, good morning.
Hi there, Joe. Well, look, this is a change that's happening despite strong opposition in the state from Republicans and despite a lawsuit that went all the way up to the state Supreme Court. Today, cash bail has been officially eliminated in the state of Illinois, making it the first state to do so. It's a major and controversial criminal justice reform.
It's the biggest change that I've seen in 35 years.
The state of Illinois ending the cash bail requirement. Now, no one accused of a crime will pay to be released from detention while they await trial. So this is the first place someone goes if they're arrested.
Correct.
Officials in suburban Chicago walked us through the new process.
Is the defendant a threat to a person, persons, or the community, and they should be detained? They will not be able to get out.
It's here in this brand new courtroom right inside the DuPage County jailhouse where judges will rule who will remain behind bars and who is sent home until trial, a decision based on flight risk and threat to the community. How will judges now rule? What are their options?
Either to detain somebody or to release somebody or to release somebody with certain conditions. And the conditions can be across the board, what they're doing or not.
But they can't involve money anymore.
They will never involve money anymore.
A federal government report showed that more than 60% of defendants are detained pre-trial because they can't afford to post bail.
The lawlessness of Chicago will soon be the law statewide.
Kankakee County Sheriff Michael Downey was one of dozens of officials who filed suit to stop the change.
A lot of the same individuals who are constant problems in our communities who are now not going to be locked up.
State Senator Robert Peters helped write the new law.
If you were rich and white, you were more likely to experience freedom than if you're poor and black and a woman.
And is there any concern that there are sheriffs, that there are prosecutors out there that are saying this is making their job harder and will make the community less safe?
If they do their job with something that's fundamentally rooted in safety, not money, then we should be in a much better position.
40-year-old Luis Gonzalez was arrested last year for illegally possessing a gun.
For my own safety, I picked up a weapon, which was illegal at the moment.
A nonprofit helped him pay a $200 bail. After being sentenced, the only time you spent in jail was right after you got arrested.
That's it, waiting to pay a bond.
a word now removed from Illinois law.
Now, many of those nonprofits that previously helped people pay their bail, that assisted with that bail paying, say they will now be able to move and redirect those resources to scale up programs to help keep people out of jail in the first place. Think housing assistance, job training. They also will be able to assist a little bit more with legal representation. Guys, it's hard to overstate the change this is for Illinois law, but it takes place now, and you can expect a lot of eyes will be closely watching how it's fully implemented.
All right, Shaq, thank you so much.
We're going to turn now to a growing trend of women becoming mothers later in life. According to a CDC report, the birth rate for women ages 40 to 44 rose 4% from 2021 to 2022. And for the first time in 8 years, the birth rate for women ages 45 to 49 increased, and that actually rose 12% from 2021 to 2022.
Celebrities like Kourtney Kardashian now making headlines by speaking out about their experiences being pregnant over 40.
Joining us now to discuss is Dr. Jessica Sept. She's the Chief Medical Officer at Verywell Health and an OBGYN. Doctor, good morning. Thank you very much for being with us. So just first, walk us through this new trend. Why is it you think that we're seeing this increase in women becoming pregnant later in life?
Yeah, I think that it's maybe not necessarily a trend, but those numbers that you stated, 4%, clearly show that we're starting to think about this a little bit more when we think about delayed childbearing. Now, this is something that we've seen on the rise over the last decade, but women are waiting later in life to have their children, and we do know that technology lends a hand in that, and being able to offer services and technology that can allow them to actually have children at an older age. But that does come with some caveats as well, because even though you might wait till you're later to conceive, the success of IVF or a natural pregnancy after the age of 40 still has its measures, and that number is going to decrease as if you were in your 30s or in your 20s.
So we mentioned Kourtney Kardashian. She recently spoke out about some of the complications she faced during this latest pregnancy, writing in an Instagram post, as someone who has had 3 really easy pregnancies in the past, I wasn't prepared for the fear of rushing into urgent fetal surgery. Dr. Sept, what are some of the hardships and risks that women face when they do get pregnant over 40?
Absolutely. It's the success, right? So the success of actually getting pregnant and actually carrying to term. Now, we do know with the increase in age that you're going to have an increased risk of miscarriage and possibly not even getting to a viable portion of your pregnancy. So these are the things to consider. And this is something that the emotional toll that, women need to take on as they wait later on in pregnancy. But I think that when you have a good understanding of what those risks look like or what those numbers look like prior to entering into that stage, I think that lends to people having a little bit more clarity, but also knowing that they do have that possibility of getting pregnant after the age of 40. So whether it's a natural pregnancy.
Good morning. We're coming on the air with breaking news. We are just getting the first pictures. You're looking live right now of some of the 5 Americans who were just released from prison in Iran as part of a high-stakes prisoner swap with the U.S.
Yeah, look at these live pictures. What you're going to start to see is 3 of those 5 Americans joined by 2 family members who were also on board after they landed safely in Doha, Qatar, which helped to broker the deal between Iran and the U.S. The other 2 Americans are safe as well, but will still be inside the plane because they would like to remain private. All 5 Americans were released in exchange for 5 Iranian nationals who were detained here in the U.S., along with the Biden administration unfreezing $6 billion worth of Iranian funds. Let's get straight to Josh Letterman. He is on the ground at Doha International Airport. This is where this plane is, where these Americans have just landed. Josh, first, just tell us what you're seeing there on the ground right now.
Well, the plane has just touched down and finished taxiing to a stop here at Doha International Airport. You can see they've moved these stairs up to the plane. There are some Qatari officials who are gathering just inside the plane. We haven't seen the Americans descend yet, but any moment now they are expected to disembark from this plane that carried them roughly 2 hours from Tehran to here in Doha on their first step toward returning home safely. Once they're on the ground here, we expect them to be received by the Qatari delegation and then handed over over to an American delegation that is waiting just off camera right now, including I can see Abram Paley, the deputy U.S. envoy for Iran, and other senior U.S. officials who have flown in here for this event, which is obviously a historic moment, not only for the Biden administration, but of course for these 5 Americans as well as their loved ones. Now, 3 of these Americans have been identified, and we know who they are. All had been convicted of espionage in Iran and served time in Evin prison. 2 of those Americans have not been publicly identified, but we expect that they will spend a short amount of time on the ground here in Doha undergoing medical checks, although they're all said to be in good health. And so that probably won't take very long before they are then able to board another aircraft that is expected to take them
here, Josh,
all the way to Washington.
We're seeing the 3 Americans right now. Is that right? They've just walked off the plane?
That's right. You can see just behind me, these are some of the Americans. They are hugging some of the U.S. officials who have gathered here. That is Abram Paley, the deputy Iran envoy, who's hugging one of the American detainees who has just come off the plane. And so this is really the moment that everyone has been waiting for, the moment they're able to take these Americans into their arms, knowing that they are now safely out of Iran and heading home. And so this is really going to be the first step in a long journey to recovery for them, Joe.
For many of these men, this has been a long time coming. They spent a good deal of time behind bars in Iran, right, Josh?
That's right. Siamak Namazi spent almost 8 years in prison on espionage charges. 2 of the other Americans who were detained there were arrested all the way back in 2018. So these were long detentions, almost all of it spent in Evin prison, a notorious detention facility in Iran, before just a few weeks ago they were moved into house arrest in anticipation of this deal coming to fruition. And so they have certainly undergone an enormous ordeal during their time in detention in Iran, and never knew whether they were going to actually see this day and get out safely. We hear from a senior administration official saying this was not a given. They did not know this was going to work. And in fact, there were several stops and starts along this process that led them to believe they might not be able to get the Americans safely out of Iran. And so everybody very glad today that this was able to be successful, and they are now able to bring these Americans home.
And Josh, just again, so our viewers know exactly what it is that they're seeing, these are 3 of the Americans that had been detained also on board, and who we are likely able to see, not in this camera shot right now, but in that group of people, was Siamak Namazi's mother, Effie, as well as Morad Tabaz's wife, Vida. And then there are these 2 other Americans who are freed who will not be seen because they would like their identity to remain private, but they are on that plane, will eventually be coming down. Tell us a little bit about that whole group that was on this plane right now.
Absolutely. So this was a bit of a surprise that we learned about today, that in addition to the 5 American detainees coming on this airplane were their 2 relatives, one wife and one the mother. And we learned that they had been in Iran, both of those women, and had been unable to leave the country. Now, that's different than the actual prisoners who were in a prison, but they were prevented from leaving Iran. And so this is a massive moment for them as well. We also are told by a senior diplomat here that the Qatari ambassador to Iran accompanied them on that plane to make sure they got here safely. And then there are those 2 Americans who do not want to be identified. They are said to be fairly traumatized by this whole experience. They will be disembarking separately in an attempt to try to protect their identity.
All right, Josh. Hard to imagine just that moment as they're stepping off the plane, the first time in years. They've walked off a plane into fresh air outside of Iran. They were definitely taking in that moment. Let's bring in NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez, who's at the White House. Anything we're hearing from the Biden administration at this time, Gabe?
Yeah, Joe, President Biden just releasing a statement as that plane landed in Qatar. And this had been a delicate negotiation involving many governments. And with those family members breathing a sigh of relief, the Biden administration is putting out this statement and thanking several of those governments, including the government of Qatar, Oman, Switzerland, and South Korea. The president saying that he gives special thanks to the Emir of Qatar and also the Sultan of Oman. Now, the president is also saying, as we celebrate the return of these Americans, we also remember those who did not return. And the president and the White House are calling on the Iranian government to give a full account of what happened to Bob Levinson. And Joe and Savannah, Bob Levinson is believed to be the longest held hostage in American history, a former FBI agent who was on a mission for the CIA back in 2007. And he was believed to be in Iranian custody and died several years ago. The U.S. government says it has never received a full accounting of what happened while Levinson was allegedly in Iranian custody, and the Iranian government has not given any specifics. So today, the White House is sanctioning former President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad and also the Iranian Ministry of Intelligence for its role, it says, in wrongfully detaining Americans. But again, this is something that the Biden administration have been waiting for. These discussions had been underway for years. NBC News first reported on the talks for these prisoners, for this possible prisoner swap back in February. And again, right now, as those family members arrive in Qatar, we're also learning more about the 5 Iranians who were part of this deal. They were 5 that were charged with non-violent crimes. 3 of the 5 have some legal status in the U.S. The other 2 will head to Qatar. 2 of those 5 Iranians had been in prison. 3 of them had not been convicted yet. But again, we are now hearing for the first time from President Biden just in the past few minutes, welcoming those Americans home, but also sanctioning the Iranian government for its role in wrongfully detaining Americans, also urging Americans not to travel to Iran.
So, Gabe, in addition to those 5 Americans and 5 Iranians who were part of this actual swap, there is, of course, also that $6 billion now available to Iran. There's a lot of questions around that. Walk us through that and what we know right now.
Certainly, yes. And that has been the critics of the Biden administration for days have been talking about those $6 billion in funds that are now unfrozen or will be unfrozen. Now, the Biden administration has been pushing back on the idea that this is money that the Iranian government can use for whatever it wants. Iran's leader, in an interview with NBC News' Lester Holt last week, essentially alluded to that this was the Iranian people's money and they would use it as they saw fit. The Biden administration sharply pushing back on that, saying that it is not true, saying that they are monitoring how that money will be used and that it can only be used for humanitarian needs. Still, some critics, including many Republicans here in Washington, say that this essentially amounts to a ransom payment and that even if Iran can use this money for humanitarian needs, it frees up other money that they may be able to use for nefarious, for something nefarious. So the Biden administration pushing back on those criticisms. Right. Again, the president saying that they're just happy to have these Americans home.
Gabe Gutierrez. All right, Gabe, thank you so much. Josh, we have 30 seconds here for these 5 Americans. What comes next?
Okay, we'll try, but he has to switch now.
Say that again, Joe.
For these 5 Americans, what comes next? We have about 30 seconds.
They're heading back to the United States in just a couple hours, where they will then undergo extensive medical evaluations organized by the U.S. government back in the United States. They're expected to then have an opportunity to reunite with their families. Many of them will be awaiting them back in the U.S. As they try to put this dark period of their lives behind them and move on.
Absolutely. You can see some of that joy for those who are just landing right now in Doha. Josh Letterman, thank you very much. This concludes our NBC News special report. We'll have much more ahead on NBC News Daily and tonight on NBC Nightly News. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Much more news ahead after a quick break.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand.
And officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Good morning and welcome back. On Friday's show, we talked about how former NFL player Deion Sanders has turned around the fortunes of the University of Colorado and our Buffaloes football team since he took over as coach. Well, we are celebrating after the weekend. The Buffs beat their big in-state rivals, the Colorado State Rams, in a dramatic double overtime victory, with the game finishing after midnight local time. Joe, we are 3-0. This happened to also be my anniversary, which my husband and I spent up until 2:30 in the morning Eastern just watching this because it was crazy. The 2 overtimes. I mean, it's amazing. I can't even put into words how nice this feels. We are used to being good losers. And as one of our biggest fans who said the other day, it's nice to be good winners.
It is. It's nice to have a fun, competitive game and then to win it, too. So
yes,
congratulations. Very
Thanks.
cool. All right. Now to our series, Flipping the Script, featuring people on screen, on stage, and behind the scenes, shining a spotlight on diversity. This morning, we're heading to Broadway for Here Lies Love, a musical that is making history. The show focuses on the rise and fall of Imelda Marcos, the infamous former First Lady of the Philippines. The entire cast is Filipino, something that has never happened on Broadway, and that's important because so many of the performers have a personal connection to the story. A disco-fueled musical might seem like an odd way to tell this story. Yet, a dance party atmosphere permeates much of Here Lies Love, an immersive theatrical experience by David Byrne and Fatboy Slim. The show chronicles the life of Imelda Marcos from age 16 to 57. She's played by Ariel Jacobs.
As a Filipino artist, I've never had the opportunity to play a Filipino in my entire career. I think it's a healing opportunity for a lot of people in my company, as well as people who come see the show who lived through this experience.
The experience of what happened after Imelda married Ferdinand Marcos.
King and the Queen of Hearts.
Riding a wave of popularity, he was elected president of the Philippines. But in 1972, he declared martial law, triggering a 14-year dictatorship marked by corruption and human rights abuses. In the show, Ferdinand is played by Jose Lani.
We're warning people that if you don't protect democracy, it can be taken away.
There is a fine line that you have to toe here.
My job as playing Marcos is what he did to the country, which he seduced the country into believing that they were going to do all these amazing things.
For Lana, the story is personal. He was born in the Philippines during martial law. His family moved to America in 1979. What does your family think about the fact that you're playing Ferdinand Marcos?
You know, it's a mixed emotion, right? Like they see their son playing the man who made them leave their country. But they know that it's more important for us to tell the story.
Especially what happened in 1986, the People Power Revolution, which toppled the Marcos regime. That movement actually started on the 15th birthday of one of the show's stars, Lea Salonga, who grew up in the Philippines.
Those who were at my party had to be told to go home early because, guys, the tanks are rolling out. It's time to go home.
That is a moment in your life that...
I'm never going to forget that.
In the opening weeks of the show, Salonga played Aurora Aquino, the mother of assassinated opposition leader Ninoy Aquino. She sings at his funeral. There's a hand symbol.
There's a hand symbol. It's this. It's basically, it means laban, which means to fight, which means to rally against something. Me having seen it as a young person in the Philippines and then having to raise it up on a Broadway stage, it's incredible.
Have you had an experience like this before in theater?
No. On every level.
For starters, the theater's ground level has no seats.
Come on, let's give our people a break. You say.
The audience stands and sometimes moves as the performers and stage constantly shift. So this is different from when you were in this theater in 1991, right?
That's the understatement of the year.
There were seats.
There used to be seats.
Salonga first performed in this very theater 32 years ago. The show was Miss Saigon, which won her a Tony Award. Now she's back with an all-Filipino cast.
It's like, never thought that this would ever happen.
Every time I leave the stage door, there's always 100 Filipinos waiting to just say thank you for telling our story. I know that it means a lot when you see someone who looks like you do what you want to do. And I think that, to me, has been the most special thing. In some ways, did Lea do that for you? Absolutely. You can't overstate how much Lea Salonga winning that Tony in 1981. I was a freshman in high school when that happened. And I literally said to my mom, I said, look, she can do it. Maybe I can go to New York and do it, too.
I know that when my numbers up.
For Ariel Jacobs, whose grandfather moved their family from Manila to America in 1965, this is a way to honor her family's legacy.
I feel like I'm fulfilling the dreams of my grandfather. It feels really important and powerful for me. I feel like I'm standing firmly rooted in my Filipino history here on American soil.
So the history did continue after that. Imelda and Ferdinand Marcos airlifted out of the Philippines in 1986, but the family was allowed to return 5 years later. Today, Imelda Marcos is 94 years old. And last year, her family returned to power when her son was elected president of the Philippines. As for the show, Here Lies Love is playing now at the Broadway Theater in Manhattan. I saw it off-Broadway 10 years ago and thought it was incredible. And the fact that they were able to take that and move it into an actual Broadway theater is awesome.
As somebody who has seen most things on Broadway, it just, I mean, it seems like nothing else, right?
It's just a cool show. You just got to check it out.
It's awesome. Looks cool. Great job. Good interviews.
Thank you so much. Thanks to our team for that one. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, and thanks for starting your week with us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, gaining traction. Progress at the bargaining table this morning between the UAW, now on strike for 4 days, and those big three automakers, where things stand as the Biden administration enters the fray. Also this morning, a massive manhunt is underway in Los Angeles for the person who gunned down a 30-year-old sheriff's deputy over the weekend while he was stopped at a red light. The surveillance footage that law enforcement hopes will bring his killer to justice. We're also heading back to school this morning with U.S. News and World Report's prestigious national university rankings unveiled overnight. We'll chat with the site's CEO on the top spots and, of course, the shakeups. And later in the hour, we are flipping the script with a disco-fueled Broadway sensation that's bringing Filipino history into the spotlight of The Great White Way. We begin this hour with the latest on the United Auto Workers strike against the biggest 3 car makers in the country.
And that's right. Both sides resumed negotiations over the weekend, just 24 hours after nearly 13,000 workers walked off the job. Union leaders say progress is slow and warn companies should expect more people to join the picket line as the week continues. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Moyne, Michigan with the latest on this. Hey, Jesse, good morning.
Savannah and Joe, good morning to both of you as well. Positive signs over the weekend. That's the headline from here in Motor City. But that doesn't mean that everything is smoothed over at this point. But despite the fact that, as you can see, there are some workers protesting, again, picketing outside of Ford's plant here in the Detroit area this morning, it appears that the UAW and this company are making progress.
As the United Auto Workers strike against the Big 3 rolls into day 4, this morning, signs of hope. The UAW writing on Saturday, we had reasonably productive conversations with Ford.
Doesn't that seem like a long way to have come in a positive direction?
Yeah, it does. But it also tells us that it's not an agreement yet. So you can be as reasonable as possible, but is there agreement for us to get back to work and continue to provide for our families?
The company writing, Ford remains absolutely committed to reaching an agreement that rewards our employees and protects Ford's ability to invest in the future. General Motors also restarted negotiations with the union. And while more bargaining with Stellantis is expected today, the union and Jeep maker bickered over the weekend.
We're just a number to them. They do not care.
The stalemate impacting more than just those on strike. Ford says it laid off roughly 600 non-striking workers because of the walkout.
And the companies have made some significant offers. But I believe they should go further to ensure record corporate profits mean record contracts for the UAW.
And Biden says top aides are coming to Detroit. But the union says the White House is not part of negotiations. The UAW is still pushing for a 40% wage increase over 4 years, among other demands. The Big 3 all say they've made 4 offers. The union says it has countered, but is keeping quiet on details. Now, tens of thousands of livelihoods hanging in the balance.
What is it like to try to support a family of 4 on what you're making right now?
You can't. You have to have dual incomes in the house. Like everybody has to be pitching in.
The UAW says what comes next depends on the Big 3.
If they don't come to the table and get things resolved, then we'll keep amping that up.
That could mean targeting more plants, which would expand the strike. Something else we're keeping an eye on. The Teamsters say they will be sharing what they're calling an important update tonight on this UAW strike, so that other major union, though, is already saying, guys, quote, Teamsters don't cross picket lines. So lots to be keeping an eye on in an evolving situation that does not appear to be close to done on at least some fronts. Back to you.
Absolutely. All right, Jesse Kirsch, thanks for the latest.
President Biden is gearing up for a busy week ahead. He's here in New York for the UN General Assembly. It comes amid rising tensions with Russia and China. Meanwhile, former President Trump is facing new scrutiny for comments he made during an exclusive interview with NBC News. NBC News White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from the White House with all this. Gabe, good morning.
Hi, Joe. Good morning. It's a busy week for the president. Tomorrow, he's scheduled to address the UN General Assembly in New York. And then on Thursday, he's expected to meet with Ukrainian President Zelensky here at the White House. All this as he brushes off that impeachment inquiry. President Biden this weekend dismissing congressional Republicans who are investigating his family's business dealings. The president instead focusing on this week's United Nations General Assembly in New York. On the packed agenda, escalating tensions with China and Russia's war in Ukraine, launched early last year.
Russia has shamelessly violated the core tenets of the United Nations Charter.
As the war drags on, the U.S. is warning China against helping Russia, as growing tensions between the two nations are likely to be a flashpoint in the U.S. presidential race.
Would you send the U.S. military into Taiwan if President Xi were to invade? President Biden says he would.
I won't say.
In an exclusive interview with new Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker, GOP frontrunner former President Trump may have also complicated his legal defense. He now says it was his decision to spread the false claim that the 2020 election was rigged and to try to overturn the election results. Legal experts say that could undercut any defense strategy, blaming his lawyers.
You called some of your outside lawyers. You said they had crazy theories. Why were you listening to them? Were you listening to them because they were telling you what you wanted to hear?
You know who I listened to myself? I saw what happened. I watched that election, and I thought the election was over at 10 o'clock in the evening.
You were listening to your instincts.
My instincts are a big part of it. That's been the thing that's gotten me to where I am, my instincts. But I also listened to people.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately?
As to whether or not I believed it was rigged, oh, sure. It was my decision, but I listened to some people. Some people said that.
Meet the Press also extended an interview request to President Biden. And meanwhile, at the UN this week, President Biden is also scheduled to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Joe.
All right, Gabe on the White House lawn. Gabe, good to see you. Thanks.
Well, a manhunt is underway in Los Angeles this morning after a sheriff's deputy was brutally murdered while sitting in his patrol car. Authorities now say they believe he may have been targeted simply because he was in uniform. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin is in Los Angeles with the latest. Hey, Dana, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. Just days after he was engaged to be married, Ryan Klinkenbroomer was gunned down in his patrol car. Officials familiar with the investigation tell NBC News their own surveillance camera captured a vehicle of interest pulling alongside the deputy's patrol vehicle before speeding away. They are now looking for a suspect and a motive. This morning, grief and outrage over the tragic loss of 30-year-old LA County Sheriff's Deputy Ryan Klinkenbroomer. Did the deputy have words with his killer, or did he not see it coming?
Our deputy never even had a chance.
Authorities say he was ambushed and killed Saturday evening while stopped at a red light in his patrol car near the Palmdale Sheriff's Station.
Palmdale Sheriff's is working an emergency involving one of their deputies.
Authorities hoping they'll be able to use the surveillance video captured by their own cameras to catch his killer. It shows a car pulling alongside Klinkenbroomer's patrol vehicle before speeding away. Law enforcement officials urging the public for information on a dark gray Toyota Corolla they are calling a vehicle of interest.
Check your cameras. That could be the missing link to the information that we need.
Investigators also sharing that they believe this was a targeted act.
For no apparent reason, somebody decided to shoot and murder him. I'm assuming at this point because he was in uniform.
This was an execution. We are going to find who did this. You can run, but you can't hide.
Within hours of his death, a massive show of support for Klinkenbroomer, his fellow law enforcement officers escorting his flag-draped coffin in an overnight procession that temporarily shut down local highways. What was he known for around the office?
Just an extraordinary young man of integrity. Would do anything for anybody.
The 30-year-old had just gotten engaged to be married last week. His mother posting on Instagram, "We are so excited to add to our family. Congrats to our son Ryan and his fiancée, Brittany." Overnight, a candlelight vigil held in his honor. His heartbroken family and friends left searching for answers.
But there's a lot of questions. We don't have a lot of answers. That's where our faith comes in.
Ryan Klinkenbroomer was a third-generation officer following his father and grandfather. This morning, officials are offering a $250,000 reward for any information leading to an arrest and conviction. Savannah.
All right, Dana Griffin, thank you very much.
Now to the latest on the case involving the Utah mother of 3 accused of murdering her husband before writing a children's book about grief. Corey Richins is now accused of witness tampering after a handwritten letter was found in her jail cell during a search. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has the latest.
Hey there, prosecutors allege in that letter, Corey Richins instructs her mother to direct her brother Ronald to falsely testify on her behalf. The defense calling the letter a violation of attorney-client privilege. All of it amounting to more drama expected to play out in court.
Behind bars since May, accused of fatally poisoning her husband Eric with a lethal dose of fentanyl. prosecutors now claim they have evidence of witness tampering, alleging Corey Richins tried to compel a member of her own family to provide false testimony. The allegation coming after a search of Corey's jail cell last week uncovered a 6-page letter handwritten by Corey, which the prosecution alleges was intended for her mother. Writing in court documents, Corey concocts a false narrative about her deceased husband's drug use, and that the letter was intended to relay instructions to her brother Ronald to testify falsely that Eric obtained pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico. Corey also allegedly writing, "Reword this however Ronald needs to make the point. Just include it all. Tell him I need him to do this. Bring me home."
Everything I've seen in this letter is completely untrue.
This morning, a spokesperson for Eric's family reacting to the letter.
This is a desperate attempt to try to get others to make up stories to bolster her version of the case.
The state and I have been working through discovery.
Corey Richins has been charged with first-degree aggravated murder for her husband's death in March of last year. At the time, she told police she made him a Moscow Mule before officers found him unresponsive at the foot of his bed. An autopsy later revealed Eric had 5 times the lethal limit of fentanyl in his system.
5 times the lethal dose is not accidental, Your Honor. That is someone who wants Eric dead.
Prosecutors are now asking the judge to prohibit Corey from contacting her mother and brother. In response, Richins' attorney arguing the letter was obtained through a potentially illegal search, claiming it was found in an envelope marked attorney privilege, and that its release violates a gag order which could taint the jury pool. Corey has yet to enter a plea and was denied bail after an emotional impact statement from her late husband's sister.
I may be naive, but I never knew evil like this existed.
Corey Richins is asking the judge to remove the letter from public records. In part, that's because they know global media outlets are closely following the case, and any filings like this one are generating a buzz. In addition to making a decision on that, the judge will also have to decide whether that letter warrants a no-contact order with her mom and brother. We should mention we reached out to her attorney for comment, but have not heard back. Back to you.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much.
Well, the United Nations General Assembly is set to meet in New York this week, and this year, the focus is on the environment.
On Sunday, massive protests took place across the country calling for an end to the use of fossil fuels and a renewed focus on stopping climate change. Brahim Al-Husseini is founder and managing partner of Full Cycle, which focuses on investing in companies trying to reverse the effects of climate change. Good to have you with us here again. First of all, just tell us, what are the goals for Climate Week here? What do you hope to see come out of the UN General Assembly?
So Climate Week is an annual gathering, the biggest of its kind in the world. It overlaps with the UNGA. It is in partnership with the United Nations, and they also coordinate with the UN and in New York City to throw 400 different climate events. And it's hosted by an organization called Climate Works, whose goal is to drive climate action fast. And they've been very, very successful for the last 15 years to increasing the awareness about the climate situation.
And viewers on their screen, they're seeing this march that took place over the weekend that was quite large, huh, even here in the city.
75,000 people showed up, and it was very moving. You know, I stood there with everyone else and supported all the marchers because, you know, we are at that point globally that we have to start bringing attention to this cause as climate disasters are accelerating worldwide.
Back in 2015, the UN unveiled this list of sustainable development goals, they're called. 2023, these are supposed to be on track to be met by 2030. How are we doing?
So there's a mechanism called the National Determined Commitments, where every nation worldwide says, hey, we're going to meet these numbers by these dates, these climate numbers by these dates. And unfortunately, we're behind on all of them. This is not one of those mechanisms. Warming begets warming. So if we have a warm summer, which we had a record-breaking summer this last summer, that means next summer will probably be warmer because less ice, receding glaciers means less reflective sun rays back into space, so it's a problem. So you want to front load the impact, not wait to cram till the last minute, which is what a lot of nations are trying to do. They have to meet their climate commitments as they set them. They can't wait till the last minute.
A lot of emphasis is put on the United Nations. Realistically, how much authority, how much power does the UN have to try and set these targets and meet these targets?
So the mechanism in the Paris Climate Accords is not a hard enforcement mechanism. The way they do it is they have research targets. They meet with neutral researchers at periodic periods, and they figure out where they are vis-a-vis their commitments. Think about it as a face-saving mechanism. Just like a corporation has to meet its climate targets for their customers, for their shareholders, countries have to do it for their citizens and their allies. There's also, of course, economic incentives, too, to be ahead of the curve on the biggest investment opportunity in human history, which is the transition from a high-carbon to a low-carbon economy. The economy doesn't work in a world where climate is disrupted to begin with, as we've seen, like Greece lost 25% of its crops this summer because of fires, Canada. I mean, we know the effects of a disrupted climate, and it is going to affect our economy. So everybody's incentivized to meet their goals. They don't need just the face-saving exercise.
Brahim Al-Husseini, thank you so much.
Thanks for having us. Thank you.
Good to see you both.
Now, that big breaking news this morning, 5 Americans held prisoner in Iran are expected to be released today as part of a swap for 5 Iranian prisoners who are being held in the U.S. and the unfreezing of $6 billion of Iranian assets. NBC News Tehran bureau chief and correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now with the latest. Ali, so first of all, where do things stand? When are we expecting these 5 Americans to be released? And then what happens once they're out of the prison?
Hey, Joe, what we're hearing right now is that they are on the way to the airport in Tehran, according to Iranian officials. It's not clear whether they have boarded that Qatari private jet, which will take them to Qatar and then Washington, but this all seems to be in motion as we're talking. All the officials here are saying that those frozen funds that were in a Korean bank account have now been transferred to a Qatari bank account where the Iranians have access to. And officials here are saying that the 5 prisoners are on the way to the airport, if not at the airport right now. So the next stage, Joe, is that they will be flown to Qatar. A couple of them will be reunited with family members who've flown from the States to meet them there. It's unclear how long they're going to be in Qatar or whether they'll have medical checks there, but it's not expected to be too long because they want to get back home to the United States as fast as possible. So it'll be a quick transition in Qatar and then off to the States.
So the Iranian government claims that $6 billion has already been transferred. Where did that money come from? And remind us the restrictions over how it's supposed to be used.
Well, that was Iranian oil money that the U.S. Treasury froze in accounts in South Korea, in Seoul, because they said Iran wasn't adhering to the nuclear deal and was circumventing sanctions. So they froze that money. And as part of this deal, the Iranians and the U.S. made a deal that if these prisoners were released, then that money would be freed up for humanitarian purposes for Iran to use, with very strict conditions on that. But as we saw in that exclusive interview with Iran's president and Lester Holt, the president denied that. He said that Iran can use that money for whatever they like. Now, the U.S. is saying that's just not the case. If Iran misuses that money, then they have the ability to freeze it again, and they're going to be watching it very carefully. Now, what unfolds in the near future will determine exactly what's happening with that money and how much sway the U.S. has over it. But they're saying two different things. The U.S. is saying it's strictly under their control, and the Iranians are saying it's under their control.
So, Ali, this deal is 2 years in the making. It's received some harsh criticism from Republicans. Are there any provisions in case Iran does not hold up its end of the deal?
Well, just freezing those assets again would be the provision. But of course, Joe Biden has come under extraordinary criticism for making this deal. Republicans are saying this is just going to encourage Iran to take more people because they get so much money from this. It's also going to endanger U.S. troops in the region or contractors because they may be a target. And they're also saying it frees up a lot of money for the regime in Iran. But the only clause they have right now is to freeze it if they believe it's being misused.
All right, Ali Arouzi. Ali, thank you so much. Let's bring back NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns with a look ahead at this week's forecast.
Yeah, Bill, what are you tracking this week? Hey there.
Yeah, for 2 weeks, right, we were talking Lee like endlessly, and now that's finally gone. But September is still the peak month of hurricane season, so we may get a little bit of a break this week, but there's always something out there. So we look across the Atlantic Basin, you see this big swirl here. This is a hurricane. We'll talk about that in a second. And then off the coast of Africa, we have another tropical wave coming. That will develop eventually, but that's so far, that's like, 2-3 weeks away from anywhere and land area, so we're not worried about that. This is Hurricane Nigel. This is going to take the big hook out in the open Atlantic. No problem there. And the Hurricane Center is highlighting off the Florida, South Carolina coastline, an area with a 30% chance of development. That's going to be more like a subtropical storm. It's not going to be a pure tropical. There's really no chance of that becoming a big beast of a storm, but it's going to linger along the East Coast, it looks like, much of this week, and then move up the East Coast come Thursday, Friday into Saturday. And that's why our rainfall forecast over the next week, this dark red is up to 4 inches of rain. A lot of this is out over the oceans, but then eventually it does come northward. So we are going to have to watch out for possible flooding at the end of this week in New England. The other story, summer's going out with a bang in the middle of the country. It was a hot summer, and it's going to be a hot end of summer, too. Today, temperature is about 10 to 20 degrees warmer than they should be, 80s all the way up in North Dakota. By the way, it did snow at some of the high elevations in the Rockies this past weekend. So there are some areas of the country that aren't this warm. And even into tomorrow, we're going to be 87 in Sioux Falls, about 17 degrees warmer than it should be. Other areas will be in the 80s, too. And then as far as the forecast goes late this week, I will call it comfortably cool in some spots like Pittsburgh and New York City, Chicago. The humidity won't be too bad. I don't think you'll complain too much about temperatures there in the low 80s. But, this is how we probably expect to end the hottest summer we ever experienced. Well, it's going to end nice and toasty. It looks like the beginning of fall is going to be that way, too.
All right. Thanks, Bill. Appreciate it.
Bill. Well, an aviation investigation is underway after 2 pilots were killed over the weekend in a collision at a Nevada air show. It happened Sunday afternoon at the National Championship Air Races in Reno. The Reno Air Racing Association then canceled the remaining races for the day. There's no word yet on what caused the crash, but the National Transportation Safety Board and the FAA are investigating the cause. No one else was injured in the crash.
Coming up on Morning News Now, bringing Filipino history to the Great White Way. We are going to flip the script and take a look at Here Lies Love later this hour.
But first, a new NBC News documentary that's shining a light on the hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian children being illegally transferred to Russia. Those stories and more are up next.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expedition should be
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the
All right, it just me too.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Since the start of the war in Ukraine, officials say hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian children have been illegally deported and forcibly transferred to Russia and Russian-occupied territory.
That's the subject of a new documentary from NBC News' Digital Docs team. It's called Saving Nikita. NBC foreign correspondent Molly Hunter explores one mother's 3,000-mile journey to bring her son home. Here's a preview.
Why is Russia specifically targeting children?
To destroy Ukrainian identity. They need Ukrainian children, but they want to make them Russian children.
An arrest warrant was issued today for Russian President Vladimir Putin for the unlawful transfer of children.
They're Ukrainian kids.
Нет. Были когда-то украинские.
These kids aren't Ukrainian anymore?
То же их захватили.
Molly Hunter joins us now with more on this. Molly, good morning. You know, Ukrainian officials estimate fewer than 400 children have been brought home after being illegally deported to Russia. What else should we know about that?
Joe, Savannah, good morning to both of you, and thank you so much for giving us the time. That's right, nearly 400 kids out of hundreds of thousands. And Ukrainian officials, we asked many Ukrainian officials when we were inside the country, give us a number, give us some sort of an estimate. And they say the real number of kids that have been taken to Russian-occupied territory and into Russia is unknown. Two things you have to know about this whole operation. The first is that deportation and forcible transfer is a war crime. And the second is the Ukrainian officials, very high level, that we spoke with.
Good morning. We're coming on the air with breaking news. Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking now in this room in the United Nations about the 5 Americans just released from prison in Iran.
Yeah, it comes after all 5 Americans plus 2 family members on board flew safely from Iran. Let's listen in.
To be reunited with their loved ones. 5 of the 7, of course, had been unjustly detained, imprisoned in Iran, some for years. 2 others had been prevented from leaving Iran. I spoke to them after they landed in Doha. I can tell you that it was, for them, for me, an emotional conversation. It's easy in the work that we do every day sometimes to get lost in the abstractions of foreign policy and relations with other countries and forgetting the human element that's at the heart of everything we do. But today, their freedom, the freedom of these Americans for so long unjustly imprisoned and detained in Iran, means some pretty basic things. It means that husbands and wives, fathers and children, grandparents can hug each other again, can see each other again, can be with each other again. So it's a day that I'm grateful for. I want to thank a number of partners who've been so vital to helping us reach this day, particularly our partners in Oman, Switzerland, Qatar, the United Kingdom. Each has played a very important role in enabling us to free our fellow citizens. I'd also like to thank an extraordinary team at the State Department and throughout the United States government that has been working to achieve this result for years now. As happy as we are at the freedom of our fellow citizens, we also are thinking today of Bob Levinson, who is not among them and who is presumed deceased. Bob's legacy, however, lives on. It lives on powerfully in the Levinson Act, which has given us new and important tools to help crack down on and deter the practice of taking Americans unlawfully to try to turn them into political pawns and to abuse the international system in that way. one of the things that I heard in my conversation with our fellow citizens who are now free is their own determination, their own commitment, their own conviction to continuing this work, to making sure that other Americans who are unjustly detained anywhere in the world come home. To date, under this administration, we have now brought 30 Americans home from places around the world where they were being unjustly detained. That work will continue. At the same time, we're going to be working every single day to take steps to make this practice more and more difficult and more of a burden on those countries that engage in it. And you'll see in the days ahead here in New York at the United Nations our efforts to work with other countries to do just that. But for today, for this moment, it's very good to be able to say that our fellow citizens are free after enduring something that I think it would be difficult for any of us to imagine, that their families will soon have them back among them, and that in this moment, at least, I have something very joyful to report. Finally, let me say that throughout this effort, throughout the work we've done to bring so many other Americans home, President Biden has demonstrated that he's prepared to make tough and difficult decisions. I have no higher priority. The president has no higher priority than making sure that Americans who are unjustly detained anywhere can come home. And we'll continue that work in the days ahead. Thank you.
Time for 2 questions. Mara?
Thank you.
Right.
Mr. Secretary, based on the successful detainee swap this week, are you expecting any indirect talks with the Iranians this week, anytime soon? I'm not talking about direct talks, but through intermediaries, or any sort of relaying messages.
Thank you. Well, 2 things. First, let me be very clear that this process and the engagements necessary to bring it about, the freedom of these unjustly detained Americans, has always been a separate track in our engagement, or for that matter, lack of engagement with Iran. So irrespective of what was happening or not happening, for example, in pursuing the effort to return to the nuclear agreement, we've been focused on working independently to bring these Americans home. So it doesn't speak to anything else in the relationship. We continue to be determined to take whatever step is necessary to deal with actions by Iran in a whole host of areas that are profoundly objectionable and that many other countries find objectionable. At the same time, when it comes to perhaps the number 1 issue of concern, which is Iran's nuclear program, we continue to believe that diplomacy is the best way to get a sustainable, effective result, one that we had previously with the Iran nuclear agreement. And we'll continue to see if there are opportunities for that. In this moment, we're not engaged on that, but we'll see in the future if there are opportunities. But President Biden's also been very clear that one way or another, he's committed to ensuring that Iran never acquire a nuclear weapon.
Do you think there might be an opportunity this week, sir? The fact that
I wouldn't anticipate anything this week. We're focused today on the fact that these Americans are now free after having endured something that I think most of us can't possibly imagine. In one case, one of our fellow Americans was in prison for 8 years, unjustly. And that's what we're focused on for today.
With the GCC reform, and this meeting came after the announcement of it. Did they raise concern regarding the release of frozen funds for the Iranian and the possibility of using these funds to fund terrorism, whether in Lebanon, in Yemen, elsewhere? And if you can elaborate a little bit regarding the mechanism on how you would supervise and monitor the use of these funds for humanitarian purposes.
Thank you. In fact, when we met with our GCC colleagues, our fellow Americans had not yet arrived in Doha, so we didn't want to get ahead of that process. Having said that, as I mentioned, 2 countries in particular played an absolutely vital role in helping to get us to this day, and that is Oman and Qatar. As for the other members of the GCC, I've had occasion over the past many months to talk to them about the relationship with Iran, which is a challenge for each and every one of them, including for us, and to discuss in that context some of the efforts that we were making to bring home our wrongfully detained Americans. And again, I don't want to speak for them, but I think everyone is supportive of that effort. With regard to the resources, I think it's very important to be very clear about exactly what this involved. As you know, this involved the access by Iran to its own money that had accumulated in Korean Bank as the result of oil sales that Iran made, which were lawful at the time those sales were made. And from day one, our sanctions have clearly and indeed always exempt the use of resources for humanitarian purposes, because our aim is not to harm the Iranian people. Our problem, our profound problem, is with the Iranian regime. So from day one, these Iranian monies that were in a Korean bank have always been available to Iran to use for humanitarian purposes. But for a lot of technical reasons, they weren't able to access those funds where they were. So the funds were moved to another bank where we have absolute oversight of how they're used, and they can only be used for humanitarian purposes. And we have absolute confidence in the process and the system that's been set up. By the way, the previous administration prior to ours, had set up a similar mechanism that was never used, but exactly for these kinds of purposes. So we're very confident that the funds, the Iranian funds that have been made more easily available to Iran as a result of the actions that we've taken, will be used exclusively for humanitarian purposes, and we have the means and mechanisms to make sure that that happens.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Last question, Mr. Secretary.
Listening to Secretary of State Antony Blinken reacting to the news we have been following all morning. Those 5 Americans released from Iran arriving about an hour ago in Doha, Qatar. He says he had a chance to speak with them after they landed in Doha. It was an emotional conversation. He says those 5 Americans, they are determined to continue this work to bring home people all across the globe who've been unjustly detained.
That's right. He called it something very joyful to get to report. Of course, this was in this prisoner swap, 5 Americans freed, as well as 5 Iranians, as well as right there at the end, taking a question about the $6 billion that are now available to Iran. Let's go straight to NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter. Molly, first, let's just talk about those who have been freed and the latest that we know right now about them now on the ground in Qatar.
Savannah, and I do just want to hit a little bit more of what Secretary of State Blinken said. So as Joe mentioned, he called it an emotional conversation. But what he was so strong on, he said so often in his day-to-day life, you forget, and his day-to-day work, especially of the State Department, you forget that humans are at the heart of this. And the line that really stuck with me, he says their freedom means some pretty basic things. He said husbands and wives, fathers and children can hug each other again and be with each other again. He did kind of reiterate their desire, but also his and the Biden administration's desire to continue to work for the freedom of Americans. He said to date, under this administration, 30 Americans have been freed and brought home. He also spent time thanking other countries who contributed to this, specifically Oman and Qatar, but also the UK and Switzerland. And guys, on that $6 billion, that was the last question that we just heard. He said multiple times he had absolute confidence. He was very confident, and he said the word exclusively multiple times, that the Biden administration is absolutely sure that that $6 billion will be used for humanitarian purposes. To back us up, though, I know you guys were watching these pictures live as well. We watched that charter plane run by the Qataris land in Doha. We watched that staircase come down on the tarmac. And then 3 of those 5 Iranian detainees, 2 of them, guys, as we talked about, are maintaining their privacy. 3 of those names are public. Siamak Namazi, Ahmed Shargi, and Morad Tabaz. Our team, Josh Letterman and producer Susan Archer, were on the tarmac, really giving us a lot of color at the time. And interestingly, what we learned this morning, Morad Tabaz arrived with his wife, and Siamak Namazi arrived with his mother. So there were 2 additional people who came off in that first group. And guys, if you have the time, I do just want to share, we just got a statement from Siamak Namazi This was delivered on the handover as U.S. officials and Qatari officials met them at the bottom of those stairs. And I'll just read a short portion of it. It's a very long statement. He says, "For almost 8 years, I have been dreaming of this day. Now that it's finally here, I find my ineffable joy of my forthcoming reunification with my family is laced with sorrow, a painful and deep feeling of guilt for taking my breaths in freedom, while so many courageous individuals that I love and admire continue languishing behind those walls." He goes on. It's an incredibly powerful read, but it's exactly what Secretary of State Blinken commented on, that all three men were now determined to continue to work for the freedom of other Americans.
A reminder, Molly, this is a joyful moment, but also a bittersweet moment for these Americans who've been released. Molly, thank you so much. Let's bring in NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, what's next for these Americans once they arrive home?
Well, Joe, they will undergo their medical checks and will be arriving here where they're expected to be reunited with their families. But I want to touch on something else that Anthony Blinken just said. He was asked a question about the future of U.S.-Iranian relations following this prisoner swap. And he said that he seemed to say that while they remain open to diplomacy, the White House says and the Biden administration says that it is currently not engaged with any talks with Iran at this point over other topics, such as the Iran nuclear program. So it seems at this point any thawing of relations between the two countries seems very far off. And we just heard the Secretary of State bring up there in that news briefing, just like President Biden did in a written statement he released a short time ago, bringing up the case of Bob Levinson, that former FBI agent that disappeared back in 2007. Iran never acknowledged his arrest, but the U.S. believes that he did die in Iranian custody. And so the president, the Secretary of State, bringing his name up repeatedly today is a sign that the U.S. is very frustrated with Americans wrongfully detained around the world and also still in Iran. Joe and Savannah.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much. And that concludes our NBC News special report. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. We will have much more coverage throughout the day on NBC News Daily and NBC Nightly News. More news now ahead after a quick break.
Really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just meant to.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with some financial headlines, and TikTok Shop is aiming to help users save big this holiday season.
Yeah, this is new and it is all the rage. CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us now with that and more. Other money news as well. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey guys, yeah, October is going to be the start of holiday shopping, it looks like. We've got Amazon, they're going to do another Prime Day on October 11th, and now TikTok is planning to offer Black Friday discounts in a month-long campaign that will kick off in late October. Bloomberg reports that the app aims to lure shoppers to its new online marketplace in what is likely to be a price war with Amazon and Walmart eventually. TikTok Shop launching here in the U.S. this past week. It plans to sell $20 billion in merchandise globally this year. TikTok is offering to subsidize discounts, in fact, of as much as 50% to entice sellers to take part in their Black Friday program. Oil prices, on the other hand, keep grinding higher. Brent crude, the global benchmark, is hovering near its highest level in almost a year, above $94 a barrel. U.S. crude prices are trading above $91 a barrel. Supply cuts by Saudi Arabia and Russia have sparked a 25% increase in oil prices since the start of July, and that has led to higher bills for consumers filling up their cars and trucks. Gas average is about $3.88. Diesel $4.57 a gallon nationwide, according to AAA. That's complicating the Federal Reserve's fight to bring down inflation. The Fed is meeting this week. They're expected to keep rates unchanged, but they're going to be watching those gas prices along with everything else. Meantime, working hard and being independent, those are the top qualities that American parents would like to see in their kids. A report from King's College in London says those traits are valued much higher than having good manners or being well behaved. The U.S. also ranks high for imagination, having tolerance, and respect for other people. Being well behaved, the U.S. ranks last of nearly 24 countries surveyed. I'm just going to leave it there. I don't have kids, but I don't know.
Yeah. None of us do, but I think that that's an interesting fact.
It is.
Yeah.
We'll
All right. There you go. Bertha, thank you so much.
This morning, U.S. News and World Report is releasing its brand new and updated list of the best colleges in the country. What's new? Well, this year they changed how they score the schools, which caused a shuffle in the list.
That's right. Eric Gertler is executive chairman and CEO of U.S. News and World Report. He joins us now with the details.
Hey there. Good morning. Good to have you with us. So let's start with it. Which schools made it to the top of the list? Any surprises this year?
You know, the top schools made it to the top of the list based on our methodology. I'm happy to go through the list, but look, this is important every year because students want to know how to compare and contrast schools at a time when education is very expensive and the admission process is opaque. It's a time of anxiety, and we like to help students to get through the process with a little bit more ease.
Absolutely. So take us through the list, and then we'll get into that criteria that changed. But let's talk through the top 10.
Sure. We have lots of lists, but in terms of the national universities, the top three, Princeton University was number 1. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, was number 2. And Harvard University and Stanford were tied for number 3 this year.
Wow, there you go. And Yale rounding out that top 5. So tell us about the criteria here, some of it that did change how you rank schools. What is it that you're looking for when determining the rankings and what had changed?
Sure. Our methodology changes. It evolves over the years. What we care about is we care about outcome measurements. We know that that students want to know whether colleges are doing what they say they're going to do. And this year, we're measuring are schools graduating students of diverse backgrounds? Are they graduating students with manageable debt? And is their postgraduate outcome success? In other words, are students going to find a job? And is that job going to pay more had they not gone to college? So those are the metrics that we're looking at. There's always evolving, but most importantly, we look at things from the perspective of the student.
You have some new categories this year. Real quickly, run us through those and why those are so important.
So some of the new categories, for example, this year we're measuring first-generation first-generation rates and graduation rates. These are students who parents did not go to college. And again, this is about social mobility factors and important that we're measuring students of different backgrounds. We've also increased the measurement on Pell graduation rates. So these are students that are coming from the lower levels of socioeconomic on the socioeconomic chart. And then we're looking at graduation rates, and we're looking at first-year retention rates too.
All right, Eric Gertler, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
And coming up, we are flipping the script with a disco pop Broadway musical that's putting Filipino history squarely in the spotlight.
It's called Here Lies Love, and the cast isn't just animating history, they're making history. We'll explain after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Good morning and welcome back. On Friday's show, we talked about how former NFL player Deion Sanders has turned around the fortunes of the University of Colorado and our Buffaloes football team since he took over as coach. Well, we are celebrating after the weekend. The Buffs beat their big in-state rivals, the Colorado State Rams, in a dramatic double overtime victory, with the game finishing after midnight local time. Joe, we are 3-0. This happened to also be my anniversary, which my husband and I spent up until 2:30 in the morning Eastern just watching this, because it was crazy. The 2 overtimes. I mean, it's amazing. I can't even put into words how nice this feels. We are used to being good losers. And as one of our biggest fans who said the other day, it's nice to be good winners.
It is. It's nice to have a fun, competitive game and then to win it, too. So
yes,
congratulations. Very
Thanks.
cool. All right. Now to our series, Flipping the Script, featuring people on screen, on stage, and behind the scenes, shining a spotlight on diversity. This morning, we're heading to Broadway for Here Lies Love, a musical that is making history. The show focuses on the rise and fall of Imelda Marcos, the infamous former First Lady of the Philippines. The entire cast is Filipino, something that has never happened on Broadway, and that's important because so many of the performers have a personal connection to the story. A disco-fueled musical might seem like an odd way to tell this story. Yet, a dance party atmosphere permeates much of Here Lies Love, an immersive theatrical experience by David Byrne and Fatboy Slim. The The show chronicles the life of Imelda Marcos from age 16 to 57. She's played by Ariel Jacobs.
As a Filipino artist, I've never had the opportunity to play a Filipino in my entire career. I think it's a healing opportunity for a lot of people in my company, as well as people who come see the show, who lived through this experience.
The experience of what happened after Imelda married Ferdinand Marcos.
King and the Queen of Hearts.
Riding a wave of popularity, he was elected president of the Philippines. But in 1972, he declared martial law, triggering a 14-year dictatorship marked by corruption and human rights abuses. In the show, Ferdinand is played by Jose Lani.
We're warning people that if you don't protect democracy, it can be taken away.
There is a fine line that you have to toe here.
My job as playing Marcos is what he did to the country, which he seduced the country into believing that they were going to do all these amazing things.
For Lana, the story is personal. He was born in the Philippines during martial law. His family moved to America in 1979. What does your family think about the fact that you're playing Ferdinand Marcos?
You know, it's a mixed emotion, right? Like they see their son playing the man who made them leave their country. But they know that it's more important for us to tell the story.
Especially what happened in 1986, the People Power Revolution, which toppled the Marcos regime. That movement actually started on the 15th birthday of one of the show's stars, Lea Salonga, who grew up in the Philippines.
Those who were at my party had to be told to go home early because, guys, the tanks are rolling out. It's time to go home.
That is a moment in your life that...
I'm never going to forget that.
In the opening weeks of the show, Salonga played Aurora Aquino, the mother of assassinated opposition leader Ninoy Aquino. She sings at his funeral. There's a hand symbol.
There's a hand symbol. It's this. It's basically, it means laban, which means to fight, which means to rally against something. Me having seen it as a young person in the Philippines and then having to raise it up on a Broadway stage, it's incredible.
Have you had an experience like this before in theater?
No. On every level.
For starters, the theater's ground level has no seats.
Come on, let's give our people a break, you say!
The audience stands and sometimes moves as the performers and stage constantly shift. So this is different from when you were in this theater in 1991, right?
That's the understatement of the year.
There were seats.
There used to be seats.
Salonga first performed in this very theater 32 years ago. The show was Miss Saigon, which won her a Tony Award. Now she's back with an all-Filipino cast.
It's like, never thought that this would ever happen.
Every time I leave the stage door, there's always 100 Filipinos waiting to just say thank you for telling our story. I know that it means a lot when you see someone who looks like you do what you want to do. And I think that, to me, has been the most special thing. In some ways, did Lea do that for you? Absolutely. You can't overstate how much Lea Salonga winning that Tony in 1981. I was a freshman in high school when that happened. And I literally said to my mom, I said, look, she can do it. Maybe I can go to New York and do it, too.
I know that
For Ariel Jacobs, whose grandfather moved their family from Manila to America in 1965, this is a way to honor her family's legacy.
I feel like I'm fulfilling the dreams of my grandfather. It feels really important and powerful for me. I feel like I'm standing firmly rooted in my Filipino history here on American soil.
So the history did continue after that. Imelda and Ferdinand Marcos airlifted out of the Philippines in 1986, but the family was allowed to return 5 years later. Today, Imelda Marcos is 94 years old. And last year, her family returned to power when her son was elected president of the Philippines. As for the show, Here Lies Love is playing now at the Broadway Theater in Manhattan. I saw it off-Broadway 10 years ago and thought it was incredible. And the fact that they were able to take that and move it into an actual Broadway theater is awesome.
As somebody who has seen most things on Broadway, I mean, it seems like nothing else, right?
It's just a cool show. You just got to check it out.
It's awesome. Looks cool. Great job. Good interviews.
Thank you so much. Thanks to our team for that one. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Hi
Hi, everyone. Good Monday. We're so glad you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
September 18th, heading home. 5 Americans were freed as part of a high-stakes prisoner swap with Iran. We'll go live to Doha, where they were transferred this morning back into U.S. custody.
And making progress, the United Auto Workers Union had some positive words about its talks with car makers. More on the consequences of this ongoing strike that's spreading beyond the picket line.
Stopping the clock. Many of us are looking for ways to live longer and live better as we age. I got an inside look at a so-called longevity clinic where you can go to get a report card on your health.
Peace of mind. Brain aneurysms affect 1 in every 50 Americans, but most people, they don't even know when they're experiencing one. CNBC's personal finance expert Sharon Epperson is here to share her story as a survivor.
That's going to be a really interesting and important story. All right, welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with those 5 Americans finally making their way back home after being imprisoned in Iran for a range of 5 to 8 years. They were freed this morning during a prisoner swap. In exchange, the Biden administration is releasing 5 Iranian prisoners and unfreezing $6 billion in Iranian oil revenue. This all according to a senior diplomat in that region.
So a lot at stake here. Just earlier today, the Americans touched down in Qatar after a roughly 2-hour flight from Tehran. They're being handed over to American officials there and will soon be flown back to the United States to start their long road to recovery. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from Doha, Qatar. Josh, it's good to see you this Monday. We know, as we mentioned, the stakes are extremely high when it comes to the prisoner swap itself, and then just physically getting these Americans home. Logistically, Josh, what do we know about who was released by Iran?
Logistically very complicated. This appears to have gone mostly according to plan, other than being a little bit later in the day than we'd expected. This was really a smooth operation that we saw here today as these Americans arrived, including Murad Tobaz, who has been in prison since 2018 when he was arrested on espionage charges. Ahmad Shargi, also arrested on espionage charges. And then Siamak Namazi, who has been in prison for nearly 8 years in Iran. All 3 of them had been detained in Tehran's notorious Evin prison. And then there were 2 other Americans who have not been identified. They wish to remain anonymous, and so their identities have not been disclosed by the U.S. government. But we heard just a few minutes ago from Secretary of State Antony Blinken talking about what it means to bring these Americans home. Take a listen.
Today, their freedom, the freedom of these Americans for so long unjustly imprisoned and detained in Iran, means some pretty basic things. It means that husbands and wives, fathers and children, grandparents can hug each other again, can see each other again, can be with each other again.
Well, there is utter relief that they are now free and safe. This is just the first step in their journey home. They are going to be boarding a flight shortly to the United States, where they will then be offered extensive medical evaluations by U.S. experts who really have a lot of knowledge in how to treat and evaluate people who have undergone lengthy periods of detention. They'll, of course, want to reunite with family members and relatives back in the States as they try to put this dark chapter behind them.
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman following this big story for us today. Josh, thank you.
Well, Vicki, back here at home, the United Auto Workers strike against Detroit's big 3 car companies now in its 4th day. Talks are set to resume today between the union and Stellantis. And this all comes as President Biden is expected to send 2 top aides there early this week to support both sides in those negotiations. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is live for us outside a Ford plant there in Wayne, Michigan. Maggie, the UAW president told MSNBC this morning that there's still a long way to go. So are they any closer, frankly, now than where they were when the strike started?
Yeah, according to Sean Fain in that interview that you're talking about, basically no is the answer to that. He said that there has been progress, there have been talks, but that essentially he called it still at status quo. And as you said they have a long way to go, and kind of putting that progress, putting the task of bridging the gap, so to speak, on the companies. And you can see, as you point out, workers back out here for day 4 of this strike. And to kind of put it in perspective as far as how far apart the 2 sides are, UAW is asking for a 40% pay increase. At one point, it was reported locally they had dropped drop that down to the mid-30s. But Sean Fain has gone back to saying they want a 40% hike. Stellantis over the weekend proposed a 21% hike. UAW immediately calling that a no-go. As you can see, they have other demands in their contract talks as well. And again, all big three coming back to the table over the weekend and today. But still, Morgan, a lot of talks to be had, a lot of progress to be made as this strike just drags on.
You talk about the progress to be made, Maggie, but we're already seeing some of the ripple effects of this strike. I mean, Ford says it's temporarily laying off about 600 workers who aren't on the picket signs. Yeah. What's behind those firings, Maggie?
Yeah, so essentially they said that those workers had to be laid off because they couldn't do their jobs because a part that they need, they called it e-coding, is produced at this plant. And the workers here have walked off the job. They can't produce the part, and that has ripple effects across the company. And Ford confirming they will not be paying those temporarily laid off workers. That's kind of a ripple effect there. GM also saying that they could lay off up to 2,000 workers temporarily again at their Kansas plant because of similar issues tied to their strike in Missouri. So again, as you point out, the ripple effects already spreading. We're only on day 4, a lot of progress to be made, and that is why President Biden now sending 2 top aides, including the acting labor secretary, to try to help bridge that gap. We're told they're arriving early this week here in Detroit, and beyond that, it's anybody's guess as to where these talks could go.
We will wait and find out. Day 4 already. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa for us live on the ground at that Fort plan. Thank you so much. We appreciate it, Maggie.
Morgan, today in Wisconsin, Planned Parenthood is resuming abortion services. This will make abortion accessible in the state for the first time since Roe v. Wade was overturned. This all comes after a judge ruled in July that an old state law does not apply to current procedures. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett is live outside one of the Planned Parenthood locations there in Wisconsin. Maura, good to see you. So talk to us about this judge's ruling. What is now actually legal for women and providers in Wisconsin? And what are you hearing from people who don't support abortion rights?
Well, this is a really key moment in the year since Dobbs overruled Roe v. Wade, right? Because here in Wisconsin, providers had halted those abortion services because there was a lack of clarity around the specific law from 1849 over what was seen, what could be seen as consensual or voluntary abortions. Basically, this new ruling from the Dane County Circuit Court judge says that the law that was in the books doesn't apply to someone that's voluntarily seeking an abortion because it seeks to penalize anybody other than the mother that is trying to terminate a pregnancy. Now, there had been questions about whether or not this could implicate providers, and that's why there was this hazy disconnect over the last year. But now Planned Parenthood is taking this as every indication, as we're seeing here in Milwaukee and in Madison, to resume those services. As you can see behind me, there are protesters. There are people that are very much against this decision. Wisconsin's Right for Life writing that Planned Parenthood is once again showing that they value profit over the lives of vulnerable women and children. This is something that we heard from people that we spoke to here again today, frustrated that law enforcement isn't upholding that 1849 era law. And so there still is a lot of contention as we are prepping to see more action on abortion leading up to 2024, guys.
Maura, what kind of impact will this have on women and the healthcare system in this state? Is there concern about legal blowback at this point for those providers now?
Well, for anybody seeking an abortion in Wisconsin, they do have those options now. We're told that appointments today had filled up, or there was interest in those appointments as they're just getting away for today, and they're looking to expand those services. But this eases off the burden around surrounding states. The Illinois clinics had seen a 600% increase in interest in abortion services because it's that kind of isolated island in the middle of these states that had stopped abortion services, and so. In terms of legal blowback, Planned Parenthood feels very confident in their decision to go along with what the judge decided just earlier this summer, guys.
Maura Barrett live in Wisconsin. Thank you, Maura.
Well, Vicki, you know what time it is? It's time for a CNBC Money Minute. While many U.S. companies are cutting staff, the government is hiring. 327,000 public sector jobs have been added so far this year, and that's the federal, the state, and the local level, all according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So, Deirdre, that makes up nearly a fifth of all the new jobs that were created in the first 8 months of this year. Why are we seeing this hiring spree in the public sector?
So it's filling the hole left in the public sector by the millions of teachers, police officers, and other public servants who quit during the pandemic years. As ZipRecruiter economists said, government agencies have also been offering better funding and perks for new hires, making them more competitive with private sector jobs. And Saudi Arabia is looking to set up a Tesla manufacturing facility, according to a Wall Street Journal report. The kingdom is looking to diversify its economy with electric vehicle metals. The journal shared that Saudi Arabia has been securing assets that Tesla needs for its EVs, which could help the company meet its goal of selling 20 million vehicles a year. And finally, the newly announced Apple products have some new features, but they're saying goodbye to some old accessories. The iPhone 15 will not come with a charger or wired earbuds, meaning users will have to make the switch to the USB-C charging cord separately. But the new AirPods are upgrading with AI. AirPods will automatically turn music down when necessary, eliminating the need to turn off the noise-canceling feature. But those AirPods don't come with the phone, guys. You're paying more on every account is the bottom line.
That's always the little detail there. We kind of end up paying more. CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa. Deirdre, thank you.
And coming up, the secret to living longer and better might be a head-to-toe body scan. We're going to take a look at the growing trend of longevity clinics. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The desire to live longer and to age healthier has some Americans turning to longevity clinics. These are one-stop shops. You can get your blood work, your body scanned, even memory tests. But the exams do come with a hefty price tag that's usually not covered by insurance. So I visited a clinic right here in New York to give you an inside look at the experience.
It stops the aging process dead in its tracks.
Unlike in the movie Death Becomes Her, drinking a magic potion won't make you live forever. I'm a girl. But that doesn't mean we aren't obsessed with living longer. Even celebrities like Maria Menounos promoting the health benefits of full-body scans to Hoda on Today.
That you have to be the CEO of your health.
Longevity medicine is the business of helping people live healthier, longer lives. Last year, it topped $26 billion in the U.S.
I'm here outside the Princeton Longevity Center in Manhattan to give you a look at what happens. But first, I had to fill out an extensive health questionnaire, everything from my eating habits to my sleeping habits to my family's medical history. And we are here bright and early today because this whole experience is going to take about 8 hours.
Welcome to Princeton Longevity Center.
After check-in, I'm taken to my private lounge where I'll rest between medical exams and tests.
Okay, I'm told the first thing we're doing this morning is getting my vital signs. They're going to draw some blood. They're checking my hormone levels. They're going to look at kidney and liver function. And they're doing it all this morning so that we can get the results by this afternoon. Pretty quick turnaround.
I'm getting a bone density and body scan to measure my bone strength and muscle mass. Blood draws to screen for things like genetic cancer markers, cholesterol, and vitamin deficiencies.
Oh, last one already?
You're on the last one.
Yay.
A test of my resting metabolic rate to see how many calories I burn just by existing.
So when I'm resting, my body's burning 1,000 calories. Around 1,000 calories.
And a standard physical.
Ever been told you snore?
No, I don't think I snore.
Dr. David Fine founded the Princeton Longevity Center in 2001 to help people optimize their health with nutrition, exercise, and medical care with the hope of living longer and better.
Who makes an ideal patient? Because for some people, knowing what's coming down the road can make them more anxious and more stressed.
On the one hand, that's true. On the other hand, though, you have two choices. You can find out what's going on, or it can find you.
Where is the sweet spot where some things may resolve on their own versus I'm going in and doing so much intervention and some of it may not be necessary?
Well, certainly a lot of things do resolve on their own. What we're really looking for really are more of the things that are going to be the chronic diseases of getting older. Your risk of diabetes, your risk of heart attacks and strokes, your cancer risk, for example.
My day continues with a CT scan of my heart and body.
A few tests down, a few more to go.
Nearly 3.5 hours later,
breakfast at last.
A quick bite and a cardiac stress test with a sports physiologist.
This is definitely aptly named stress test.
Then a vision and hearing test.
Next up is the ultimate athlete stress test. I thought that walking thing was hard. I think this is going to be really rough.
The price you have to pay if you want to be an athlete.
What if you're just a reporter?
I'm hooked up to the same machine used by Olympic athletes to measure my oxygen output and heart health.
You got it, you got it.
The view from the top, unbeatable. But after 10 minutes with the speed and incline creeping up, I'm beat.
I survived it. Barely.
I get my results quickly.
Your heart is acting like a 28-year-old.
But when I meet with the nutritionist who reviewed my food logs, she tells me to beef up my protein intake.
Out of all your calories, only 15% is coming from protein.
How much should be coming?
Should be 30 to 40.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Then I get the verdict on my overall health.
On the whole, you're actually in really good health.
Dr. Fine says the scans did find the bone density in my hips is below normal, and my body fat percentage was above average at 36%. He recommended weight-bearing exercise and strength training.
It's time to pump me up.
Then an unexpected result.
You had a small nodule over here in your left lung. It's this little guy right there.
Wow, okay.
Dr. Fine says it's likely a harmless lymph node, but recommended I get scanned in a year to check for growth.
We don't yet have a lot of data on the experiences of people who are taking up these new services.
Dan Belsky is a professor at Columbia University's Butler Aging Center.
If someone doesn't have the time or, frankly, the money to invest in a screening like the one I underwent, what do you tell them to do?
Eat a healthy diet, exercise, fill your life with things that matter to you. A social network surrounding and supporting you, that can be incredibly important for building healthy longevity.
If you want to try it, Belsky says, talk to your primary care doctor about the tests you want to take, research the facility and provider credentials, and avoid untested procedures that promise anti-aging effects.
So the big question, can you tell me how long I'm going to live?
You are certainly younger biologically than you are chronologically.
We will get to the Smucker's jar.
Wow, not the Smucker's jar.
Yeah, the Smucker's jar. Come on.
And you're younger
biologically. Okay, Miss Wynn.
I know. It was a nice high five moment. Very comprehensive. I also took a test at home, Morgan, a neurological exam. It tested my memory and my brain function. They also sent out some of my blood samples to be screened for cancer and genetic markers. Okay. Luckily for me, everything came back fine. No red flags. But that day is not cheap. It typically runs about $5,000. There are corporate discounts. There are couples discounts. Bottom line, make sure you're eating enough protein, whole foods, women especially. Pay attention to weight-bearing exercise. For me, it meant cutting back on my Doritos, adding more plant protein, and by the way, getting this 6-pound weighted vest to wear.
Weighted vest.
I walk my dog. It helps me build bone density. So there you have it.
An incredible accessory and a healthy one, too. Thank you so much, Vicki. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
A yoga teacher in South Carolina wants everyone to benefit from the ancient practice. That's why Jane Hart started a yoga class to help clients with a range of mobility issues. Gabrielle Komorowski from our NBC affiliate YWYFF has more about Hart's mission.
Feet on mats.
All right, y'all ready?
Hands on blocks.
There you go.
Bending.
Take a deep breath.
Breathing. And the students love it.
You're doing more.
I think that yoga is a very special, very meaningful thing.
This is the yoga class taught by Jane Hart at Thrive Upstate. The nonprofit serves people with disabilities in Greenville County.
I modify yoga for every ability. You got it?
With gentle hands, Jane helps her adult students
this one like that.
Move into yoga poses.
Press your hands down. It gives them freedom in their mind. It gives them freedom in their spirit. It gives them freedom in their body.
Believing in them.
There you go.
Helping them believe in themselves.
I love coming to yoga. It helps me with stress, anxiety, depression.
Some of the students are in wheelchairs.
Yeah.
Jane helps them move.
Like, we want everybody to be out there doing things that other people get to do, because why not? We can. You know, you may have to do it differently, but you can do it.
She sees her students flourish.
It makes me feel a natural high.
Jane teaches classes at several of Thrive Upstate's day centers. Her business, Modified Ability Yoga, was created after bringing her 25-year-old daughter Grayson here.
All right, Miss Chris.
Jane says Grayson is severely handicapped.
It is so important for individuals like my daughter to be in the community, for people to see her. Why? Because she is just like you. She's just like me. She's human.
Here,
Deep breath in.
Yoga
Exhale.
helps.
It will also benefit your day. You'll have more of a positive day.
Yoga to me is something that I tried and I thought, wow, I totally need this. I totally need this.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Gabrielle Komorowski.
Here's another heartwarmer in Virginia. A newly installed ramp is providing a high school cheerleader with a new vantage point to cheer on the school's football team in the stands. From our NBC affiliate WSLS, Kelly Marsh explains how this is a game changer for all students with special needs.
Lord Botetourt Jr. Bailey Masters was all smiles for the Cavaliers' first home game.
It was really cool.
For the first time, she was able to watch halftime from the stands.
We've been at this school now this is the third year, so it's been no ramp, so we've been sitting on the track, and she can't see the game from the track or the band halftime show, so it was really cool to see that was finally done.
A new ramp was installed over the summer and to make the bleachers more accessible for Bailey and others with special needs. Now she's able to take in all Friday nights have to offer, including a sense of normalcy.
Right, and it gives so much more independence too. Like, hey, go enjoy your stuff. You and your friends could go up there if you wanted to on your own without us and just hang out. And it's just really gives that extra independence, especially for kids her age now in high school.
Mm-hmm. Independence that brings a smile to Bailey's face.
Yeah.
Is that pretty cool?
Yeah.
Yeah. The addition, it also makes her parents' planning much simpler.
It's so nice to be able to come someplace and not have to worry about that or plan ahead or message them and be like, where are we going to sit? Do we have to bring our own chairs? Are we even allowed to sit on the track close to the fields?
Just to have more idea of the game, watch the game, and just be a little more involved. Never hurts.
For the district, having equal accessibility was a priority.
One of those priority projects was making sure that we had a ramp installed at Lord Botetourt High School Stadium as an upgrade and maintaining our facilities.
No longer sidelined, Bailey will continue cheering on her team, this time from a new vantage point.
Oh, we love to see that. All right, that was from our NBC affiliate WSLS. Thank you to Kelly Marsh.
And you are watching NBC News Daily. Remember, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. And really, it's wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, Pluto, all the places you see listed right there on your screen.
Android too, Morgan?
All of the places.
Apple TV?
All of the places.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is a right.
Welcome back to NBC News Daily, and thanks again for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. Rescue crews are working to find more than 10,000 people in northeastern Libya after unprecedented flooding devastated the region last week. Officials say at least 11,000 people are dead. State media reports that close to 900 buildings were destroyed by that flood.
And House Republicans have agreed on a short-term bill to keep the government temporarily funded as a potential shutdown looms over D.C. Sources familiar with the matter say that that bill includes cuts to domestic spending and does not mention Ukraine aid or disaster relief. The bill would need to pass the House and the democratically controlled Senate in order to avert a shutdown on September 30th.
Authorities are asking the public to help locate a missing Marine Corps fighter jet. Yeah, a fighter jet. The pilot of that F-35 ejected because of a, quote, mishap while flying over South Carolina on Sunday. Military officials say the jet was left in autopilot mode and it could still be airborne. Wow. Keep an eye out for that, I guess, that F-35.
Wow. Just keep your eyes peeled.
I think that's it. Weird.
Oh, great. Actor and comedian Russell Brand is accused of rape, sexual assault, and abuse. 4 women made the allegations as a part of a joint investigation by British news outlets, The Sunday Times, The Times of London, and Channel 4 Dispatches.
Brand denies the accusations, describing them as a litany of extremely egregious and aggressive attacks. NBC News has not independently confirmed any of the allegations, but we have NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz here to make sense of it. Also, Liz, one of the women accuses Brand of grooming her at age 16. That is the age of consent in the UK. Tell us more about these allegations and how Brand is responding.
Yeah, hey guys, as part of this investigation, as you mentioned, 4 women have come forward accusing Russell Brand of a variety of allegations, including rape, sexual assault, and abusive, predatory, controlling behavior. And they say this all happened in a span of 7 years between 2006 and 2013. At the height of his fame, he was in Forgetting Sarah Marshall in 2008. And one of these women says she was 16 at the time. Brand was 31. And even though this is the youngest age for consent in the UK, she says that she was pressured into performing sexual acts with him, that at one point she had to actually physically punch him in the stomach to get her off of him. She says that he called her the child and would have a car go to her school to pick her up and take her out of classes and bring her to his home. Another woman says that she was raped by Brand at his home in L.A. Another woman says he sexually assaulted her when they worked together in L.A. And another woman says that he exposed himself to her when they worked together in the UK. Now, Brand, for his part, preemptively responded to this investigation on Friday night before it was out. He posted a video to his millions of followers on social media where he denied the allegations and said, look, now during that time of promiscuity, the relationships I had were absolutely always consensual. I was always transparent about that then, almost too transparent, and I'm being transparent about it now as well. And to see that transparency metastasize into something criminal that I absolutely deny, it makes me question, is there another agenda at play? So he's saying this is part of a conspiracy by the media to silence him. Now, NBC has reached out for comment. We've not heard back, and he's not responded to the specific allegations, guys.
Yeah, you mentioned the media here, Liz. I mean, we are hearing the London police are in contact with the Sunday Times specifically about these allegations. Could Brand face any legal trouble as a result of this soon?
Yeah, so London police have said that they're aware of the investigation. They're pleading with other potential victims, no matter how long ago it was, to come forward. I think as far as whether he's going to be criminally charged for this, that remains to be seen. But some lawmakers in the UK are urging UK police and US police to investigate. And there are other ramifications so far. In the meantime, his agent has now dropped him, and we're also hearing reports that his live upcoming shows have been postponed.
Wow. All right. I miss NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz for us there. Liz, thank you.
Starting today, there will be no more cash bail for any arrests in Illinois. Judges will now simply determine if the person poses a threat to the community or is a flight risk. Now, this change has long been a progressive priority that lawmakers say chip away at wealth-based advantages.
But members of the law enforcement community fear it'll actually make streets less safe. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster has a closer look.
A major and controversial criminal justice reform.
It's the biggest change that I've seen in 35 years.
The state of Illinois ending the cash bail requirement. Now, no one accused of a crime will pay to be released from detention while they await trial.
So this is the first place someone goes if they're arrested?
Correct. Officials in suburban Chicago walked us through the new process.
Is the defendant a threat to a person, persons, or the community, and they should be detained? They will not be able to get out.
It's here in this brand new courtroom right inside the DuPage County Jailhouse where judges will rule who will remain behind bars and who is sent home until trial, a decision based on flight risk and threat to the community.
How will judges now rule? What are their options?
Either to detain somebody or to release somebody or to release somebody with certain conditions. And the conditions can be across the board, what they're doing or not.
But they can't involve money anymore.
They will never involve money anymore.
A federal government report showed that more than 60% of defendants are detained pre-trial because they can't afford to post bail.
The lawlessness of Chicago will soon be the law statewide.
Kankakee County Sheriff Michael Downey was one of dozens of officials who filed suit to stop the change.
A lot of the same individuals who are constant problems in our communities who are now not going to be locked up.
State Senator Robert Peters helped write the new law.
If you were rich and white, you were more likely to experience freedom than if you're poor and black and a woman.
And is there any concern that there are sheriffs, that there are prosecutors out there that are saying this is making their job harder and will make the community less safe?
If they do their job with something that's fundamentally rooted in safety, not money, then we should be in a much better position.
40-year-old Luis Gonzalez was arrested last year for illegally possessing a gun.
For my own safety, I picked up a weapon, which was illegal at the moment.
A nonprofit helped him pay a $200 bail.
After being sentenced, the only time you spent in jail was right after you got arrested.
That's it, waiting to pay a bond.
A word now removed from Illinois law.
Shaq Brewster joins us now live from Chicago. So, Shaq, New York eliminated cash bail for most misdemeanors and non-violent crimes a few years back. Critics have blamed that for a rise in crime in New York City. How are police departments there preparing for this potential change?
Hi there. Well, when you talk to departments, there's a lot of uncertainty here in actually how this law will play out. And you heard in the piece how a lot of this will turn on judges and the decision that judges are making. Now, in terms of the specific preparations that you've been seeing from some of the members of law enforcement, you've been seeing new facilities. You saw in that piece there, they built a actual courtroom inside the jail. That's to accommodate the rights that this law has now established, where if you are arrested and accused of a crime, you now are allowed and you must see a judge within 48 hours, and that judge will make a decision on whether or not you're detained. So there's a lot of uncertainty here. You have people saying that it's going to take a while for things to kind of work itself out, but this is definitely a huge change that will be closely watched, not just here in Illinois, but really across the country.
And it was really interesting to hear him say so plainly that these are your chances of freedom based on these demographics. So a big change coming down the pike indeed. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster for Shaq. Thank you.
It has been a year since a 22-year-old Iranian woman died in custody of the government's so-called morality police. Mahsa Amini allegedly violated Iran's strict dress code.
Now, her death sparked protest across the country and across the world. MSNBC anchor Yasmin Vasugian reflects on the impact of Amini's death 1 year later.
Zan, Zindagi, Azadi. Woman, life, freedom. 3 words that form the rallying cry for a movement led by the women of Iran to fight for equal rights under Islamic law. It began on September 16th last year, when 22-year-old Mahsa Amini died in the custody of a government patrol unit, the morality police. Witness reports say she was physically beaten before her death, which officials deny, arrested for allegedly violating the country's strict dress code. What followed were months of protests across the entire country. Men and women alike condemning the regime and its series of gender discriminatory laws. They were met with a violent crackdown. Human rights groups saying that Iranian security forces killed more than 500 protesters, tens of thousands arrested, and eventually demonstrations subsiding. This summer, though, as the one-year anniversary of Amini's death drew closer, Iranian officials began arresting anyone suspected of planning to reignite these protests.
The Islamic Republic of Iran has always been ready to listen to words of protesters and those who intend to abuse Madam Amini's name. We know what will happen to them.
But despite those threats, the movement lives on. Days before the anniversary, a group of activists and leaders gathered across from the United Nations in New York.
In front of this building, where officials of the Iranian government are going to come, and they're going to refer to all these freedom fighters as troublemakers and as rebel rousers.
And on September 16th, marches happening across the globe in support of the Iranian people, lending a voice to a movement that continues to inspire innovative action around the world.
We have an app similar to Waze where people can report the location and detour the location of the morality police.
We've been focusing a lot on the people who've been arrested, so making sure they're still in the news and their cases are heard.
In response to the Women Life Freedom movement, Iran's leaders have doubled down, bringing back the morality police after temporary suspension and proposing new laws with harsher penalties for women who violate the dress code. But many Iranians say that an irreversible change has taken place.
We have buried our dead. We have seen the people getting arrested and tortured. It is up to the international community to decide which part of history they want to be a part of.
Mm-hmm. MSNBC anchor Yasmin Vasugian joins us now. Yasmin, it's interesting because this is the type of change you can't put back in the bottle.
Nope.
And we saw how the Iranian government reacted last year when this was really a moment, a catalyst for the entire diaspora, right? People calling for this level of change. Mm-hmm. So now in anticipation of even more protests, how is the government responding now?
They were cracking down. They were threatening. We even heard with the interview with our own Lester Holt, in which President Raisi at the time basically threatened the Iranian public when it came to protests. And they did the same thing domestically as well. They actually detained the father on Saturday, the one-year anniversary of his daughter's death. They detained Mahsa Amini's uncle as well. What they don't want to see, right, their biggest fear is for the world to see protests happening domestically amidst what is this prisoner exchange, obviously, that we saw earlier this morning, right, this $6 billion that is being released to the Iranian government. They are trying to strengthen themselves amidst all of this while there's so much domestic still instability with the Iranian women that are continuing, as you saw, not only the Iranian women domestically, but the diaspora as well, continuing to fight on no matter what, and feels like this is just the beginning of what is to come.
Even with the help of technology, too. Yasmin, thank you so much for keeping this in the spotlight
Really
for us. Yasmin Vasugian, appreciate you.
And coming up next, raising awareness for brain aneurysms. Most of them go undetected, but we've got all you need to know in case they happen to you or even someone you know. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Now to an important conversation. September is Brain Aneurysm Awareness Month. It is a condition that affects about 1 in every 50 Americans. They happen when you get a bulge or a ballooning of a blood vessel in the brain, and most aneurysms go undetected.
But brain aneurysms that leak or rupture are extremely dangerous, and they're often fatal. They can cause a type of stroke that is one of the leading causes of death or disability. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson and cerebrovascular neurosurgeon Dr. Christopher Kellner are both here to discuss this in depth with us. Sharon, I want to start with you because frankly, you have a very personal connection this year. You join our show all the time to give us the best personal advice when it comes to our finances. But this is a very different type of story, one that I just learned recently. Tell us about it.
Yeah, well, 7 years ago this week, my life changed forever. I was going to the gym, and I was trying to work out and have my spinach shake in the morning and do all the right things to stay healthy. And I had the worst headache I've ever experienced in the back of my head as I was in a yoga pose. And that I now know was when I had a ruptured brain aneurysm. I went home. I should have gone to the ER absolutely first, but I went home, put up my feet, told work I wasn't coming in, and went to see my doctor. The primary care physician who saw me said, he just thought of the worst case scenario and told me to go to a hospital and get a scan, which is where they found with the CT scan bleeding in the brain. And then I went to another hospital to then have a craniotomy, have brain surgery, to have 2 clips put into to repair this blood vessel that had ruptured in my brain. And all of that was done
actually right here.
That's me in ICU in September of 2016, and all of that happened in 12 hours. Wow. And every moment is so important with brain aneurysms, and so many people, so many women in particular, power through the pain, right? And it's really important. If you feel something unusual, know your body and get to a hospital.
And kudos to your doctors for elevating your care and escalating it immediately. 12 hours and all of those surgeries and visits.
Yeah.
How has your recovery been, Sharon? I don't think people would know because, you know, just watching you and listening to you that you went through this 7 years ago. And have you changed any of your habits?
Well, I was out of work for a full year. I was on medical leave for a year.
After that moment.
I didn't come back to work till September of 2017. Wow. And in that time, I had to learn how to balance, how to walk upstairs, how to balance a checkbook. I'm supposed to tell people about how to manage their money. I had to figure out how to do that on my own because I couldn't. So for a long period of time, I needed help for a lot of those things. So physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy to figure out how to communicate, which is our livelihood, was really important, and it took me a lot of time to do that. And then when I came back to work, I couldn't do the 120% right away, like we're usually doing. So I took time to kind of get back up to speed. And I'm so grateful that I found a support system through the Brain Aneurysm Foundation, a support group to help me. And then I got to find out, why me? Why not me? Because now I can raise awareness, but why me? Black female, 48 years old, with a family history of brain hemorrhages. All of that made me a potential candidate for this disease.
And I mean, I'm just so touched, right? I mean, to hear you even just share this with us. And I think you're helping so many people by sharing your story to kind of bring in the medical perspective here. Dr. Kellner, how common are these brain aneurysms? I mean, we hear about them, but people, I don't think, have a sense of the statistics, of the numbers. How common is it for them to actually rupture?
Yeah, to have a brain aneurysm is actually surprisingly common. About 1 in 50 people have a brain aneurysm, but only about 1% of people who have a brain aneurysm suffer a rupture. There are about 30,000 people in the United States every year who suffer a rupture.
Sharon touched on some of those for us, but Dr. Kellner, go through the warning signs and symptoms, and what should you do if you experience them?
Some of the warning signs are, the characteristic statement is, this is the worst headache of my life. So if you experience a sudden severe headache, it's the worst headache of your life, and you might even feel like you got hit in the head with something, or some people even describe it as a thunderclap headache, where you might have heard something like a thunderbolt as the aneurysm ruptured. That sudden severe headache that's different from all the other headaches you might have had in your life, that's really the warning sign. You could also have a stiff neck or nausea and vomiting. The if you have those kinds of symptoms, you've really got to get to the emergency room very quickly and get evaluated.
Which is tough because they can feel like common symptoms, you know, of other things there.
The worst headache of your life, that is a good one. And don't be shy about going to a doctor to get that checked out.
Absolutely.
Sharon Epperson, thank you very, very much for sharing your personal story. Dr. Christopher Kellner, we appreciate your medical perspective as well. Thank you both.
And thank you. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright morning right behind me. There were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Rising country music sensation Kane Brown is defying the odds and overcoming some obstacles along the way to prove that he belongs center stage.
Sunday Today host Willie Guy sat down with Brown to discuss his musical journey.
Kane Brown's road to country stardom began in an unlikely place.
I started in a bathroom, as weird as that sounds, just doing songs and covers in a bathroom.
From the bathroom to the biggest stages in music, Brown recently finished his sold-out Drunk or Dreaming international tour.
Where I was born, it's where I was raised, ain't saying I'm ready yet.
You're a global star. What does that feel like?
I mean, dude, it feels amazing, especially like coming from where I came from, my background, and getting to go to, you know, Australia. I never really left Georgia, so now I'm getting to travel the world to do music, and it makes absolutely no sense to me.
All I'm thinking about is how I'm homesick.
The son of a white mother and a black and Native American father, Brown was raised in northwest Georgia and southeastern Tennessee. His childhood was marked by periods of homelessness, abuse at the hands of a stepfather, and racism. Brown found stability with his grandmother and solace in music.
Well, music was always my life. That was kind of my escape, even though I didn't realize it coming up to my childhood. It started coming out more when I started working at Lowe's, and in the meantime, like while I was mixing paint, I was singing.
It started way back in 3rd grade.
In between shifts at Lowe's and later FedEx, Brown posted covers of country hits to Facebook. His rendition of Lee Brice's I Don't Dance, recorded in the bathroom, exploded while he slept.
Yeah, I was that kind of man.
I remember waking up and my phone was completely black, and put it on the charger, and immediately, once it turned on, I just got notifications for hours. I couldn't unlock my phone, I couldn't do anything, it just kept popping up. I remember it being 60,000 followers overnight.
Wow.
And I thought that was big, and then fast forward, and then I did a George Strait check yes or no, and 60,000 turned into millions. And then that's when I started just writing my own music. And my boss was cool with it. And I get a call saying that we need you to move to Nashville. He just told me, he's like, yeah, man, go. And then you can come back if you need to. So it was an assurance thing for me.
Brown moved to Music City to chase the dream.
What were some of the reactions you heard from people in Nashville?
I wouldn't say it was just Nashville. I'd say it was everywhere. I mean, especially the internet. They'd be like, just look at him, he's not country. That's not what country looks like, yada, yada, yada. But I feel like it's also what made me blow up on Facebook, because I mean, I had a lot of people that they clicked my video and they're like, I thought you were gonna rap. And then I started singing, so it shocked them, and then they wanted to share it.
You say, what if I hurt you?
Brown proved his doubters wrong, releasing a self-titled debut album in 2016, featuring his first #1 song, What Ifs.
What if I was made for you and you were made for me? What if this is it? What if it's meant to be?
And the 9 times platinum smash, Heaven.
I don't know how heaven could be better than
Brown continues to defy country conventions. He has crossed over to the pop charts with hits like One Thing Right, a collaboration with DJ Marshmello.
I've been wrong about 1,000,000 times, but I got one thing right. You.
What I love about New York, right there.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 shots of whiskey, are you?
There it is, 100%. Still has it there.
Doing it his way, Brown is filling stadiums and making history. This summer, he became the first black artist ever to headline a concert at Boston's famed Fenway Park.
It's so interesting hearing him talk about that moment there in Boston was really what made him know that he belonged.
Yeah, absolutely, and all that he overcame to be there. We're happy to see it.
And Willie Geist there shooting some hoops our Sunday Today host.
Still got it, Willie.
All right.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. You're watching NBC News Daily. And you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, you name it. Your news continues right after this.
now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand. And officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Good Monday to you, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, September 18th. Back to the table. Negotiators once again meeting today, trying to strike a deal to end the strike between thousands of auto workers and Detroit's big three car makers. Where those talks stand right now and the impact they're already having.
Deadly shooting. A person of interest has been detained in connection to the brazen killing of a sheriff's deputy in Los Angeles. The latest on the murder investigation and why authorities are describing it as an ambush.
Resuming services. A Planned Parenthood in Wisconsin is offering abortions once again after it stopped the procedures last year when the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. How people on both sides are now reacting.
Missing aircraft. The U.S. military is asking the public for help finding an F-35 fighter jet. It disappeared yesterday somewhere over South Carolina. What officials are now saying about the urgent search and what caused it.
Welcome to NBC News Daily this Monday. We are so glad you could be with us. We start right now with that historic strike between America's largest auto union workers and the Detroit's big three car makers. It's day 4 of the standoff, and both sides appear to be digging in.
Talks are expected to restart today between the United Auto Workers and Stellantis. Over the weekend, union leaders said they had reasonably productive conversations with Ford, but this morning the UAW president told MSNBC they still have a long way to go. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is live outside a Ford plant in Wayne, Michigan for us. Maggie, good to have you this Monday. So we're talking about 13,000 auto workers still out on the picket lines right now. What else are both sides saying today, and where are negotiators still the furthest apart?
Well, I hate to sound pessimistic, but it's really kind of like a pick your poison scenario right now. I mean, you can talk about sort of the all or nothing demands that the union has put out, plenty of support, as you can hear. Like, for instance, the 4-day work week. UAW has said they want a 4-day work week and workers want to be paid for 5. The big three has said absolutely not on that. What's more quantifiable to help give some perspective to this is the pay demands. UAW asking for a 40% or demanding a 40% pay hike. Stellantis over the weekend offered 21. UAW's president kind of immediately called that a no-go. Here is more of what Shawn Fain had to say this morning amid these weekend talks. Stellantis starting up once again today about kind of where he thinks next steps could take them. Take a listen.
If we have to amp up pressure, that's what we're going to do. We have a lot of members out there that are frustrated and fed up, and they're ready to take action. So, you know, if the companies don't respond to the members' demands, then we have to do what we have to do.
So a big question that Shawn Fain has gotten when it comes to taking action and ramping up pressure is right now, as you guys know, we're talking about a targeted strike at 3 plants in 3 states. Obviously, this Ford one here in the Detroit area. We also have one in Missouri, one in Ohio, one at each of the big 3. And the question has been, could we see more workers at more plants walking off the job? He's kind of danced around saying yes or no to that, sort of answering in the realm of we'll do what we need to do.
Interesting, because we can hear sort of behind you there, Maggie, even those cars going by honking in support of those strikers. And we know the White House is actually sending a small team to Detroit this week, really to kind of support both sides and see if they can come to an agreement. But that strike, it's already impacting production at other factories, not just where those workers have already walked off. So what are we seeing so far?
Yeah, so essentially more than one of the companies, more than one of the big 3 already saying that they have had to or will have to lay off workers that aren't even part of this walkout as a result of the walkout. Ford was the first one to say that. They said they had temporarily laid off 600 workers at a different plant because they said basically a component made at this plant, something called e-coating, is needed for, kind of think of it as like next steps in production. And if it can't be made at this plant, then the workers who needed to do their jobs can't do those jobs. So Ford temporarily laying them off. GM also saying they may have to lay off close to 2,000 workers as early as this week, kind of for similar reasons, basically ripple effects of these walkouts are spreading, and that is really what the Biden administration is hoping to nip in the bud. As you said, 2 key aides coming here. We're just told early this week, quite possibly today, to try to help keep these negotiations moving and get a deal as soon as possible, guys.
Yeah, those ripple effects are widespread. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa. Maggie, thank you so much.
Well, Vicki, let's head overseas for just a moment to Doha, Qatar, where 5 Americans are halfway home after they were released in a prisoner swap with Iran just earlier today. Now, here are their names. Here are their faces, the one that we have thus far. There are 2 of those Americans who did not want to be identified. The other 3 here, they were in Iranian custody for a range of 5 to 8 years. But for all of them, today marks the end of a nightmare and a day that they feared they may never see. NBC News Tehran bureau chief and correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now from Tehran. Ali, this is a big deal. I mean, Qatar is sort of helping to broker this exchange. That's why the Americans are there right now before they board that flight home. But what does the mere existence of this deal between the U.S. and Iran sort of tell us about the status of what's been a pretty rocky relationship?
Hey, Morgan. Well, it tells you everything you need to know about their relationship that's incredibly strained. I mean, as you mentioned, the longest-serving prisoner, Siam Aknamazi, was here for 8 years, but the U.S. and Iran couldn't negotiate directly with one another. It had to be done through the Omanis and the Qataris, acting as a conduit between these two. And just because these prisoners have been released, it doesn't mean that the U.S. and Iran are going to have a renewed friendship. Far from it. There are still incredible tensions between these two countries that don't show any signs of being resolved. Now, this may be a step towards some kind of defrosting relationships, but there's a long way to go. But the bottom line in all of this, Morgan, is that 5 American citizens that have been going through an ordeal in one of the world's most notorious prisons are out now, and they're going to be reunited with their family. Let's take a listen to what Secretary Blinken had to say a little earlier today.
This process and the engagements necessary to bring it about, the freedom of these unjustly detained Americans, has always been a separate track in our engagement, or for that matter, lack of engagement with Iran when it comes to perhaps the #1 issue of concern, which is Iran's nuclear program. We continue to believe that diplomacy is the best way. We'll continue to see if there are opportunities for that. In this moment, we're not engaged.
A moment of enormous joy and relief for these prisoners that have just landed in Qatar and will soon be on their way back to the United States.
You know, Ali, we're talking about the exchange of these prisoners. And the Biden administration, they're releasing 5 Iranian detainees on this side and unfreezing $6 billion in Iranian oil revenue. So Republicans, frankly, here they're blasting that deal, calling it a ransom payment that will help Iran fund attacks against the U.S. and its allies. So how much control, Ali, does the U.S. have over those unfrozen Iranian assets?
Well, again, Morgan, another point of contention between Washington and Tehran. The U.S. says that they have full control over this, that this will be in Qatari bank accounts, and that Iran can withdraw from those accounts for humanitarian purposes. But in an exclusive interview with the Iranian president and Lester Holt, Iran's president said, no, that's not the case at all. Iran will decide what to do with that money. It's our money, and we'll spend it as we wish. So we'll have to see how that all unfolds over the coming weeks.
All right, NBC News Tehran bureau chief and correspondent Ali Arouzi following this from the moment that this story broke. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Morgan, we turn to Los Angeles, where police have a person of interest detained in connection to the deadly shooting of a 30-year-old sheriff's deputy over the weekend. The sheriff's office is scheduled to give us an update in a press conference at any minute this hour. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now with more. So, Dana, first, let's talk about what happened on Sunday and what are we expecting to hear out of this press conference that it looks like you're there now.
Yeah, we are waiting for the sheriff to come out and give us details about a person who has been detained, a person of interest. That happened sometime this morning, according to our NBC station in Los Angeles. They say that a person who believes they had some sort of interaction with the suspect vehicle, possibly a road rage incident, phoned in this tip this morning that led to this person being detained. Right now, we are outside of the Palmdale Sheriff's Station, where on Saturday, 30-year-old Ryan Klukenboomer was shot and killed outside of the place that he works. It was actually the sheriff's department camera that captured a dark-colored Toyota Corolla, according to authorities, pull up next to that deputy. You see it in the surveillance video that has been circulating online. The car pulls up, stops, and then takes off. The deputy was rushed to a hospital where he was later pronounced dead. And we saw this overwhelming show of support from the community as they escorted the officer's body from the hospital to the coroner's office late Saturday night. On Sunday, the sheriff put out information asking, pleading really with the community to come forward with any information that could help identify a person or people of interest in this case. And this morning, it looks like that manhunt for the suspected cop killer has possibly come to an end. Vicki?
Just absolutely horrific. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin standing by at a press conference in Los Angeles there for us. Thank you, Dana.
Let's switch gears for a moment and turn to our CNBC Money Minute. U.S. home builders, they really aren't feeling too optimistic about their businesses, with builder confidence in the housing market falling 5 points this month. And that's all according to the National Association of Home Builders and Wells Fargo.
Yeah, that is not what buyers want to hear. CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac joins us now. So, Steve, this is actually the first time we have seen home builder sentiment go negative in the past 7 months. So why are builders losing confidence in the market right now? And how are those businesses doing?
Yeah, Vicki, well, as you can imagine, it's an affordability problem. Mortgage rates are sticking above 7%, and prospective home buyers are simply putting off their purchases until those rates fall. Some home builders are also dealing with other problems, including a shortage of workers and buildable lots, as well as soaring insurance costs. Also, Clorox says its production has been disrupted because of a cyber attack that happened last month. The bleach and pine sol maker said today it expects to take a financial hit from the disruptions. The company expects to start bringing systems back up to speed next week, but there's no word on when it will be able to resume full operations. Morgan, Vicki, I'll send things back over to you.
All right, CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac for us there. Steve, as always, thank you. And coming up, Drew Barrymore backpedaling on the return of her talk show. We're going to tell you why the writer's strike is now putting her in the hot seat, along with a few other daytime TV shows. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
4 women are accusing actor and comedian Russell Brand of rape, sexual assault, and abuse. And these allegations come from a joint investigation by British news outlets The Sunday Times, The Times of London, and Channel 4 Dispatches. Now, the London police are looking into those claims, urging the accusers to speak to authorities. Brand denies these accusations, saying all of his relationships have been consensual. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz joins us now live. Liz, it's good to see you this Monday. We should note, first and foremost, that NBC has not yet independently confirmed any of those allegations. But tell us what these women are saying specifically, and how is Brand responding right now to all this?
Yeah, hey, Morgan. So, right, 4 women have come forward as part of this investigation. One of those women, who they're calling Alice as a pseudonym, she says this happened to her when she was 16 years old. She entered into some kind of relationship with him while Brand was 31. And she says even though that was the youngest age, or is the youngest age for consent in the UK, that Brand pressured her into performing sexual acts, that at one point she even had to physically push him off her, to get him off and punch him in the stomach. She says that he referred to her as the child and had a car that would come and pick her up from school and take her out of classes and bring her to his home. Now, another woman is accusing him of rape at his home in LA. Another woman says she was sexually assaulted by him when they worked together in LA. And another woman says that he exposed himself in front of her when they worked together in the early 2000s. And they say much of this happened at the height of his fame between 2006 and 2013. Now, Brand, for his part, released a preemptive video before the investigation came out. He posted a video on social media to his millions of followers where he denies the allegations. He said, during that time of promiscuity, the relationships I had were absolutely always consensual. I was always transparent about that, almost too transparent. He goes on to say, to see that transparency metastasized into something criminal, that I absolutely deny, and it makes me question, is there another agenda at play? So he's accusing the media of a conspiracy to silence him here. NBC has reached out for comment. We've not heard back, and he has not responded further to the actual specific allegations in the investigation, Morgan.
And Liz, just very briefly, I know there's this distinction between the potential legal ramifications, but also the social ones. He's already faced some sort of backlash, his talent agency dropping him. Anything else that's happened just in the last 24 hours?
Yeah, so his talent agencies dropped him, and we have just gotten word within the past couple of hours that the production company putting on his upcoming live comedy shows, they have now postponed or canceled those shows, Morgan.
All right, NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz joining us now from Los Angeles. Liz, thank you.
Staying with Hollywood news, Morgan, after some back and forth, Drew Barrymore has decided her daytime talk show will not be back on the air today until the Hollywood writer's strike is over. This all comes after the actress said late last week her show would return, sparking backlash from writers and fellow actors. The show's 4th season was set to premiere today. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas has more on the fallout.
No lights, no cameras, and no action for Drew Barrymore. The star announcing Sunday that she no longer plans to debut the new season of her talk show. The reversal coming just 1 week after Barrymore said that she'd start shooting again. A decision that drew immediate backlash online and from Hollywood. The National Book Awards also rescinded an invitation for the star to host its event. Over the weekend, Barrymore writing on Instagram, "I have no words to express my deepest apologies to anyone I have hurt," adding, "We really tried to find our way forward, and I truly hope for a resolution for the entire industry very soon."
I would just take full responsibility for my actions.
Barrymore announced the pause 2 days after she released an emotional, now deleted video explaining why she was restarting her show amid the dual strikes.
I just wanted to make a show that was there for people. And I thought if we could go on during a global pandemic and everything that the world has experienced through 2020, why would this sideline us?
Barrymore's initial decision drawing the ire of the Writers Guild, who picketed outside her New York studio last week, as well as famous actors, including Deborah Messing of Will and Grace fame, who wrote online, "There are thousands of union members' jobs and livelihoods that are at stake. I hope you will reconsider." And Alyssa Milano.
It impacts the strength of our movement.
While the WGA condemned Barrymore's show going on air, a spokesperson for the Actors Guild told NBC that the talk show's return did not violate their ongoing strike.
I'm calling you out, Cheryl.
Following Drew Barrymore's decision, The Talk and The Jennifer Hudson Show also delayed their premieres.
So, yes.
While other daytime shows like The View and Tamron Hall have continued taping. The WGA and studio representatives say they're working to schedule talks this week, a small step forward in the labor dispute after a weeks-long freeze in negotiations. Chloe Malas, NBC News.
Still ahead, Illinois makes history as the first state to scrap cash bail. Why the new law is stirring up some controversy. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
A growing wild horse population is pitting cattle ranchers against horse advocates.
NBC's Sarah McLaughlin explains the complicated task of reining in wild Mustangs across the West.
Good girl. Outside Palm Springs, California, horses like Dahlia, once running wild across the West, are now tame.
Grab more rain.
Under the expert care of horse activist Marissa Mendoza, Dahlia was captured by the Federal Bureau of Land Management as part of its effort to control the wild horse population. But not all horses survive the roundups. This video from mid-July shows a stallion desperate to escape, snapping its leg, trying to jump the fence. A spokesperson for the Bureau told NBC News in part, injuries to wild horses during gathers are rare, noting that BLM and contract staff adhere to strict practices and humane handling standards during gathering operations, and that they continue to assess the gathering process. But some call it part of a decades-old battle playing out over millions of acres of federally owned land known as the Range.
The wild Mustang is the symbol of America.
Pitting horse advocates like Mendoza.
Every car that you used to see was once a horse.
Against cattle ranchers like the Nevada-based Fellini family. They argue with few natural predators and limited resources, there are too many horses and they're pushing out the cows.
In the battle of cattle versus horses, who's winning?
Horses are winning.
Wherever there's an allotment with horses on it, horses are winning.
Wild horses are protected by a 50-year-old federal law, tasking the Federal Bureau of Land Management with their oversight and care. At the same time, the Bureau has issued nearly 18,000 permits to cattle ranchers, allowing them to use public land, getting millions of dollars in livestock grazing fees in return. Anna Fellini and other ranchers argue the Bureau of Land Management is not doing enough to deal with horse overpopulation.
Is this a crisis?
Yes. It's a crisis beyond crises.
The Fellinis are legally obligated to let the horses run wild on the land their family has worked for more than 150 years.
The Bureau of Land Management will come out and tell us we are using too much forage. We have to remove our cattle. But they won't remove horses until no forage is available at all.
Fellini says the land has suffered as a result, showing us a section she says is now completely unusable, almost devoid of forage or edible grass. With more than 80,000 wild horses and burros on the range, Holly Waddell, the Bureau of Land Management's Horse Program Division Chief, acknowledges there are 3 times as many animals as there should be. And so every year, the Bureau rounds up a predetermined number of horses by helicopter, sending thousands to federal corrals. Last fiscal year, the Bureau spent over $80 million caring for captured wild horses. In order to free up badly needed corral space and save taxpayer dollars, in 2019, the Bureau started paying people federal money to adopt up to 4 horses, giving them $1,000 for each horse.
It shows all of the herd management areas and the herd areas.
The idea being the horses would go on to live productive lives off the range. Waddell says as a result, adoptions increased to record levels.
The adoption incentive program has been successful.
But a 2021 New York Times investigation found that some adopters were pocketing the money, and as soon as they could, selling the horses at auctions frequented by slaughterhouse brokers. The article sparking outrage among the horse advocate community.
We are sending droves of these federally protected animals who helped build this country to slaughter.
So what's being done to stop this exploitation?
We have made several revisions to the current adoption incentive program.
But 2 years later, an NBC News investigation confirms that federally branded horses are still in the international slaughter pipeline. The Bureau of Land Management says it monitors adopted horses for a minimum of 1 year, noting it is unaware of any untitled horses being sent to slaughter. Advocates argue the entire program is unsustainable, in part because even for well-intentioned adopters,
oh my gosh, look at that little fuzzy head.
It's very difficult to tame a wild horse like Dahlia.
We would leave them as they have been for centuries. They are exactly what America represents, and that is freedom, resilience, strength.
If you get rid of every cow, then the horses are still going to be completely out of control. You have to manage the horses.
Out in the Wild West, there's no obvious way to rein in America's wild horses. Erin McLaughlin, NBC News, Tonopah, Nevada.
Wow. All right. Well, still to come, the U.S. military needs your help finding a missing F-35. It sounds pretty strange. The fighter jet might still be flying even without a pilot. We have so many more details for you coming up in just a moment. You're watching NBC News Daily.
I'm going to need those details.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the conditions should be
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with you this Monday. Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks so much for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and here is what's making news right now. Hurricane Nigel, which is currently brewing in the Atlantic, is expected to become a major storm as early as tomorrow. In fact, right now, experts don't think it will make landfall, but it marks yet another storm this year to rapidly strengthen over hours instead of days.
Hunter Biden is suing the IRS for, quote, repeatedly and intentionally sharing his private tax information. He claims agents were trying to embarrass him while they investigated him on federal gun charges. This civil suit comes just days after Biden was indicted on those charges.
For the first time ever, researchers have done a detailed exploration of 3 deep-sea shipwrecks from the pivotal Battle of Midway in World War II. The nonprofit Ocean Trust Exploration says it used remote-controlled vessels to get photos and videos of that wreckage, which is more than 16,000 feet below the surface. The entire expedition took about 43 hours.
That is spectacular to see. All right, well, beginning today, cash bail is ending for all arrests in Illinois. The new policy is championed by criminal justice advocates who say cash bail helps the wealthy and hurts the poor.
Now, judges will now only consider if the person poses a threat or is a flight risk when deciding to keep them in jail ahead of their trial. But members of law enforcement are warning that this could lead to a sharp increase in crime. Here's NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster.
A major and controversial criminal justice reform.
It's the biggest change that I've seen in 35 years.
The state of Illinois ending the cash bail requirement. Now, no one accused of a crime will pay to be released from detention while they await trial.
So this is the first place someone goes if they're arrested?
Correct. Officials in suburban Chicago walked us through the new process.
Is the defendant a threat to a person, persons, or the community, and they should be detained? They will not be able to get out.
It's here in this brand new courtroom right inside the DuPage County jailhouse where judges will rule who will remain behind bars and who is sent home until trial, a decision based on flight risk and threat to the community.
How will judges now rule? What are their options?
Either to detain somebody or to release somebody or to release somebody with certain conditions. And the conditions can be across the board, what they're doing or not.
But they can't involve money anymore.
They will never involve money anymore.
A federal government report showed that more than 60% of defendants are detained pre-trial because they can't afford to post bail.
The lawlessness of Chicago will soon be the law statewide.
Kankakee County Sheriff Michael Downey was one of dozens of officials who filed suit to stop the change.
A lot of the same individuals who are constant problems in our communities who are now not going to be locked up.
State Senator Robert Peters helped write the new law.
If you were rich and white, you were more likely to experience freedom than if you're poor and black and a woman.
And is there any concern that there are sheriffs, that there are prosecutors out there that are saying this is making their job harder and will make the community less safe?
If they do their job with something that's fundamentally rooted in safety, not money, then we should be in a much better position.
40-year-old Luis Gonzalez was arrested last year for illegally possessing a gun.
For my own safety, I picked up a weapon, which was illegal at the moment.
A nonprofit helped him pay a $200 bail.
After being sentenced, the only time you spent in jail was right after you got arrested.
That's it, waiting to pay a bond.
A word now removed from Illinois law.
Shaquille Brewster joins us now live. Look, Shaq, this is a pretty big change. I mean, tell us more about the conversation that you had with the man who was convicted of illegally owning a gun. I mean, he told you how bail impacted him at the time. What did he say?
Right. He was a father of 4. He said as he was in jail, he was concerned about getting back to his kids. He was concerned about the possibility of losing his job. He admits what he did was wrong, and he was ultimately sentenced to just probation. So you heard the only time he spent locked up was when he was, right after he was arrested, unable to afford that $200 bail. By the way, the nonprofit that helped him pay that bail, they're saying they're now redirecting resources to help keep people out of the criminal justice system. Morgan?
Really important changes. All right, NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster for us there. Shaq, thanks.
Morgan, let's head to Wisconsin, where Planned Parenthood is resuming abortion services today. The procedure will now be accessible in the state for the first time since Roe v. Wade was overturned last year. This all comes after a judge ruled in July that an old state law does not apply to current abortion procedures. NBC News correspondent Maura Baird is live outside of one of the Planned Parenthood locations in Wisconsin. So, Maura, walk us through this judge's ruling. What is legal and what's not legal in Wisconsin, and what are people who do not support abortion rights saying?
Well, the legality of all of this has been pretty hazy since Dobbs overruled Roe v. Wade last year, which is why providers here in Wisconsin had halted the procedures. There's a law back from 1849 that said that anybody other than the mother that intentionally terminated a pregnancy could be charged with a felony, years in prison, and a fine. And basically what's been playing out in courts here in Wisconsin is that there's been a challenge to that. A local county judge said that that specific law was actually in terms of something that was more like assault or battery, not a provider like a doctor performing a voluntary abortion. So while laws haven't exactly been changed yet because litigation is still ongoing, Planned Parenthood made this somewhat surprising decision to now resume abortion services. Now, we did hear from Wisconsin's Right to Life group. They said that they were very devastated, said that Planned Parenthood was putting profits over women's health care. Planned Parenthood obviously pushing back against that, but we've seen plenty of protesters out here today saying that they're disappointed that law enforcement aren't upholding the law that they say is in place right now.
Maura, what's your sense of, do women there know this is happening, that these services are now available again, and are providers worried about blowback?
Well, women definitely are aware. Basically, anybody that's seeking out an abortion here in Wisconsin does have the opportunity to go here in Milwaukee or in Madison. Planned Parenthood looking to expand that accessibility. I wanted to hear directly from the Planned Parenthood president and CEO here in Wisconsin. We had a conversation this morning, and I asked her specifically about the legal blowback and whether there was any anxieties about protections for providers.
This was squarely a medical decision and not a political decision. And we see how, this has been, playing out in the political sphere as well. And I think, again, people have made it very clear that they do want abortion safe and legal. And as we've seen, will, support people who support that.
She said that they stand by the legal protections that they see providers having in place right now, but obviously a very big political conversation swirling around all of this as we head into 2024, guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent Maura Baird. Maura, thank you so much.
Now let's come to New York City, where thousands of climate activists filled the streets ahead of this week's UN General Assembly.
They are demanding that President Biden and other world leaders stop new oil and gas drilling in an effort to curb the effects of global warming. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us here on set. Mike, great to have you here in New York with us. So the Biden administration, we know, has helped pass one of the most ambitious, frankly, the most ambitious climate law in United States history. Why are protesters saying it doesn't go far enough?
Well, of course, the Biden administration thinks they have the strongest record of any administration based on what he's been able to do legislatively. But of course, these activists, they want to see more. They want to see him cancel some existing oil drilling contracts. They want to see him potentially decline to approve any new projects as well. They also want him to take further executive action. They want him to declare a climate emergency, something that he has so far been unwilling to do. But the bigger issue, too, is they want to see him use this UN General Assembly to take more of a leadership role in bringing along some of the other nations who are even bigger emitters of carbon into the atmosphere to end fossil fuels as we know it. This has been a focus of the administration. I just came back from India, of course, with the president of the G20. This was a major topic of discussion there. The issue is that some of these developing countries want to take steps to lessen their dependence on fossil fuels, but doing so might also hurt their economy. So this is going to be a conversation that started in India that will carry over here to UN about how they can, some of the developed nations of the world can help these countries with the financing that they need to go ahead with these important projects.
And that's really the big question, isn't it, Mike? Because even we have this UN climate summit that's expected to happen on Wednesday. And at these newer events, we're seeing that the president isn't actually going to be there. And also China's president, Xi Jinping, isn't expected to be there. Is that correct?
That's right. And these are two countries that really have been leading the way for a period of decades now and getting us to the point like the Paris Accord, which, of course, the Biden administration rejoined after the Trump administration pulled out and trying to lead the way on this.
But they're also the two countries who are emitting all of it. We were talking about the guilty parties when it comes to emitting these fossil fuels.
That's exactly right. And it is certainly conspicuous that President Biden will not be attending this one part of the busy UN General Assembly. Of course, he has a meeting on Wednesday with the Prime Minister of Israel, another big priority for the administration. But this is something that's been targeted by some of the activists. They want to see him at the table with these other leaders who are going to be participating. But it's not just Russia's president. It's not just China's president who's missing. Some of our allies, the UK prime minister, the French president, also not in attendance as well. So climate has always been at the top of the agenda for all these summits, but it is really notable that they're all not attending.
What was also so notable was that letter they sent out, basically saying, look, come to the summit. We want to see what these bigger countries are going to do, but also don't give us any repackage. I mean, it was a really strongly worded announcement saying, don't kind of repackage what you've already done. We want to see new initiatives.
And one of the other explanations we're getting from the administration is that there is going to be yet another climate summit in Dubai later this fall. The president will be participating in that, we expect. And so there will be more opportunities for them to try to harness some more action here.
It's something every country is going to have to come together on at some point and soon. All right. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. Mike, thank you so much.
Great to see you, Mike. And right now, U.S. military officials are trying to track down a missing F-35 fighter jet. I mean, they're asking the public for their help. They say it disappeared somewhere over South Carolina yesterday after the pilot ejected from the plane because of a mishap. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cuby is following the story for us. Courtney, this, I mean, sounds just so bizarre. This is one of the most advanced jets in the world. How does it sort of just disappear?
Yeah, it doesn't just sound bizarre. Frankly, Morgan, it is bizarre. So you have something, this aircraft, the F-35, it's known for its stealth capabilities. And basically what that means is an adversary has a difficult time knowing where it's flying or even if it's flying in their airspace at any given time. But that being said, there's also very sophisticated communications technique or equipment that is a part of this F-35, so it should be able to communicate back with wherever it's flying out of, whether it's an aircraft tower or air control tower or the base that it flew out of. There should be a constant stream of communication. That's why this is so unusual. So as you said, a pilot was flying over South Carolina late yesterday when there was some sort of a mishap. The military is not telling us anything about what that mishap may have been. The pilot was able to safely eject from the aircraft, was taken to a hospital, but the aircraft, which may have been on some sort of an autopilot, kept flying. There's still no sign of it. It's important to point out, though, Morgan, it was flying near a couple of lakes. So that seems to be one of the theories here, is that maybe it went down in a lake, and that's why there wasn't any obvious sign of a crash here.
And Courtney, just very quickly, can you put this into context for us? Has anything like this ever happened before?
It has happened with civilian aircraft, but why this is, again, so unusual, there have been F-35 crashes, by the way, in the past. In fact, there was one out of the same area a few years ago. But it's very uncommon for this kind of advanced aircraft for something like this to happen, Morgan.
All right, NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cuby. Courtney, thank you as always.
Thank you.
Up next, do you know the warning signs of a brain aneurysm? We're speaking to a specialist on what to watch for and learning from one of our very own about how to live with the disease. More NBC News Daily right after this.
we're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Now to an important conversation. September is Brain Aneurysm Awareness Month. It is a condition that affects about 1 in every 50 Americans. They happen when you get a bulge or a ballooning of a blood vessel in the brain, and most aneurysms go undetected.
But brain aneurysms that leak or rupture are extremely dangerous, and they're often fatal. They can cause a type of stroke that is one of the leading causes of death or disability. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson and cerebrovascular neurosurgeon Dr. Christopher Kellner are both here to discuss this in depth with us. Sharon, I want to start with you because, frankly, you have a very personal connection this year. You join our show all the time to give us the best personal advice when it comes to our finances. But this is a very different type of story, one that I just learned recently. Tell us about it.
Yeah, well, 7 years ago this week, my life changed forever. I was going to the gym, and I was trying to work out and have my spinach shake in the morning and do all the right things to stay healthy. And I had the worst headache I've ever experienced in the back of my head as I was in a yoga pose. And that I now know was when I had a ruptured brain aneurysm. I went home. I should have gone to the ER absolutely first, but I went home, put up my feet, told work I wasn't coming in, and went to see my doctor. The primary care physician who saw me said he just thought of the worst case scenario and told me to go to a hospital and get a scan, which is where they found, with the CT scan, bleeding in the brain. And then I went to another hospital to then have a craniotomy, have brain surgery, to have 2 clips put into to repair this blood vessel that had ruptured in my brain. And all of that was done
actually right here.
That's me in ICU in September of 2016, and all of that happened in 12 hours. And every moment is so important with brain aneurysms, and so many people, so many women in particular, power through the pain, right? And it's really important. If you feel something unusual, know your body and get to a hospital.
And kudos to your doctors for elevating your care and escalating it immediately. 12 hours and all of those surgeries and visits.
Yeah.
How has your recovery been, Sharon? I don't think people would know because, you know, just watching you and listening to you that you went through this 7 years ago. And have you changed any of your habits?
Well, I was out of work for a full year. I was on medical leave for a year. After that moment. I didn't come back to work till September of 2017. Wow. And in that time, I had to learn how to balance, how to walk upstairs, how to balance a checkbook. I'm supposed to tell people about how to manage their money. I had to figure out how to do that on my own because I couldn't. So for a long period of time, I needed help for a lot of those things. So physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy to figure out how to communicate, which is our livelihood, was really important, and it took me a lot of time to do that. And then when I came back to work, I couldn't do the 120% right away, like we're usually doing. So I took time to kind of get back up to speed. And I'm so grateful that I found a support system through the Brain Aneurysm Foundation, a support group to help me. And then I got to find out, why me? Why not me? Because now I can raise awareness, but why me? Black female, 48 years old, with a family history of brain hemorrhages. All of that made me a potential candidate for this disease.
And I mean, I'm just so touched, right? I mean, to hear you even just share this with us. And I think you're helping so many people by sharing your story to kind of bring in the medical perspective here. Dr. Kellner, how common are these brain aneurysms? I mean, we hear about them, but people, I don't think, have a sense of the statistics, of the numbers. How common is it for them to actually rupture?
Yeah, to have a brain aneurysm is actually surprisingly common. About 1 in 50 people have a brain aneurysm, but only about 1% of people who have a brain aneurysm suffer a rupture. There are about 30,000 people in the United States every year who suffer a rupture.
Sharon touched on some of those for us, but Dr. Kellner, go through the warning signs and symptoms, and what should you do if you experience them?
Some of the warning signs are, the characteristic statement is, this is the worst headache of my life. So if you experience a sudden severe headache, it's the worst headache of your life, and you might even feel like you got hit in the head with something, or some people even describe it as a thunderclap headache, where you might have heard something like a thunderbolt as the aneurysm ruptured. That sudden severe headache that's different from all the other headaches you might have had in your life, that's really the warning sign. You could also have a stiff neck or nausea and vomiting. The if you have those kinds of symptoms, you've really got to get to the emergency room very quickly and get evaluated.
Which is tough because they can feel like common symptoms, of other things there.
The worst headache of your life, that is a good one. And don't be shy about going to a doctor to get that checked out.
Absolutely.
Sharon Epperson, thank you very, very much for sharing your personal story. Dr. Christopher Kellner, we appreciate your medical perspective as well. Thank you both.
And thank you. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
A 96-year-old musician is once again hitting the jazz club circuit to share his passion of music with others.
That's right. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster sat down with the legendary George Freeman to discuss his unique techniques and his ability to still sell out shows.
At 96 years old, George Freeman is living the good life. A phrase that's not just the title of his latest album, but a sentiment that guides how he's played his guitar since the early 1940s.
Love is the epitome of what it takes to be a good musician. You got to love.
The Southside jazz guitarist still packs local venues with a signature sound. They see George Freeman. What do they need to know? What do you want them to be thinking?
Mainly creativity, originality, style, and going outside.
Spend any time with George and you'll learn what going outside means.
So I'm gonna play outside for you.
It's viewed as almost experimental and boils down to intentionally playing in a different key. A style inspired by the sound of his favorite instrument, not the guitar, but the saxophone.
Dexter Gardner, Sonny Stitt, all them great people.
His biggest inspirations were legendary saxophonists.
I was having a hard time because I was playing like a horn player.
With your guitar?
This is the problem. I was a guitarist.
He idolized his brother Von Freeman, John Coltrane, and Charlie Parker.
I never really cared for the guitar as far as styling was concerned. My interest was in that horn player.
And it was clear George mirrored saxophone solos, learning to blow his guitar like a horn when he was on stage with Coleman Hawkins.
And I was playing, and he said, blow.
Did you know what that meant?
Yeah, I knew what it meant.
What did you do?
Blow. He said, blow. He meant play that thing.
But a good life wasn't an easy life. In 1947, he composed a hit song, but the lead trumpeter took the credit.
The tune I gave them could swing, and he made a record of it with his picture on the front page, on the front record.
With your tune?
My tune.
His brother Vaughn died in 2012, and George completely lost his groove.
I stopped playing. I couldn't play.
But he picked up his guitar again 2 years later, started using a new, if unconventional, pick, and never looked back. Selling out Chicago's famous Green Mill Lounge in April, releasing an album in June.
George Freeman! 96 years young.
And earning a standing ovation at the Chicago Jazz Festival in August.
When was it that you felt you got some recognition?
Now.
With this latest album?
Yeah.
What makes you know that you're getting that recognition?
Looking at you. Look at him walking inside that door with them cameras.
Belated appreciation for a living legend. And warm spirit representing the best of us. Shaquille Brewster, NBC News, Chicago.
Very cool. All right, here's what's trending right now. Pop singer Katy Perry has sold her music catalog rights to Litmus Music. The $225 million deal covers all 5 of her studio albums, including 6 multi-platinum singles. The Carlyle Group, which finances Litmus Music, announced the deal on social media today, calling it a, quote, creative partnership with a teenage dream singer.
The Barbie movie is still painting the world pink. Barbie has officially outsold the Avengers. It is now the 11th highest grossing domestic movie release in history. So this is Greta Gerwig's comedy. It overtook the 2012 Marvel blockbuster by about $3 million. Now, to get into the top 10, Barbie will need to outsell 2015's Jurassic World. That sold $653 million. I know you contributed to the Barbie phenomenon.
I sure did. Did you ever see it?
I got to do it. My 2 daughters, my older ones went without me, and I got to take the little one.
Okay, well, let's talk about another one. After almost 4 decades, Frasier making a comeback. The first trailer for the reboot of the popular 90s show dropped late last week, showing actor Kelsey Grammer returning to his famous role as Frasier Crane. The show will be set in Boston, where Frasier will attempt to reconnect with his now adult son. Frasier will premiere on October 12th on Paramount+. I saw him in another program, I think it was called Boss, that was incredible.
Yeah, and he and his daughter actually worked together. They came on the Today Show. Really lovely people.
So cool.
All right, I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. You're watching NBC News Daily.
to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, September 18th, 2023. Journey to freedom. 5 Americans held in Iran for years are one step closer to U.S. soil. What we're learning about the controversial prisoner swap and the billions of dollars at the heart of it.
Breaking news in custody. Police arrest a suspect in connection to the ambush shooting death of a Los Angeles County deputy. How police were able to track him down.
Face off, a major debate over masks pitting the CDC against hospital workers. Why doctors and nurses say the agency's latest proposal does not keep them safe.
And flaking out, why more and more Americans no longer consider cereal to be part of a complete breakfast.
We are going to talk about that one. Happy Monday morning.
Yes.
I hope you had a nice weekend.
I did, and started it with some cereal.
You did? Oh, we'll talk. All right, we begin this hour, though, with that controversial prisoner swap between the U.S. and Iran.
That's right. 5 Americans are on their way home right now. A plane carrying the 5 arrived in Qatar after being flown from Tehran this morning. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken says he spoke with them after he landed and is grateful for their release.
It was, for them, for me, an emotional conversation. It's very good to be able to say that our fellow citizens are free after enduring something that I think it would be difficult for any of us to imagine.
In return for their release, the U.S. is freeing 5 Iranians and nearly $6 billion in previously frozen funds. That money must be used for humanitarian reasons like food or medicine.
NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell is with us now. Andrea, great to see you. Can you kind of remind our viewers about where the $6 billion that Iran is getting from the U.S. is coming from, and how is the U.S. saying that they're going to make sure it's used for humanitarian purposes?
Well, the $6 billion was money that Iran was permitted legally under sanctions to make money by selling oil to South Korea, to Japan, to other U.S. allies that needed that oil. So even though Iran was sanctioned by the U.S. and other countries, they were permitted to do that, but the money was being held in South Korea and could not be easily used by Iran because it was not converted into currency that they could use. So as part of this agreement, it's technical, but the U.S. Treasury waived the requirements that Iran not move money around. It was permitted to go through European banks to the central bank, their Federal Reserve of Qatar, in the Persian Gulf, Qatar or Qatar, however you want to pronounce it. And they're going to dole it out with the U.S. Treasury supposedly approving each and every disbursement to make sure it's going for humanitarian, non-sanctioned purposes like food or medicine. That said, critics on the Hill, mostly Republicans, are saying that this is ransom for hostages. Not that that hasn't been done before and done, in fact, by previous administrations, Republican as well as Democratic. But this administration has been more upfront in telling people what they're doing. And it is $6 billion that was Iranian money, not taxpayer money. It was not frozen. It could have been used if they had been able to convert it. And now they will be able to use it. But I have to add quickly that I just spent an hour with the president of Iran. It said to Lester Holt in that exclusive interview in Iran, which is that Iran will spend the money as it sees fit for Iranian needs. And Lester was also present for this interview as well. It was supposed to be an off-the-record interview, but at the beginning and at the end, in answer to a question that I asked, would you put it on the record to at least talk about these 5 Americans? And at the end, he said, I want you to disseminate. It's my hope that you disseminate everything that I've said to all of your readers and viewers. And then they confirmed that that was on the record. So the 5 Americans who have been released, he says, should be framed as a humanitarian gesture to release 5 Iranians who he says have been held unjustly in the U.S. The U.S. officials are telling us that these are 5 Iranians who were held for violent crimes like sanction violations. 3 of the 5 have relationships or ties to the U.S. and are not going to go back to Iran.
Yeah, I mean, Andrea, you've touched on how the administration is essentially defending itself, right? Given the criticism it's received. How is this being perceived through the rest of the world right now?
Well, this is the kind of deal that is going to be criticized more here at the U.S. than any place else by Republicans, other critics in Congress. But the fact is, it's not the first time. You know, we can catalog all the times that there were agreements such as this, going all the way back to Ronald Reagan, which, of course, I covered as well, and under Trump. So this is not the first time that this has happened and that there have been prisoner exchanges. But there is going to be a lot of criticism. Some of it's political. And they, of course, are saying that this is not taxpayer money. It was Iranian money. That is true. They also say, the Iranians, that they are interested in this being the first step towards better relationships with those who are cooperative and are trying to create better relationships. But at the same time, they're blaming, in what he said today, he blamed the U.S., claiming that the U.S. fanned the flames of the women's protest that had its first anniversary on Saturday, with the anniversary, of course, of the death of Mahsa Amini, the woman who wore her hijab, her head covering, they said not carefully, and she died in their custody. And so they said that that was not a grassroots protest, which is, of course, not true according to all of our reporting.
Yeah, that's right. And we're going to have more on that later this hour. Andrea Mitchell with the latest on that U.S.-Iranian deal. Thank you so much.
Yeah. You bet.
Car companies and the United Auto Workers Union are starting the week off with a new round of talks, but the two sides still appear to be pretty far apart.
Yeah, the historic strike is now in its 4th day. This is the first time in the union's 88-year history it is simultaneously striking against the big 3 automakers, General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis, which makes Chrysler. Only about 9% of the union is picketing right now, but that percentage could grow larger. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is outside the Ford plant, currently on strike in Wayne, Michigan. Maggie, I know there's a lot of activity around you. Has any progress been made in the negotiations, and what are the key sticking points right now?
As far as the sticking points goes, then, Clay, I mean, really, we're kind of in a pick-your-poison situation. It seems like a lot of the key demands, the union and the companies, the big 3, as they're called, are still miles apart. At least that's according to UAW President Shawn Fain. I mean, you look at some of the union's demands that have made big headlines. That includes the 4-day work week, which has been reported that is something of sort of a counterbalance the union hopes to some workers working like 6 to 7-day weeks, hoping potentially they could meet in the middle. You also hear about the pay demands, specifically the union demanding a 40% hike, and Stellantis, for some perspective, over the weekend offering a 21% hike. Fain immediately calling that a no-go. Here's more of what he had to say this morning on Morning Joe about kind of the road ahead.
They're going to have to address the ending tiers. They're going to have to address the pay rates, cost of living allowance. The majority of our workers now do not have any retirement security. That's a big issue. And then you have our retirees, and you know, there's several issues to move on still. So job security issues, this transition to EV, there's a lot of concerns with this.
Yeah, the transition to electric vehicles also a very big concern. Those cars and parts take less labor to make. So people out here, again, picketing on day 4. You can hear the honking, the support. That's not weakening as this strike continues on, guys.
All right, I know you'll continue to cover it for us, Maggie. Thank you so much, Maggie Vespa.
Today, Planned Parenthood in Wisconsin is once again allowing and offering abortion services.
This will make abortion accessible in the state for the first time since Roe v. Wade was overturned. It comes after a judge there ruled in July that a centuries-old state law in Wisconsin does not apply to current abortion procedures. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett joins us now from outside a Planned Parenthood clinic in Milwaukee. Maura, this state law has been at the center of a legal battle for more than a year now. And how could this impact not just Wisconsin, but beyond?
Well, Kate, the question over this law that, by the way, was enacted in 1849 has been incredibly hazy over the last year because both people that are for the right to an abortion and against it have said that it's up for interpretation. And the thing is, and how it can impact Wisconsin and broader, is because the political landscape here in Wisconsin changed over the summer. There was a state Supreme Court election that then shifted the balance to a liberal majority. And so it's important to note that this county judge ruling that Planned Parenthood is hinged hinging its decision to resume abortion services on is actually because litigation is still ongoing, but they seem very confident that it will lean in their favor in terms of allowing abortions once it reaches the high court. And they said that they simply just didn't want to wait any longer. So in terms of a blueprint for other states that are battlegrounds like Michigan that face this tough decision around the political issue of abortion, especially as we're heading into an election issue, really does show the broader impacts here, guys.
And Maura, let's go beyond policy, too. What kind of impact do experts say this is going to have on women as well as the healthcare system at large in the state?
Well, right away, people who are seeking an abortion are able to schedule appointments, have scheduled appointments here in Milwaukee and Madison starting today. But the bigger question, as providers have largely left the state to try to help out in other states where abortion has been allowed in the past year, are coming back. But again, this isn't set in stone yet. It's not legally set in that law yet. And so there's questions about protections for providers. I specifically asked about that with the Planned Parenthood of Wisconsin's CEO and president. Here's a bit of our conversation.
We are very confident in the legal analysis around that, and we thought there's no reason to wait any longer. The judges made it very clear that the statute is not applicable to voluntary abortions.
So holding very firm on the legal implications, Atkinson also emphasizing that this was a medical decision, not a political one. Guys.
All right, Maura Barrett, thank you so much for that.
Time for today's CNBC Money Minute. Confidence in the housing market is taking a downturn.
And get ready for another Amazon Prime Day. Christina Portsenevelos joins us now. Hey, Christina.
Hi, Kate. Hi, Zinclay. Well, it's not a great time to be in the home building business, and that's because home builder sentiment fell for the first time in 7 months as Americans are dealing with higher mortgage rates that are sitting above 7% right now. Builders say they are trying to bring in buyers with price cuts, but too many people are putting purchases on the back burner until rates drop. Admittedly, I'm in that camp. New York City's Airbnb crackdown could make hotel prices go up in the Big Apple. Airbnb is limiting some new reservations to stay in line with some of these new restrictions that are imposed in New York, and that is sending travelers to hotels instead. While hotel chains say they can meet the demand, nightly rates are expected to rise, especially towards the end of the year. So maybe come to New York now. And we have a date for Amazon's second Prime Day event of the year. Yes, already a second event. The online retailer scheduled its Prime Big Deal Days sales event for October 10th and 11th, weeks ahead of the Black Friday and Cyber Monday holiday shopping frenzy. And that might pay off, There's a recent survey from Bankrate that showed 50% of holiday shoppers plan to start spending before Halloween this year.
Come on. Well, I can attest to this.
Come on. Why are we talking about the holidays
I just bought
already?
some holiday gifts this weekend at a market.
That person.
Yeah, I'm that person, folks. I'm that person.
Oh, gosh. You're the person, you're like the early riser, the first person in class sitting in the front row, right?
I don't know about all that, but Christina Portsenevelos, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Coming up, the clock is ticking for lawmakers to avert a government shutdown next week. Where negotiations stand.
Plus, today, we're following breaking news on the ambush shooting of a Los Angeles sheriff's deputy just feet from the police station. What we know about the suspect now in custody. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We have some breaking news out of Los Angeles. The sheriff's department there says it has arrested the person responsible for the shooting death of a sheriff's deputy over the weekend. This is brand new video just into NBC News. It shows that suspect being taken into custody by sheriff's deputies early this morning. The killing of Officer Ryan Klinkenbroomer has rocked Southern California because the LA County Sheriff says it was a targeted attack. This is the key video in this case. You see a sedan pull up behind the patrol car driven by Klinkenbroomer. The sedan slows down, drives by the police car, and then drives off. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin is at the sheriff's station in Palmdale, California for us. Dana, I understand we got an update just recently in the last hour. What are they saying now?
Yeah, Kate, that press conference ended just moments ago, and 36 hours after this person who they allege shot and killed their deputy here on the street, he has now been put behind bars, being detained as we speak. We are told he is 29-year-old Kevin Salazar. We have learned that he was taken into custody sometime early this morning after several hours of trying to negotiate with him to come out of the home that he shares with his family. The sheriff telling us that his family members came out and they had to shoot some projectiles inside the home in order to force him out. He came out apparently with his hands up. No further actions were taken. He did not resist when coming out. There's still a lot of unanswered questions, but listen to what the sheriff mentioned when he described that operation that happened earlier this morning.
The suspect chose to barricade himself and refused to initially come out. He barricaded himself for several hours. Investigators recovered numerous firearms and the vehicle of interest that was depicted in the flyer that we put out yesterday at our press conference.
So they will now refer this case to the DA's office, who the sheriff says will pursue this aggressively. The sheriff also thanked the media for helping to get this information out, because it was just 4 p.m. in the afternoon when he released information about a dark gray Toyota Corolla, and they say that they found that vehicle outside of the home where they detained the suspect. Kate.
All right, Dana Griffin for us in Palmdale, California. Dana, thank you.
Well, Kate, in Georgia, lawyers for former Justice Department official Jeffrey Clark are in a Fulton County courtroom today. They're trying to get his criminal case moved to federal court. Clark is one of 19 people facing charges in what prosecutors say was a wide-ranging scheme to overturn the 2020 presidential election in favor of former President Donald Trump. The former president is also a defendant in the same case, and all 19 defendants have pleaded not guilty. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos is here to help break this down for us. Danny, good to see you. So a judge denied former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows' attempts to move his case to federal court. Does Jeffrey Clark have a better case for this? And also just remind us why these defendants would want to do that in the first place.
While it seems like this would be the exact same analysis, there are some slight differences. And in all likelihood, maybe you could say Clark has a better argument because as a member of the DOJ, he's more clearly a federal officer than Meadows was.
So, Danny, with that said, I also wanted to ask you about the limited gag order special counsel Jack Smith requested. I'll remind our viewers, this involved the 2020 election interference case and Trump's repeated comments on social media. And the special counsel is saying that all of that undermines confidence in the trial, all of Trump's comments. And one of those comments, the former president repeatedly called special counsel Jack Smith, quote, deranged. So how likely is it that this gag order request will actually come through, particularly since Trump is a candidate for office right now?
Everyone on Trump's defense team, if they're being honest, will tell you that they're saying, well, we wondered when this was finally going to happen. It was inevitable. There was no doubt probably in their minds or anyone else's mind that Donald Trump would eventually push the limits, and Jack Smith and prosecutors would have to file a motion asking for a protective order, a form of gag order. But they do ask for a narrowly tailored one. That show of reasonableness tells me that this is something I think the judge might be inclined to grant.
All right, Danny Savalos with that analysis. Thank you so much.
Coming up, Coming up, one of America's most populated states just became the first to abolish
feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Welcome back. What are you willing to do to live a longer life?
A lot. That is the big question that so-called longevity clinics are designed to answer. And despite some hefty price tags, they're getting increasingly popular. NBC's Vicki Nguyen checked one out.
It stops the aging process dead in its tracks.
Unlike in the movie Death Becomes Her, drinking a magic potion won't make you live forever.
I'm a girl.
But that doesn't mean we aren't obsessed with living longer. Even celebrities like Maria Menounos promoting the health benefits of full-body scans to Hoda on Today.
That you have to be the CEO of your health.
Longevity medicine is the business of helping people live healthier, longer lives. Last year, it topped $26 billion in the U.S.
I'm here outside the Princeton Longevity Center in Manhattan to give you a look at what happens. But first, I had to fill out an extensive health questionnaire, everything from my eating habits to my sleeping habits to my family's medical history. And we are here bright and early today because this whole experience is going to take about 8 hours.
Welcome to Princeton Longevity Center.
After check-in, I'm taken to my private lounge where I'll rest between medical exams and tests.
Okay, I'm told the first thing we're doing this morning is getting my vital signs. They're going to draw some blood. They're checking my hormone levels. They're going to look at kidney and liver function. And they're doing it all this morning so that we can get the results by this afternoon. Pretty quick turnaround.
I'm getting a bone density and body scan to measure my bone strength and muscle mass. Blood draws to screen for things like genetic cancer markers, cholesterol, and vitamin deficiencies.
Oh, last one already?
You're on the last one.
Yay! A test of my resting metabolic rate to see how many calories I burn just by existing.
So when I'm resting, my body's burning 1,000 calories. Around 1,000 calories.
And a standard physical.
Ever been told you snore?
No, I don't think I snore.
Dr. David Fine founded the Princeton Longevity Center in 2001 to help people optimize their health with nutrition, exercise, and medical care with the hope of living longer and better.
Who makes an ideal patient? Because for some people, knowing what's coming down the road can make them more anxious and more stressed.
On the one hand, that's true. On the other hand, though, you have two choices. You can find out what's going on, or it can find you.
Where is the sweet spot? where some things may resolve on their own versus I'm going in and doing so much intervention and some of it may not be necessary?
Well, certainly a lot of things do resolve on their own. What we're really looking for really are more of the things that are going to be the chronic diseases of getting older. Your risk of diabetes, your risk of heart attacks and strokes, your cancer risk, for example.
My day continues with a CT scan of my heart and body.
A few tests down, a few more to go.
Nearly 3.5 hours later,
breakfast at last.
A quick bite and a cardiac stress test with a sports physiologist.
This is definitely aptly named stress test.
Then a vision and hearing test.
Next up is the ultimate athlete stress test. I thought that walking thing was hard. I think this is going to be really rough.
I'm hooked up to the same machine used by Olympic athletes to measure my oxygen output and heart health.
You got it, you got it.
The view from the top, unbeatable. But after 10 minutes with the speed and incline creeping up, I'm beat.
Your heart is acting like a 28-year-old.
But when I meet with the nutritionist who reviewed my food logs, she tells me to beef up my protein intake. Then I get the verdict on my overall health.
On the whole, you're actually in really good health.
Dr. Fine says the scans did find the bone density in my hips is below normal, and my body fat percentage was above average at 36%. He recommended weight-bearing exercise and strength training.
It's time to pump.
Exactly.
Me up.
Then an unexpected result.
You had a small nodule over here in your left lung. It's this little guy right there.
Wow, okay.
Dr. Fine says it's likely a harmless lymph node, but recommended I get scanned in a year to check for growth.
We don't yet have a lot of data on the experiences of people who are taking up these new services.
Dan Belsky is a professor at Columbia University's Butler Aging Center.
If someone doesn't have the time or, frankly, the money to invest in a screening like the one I underwent, what do you tell them to do?
Eat a healthy diet, exercise, fill your life with things that matter to you. A social network surrounding and supporting you, that can be incredibly important for building healthy longevity.
If you want to try it, Belsky says, talk to your primary care doctor about the tests you want to take, research the facility and provider credentials, and avoid untested procedures that promise anti-aging effects.
So interesting. Vicki, thank you. Coming up, a surfer in Florida attacked at the beach known as the shark bite capital of the world. What he thinks triggered the shark to attack him. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here's some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Hunter Biden is suing the IRS over the release of his tax records. The president's son accuses 2 IRS agents of, quote, repeatedly and intentionally sharing his private tax return information to the public. He's seeking $1,000 in damages for each unauthorized disclosure. The lawsuit comes just days after Hunter Biden was indicted on separate gun charges.
Parts of Disney World today are shut down after a black bear was spotted in a tree. Crews are working to capture the bear and move it away from the Magic Kingdom. Florida's Fish and Wildlife Commission says the bear is likely moving through the area, searching for food ahead of winter.
There's a new hurricane churning out in the Atlantic. Nigel has strengthened into a Category 1 hurricane, expected to intensify into a major hurricane by Tuesday. Forecasters say, though, that Nigel could start to weaken on Wednesday. It is not expected at this point to make landfall in the U.S., but we'll keep a close eye on that.
Well, cash bail is no more in the state of Illinois. That means starting today, individuals accused of crimes will no longer have to pay to be released before trial. Instead, judges will decide whether defendants should be released. And supporters of the change say requiring people to pay their bail in cash often punishes those who can't afford it. But critics warn ending bail could put more criminals on the streets. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is in Chicago for us for a closer look at the issue. Hey, Shaq.
Hi there, Zinclay. Well, look, this is a major change that is taking place despite unified Republican opposition in the state of Illinois and a Supreme Court that went all the way up to the Illinois State Supreme Court. But today, Illinois has removed cash bail as a requirement in its system, making it the first state in the country to do so.
A major and controversial criminal justice reform.
It's the biggest change that I've seen in 35 years.
The state of Illinois ending the cash bail requirement. Now, no one accused of a crime will pay to be released from detention while they await trial.
So this is the first place someone goes if they're arrested.
Correct. Officials in suburban Chicago walked us through the new process.
Is the defendant a threat to a person, persons, or the community, and they should be detained? They will not be able to get out.
It's here in this brand new courtroom right inside the DuPage County Jailhouse where judges will rule who will remain behind bars and who is sent home until trial, a decision based on flight risk and threat to the community.
How will judges now rule? What are their options?
Either to detain somebody or to release somebody or to release somebody with certain conditions. And the conditions can be across the board, what they're doing or not.
But they can't involve money anymore.
They will never involve money anymore.
A federal government report showed that more than 60% of defendants are detained pre-trial because they can't afford to post bail.
The lawlessness of Chicago will soon be the law statewide.
Kankakee County Sheriff Michael Downey was one of dozens of officials who filed suit to stop the change.
A lot of the same individuals who are constant problems in our communities who are now not going to be locked up.
State Senator Robert Peters helped write the new law.
If you were rich and white, you were more likely to experience freedom than if you're poor and black and a woman.
And is there any concern that there are sheriffs, that there are prosecutors out there that are saying this is making their job harder and will make the community less safe?
If they do their job with something that's fundamentally rooted in safety, not money, then we should be in a much better position.
40-year-old Luis Gonzalez was arrested last year for illegally possessing a gun.
For my own safety, I picked up a weapon, which was illegal at the moment.
A nonprofit helped him pay a $200 bail.
After being sentenced, the only time you spent in jail was right after you got arrested.
That's it, waiting to pay a bond.
A word now removed from Illinois law.
Really fascinating reporting, Shaq. And I also understand police departments in Illinois are preparing for this change too, right?
That's right. The law requires anyone arrested to be put in front of a judge for a first appearance within 48 hours. So there were some physical modifications that needed to be made across the state in order to allow that to happen. But the departments have been training and emphasizing that this will be a unique change. There's a lot of uncertainty here, but many of them saying that they're ready, Zinclay.
Shaq Brewster with the latest. Thank you so much.
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill are trying to find a solution to fund the government before it runs out of cash at the end of September. Over the weekend, House Republicans released a short-term bill designed to avert a shutdown, but it may have a tough time passing the Democratic-led Senate. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins me now. Sahil, walk us through what is and isn't in this bill and what kind of support it might have in Congress.
Hey, Kate. Well, this is essentially a deal between the center-right and the far-right of the House Republican Conference designed to break a logjam over appropriations bills in an attempt to move forward and try to prevent a shutdown. It would keep the government funded for an additional 31 days until the end of October, October 31st. Those are the provisions in the bill. There would be an 8% cut to domestic spending with military and veterans exempted. It would include immigration provisions, including funding for a border wall and restrictions to asylum. And what's not in this bill will be aid to Ukraine. They're keeping that out, and disaster relief supplemental. There might be some flexibility for agencies to move money around for disaster funds, but not the supplemental billions of dollars that the White House has requested and many lawmakers from both parties still want. Now, if this does pass the House, and it's unclear it will, it's guaranteed to die in the Democratic-controlled Senate because of all those extra policy provisions. But it's not even clear it's going to pass the House, Kate. McCarthy's facing a lot of problems from some of the far-right members, even though they kind of cut this deal, who are still not happy with a short-term bill.
I have to say, Sahil, it feels like Groundhog Day a little bit, like we've been here before over and over again. If they can't avert a shutdown, what does it mean for all of us, for regular folks?
Yeah, it's a very important question. It would mean national parks and monuments are shut down. Agencies would have to divvy up their workers into essential personnel who continue to work and non-essential personnel who would be put on unpaid furlough. There are other things that would happen, like the Small Business Administration, for instance, would not be able to process loans at that time. The Justice Department work on civil cases would be curtailed or postponed. Now, here's what would not be affected in the government shutdown. Social Security checks will still go out. U.S. Postal Service will still function. That is separately funded, self-funded. It would not stop in the event of a shutdown. And Justice Department criminal cases, including the charges against Donald Trump, that will continue. That is considered essential work. Kate.
All right, Sahil Kapoor for us. Thank you.
Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton is back on the job today after he was acquitted in his impeachment trial. On Saturday, the vast majority of Senate Republicans voted in Paxton's favor just 4 months after House Republicans voted to impeach him. Now, the inter-party rift could have national implications. NBC News Digital senior reporter Jane Tim has been following this story for us. So, Jane, what does this division between House and Senate Republicans in Texas say about the dynamic in the Texas GOP right now and also the larger Republican National Party?
Yeah, Zinkley, as long as I've been covering the Republican Party, there has been a divide and a tension between the far right and sort of the more moderate right. This impeachment trial has turned that divide into a crater-sized divide in Texas. It is a profound difference where you're seeing people pitch themselves on the far right as sort of the Trump wing, using that and spreading these parties out and attacking the other side as rhinos. You see President Trump making this a very national story. He has been taking credit for saving Ken Paxton, essentially. In a statement on Truth Social this morning, yes, it is true that my intervention saved Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton from going down at the hands of Democrats and some Republicans.
So we've heard from Trump. We've heard from a lot of Republican leadership. How is Paxton responding after his acquittal?
Paxton's been celebrating, thanking his legal team and his wife, of course, who sat in that Senate jury while there were talk of his infidelity during this impeachment testimony. He put out a statement saying this sham impeachment coordinated by the Biden administration. Again, making this a very national fight of him against the Biden administration. This is key to his brand and key to him going forward back on the job.
All right, Jane, Tim, with the latest there. Thank you.
Zinkley, it has been a staple of American breakfast for more than a century. We're talking about cereal, of course. We all have our favorites, right? Frosted Flakes, Fruit Loops, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Count Chocula. That's a huge throwback. The truth is, though, cereal sales have begun to slump in the last few years, and now a major shakeup is coming to the whole industry. NBC's Emily Aketa tells us why.
A longtime family favorite to kickstart the morning.
Kix, kid tested, mother approved.
Silly rabbit tricks are for kids.
Cereal's popularity now may be growing a bit stale. Many Americans are now limiting sugary carbohydrates from iconic morning mascots like Count Chocula and Toucan Sam.
Follow your nose to Fruit Loops.
And turning to protein-packed grab-and-go breakfast options like smoothies and bars. The pandemic gave a temporary boost to the cereal market with people staying at home, but the long-term downward trend has returned. The Wall Street Journal reporting that after a 5% cereal sales increase in 2020, sales dropped nearly 9% in 2021 and almost another 4% last year, according to Circana, which analyzes consumer behavior.
The reality is when people started to get back to work, they wanted convenient, they wanted healthier, they wanted, in fact, more protein than ever before.
Now, top cereal companies are looking for ways to get their boxes back off the shelves and onto tables across the country.
It can be great.
Kellogg, home to household names like Frosted Flakes and Rice Krispies,
Crackle makes the world go round.
is splitting off its North American cereal division into a new business, WK Kellogg Company.
Setting the North American cereal business free to be a cereal business was a way to unlock real value for a share owner.
That's 80 years of heart-healthy oats.
And General Mills faring well, in part by focusing on its message of heart health, emphasizing oats and whole grains in its Cheerios brand products. But many Americans are also looking for the best value, battling inflation and shrinkflation, or the downsizing of a product without reducing its price, turning to private label cereal brands with similar choices at a cheaper cost. And in the game of breakfast wars, experts say brands are smart to quickly adapt to changing appetites and an increasingly health-conscious nation.
It's not just what's on the front of the package that matters, it's the back of the package as well.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
We've all been debating this here.
I know.
I find that I'm part of that group that's kind of moving away from
cereal.
I used to eat a lot of granola. Now I'm like trying to eat more eggs and protein.
I'm team oatmeal, but apparently that is not a cereal. So I guess we're part of the trend.
Yeah, we were debating that. I don't think it's a cereal.
Do you think oatmeal is cereal? Let us know. All right, well, coming up, why healthcare workers are concerned the new federal guidance on masks could lead to a spike in COVID cases. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
In today's Daily Health, healthcare workers are warning against a proposed plan to loosen mask guidelines in hospitals.
They worry that the CDC's potential new guidance could increase the risk of COVID and other airborne illnesses. Joining us now is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. Dr. Azar, thanks for being with us. So the CDC released this draft proposal, right, of its updated mask guidelines in hospitals. The concluding quote is, N95 face masks are equivalent to looser surgical face masks in certain settings, and that doctors and nurses need to wear only surgical masks when treating patients infected by common endemic viruses like those that cause the seasonal flu. Okay, help us understand. Does that mean they're saying maybe doctors and nurses could wear just a surgical mask even when treating something like COVID? And what's the backlash?
Yeah, I know. It's kind of a little bit confusing. A lot of it is semantics, and also a lot of it has to do with the way the CDC is classifying pathogens. They go from tier 1 to tier 3. And yes, tier 1, they say, is basically an endemic virus that people have built up a certain amount of immunity toward, either because of vaccines or prior infection like cold, flu. And, you know, COVID falls into that category. But then tier 3, which is an N95, and tier 2, which is N95. The tier 2 is a pandemic era, and tier 3 is things like measles and TB. COVID actually fits into those other categories a little bit also. So it's kind of like, you know, trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. Remember, too, that a draft is very different than final guidance. The CDC has acknowledged multiple times and has cited multiple studies that N95 masks are far superior to preventing COVID than surgical masks are. So again, it's kind of this like hanging on to this idea of it being an endemic virus just like cold and flu.
Yeah.
That's where I think the confusion is arising.
And Dr. Azar, I know there's also been some confusion about whether masks are needed at all, right? There was a recent study that said, quote, wearing masks in the community probably makes little or no difference to the outcome of an influenza-like illnesses and COVID-like illness compared to not wearing a mask. So for people at home who maybe are just confused about masking and what they should be doing, what do you say?
This was an article that generated a lot of controversy, as you can well imagine. So it's different, again, when you talk about something at a public health level, big data, as opposed to the individual level. There is no doubt that if you are concerned about either spreading COVID-19 to somebody else, source control, you can wear a mask and you will help to prevent transmission. And if you are worried about getting sick yourself, if you wear a mask, you are absolutely protecting yourself against infection as well.
Dr. Natalie, can I go back to the first point again about hospital workers, doctors, nurses? So I just want to make sure I'm really clear about this. So is the guidance, though, now for tier 1, as you were explaining, which does include endemic COVID, that they can wear a surgical mask? Is that what this proposed possible guidance is?
Well, someone who spoke as a spokesperson for the CDC, Kate, has essentially said that, yes, they included coronaviruses, but not specifically COVID. That has generated a lot of confusion, right? Because we know that COVID is kind of in that group now as an endemic virus. I can guarantee you there is absolutely no way that in the hospital at this point that is going to be a recommendation. Although I will tell you, I was just rounding on the wards last week and there were COVID positive patients and there was no strict recommendation to put on N95s ever since they went away in the hospitals. So I'm going to be very interested to see what our chief epidemiologist does with this recommendation. You know, the CDC makes recommendations. Hospitals can comply. They don't have to comply.
Right.
But it's been a source of confusion for all of us, right?
I mean, to that end, Dr. Azar, you are in this, right? So you've worn both a surgical mask and an N95. Yeah. Can you just walk us through the tangible difference in protection between the two?
Yeah, I mean, the numbers that we often will communicate to people are that if you wear an N95, your likelihood or it decreases the risk of getting infected by about 83%, a surgical mask about 66%, and a regular cloth mask about 56%. The N95 is so named, and the KN95, which is very, very similar, is named because it it filtrates about 95% of, or filters about 95% of particles out, and it fits really snugly. And you actually have to be fitted, you know, with your mask, and so that you can have a tight seal. It's very extraordinarily different than a loose surgical mask, where things can always go out the sides and up and down. And there's been a little bit of pushback from healthcare workers. It's not easy to wear an N95 for hours and hours and hours, especially if you have a long shift. You know, but taking breaks and things like that can sort of alleviate some of that discomfort for sure.
All right, interesting. Natalie Azar, thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much, and thanks for watching. There's a lot more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A South Carolina surfer is recovering today after a brutal encounter with a shark.
Mark Somerset was riding the waves off South Florida's coast when he jumped off his board and into the water. He says he never saw the shark coming before feeling it clench down on his face.
It felt like a bear trap. I think he just ripped down a little bit. Sharks have 5 rows of teeth, so he tore me up pretty bad, and he let go.
Wow, Somerset was taken to a nearby hospital where he needed 18 stitches. Somerset says he believes the shark was triggered by his gold chain. That can happen. They mistake it for something shiny like a fish.
Yeah, well, so glad he survived to tell the tale. Hope he heals and recovers well.
Yeah.
Well, Gillette Stadium, home of the New England Patriots, is known for its electric game day atmosphere.
Yeah, and this season, fans are seeing a big upgrade there. The stadium added a record-breaking high-tech scoreboard. NBC's Kaylee Hartung got a rare inside look.
We're another sellout crowd. Welcome.
While Bill Belichick is leading the Patriots' on-field game plan on Sundays, the person running everything else a fan sees and hears at Gillette Stadium is right here. Abby Thistle, from cueing the cheerleaders to picking what hype music and videos to play at the perfect time, Abby is making the call on it all.
So ceremonies and anthems and you know, the fan elements and the music and everything. And so my role is to bring that all together. And so on game days, I'm saying, okay, play this song or roll this video or let's do this on the board, or it's truly just conducting an orchestra.
And starting this season, she's in charge of the stadium's newest feature, the largest outdoor video board in the country.
It completely has changed the feel of this building.
Measuring 22,000 square feet, including 20 million pixels.
That's our old board.
That's
our old board.
That's the old board.
That's our old board, yep.
Did you even realize it was that small?
I did not.
For all
Nope.
the years you were working with it?
I had no idea until we did this.
Part of a $250 million renovation of Gillette Stadium by team owner Robert Kraft. It's more than just eye candy.
The whole place feels different with that board up there. It's beautiful.
The team aiming to innovate the game day experience. From AI features to immersive animations in 4K resolution and real-time info for a stats-savvy fan base.
So my role is truly the fans, right? My role on game day is to make sure that the fans are creating that home field advantage for the team. I do believe that they contribute to winning football games here. I really do. I wanted to ask you about the split screen.
For Abby and her team, the job starts long before prime time of a Sunday night kickoff.
We are here at least 6 hours prior to the game, preparing. We go Joe, slow push, Jimmy, RF.
Including a pregame rundown meeting.
Just to make sure we're all on the same page. I have a crew of about 60 plus people on game day that all have to come together and make this work, and we pretty much control everything except what happens on the football field. It's a lot of power. It is. Yes, it is. Yep.
So this is where the magic happens.
This is where it is.
So I couldn't turn down a chance to test it out myself.
I don't think it's unreasonable to say I'm nervous.
As you should be. Are you ready? You want to try it?
Let's do it.
Okay, all right.
We just scored a touchdown.
We just scored a touchdown.
We just scored a touchdown.
Let's hear it.
Ready?
Let's see it.
Set.
Go.
Oh! Nailed it. Right on cue, right?
Took over the whole board. And
That
the whole
is
stadium.
wild. Let's make a little prediction. I like this one. Confetti falls and all. Patriots win. If you want to make this place as loud as it can get, what song are you playing?
Probably Living on a Prayer, Bon Jovi. This place goes absolutely bananas.
Does being on Sunday Night Football, once the lights go down, add to the power that this big board has?
Sunday Night Football is a completely different animal. It is, yes, when it is dark and outside and this building is lit up, it is a beacon. Let's go!
One that can stretch to Patriots fans far beyond Foxborough.
Kaylee Hartung, NBC News.
Kaylee, thank you. Just another reason to be a Patriots fan. I got to say, I grew up in New England. Hate to say it, but yeah, proud of them and their new scoreboard.
You said you sometimes don't mention it because people get really rowdy
controversial.
about
I hope you'll keep watching. I promise I'll be non-biased with the sports
Send
games.
your nice comments to us at TV Kate Snow.
At Simply Zinkley. Thanks for watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Zinklea Samoa.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, September 18th, 2023, breaking news: under arrest. Police say they've captured their suspect in the shooting death of a Southern California sheriff's deputy. How investigators broke the case.
Finally freed, 5 Americans wrongfully jailed in Iran now making their way home. The prisoner swap that gave them their freedom and the billions of dollars at the center of it all.
Missing in action. Search is on for a missing F-35 fighter jet currently flying with no one at the controls, where the Pentagon thinks it may be, and who needs to be concerned.
Plus, lasting harm. NBC News investigates the disturbing trend of hospice fraud, how people in the final stages of their lives are being used, and taxpayers are paying the price.
That'll be an important report we get to, and we so thank you for starting your week with us.
Yeah, happy Monday, everybody. We're going to begin with that breaking news out of Los Angeles. Authorities there say that they have arrested the person responsible for the ambush killing of a sheriff's deputy over the weekend.
That death has rocked Southern California, in part because the sheriff says it was a targeted shooting. This is brand new video just into NBC News. It shows the suspect being taken into custody by law enforcement early this morning.
We now know Officer Klinkenbrummer became engaged to be married just 4 days before he was gunned down. Members of the community have been coming to lay flowers at a memorial near the site where he was killed. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer is following all this in Los Angeles for us. Miguel, what is the sheriff's office saying about the suspect they have in custody now?
Well, Kate, the L.A. County Sheriff says they have their man after tips from community members. Authorities say they recovered several firearms and the vehicle that they believe was used in the murder of L.A. County Sheriff Ryan Klinkenbrummer. The arrest came about 36 hours after that deputy was ambushed while on the job. Yesterday, authorities say they surrounded the home of 29-year-old Kevin Gatio Salazar of Palmdale, California. Authorities say the suspect's family came out of his house after it was surrounded, but deputies needed a gas agent to force the suspect out of the home. He was then arrested, then taken into custody. The sheriff saying today he is certain they have their man. Here's what he said just a short time ago.
Eventually, family members did come out. The suspect chose to barricade himself and refused to initially come out. He barricaded himself for several hours. Investigators recovered numerous firearms and the vehicle of interest that was depicted in the flyer that we put out yesterday at our press conference.
The suspect remains in custody and should be in front of a judge in a couple of days, guys.
So, Miguel, with that said, what more have you been able to learn about the officer himself, Klinkenbrummer?
Well, he was only 30 years old. He's a third-generation law enforcement officer. Both his grandfather and his father were members of the L.A. County Sheriff's Deputy. Officer Ryan Klinkenbrummer was also recently engaged to be married, as you mentioned at the top. By all accounts, he loved his job, his family, and his new fiancée. The community has just been torn apart by this loss. This was a young officer who was gunned down, leaving his patrol station for no apparent reason.
All right, Miguel Almaguer in Los Angeles, thank you so much. 5 Americans are on their way home right now as part of a controversial prisoner swap between the U.S. and Iran.
A plane carrying all 5 arrived in Qatar after being flown from Tehran today. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says he spoke with them after they landed, and he's grateful for their release.
It was, for them, for me, an emotional conversation. It's very good to be able to say that our fellow citizens are free after enduring something that I think it would be difficult for any of us to imagine.
In exchange, the U.S. is freeing 5 Iranians and nearly $6 billion in previously frozen funds. That money must be used, the U.S. says, for humanitarian reasons like food or medicine.
Joining us now, NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman in Doha, Qatar, and NBC News national security global affairs reporter Dan DeLuce in Washington, D.C. So, Josh, we'll start with you first. You were actually on the tarmac for this swap. Walk us through.
Yeah, I just saw we lost Josh right there. So we'll go to Dan DeLuce maybe with that question.
Yeah. So what did we see? What happened when these Americans arrived, Dan? If you can give us that picture, please.
Just really dramatic, emotional scenes. Those 3 men walking down the steps had been in prison for years. In the case of Sept Namazi, he's been in that prison for nearly 8 years. And there they were setting foot on the tarmac in Doha, and they soon then boarded another plane, a U.S. government plane, and headed on their way back to the U.S., back to Washington, D.C., to be reunited with their families. So just an incredibly poignant scene there for them. And at one point, you saw the 3 of them locking arms together, laughing and smiling after such an excruciating ordeal. And there you have 5 American prisoners being released in this swap deal. And Sept Namazi, that one prisoner who was there for so long, issued a really poignant statement saying that, this was a day of tremendous elation, but it was colored by the sorrow, he said, of knowing that there are so many other people still behind bars in Iran. And he paid tribute to all the political prisoners in Evin prison, as well as so many women who have been protesting, who are now also incarcerated. And he appealed for their freedom and their liberty. And he also said that the U.S. and other governments have to figure out a way to inflict a cost on governments like Iran that take people prisoner really without cause or without justification.
Let me ask you, Dan, kind of on that note, about some of the controversy over where that $6 billion that Iran's going to get in this deal is coming from. Do we know where it's coming from, and how does the U.S. make sure it's used for humanitarian reasons?
Yeah, the Biden administration is being very straight up about this. They say that this is $6 billion that Iran really earned in oil revenue years ago, and it was blocked by U.S. sanctions, essentially, in South Korean banks. And so part of the deal was to give Iran access to the money, but Iran can only purchase food or medicine, and if they violate U.S. sanctions, the White House says they'll freeze the money again.
We just got Josh Letterman back on the ground in Doha, Qatar. So, Josh, I do want to ask you, what did you see on the ground there?
Well, you could really get the sense, Zinclay, that these American officials who had worked to orchestrate this prisoner swap were waiting with bated breath for this moment when that plane was actually going to land. Because even though all of this had been carefully choreographed and they knew every step of what was supposed to happen, until those Americans actually walked off that plane and took their first steps as free men and women, there was a lot of trepidation about whether something could go wrong, whether the Iranians might change their mind. In fact, U.S. officials were very reluctant to say anything at all until they had confirmed that that plane had left Iranian airspace. We know there were senior diplomats who traveled to Qatar who were able to receive those Americans on the tarmac, and then as they were bringing them on the flight where they're currently heading back to Washington, they've had a chance to speak with President Biden as well. Now, we haven't heard in person from any of these released Americans who are, for the time being, seeking privacy, but we did hear from 51-year-old Sept Namazi in a printed statement that he has issued upon being freed, saying, for almost 8 years, I have been dreaming of this day. Now that it is finally here, I find my ineffable joy of my forthcoming reunification with my family is laced with sorrow. Sept Namazi going on to say, it's a painful and deep feeling of guilt for taking my breaths in freedom while so many courageous individuals that I love and admire continue languishing behind those walls. And to that end, we heard from Secretary Blinken today, other Biden administration officials saying this is not the end of their efforts to bring home Americans who are detained wrongfully anywhere in the world.
Yeah, hoping all Americans can come home soon. Dan DeLuce with that analysis and Josh Letterman on the ground. Thank you both very much.
Car companies and the United Auto Workers Union are starting the week off with a new round of talks now, but the two sides still appear to be pretty far apart.
Yeah, the historic strike is now in its 4th day. This is the first time in the union's 88 years it is simultaneously striking against the big three automakers. That's General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis, which makes Chrysler. Only about 9% of the union is picketing right now, but that percentage could grow larger. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is outside the Ford plant, currently on strike in Wayne, Michigan. Maggie, has any progress been made in the negotiations right now, and what are the key sticking points?
So, Zinkley, to that first question, the president of the United Auto Workers Union would say no, not much progress has been made. He said on Morning Joe this morning that it was still, in his words, status quo, and they had a long way to go. And he put that on the backs of the car companies, the big three, as they're known, to kind of bridge that gap. You know, the sticking point that we've heard the most about, as you know, is pay. The union, you can see the workers still on strike, day 4 on the picket lines. They're demanding a 40% pay increase. And the big three, GM, Ford, and Stellantis, all coming in at about a 20% pay bump proposal. Stellantis was at 21%, and we heard over the weekend Sean Fain, the president, called that definitely a no-go. Here is more of what he had to say this morning on Morning Joe about the status of talks right now.
They're going to have to address the ending tiers. They're going to have to address the pay rates, cost of living allowance. The majority of our workers now do not have any retirement security. That's a big issue. And then you have our retirees, and you know, there's several issues to move on still. So job security issues, this transition to EV, there's a lot of concerns with this.
The transition to EV, meaning electric vehicles, of course, and it's widely known, guys. Experts say those take less labor, essentially, to build. So that's a big long-term concern of the unions. What happens as that transition continues, which is being pushed, as you know, by the Biden administration. So a lot of sticking points still to be worked out, guys.
Yeah, and Maggie, I guess we're 4 days in now and already seeing some changes as a result of these failed contract talks. I wanted to ask about the Ford plant that you're standing in front of, because I understand it announced it's temporarily laying off about 600 non-striking workers. How is the strike affecting both sides, and what's the potential impact for all of us, for U.S. consumers?
Yeah, so we'll start with the workers. I mean, Ford, as you noted, laying off those workers, saying that they actually aren't, again, part of the group that is striking, but that they need to do their jobs, parts that are made by the striking population. A number of parts, including e-coating. That was one in particular that they say is no longer being made as a result of the strike, so those workers can't do their jobs, ergo, they've been told not to come to work. GM also saying that they could lay off as many as 2,000 workers or close to that early this week for similar issues, so basically ripple effects kind of spreading from this strike. As far as how is UAW is taking care of its members, they do have a $500 a week stipend to be given to employees on strike after the 8th day of the strike. So basically $500 a week after that first full week. But as far as a long-term plan, guys, that falls far short of a full paycheck, as you know. So a lot of people hoping these talks see real progress soon. Guys.
Yeah, we'll see how long this all plays out for. Maggie Vespa, thank you.
Still ahead, missing in action, how a U.S. fighter jet ended up airborne without a pilot, the security concerns after a so-called mishap.
Plus, comedian Russell Brand responds to allegations of rape, sexual assault, and emotional abuse, as now he's forced to cancel a major comedy tour. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Today, Planned Parenthood in Wisconsin is once again offering abortion services. This will make abortion accessible in the state for the first time since Roe v. Wade was overturned. It comes after a judge ruled back in July that a centuries-old state law does not apply to current abortion procedures. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett joins us now from outside a Planned Parenthood clinic in Milwaukee. Maura, of course, this state law has been the center of a legal battle, for more than a year, and it does have impacts beyond the state that you're in, Wisconsin. So can you just walk us through where this all stands right now?
Yeah, Zinkley, I can't underscore enough how significant of a shift this is when it comes to all of the political conversation we've been having about abortion over the last year and will continue to have. And all of this stems from a law that was put into place that has a lot of hazy interpretation from back in 1849. And basically, the reason that Planned Parenthood feels confident in its decision to resume those abortion services today is because the state now has a more liberal-leaning state Supreme Court. So a county judge is actually the one that said, hey, that state law doesn't actually apply to voluntary abortions, and the litigation is still ongoing. But because they've seen that the political landscape here has shifted a little bit in a more liberal-leaning favor, Planned Parenthood has seen that this is a decision that they feel very confident in making. And all of this could be a blueprint for how we see other battleground states in similar situations around abortion being a key voter issue in 2024, Sinclair.
And Maura, you're talking about policy. What kind of impact could this have on people, on women, as well as the healthcare system in Wisconsin?
Well, here in Milwaukee and over in Madison, the Planned Parenthoods are offering abortion services, appointments filled up, we're told here today, for people seeking abortions in terms of how it affects those people. But the bigger question is around the providers. I spoke with the Planned Parenthood CEO here about protections on the legal side of whether or not providers can actually perform these services and not get penalized. I'm going to hear some of our conversation.
We are very confident in the legal analysis around that, and we thought there's no reason to wait any longer. The judge has made it very clear that the statute is not applicable to voluntary abortions.
Now, she also emphasized there are very strict restrictions in place for people to go through the process to get an abortion here, and those very much are still enforced in the state of Wisconsin. Guys.
All right, Maura Barrett on the ground for us. Thank you.
Well, if you're in South Carolina and you happen to see an F-35 fighter jet, you're being asked to call the Air Force right away. No joke. On Sunday, a pilot ejected from the cockpit because of what military officials at the time called a mishap, and the plane's stealth abilities seem to be working too well. The pilot is safe, but the jet is nowhere to be found. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubey joins us now with this mystery. So Courtney, we have a picture of a plane similar to the one in question. The one in question is an F-35, right?
Correct.
Okay,
yes.
64 feet long, 43-foot wingspan, I'm told. So simple question, how on earth does a plane that size disappear?
Yeah, that's right. And that is the question. Where is it? And then how did this thing disappear? Now, you mentioned it has a stealth capability. What that means to our viewers is it has the ability to essentially have an adversary or an enemy on the ground not realize it's even flying overhead. But as part of it, now this F-35, by the way, has a ton of classified components to it that we don't even know anything about, that the military doesn't want the enemy, any kind of an enemy or adversary to know about. But among those stealth capabilities, it also has a very strong communication system. So what's really confounding here, Kate, is the fact that the U.S. military seems to have no idea how to communicate with this missing aircraft. Now, it would have been up in the air for nearly 24 hours at this point. Based on its capabilities, it would stand to reason that it's not flying anymore at this point. It simply wouldn't have the fuel to be able to continue to fly if it was on some sort of an autopilot and some way was still up in the air. But the military still is not saying that they believe it has gone down, it has crashed somewhere on the ground, and they don't know where it is. It's a real mystery still, Kate. And it's one that I would have never believed we'd be on here talking about,
And
frankly.
it wouldn't just land, like, could it just land by itself? That's not really possible.
It does have the
We're almost
ability
out of time.
to hover in when it lands, but they don't believe that that's happened here.
Okay, Courtney, and you can catch more of her reporting tonight on NBC Nightly News.
And stay with us because we got a lot more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
It has been 1 year now since the death of Mahsa Amini. The 22-year-old Iranian died while in the custody of Tehran's so-called morality police.
Yeah, you'll remember Amini was arrested for allegedly violating the country's strict dress code. Her death sparked months of protests that swept across the nation.
MSNBC anchor Yasmin Vasugian joins us now to discuss the fight 1 year later. It's good to see you, Yasmin.
Good to see you as well. So we saw the prisoner exchange happening earlier today, and we now know $6 billion released to the Qatari government that will be used for humanitarian purposes inside Iran. One of the reasons why this is going down essentially is on the part of the Iranian government, they want to shift attention away from what is happening domestically. This is a country in turmoil economically and in turmoil over what women want in that country. And the fight for women's rights and equality, it is continuing no matter what we see outside. Let's take a look.
Zan, Zindagi, Azadi. Woman, life, freedom. 3 words that form the rallying cry for a movement led by the women of Iran to fight for equal rights under Islamic law. It began on September 16th last year, when 22-year-old Mahsa Amini died in the custody of a government patrol unit, the morality police. Witness reports say she was physically beaten before her death, which officials deny, arrested for allegedly violating the country's strict dress code. What followed were months of protests across the entire country. Men and women alike condemning the regime and its series of gender discriminatory laws. They were met with a violent crackdown. Human rights groups saying that Iranian security forces killed more than 500 protesters, tens of thousands arrested, and eventually demonstrations subsiding. This summer, though, as the one-year anniversary of Amini's death drew closer, Iranian officials began arresting anyone suspected of planning to reignite these protests.
The Islamic Republic of Iran has always been ready to listen to words of protesters and those who intend to abuse Madam Amini's name. We know what will happen to them.
But despite those threats, the movement lives on. Days before the anniversary, a group of activists and leaders gathered across from the United Nations in New York.
In front of this building, where officials of the Iranian government are going to come, and they're going to refer to all these freedom fighters as troublemakers and as rebel rousers.
And this supreme leader and his henchmen and those who came before them, they don't worship God. They worship themselves.
And on September 16th, marches happening across the globe in support of the Iranian people, lending a voice to a movement that continues to inspire innovative action around the world.
We have an app similar to Waze where people can report the location and detour the location of the morality police.
We've been focusing a lot on the people who've been arrested, so making sure they're still in the news and their cases are heard.
In response to the Women Life Freedom movement, Iran's leaders have doubled down, bringing back the morality police after temporary suspension and proposing new laws with harsher penalties for women who violate the dress code. But many Iranians say that an irreversible change has taken place.
People are way more unified. Even to this day, after all these killings, people are going out without hijab and making videos.
We have buried our dead. We have seen the people getting arrested and tortured. It is up to the international community to decide which part of history they want to be a part of.
I mean, it's hard to believe it's been a year since Mahsa Amini passed. How is the government responding now that people are marking this year?
You heard essentially the threat that was made by President Raisi in that interview that he did sitting down with Lester Holt. They're cracking down. They detained Mahsa Amini's father on Saturday, the one-year anniversary of her death. They arrested her uncle just a couple of days before that. They wanted to make sure there was no protest happening domestically so that the world beyond Iran could feel as if things were all right. But you saw the images of the protests happening throughout the world on Saturday, from New York to London, everywhere. The diaspora, the Iranian diaspora, standing up for the Iranian people and continuing to voice their concerns for women inside Iran after the death of Mahsa Amini.
Yeah, her death certainly sparked a movement that continues.
Yeah, worldwide. Yasmin, I know you'll keep on this for us. And
Yeah.
thank you for being here and always bringing us these great reports.
Thank you.
It. Just ahead, backing off, why Drew Barrymore is reversing course on plans for the new season of her talk show. You're watching NBC News Daily.
And you can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now, here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Hunter Biden is suing the IRS over the release of his tax records. The president's son accuses 2 IRS agents of, quote, repeatedly and intentionally sharing his private tax return information to the public. He's seeking $1,000 in damages for each unauthorized disclosure. The lawsuit comes just days after Hunter Biden was indicted on separate gun charges.
World leaders and diplomats are gathering in New York City this week for the United Nations General Assembly. The assembly is set to discuss the war in Ukraine, increased climate disasters, economic instability, and the lingering COVID illness. President Biden is the only representative of a permanent Security Council member nation who will be in attendance. The 4 other leaders from that group, China, France, Russia, and the UK, will be sending representatives in their place.
Video captured flames engulfing a major building in the center of Sudan's capital city of Khartoum. The fire broke out on Sunday, and it comes as fighting between the Sudanese military and paramilitary forces reaches its 6th month. Sudan has been rocked by violence since April. It is still unclear just how the fire started or whether anyone was hurt.
Cash bail is no more in the state of Illinois. That means starting today, those accused of crimes will no longer have to pay to be released before trial. Instead, judges will now decide whether defendants should be released. Supporters of the change say requiring people to pay their bail in cash often punishes those who can't afford it. But critics warn that ending bail could put more criminals out on the streets. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is in Chicago with a closer look at the issue. Shaq?
Hi there, Kate. And look, this is a change that is happening despite significant opposition across the state of Illinois, even going up to the state Supreme Court. But cash bail has now been banned in the state of Illinois, making it the first state to do so.
A major and controversial criminal justice reform.
It's the biggest change that I've seen in 35 years.
The state of Illinois ending the cash bail requirement. Now, no one accused of a crime will pay to be released from detention while they await trial.
So this is the first place someone goes if they're arrested?
Correct. Officials in suburban Chicago walked us through the new process.
Is the defendant a threat to a person, persons, or the community, and they should be detained? They will not be able to get out.
It's here in this brand new courtroom right inside the DuPage County Jailhouse where judges will rule who will remain behind bars and who is sent home until trial, a decision based on flight risk and threat to the community.
How will judges now rule? What are their options?
Either to detain somebody or to release somebody or to release somebody with certain conditions. And the conditions can be across the board, what they're doing or not.
But they can't involve money anymore.
They will never involve money anymore.
A federal government report showed that more than 60% of defendants are detained pre-trial because they can't afford to post bail.
The lawlessness of Chicago will soon be the law statewide.
Kankakee County Sheriff Michael Downey was one of dozens of officials who filed suit to stop the change.
A lot of the same individuals who are constant problems in our communities who are now not going to be locked up.
State Senator Robert Peters helped write the new law.
If you were rich and white, you were more likely to experience freedom than if you're poor and black and a woman.
And is there any concern that there are sheriffs, that there are prosecutors out there that are saying this is making their job harder and will make the community less safe?
If they do their job with something that's fundamentally rooted in safety, not money, then we should be in a much better position.
40-year-old Luis Gonzalez was arrested last year for illegally possessing a gun.
For my own safety, I picked up a weapon, which was illegal at the moment.
A nonprofit helped him pay a $200 bail.
After being sentenced, the only time you spent in jail was right after you got arrested.
That's it, waiting to pay a bond.
A word now removed from Illinois law.
Now, Kate, this new law requires anyone who's arrested and accused of a crime to see a judge for a first hearing within 48 hours of their arrest. To help accommodate that, you've been seeing police departments move essentially judicial facilities inside the jails themselves. It's one of the ways that you've been seeing police departments prepare for what is a significant change here in Illinois, Kate.
All right, Shaq Brewster for us. Thank you.
Well, Kate, the children's author charged with killing her husband with a fentanyl-laced cocktail is now accused of witness tampering. Prosecutors made the claim against Corey Richins after finding a letter in her jail cell. Here's NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin.
Behind bars since May, accused of fatally poisoning her husband Eric with a lethal dose of fentanyl. Prosecutors now claim they have evidence of witness tampering, alleging Corey Richins tried to compel a member of her own family to provide false testimony. The allegation coming after a search of Corey's jail cell last week uncovered a 6-page letter handwritten by Corey, which the prosecution alleges was intended for her mother. Writing in court documents, Corey concocts a false narrative about her deceased husband's drug use, and that the letter was intended to relay instructions to her brother Ronald to testify falsely that Eric obtained pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico. Corey also allegedly writing, "Reword this however Ronald needs to make the point. Just include it all. Tell him I need him to do this. Bring me home."
Everything I've seen in this letter is completely untrue.
A spokesperson for Eric's family reacting to the letter.
This is a desperate attempt to try to get others to make up stories to bolster her version of the case.
The state and I have been working through discovery.
Corey Richins has been charged with first-degree aggravated murder for her husband's death in March of last year. At the time, she told police she made him a Moscow Mule before officers found him unresponsive at the foot of his bed. An autopsy later revealed Eric had 5 times the lethal limit of fentanyl in his system.
5 times the lethal dose is not accidental, Your Honor. That is someone who wants Eric dead.
Prosecutors are now asking the judge to prohibit Corey from contacting her mother and brother. In response, Richins' attorney arguing the letter was obtained through a potentially illegal search, claiming it was found in an envelope marked attorney privilege, and that its release violates a gag order which could taint the jury pool. Corey has yet to enter a plea and was denied bail after an emotional impact statement from her late husband's sister.
I may be naive, but I never knew evil like this existed.
Erin McLaughlin, NBC News.
The management agency representing Russell Brand has cut all ties to the British comedian, and promoters have canceled the rest of his comedy tour. 4 women have come forward to accuse Brand of rape, sexual assault, and emotional abuse. The joint investigation was published Saturday by the Times of London and the Sunday Times and Channel 4 dispatches. The UK Metropolitan Police say it is aware of the report and encourage any potential victims to contact authorities. NBC News has not independently verified the allegations, which Brand denies. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz is following all of this for us. Liz, what did this investigation into Brand uncover?
Hey, Kate. Yeah, so this investigation profiles 4 women who are accusing Russell Brand of rape, sexual assault, and predatory, abusive, and controlling behavior. They say this all happened in a 7-year span between 2006 and 2013. At the height of his fame, he was in the movie Forgetting Sarah Marshall in 2008. One of the women they profile, they're calling her Alice as a pseudonym. She says she was 16 at the time, and she says that Russell Brand was 31. And even though this is the youngest age for consent in the UK, she describes how she was pressured into performing sexual acts with him, that she had to physically punch him in the stomach to get her off. She says that he would call her the child and sent a car to her school to pick her up, take her out of class, and bring her to her home. Another woman describes that she was raped in his home in LA. So those are just some of the allegations, Kate.
And Liz, I have to ask, how is Russell Brand responding to the claims?
Yeah, well, he's denying these allegations. He actually preemptively posted a video on social media to his millions of followers on Friday night before the investigation was posted, where he said that every encounter he's ever had has been consensual. And he said, quote, amidst the litany of astonishing, rather baroque attacks are some various serious allegations that I absolutely refute. He goes on to accuse the media of a concerted effort to silence him, Kate. But the backlash is swift. His talent agencies dropped him, and those comedy shows have been postponed.
Yeah. All right, Liz Kreutz following that. Thank you.
Since the start of the war in Ukraine, officials say hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian children have been illegally deported and forcibly transferred to Russia and Russian-occupied territory. That's a war crime. In a new documentary from the NBC News Digital docs team, foreign correspondent Molly Hunter explores one Ukrainian mother's harrowing 3,000-mile journey to bring her son home. Molly joins us now from London. Molly, it's no secret, it's very rare that we get to really dive deep and spend a lot of time on one story. So talk to us about what you learned from this reporting.
Hey, Zinkley and Kate, something you both certainly enjoy as well. So we followed the story of one mother, Oksana, as you just mentioned, Zinkley. She traveled 3,000 miles through 4 different countries. This is a woman who grew up in a small village in eastern Ukraine. She had never been outside the country. She had never been on a plane. Now, take a listen to this clip, and I'll talk to you on the back end. This is me speaking with the CEO of Save Ukraine. This is the group, the organization that Oksana worked with to get Nikita back.
It's very not emotionally stressful day because we have 7th rescue mission just now, and we have a huge problem with it. FSB, Russian security services, took several mothers to a prison, and they interrogated them 2 days. We found that it's harder and harder to return any child because it's...
Since the ICC order?
Yes.
Why is that?
Yes. Because Russians understand now that each case is valued for ICC, for Ukrainian, for future court.
Each case could be evidence.
It's not could be evidence. It's evidence. Each case, it's evidence of war crime.
That's Mykola Kuleba, who is the CEO of the NGO Save Ukraine. Each case, each child, you guys, we're talking hundreds of thousands, is evidence of a war crime. And when you consider the numbers, hundreds of thousands, according to Ukrainian officials, and according to Mykola Kuleba, they believe an estimate have been deported, forcibly transferred to either Russian-occupied areas in Ukraine or inside Russia. The number of kids that have returned 19 months into this war, just 386. Save Ukraine is responsible for returning 176. But high-level Ukrainian officials that we spoke with for this documentary, you guys, they have 2 big fears right now with the kids that have been deported. Among older kids, that is indoctrination. They may be beyond saving. For younger kids who may be very vulnerable, might not have a lot of agency to tell people where they're from, who their parents might be, the worry is that those kids may get lost in the system. But take a look at Saving Nikita. We have a hopeful story in this one.
We take a hopeful story with those sobering statistics. Molly Hunter, thank you for bringing us that. And of course, you can watch Saving Nikita, the fight to return Ukraine's children. It's available right now on NBCNews.com.
Looking forward to watching that. Up next, how hospice patients were used to steal millions of dollars from U.S. taxpayers. You're watching NBC News Daily.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The latest installment of our Fleecing of America series takes a look at the booming business of hospice care and how some are abusing the system.
Fraudsters are not only taking advantage of families during an incredibly vulnerable time, but they're also ripping off taxpayers. NBC's Stephanie Rule shows us how.
You're looking at undercover video of a doctor accepting kickbacks for referring patients to hospice care. Patients who don't need it.
We're expecting a lot more than that.
Tengo otros 25, but doc, you need to help me get some patients in the door.
What more do you want? I gotta give you 9 patients. What the you want? You know how much I can get from somebody else for 25 for 9 patients? $250 a piece.
This video from 2017 was part of an investigation prosecuted by the Department of Justice into Merida Healthcare in South Texas that ended in several guilty verdicts.
This was the largest criminal hospice fraud case ever prosecuted by the Department of Justice. Corporate executives looted our Medicare trust fund for over $124 million.
Rodney Mesquias and Henry McInnes ran Merida. Over 10 years, they submitted more than 47,000 false claims to Medicare for more than 9,000 patients. Around 3/4 didn't qualify for hospice. With taxpayer money, prosecutors say Mesquias bought expensive cars, jewelry, and clothing, season tickets to the San Antonio Spurs, and lavish trips to Las Vegas.
Worse than that, they lied. They lied to patients, patients with Alzheimer's, patients with dementia. They put them on services they didn't need, risking their health.
Really disturbing stuff. Host of MSNBC's 11th Hour, Stephanie Rule, joins us now to dig into her reporting. Steph, thank you so much for joining us on this one.
It is the worst story ever, but we have to share it.
Yeah, so how do we prevent scams like these, hospice scams, from happening in the first place? Has the industry just sort of ballooned?
The industry has ballooned. I mean, in 2000, Medicare was paying the hospice industry $3 billion. Today, it's $23 billion. And with big money comes fraudsters. And think about it. These are people, these are families at the most vulnerable times in their lives. And so fraud is everywhere. Now, feel good about the fact that the government is taking action. The Department of Justice, as you saw there, is prosecuting some of the most egregious fraudsters. We are seeing Medicare take a step back, and they are really reevaluating all of the hospice providers out there, and many of them are at risk of getting kicked out. And there's certain states like California with a moratorium. They're saying until we take a closer look, we're getting no new providers. But individuals, we need to take it seriously, too. And unfortunately, we can't just trust the system.
Yeah, it's just they're taking advantage of some of the most vulnerable people, people who are dying. You spoke to a woman who has a 95-year-old mother, I think.
She did.
Really concerned that she's not being cared for.
I spoke to a woman who could have been any of us.
Yeah.
She retired early to care for her mother, who was terminal, because she wanted her to go gracefully. She put her in the hospice system and realized the system wasn't working for her and taking advantage of her. Watch this.
We kept pushing and pushing for a doctor to come visit Mother, but no doctor ever came.
She did get medications for her mother, but from the company's CEO, who was not a doctor, but used pre-signed prescriptions. What kind of medicine was she taking? Was she comfortable?
Oh, yes, they kept her very comfortable. They turned her into a drug addict, actually. She was on a fentanyl patch. She took hydromorphone.
Worried, Judy changed providers and wrote her senator asking for an investigation. Turns out officials were looking into the company for over $60 million in fraud, including submitting claims for services never provided and paying kickbacks to doctors. 13 people pleaded guilty or were convicted. Listen, she's a horrible story, but it could happen to anyone. Now, the majority of people in hospice care are angels, right? They choose this work because they want to help people in the last stage of their life. But you need to look at hospice care like you do medical care when you're well. Ask the questions, make sure you're getting references, and keep pushing. A lot of people are getting pushed into hospice who don't actually need it.
I mean, you touched on my last question, which was you're saying this could be any of us. And so often when someone's putting a family member in hospice care, it's a stressful time. You don't have a lot of time. So what do you recommend to them when they're searching?
Ask questions.
Yeah.
I know you want to just trust the system. You're saying, please help me. You've got to help yourself. Make sure you're getting references. You are getting independent sources to know, is this the right care for my loved one? It's the most important time.
Is there like a directory at all of
There are
places?
agencies out there, and you can reach out to your local government. But you just have to know you've got to be diligent about it. You can't just trust the system.
So critical.
Stephanie, thank you. To see her full report, watch the 11th Hour with Stephanie Ruhle. That's tonight, 11 p.m. Eastern on MSNBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
We're back with an abrupt turnaround for Drew Barrymore. The actress and host now says her talk show will remain dark.
Barrymore has faced criticism, as you've probably heard, over her plans to move forward with the new season despite the ongoing writer's strike. Here's NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Melas.
Hey there, that's right. Drew Barrymore no longer plans to air her show as those Hollywood strikes drag on, but there may be some light ahead. The Writers Guild of America and the studios say that they're working to get back to the negotiating table this week for the first time in a month.
No lights, no cameras, and no action for Drew Barrymore. The star announcing Sunday that she no longer plans to debut the new season of her talk show. The reversal coming just 1 week after Barrymore said that she'd start shooting again. A decision that drew immediate backlash online and from Hollywood. The National Book Awards also rescinded an invitation for the star to host its event. Over the weekend, Barrymore writing on Instagram, "I have no words to express my deepest apologies to anyone I have hurt," adding, "We really tried to find our way forward, and I truly hope for a resolution for the entire industry very soon."
I would just take full responsibility for my actions.
Barrymore announced the pause 2 days after she released an emotional, now deleted video explaining why she was restarting her show amid the dual strikes.
I just wanted to make a show that was there for people. And I thought if we could go on during a global pandemic and everything that the world has experienced through 2020, why would this sideline us?
Barrymore's initial decision drawing the ire of the Writers Guild, who picketed outside her New York studio last week, as well as famous actors, including Deborah Messing of Will and Grace fame, who wrote online, "There are thousands of union members' jobs and livelihoods that are at stake. I hope you will reconsider." And Alyssa Milano.
It impacts the strength of our movement.
While the WGA condemned Barrymore's show going on air, a spokesperson for the Actors Guild told NBC that the talk show's return did not violate their ongoing strike.
I'm calling you out, Cheryl.
Following Drew Barrymore's decision, The Talk and The Jennifer Hudson Show also delayed their premieres.
Oh, yes.
While other daytime shows like The View and Tamron Hall have continued taping. The WGA and studio representatives say they're working to schedule talks this week, a small step forward in the labor dispute after a weeks-long freeze in negotiations.
Industry experts say that if there is no resolution in the next few weeks, it's possible that both the writers and actors strikes could continue into next year. Back to you.
Chloe, thanks so much for that. Well, I think it's time we take a look at some of the other stories trending right now.
Yeah, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson returning to the WWE. Fans were shocked at WWE's SmackDown when Johnson appeared on stage. He came face-to-face with his old rival John Cena, who welcomed him home. This is The Rock's first time returning to the WWE in 4 years.
Yeah, never a dull moment with The Rock. Always making headlines
always
in some way. Well, Katy Perry is selling the rights to her music, and get this, to the tune of $225 million. Ooh. The catalog rights company Litmus Music is behind the deal, and it includes Perry's stakes in master recordings and publishing rights to 5 of her studio albums. Among them, her chart-topping Teenage Dream.
Yes. Pop artist Kim Petras is out with a new album, Problématique. That's French. Problematic. Problématique.
I like it.
It includes 10 tracks inspired by French house music. There you go. The album was shelved last year after some of those songs were leaked. This is Petras's second album drop of the year. It comes as she gets ready to kick off her world tour next week.
Pretty fun. So many good concerts this season. And is ranking your children normal?
Nope.
No. Okay. Deion Sanders, head coach of the Colorado Buffs football team and father of 5, does exactly that on social media, meaning he ranks his kids. At a post-game press conference, Sanders actually called the practice of rankings, quote, tough, and jabbed at parents who, quote, act like you all love them the same. 2 of Sanders' kids actually play for him. His 19-year-old daughter plays on Colorado's women's basketball team. What do you think, Kate, resident parent?
I think it's just dangerous, very dangerous for the kids.
Yeah.
If you're like picking favorites and ranking.
And we've talked about that on a Modern Parenting. Got to be careful about the dynamics with your kids.
I would not personally. I'm just speaking for myself. I would not do that.
But if my parents have a favorite, we all know. Okay. Kidding.
But I love how he's doubling down on it too. He's like, no, it's cool.
At least he's consistent.
I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinkla. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now and anywhere you can stream live. The news continues after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
If it's Monday, deal with it. House Republicans are urging conservative holdouts and critics of House Speaker McCarthy to get on board with a short-term deal to keep the government open that is loaded with conservative priorities and likely dead on arrival in the Senate, if it ever gets there. Plus, 5 Americans wrongfully detained in Iran for years are now on their way back to the U.S. in exchange for 5 imprisoned Iranians and $6 billion in previously frozen funds, as President Biden travels to New York to address the United Nations General Assembly. And new developments in the Georgia election interference and racketeering case tied to former President Trump, as he faces a potential gag order in federal court and refuses to tell Meet the Press whether he did anything to stop the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Garrett Hake reporting in Washington, where House Republicans are scrambling to cobble together the votes to avoid a government shutdown in less than 2 weeks. Right now, they're even struggling to get on the same page with what amounts to a messaging bill laying out their demands. I say a messaging bill because what we're talking about here is a short-term deal to fund the government that has very little chance of actually funding the government, because if it can make it through the House, it has pretty much no chance of making it through the Senate. Over the weekend, it looked as if a deal had been struck between the far-right and moderate factions of the conference on legislation to fund border security priorities, with deep spending cuts and no money for the White House on Ukraine aid or additional disaster funding, all in exchange to keep the government open for 1 month. As I said, this deal is DOA in the Senate, if it even gets there, because at least 9 members of the Republican conference immediately took to social media to voice their opposition to it, essentially dismissing the deal as too soft, including members of the House Freedom Caucus, which had negotiated the package in the first place. 9 no votes would likely be more than enough to defeat the entire deal. And noticeably absent from these negotiations has been House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, who's trying to walk a tightrope that funds the military, keeps the government open, and doesn't cost him his job as Speaker. But speaking to reporters on Capitol Hill earlier today, McCarthy pledged to bring the negotiated CR to the floor, even without the votes to pass it. This afternoon, I spoke with one of the top negotiators behind this deal, the chairman of the Main Street Caucus, Republican Dusty Johnson, about the messy state of negotiations inside his conference and what it could mean for Speaker McCarthy's survival. Why should Republicans support what's in this deal?
Because if you care about securing the border, and every single American should, this is the right mechanism for that. Republicans want a laser-focused package on the border. This does keep government open for 31 days as we finish our work, but far more importantly than that, it does almost every piece of good policy that we know works at the southern border. We need to get this passed.
You've been negotiating with the House Freedom Caucus on this, but already a bunch of their members have come out and said they hate this deal. What's the good of a negotiation with a group if the group can't speak for their members?
Well, we knew all along that we were not negotiating. I mean, you're never going to negotiate with 222 people. That's how many Republicans are in the U.S. House. What you do is you get dedicated conservatives in the same room, you talk through the issues, you get something that you think will sell, and then you go do the sales job. That's what we're doing right now.
How much are you working behind the scenes to remind members what the Speaker has been saying, which is you cannot win a shutdown, you only lose it?
Well, shutdowns are stupid. I mean, the reality is we need to be responsible enough. We need to be big boys. We need to be big girls. Let's roll up our sleeves. Let's do our work. There is no joy. There is no victory in shutdowns. A shutdown is proof that Congress refuses to do its job. You know, you can count me out of that group. I am laser focused on keeping the government open and securing the border. We brought forth a plan that will get it done. I'm hoping that every colleague on the Republican side will support it. I think well-intentioned conservatives should look at all of these things and understand what massive wins they are.
you're obviously been very closely allied with the Speaker. How real do you think the threat is to his speakership now and as we get sort of later in the hour of these questions of keeping the government open?
I'm not sure D.C. loves anything more than a good, leadership conflict story, but we're just not focused on that. I mean, I know there's some outspoken members who always want to talk about leadership in the org chart and who's in what position.
It's not just the org chart. I mean, he's second in line to the presidency.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's an org chart, right? I mean, that's the org chart the Constitution lays out. And there are certainly some members who are asking questions about who the best person to lead the House is. But I would tell you, overwhelmingly, the Republicans in the U.S. House understand that Kevin McCarthy has the right set of skills to lead the House during this fractious time.
It was Dusty Johnson of the Main Street Caucus. This is Sahil Kapoor of our Capitol Hill team with the latest. And Sahil, you heard Dusty kind of go through it there a little bit. There's a lot for conservatives in this bill, but it doesn't appear to be enough. What's going on here?
Yeah, they want something that cannot become law, Garrett. They want a whole host of concessions as part of an appropriations bill that can maybe pass the House with Republican votes only, but is guaranteed to die in the Senate. It certainly won't become law, won't be signed by President Biden. But this is ultimately what happens when you have a small minority of a small majority of the House trying to dictate policy for the entirety of Washington when they simply don't have the votes. McCarthy is in a conundrum here. The Speaker is, because there is no clear path forward at the moment. He's thinking about the next few days, breaking a stalemate, trying to get the votes on an appropriations bill for defense, as well as a CR to prevent a shutdown at the end of next month. Dusty told you very clearly, eloquently, why that's not good for anyone, and Republicans usually get blamed politically for it. But it's not a strategy to make a law right now. That's where there's no clear end game for the Speaker or for whether it's Dusty Johnson or the House Freedom Caucus. It's no clear end game at the moment.
The congressman disputed the premise of my question about the Speaker keeping his gavel, but how difficult is the tightrope he's trying to walk here? He could fill some gaps with Democrats if this isn't enough for the far right. He could move to the left, but that presents a whole different set of problems for him.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's a difficult tightrope that the Speaker is walking every day, as you well know, Garrett. We cover this place together, and he always has to watch his back from on the basis of threats coming from the far right. Yes, he could very easily team up with Democrats today and pass a simple, clean CR to keep the government open. The Senate would pass it, Biden would sign it into law, and they would have more time to work on the appropriations process. But the same hard right members who have been kind of aiming, these proverbial daggers at his neck from day one of the new Congress have very clearly said that they would not be okay with it. And some, like Matt Gaetz, have threatened to make a motion to overthrow him as Speaker if he goes down that road. Again, it's it's like 10% of the Republican conference making these threats. Now, the good thing that McCarthy has going for him, and we saw this from the first week of the new majority, is that 90% of House Republicans are solidly behind him, and he's good at cultivating that 90% and keeping them on his side and making clear to that 10% that there's no alternative to him. And that's where the rebels are missing something. Would they still call a motion to overthrow him and just try to burn the place down? Again, speaking metaphorically here, just to make a point, maybe. Some of them suggested they might. But what happens after that is even less clear, Garrett.
And of course, across the hallway in the Senate, things were looking much more civilized late last week, but now they're having problems passing their spending bills, too. Sahil Kapoor, I know you're busy up there. Thank you for your time and for your reporting. And joining me now is Arkansas Republican Congressman Steve Womack. Congressman, we just went over some of the things in this deal that were put together to attract conservative support, the border elements of it. But it does look like it may already be DOA less than 24 hours after it was announced. Some of your colleagues, Matt Gaetz, no. Matt Rosendale called it a continuation of Nancy Pelosi's budget and Joe Biden's policies. Marjorie Taylor Greene says she's a no. The list goes on. What do you make of this mess right now?
Well, it's an unmitigated disaster right now on the majority side. Look, I'm fearful of what this leads to. But let's also remember it's the 18th of September. It's really early in the process. And I say that tongue in cheek. Yeah. We're going to run out of money in a little over a week. And my guess is we won't see a resolution to this. If we see a resolution that can clear both chambers, we won't see it until sometime late next week, just as the sands in the hourglass continue to fall through the glass and time is running out on us. But it's clear from last night's conference call and the ensuing social media remarks by a handful of members that the program that has been co-authored by Main Street and Freedom Caucus does not have the sufficient votes right now in the House of Representatives to pass. In fact, I'm not even sure that if the Rules Committee today publishes a combined rule, I don't know if that's the case, but if they do a combined rule for appropriations on Wednesday and this package on Thursday, I'm not sure we do either of those because I'm not real sure that the rule can pass, and we have to pass the rule before we can go to the up or down vote on the underlying legislation. So it's in trouble, no question about that, and you don't have to be a political expert to figure that out.
Well, that's good to know, because that was my read on it as well. I'm curious, I mean, at whose feet do you lay blame for this? I mean, is this the Speaker's fault for not pulling the conference together or outsourcing this to, these other disparate groups to organize this? Or is this sort of that rebel, hard-right group that doesn't seem to want to take yes for an answer?
That's just too easy to suggest that there is that there is one element that bears the brunt of this. Let's just face the facts. The country is divided. The politics of the country are divided. There are strong feelings. We spend too much money, that we fund too many things that are not consistent with the underlying values that made America great. And there is a war going on right now between, and it's falling on the discretionary budget because that's the closest part of government that you see. And there is this great tug of war going on. We know the left wants to spend more money and fund more programs and grow government and raise taxes and all those kinds of things.
This seems to be a disagreement between people who agree on where you're trying to go.
I'm getting to that. And then you've got on the right, you've got a fractured GOP majority with a very, very slim number, and they can ill afford to fumble, or else they're going to have to rely on the left to come get those votes. So the point is that the Republicans are trying to carry this water on their own. They have to have 218 out of a very fractured group, and you've already got a sufficient number of people right now on the record on social media saying they're not going to take it up or not going to support it. I question whether or not we can even get a rule passed on it, and that means that we're going to fool around here another week, accomplish absolutely nothing. All the while, the country is headed toward a shutdown, and the Senate is trying its best to at least present an appropriations package that can clear the Senate and maybe come over to the House and get some bipartisan votes. But it's clear that Kevin McCarthy is concerned, has to be concerned, about retaining the speakership if, in fact, he has to turn to the left and start courting votes on the left, because there would have to be something in the mix for them.
So what's the solution here? I mean, do you think some of these no votes are people who just sort of maybe have to touch the hot stove? Do we have to have a shutdown for people to get to the conclusion where this was always going to end up, that it might take a bipartisan deal like the debt deal?
Yeah, well, in this environment, that may be exactly what has happened. You have to find the bottom, and the bottom may indeed be some kind of a shutdown. The problem with a shutdown, though, think about this. You shut it down, eventually you got to open it back up. And under what conditions do you open it back up? Do you think the members of the hard right on the Freedom Caucus side are going to relent? I mean, how long did we think the Tommy Tuberville hold on military promotions was going to stand? And it's still in place today. So when people are determined and they're dug in, then you're going to have to find a different solution. In the old days, Matt, in the old days, a speaker would turn to the left and say, I don't have the votes on my side, but with 10 or 12 of your members coming to the table, we can get this deal done and move the country forward. But you know what that means, and I know the speaker's trying to avoid that circumstance.
Former President Trump was on this broadcast this weekend, basically encouraging a shutdown, saying, oh, if they can't get a good enough deal, they ought to get it done. How much does that influence your conference, and do you find that to be helpful?
Well, it probably does influence members of our conference. Personally, I think it's nonsensical to be advocating for a government shutdown. Look, you're talking to an ex-mayor. You know, my job was to run the city of Rogers, Arkansas,
right,
and put competing interests together and work out solutions, find compromise, and keep government afloat. That's what executive branch people do. I am concerned right now that there are too many people up here that don't feel like government shutdowns are all that bad a deal, that they don't really affect people. Let me assure you, and I don't care who you are, even if you don't think a government shutdown affects you, trust me, it's expensive, it affects you, and eventually we're going to have to get this thing operational once we shut it down. And the question then becomes, what changes in order to do that? And was it a fool's errand in the beginning?
Mayors always get this. If the trash collection doesn't come, they're responsible. I always find that to be the case with former mayors. I want to ask you about something else. So the impeachment inquiry. This was the huge topic last week. The Speaker making this announcement unilaterally. You were on the record in 2019 at the dawn of the first Trump impeachment inquiry. You posted on social media the following. This impeachment inquiry is unsurprising. Instead of governing, House Dems have been obsessed with impeachment. It's been their entire agenda. Fueling hysteria and spreading unsubstantiated narratives is dangerous. Congress should be focused on the challenges facing the nation. What's different now in 2023, Congressman?
Well, other than the fact that there is a kind of a cloud hanging over the entire Biden administration with regard to some of the deal making that it has been alleged. And about the only way to really figure this out is to do some kind of an inquiry, get the right answers, get everything on the record, and make an informed decision. I'm not about to suggest that I'm ready to vote for an impeachment, because that requires high crimes and misdemeanors, and that has not been proven as we hold this conversation. So let's get those answers. In the past, it was clear that that Democrats wanted to go after Donald Trump, and they did everything they could to do that. But I always subscribe to this. Impeachment is a very important and powerful tool. I would argue the most important tool in the toolbox for Congress to hold people accountable in the executive branch. I think you got to be careful how you use it, or else it becomes a useless tool and only for political purposes. We have to be careful not to do that.
All right, Congressman Womack, we covered a lot of ground there. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you coming on Meet the Press Now.
Glad to do it. Thank you.
All right, coming up, 5 Americans are on their way home after being freed from a notorious Iranian prison as President Biden prepares for a major week at the UN. Plus, new developments in the fight over abortion rights in battleground Wisconsin, where clinics are set to resume services more than a year after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Right now, 5 Americans who were wrongfully detained in Iran are on a plane back to the United States. This was the scene earlier today as those freed Americans arrived in Doha. As you can see, they were greeted by Qatari and American officials. The White House says President Biden spoke with the families, calling it an emotional conversation. They're released today as part of a prisoner swap between the U.S. and Iran. In exchange, 5 Iranian nationals held in U.S. custody are expected to also be released. And Tehran now has access to its $6 billion in oil revenue that was previously frozen under U.S. sanctions. U.S. officials are adamant that the money will only be used for humanitarian purposes. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle have expressed concern about exactly how this money will be used, with some Republicans blasting the deal, equating it to a ransom payment. Joining me now is NBC News Tehran Bureau Chief Ali Arouzi and NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. So, Ali, I'll start with you. What more do we know about the Americans released, and what are we hearing from them so far in their few hours of freedom?
Hey, Gareth. Well, we know that the 5 that have been released, 2 of them have chosen to stay anonymous, possibly because they have family members in Iran and they don't want to endanger them. The 3 that have gone public are 51-year-old Siamak Namazi, who spent more time in an Iranian prison than any other U.S. citizen in history. Then there's 59-year-old businessman Emad Sharghi and 67-year-old environmentalist Morad Tabaz, who's also a British citizen. Now, shortly after his release, Siamak Namazi, who incidentally, Garrett, his father was also in prison in Iran for 6 years, who'd come back to try to release him. Siamak released a very heartfelt note. He said, "My heartfelt gratitude goes to President Biden and his administration, which had made this incredibly difficult decision. Thank you, President Biden, for ultimately putting the lives of American citizens above politics." He also spoke about what a horrendous ordeal his time in prison was, where he saw the worst of humanity. So this is going to be a huge relief to get back on U.S. soil after that experience. It's going to take a huge physical and emotional toll on him. And just on a secondary point, Gareth, I thought it'd be interesting to point out of the 5 Iranians that have been released in U.S. custody, 3 of them have legal status in the United States, and those 3 have decided not to go back to Iran, interestingly.
Yeah, that's fascinating. Ali, my other question here, I mean, for the Iranians, they had 6 billion reasons to make this deal in addition to, swapping these hostages. But Raisi's also going to be in New York this week speaking before the UN. Is this a matter of softening his image on the world stage or at home? I mean, all politics is local, right? What's in it for the Iranian president?
I don't think the release of these 5 Americans was a coincidence in the timing with the UNGA. Raisi certainly wants to come over to New York with a softer image, to say that he's been, he's been very kind to release these people, that this has been very goodwill towards the United States in order to get sanctions relief. That will be his main goal. He'll be there saying, look, we've shown goodwill releasing these guys, even though they spent some of them 8 years in a prison without any real legal courses to defend them. But this will be an attempt to start a conversation, either directly or indirectly, with U.S. officials that he hopes will end in sanctions relief.
All right, Ali Arouzi in Tehran for us tonight. Thank you, Ali. And Mike, let's pick up right there. Is this an effort to, if this is an effort to start a conversation, perhaps on sanctions relief, perhaps on reviving a nuclear talks, will it work?
Well, Garrett, within the Biden administration, you have a number of officials who were at the tip of the spear, really, during the Obama administration in laying the groundwork for what became the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal. So I think it's no secret among them that there is strong interest in trying to get back to some version of it, at least one that will not require the interference as they would see it from members of Congress, because we've seen that movie before. But I think this is what the White House and the Biden administration is calling an example of practiced and principled diplomacy. This prisoner swap today required some very difficult choices, but ones that they felt were ultimately necessary. And to pick up on Ali's point, this is absolutely not a coincidence in terms of the timing. Yes, on the part of the Iranian side, they do want to come to the U.S. with a little bit of, and how often can you say this, some good PR on the eve of a UN General Assembly. But this is also matching the Biden administration's sort of effort to frame this week as an example of what this kind of diplomacy could lead to. And so I think the White House is very clear-eyed about the likelihood of any breakthrough as it relates to the nuclear deal, at least on paper. But there's the hope that this is going to be the latest in a series of sort of goodwill efforts that could, if not lead to a new deal, at least lead to sort of a handshake agreement, maybe on not on paper, but one that will lead to Iran putting the brakes to some extent on its nuclear program, and then waiting to see what happens in terms of the U.S. election next fall.
You're going to be in the center of a very interesting set of conversations in New York at the UN over the next couple of days, Mike. But as you know, being president means having to do a million things at once. And the White House is also focused on these talks between the UAW and the Big Three that got back together over the weekend. The president, who said he would be the most pro-labor president ever, has said he'd send some top officials to Detroit. How involved are they? How involved is the White House more generally in these negotiations?
Well, the White House is certainly an interested party, right? The president has a lot on the line if this strike were to be prolonged. He wants to continue to make an economic message heading into the fall, and he wants to continue to reinforce his labor bona fides. But the more you listen to Sean Fain as he is out there in public, the more you get the sense that there is a bit of daylight between what the Biden administration hopes to see in terms of a quick resolution and between what Fain is hoping to see in terms of a good deal for his workers. In fact, Fain on our own network today making it clear that this is not something that he thinks the White House has much of a role to play, that ultimately this is the UAW's job, not the administration's job. The administration did make quite a show, and the president himself announcing on Friday that he was sending Gene Sperling and sending Julie Su to try to have sort of at least an outside role in bringing these parties to a resolution. But based on listening to what we're hearing from the Big Three and what we're hearing from the UAW, it's not clear that they're actually playing much of a role yet. And so I think it's going to be a sort of watch this space moment. The longer this goes, I think the more you're going to see the White House getting even more publicly agitated, perhaps. We've heard some Democrats concerned about, as much as they want to see a fair deal for the UAW, that maybe they overplay their hand. And so that is going to be part of what I think is going to be a fascinating dynamic as this plays out.
Yeah, and let's not forget in the wings is Donald Trump, who's been trying to inject himself into this debate, saying it's the Biden administration's electric car policies that have brought him to this point, and arguing that the UAW ought to endorse him and their members ought to vote for him. So there's a lot of political pressure and different angles at this all, Mike, which I know you'll be on top of. Thank you, Mike Memoli. And up next, it's one of the most divisive issues in the country. Former President Trump tells Meet the Press some of his fellow Republicans are pursuing, quote, terrible restrictions on abortion. Plus, what he says he'll do about calls for a federal ban on abortion. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. In an exclusive interview on Meet the Press, former President Donald Trump said he would deliver a deal on abortion that would bring together both Democrats and Republicans. Well, that seems unlikely. He did seem to take a more muted stance on the issue of abortion, specifically calling out Republican primary rival Florida Governor Ron DeSantis on the issue. Listen to this.
If a federal ban landed on your desk, if you were reelected, would you sign it at 15
Are you
weeks?
talking about a complete ban?
A ban at 15 weeks?
Well, people are starting to think of 15 weeks. That seems to be a number that people are talking about right now.
Would you sign that?
I would sit down with both sides and I'd negotiate something, and we'll end up with peace on that issue for the first time in 52 years. I'm not going to say I would or I wouldn't. I mean, DeSantis is willing to sign a 5-week and 6-week ban.
Would you support that? You think that
I
goes
think what
too
he
far?
did is a terrible thing and a terrible mistake. But we'll come up with a number. But at the same time, Democrats won't be able to go out in 6 months, 7 months, 8 months and allow an abortion.
The former president hasn't landed on a clear stance on the issue, yet he is still quick to take credit for overturning Roe v. Wade. Now, one of the states where abortion is likely to be a huge factor in 2024 is in Wisconsin, where 2 Planned Parenthood clinics will once again offer abortion care today after a judge ruled that the procedure does not violate the state's 19th century trigger ban. NBC's Mara Barrett is on the ground in Milwaukee as Planned Parenthood resumes performing abortions there. And I'm also joined by Amy Walter, the publisher and editor-in-chief of the Cook Political Report. All right, so Mara, break down how these clinics are able to operate now. What was the basis for this judge's decision, and what's the expected impact of these 2 clinics coming back online?
Well, Garrett, basically over the last year, the subject of that 1849 law, the legality of it, was up to interpretation because as it was written nearly a century and a half ago, basically they said that anybody other than the mother that, quote, destroys the life of an unborn child could be found guilty of a felony. Now, there was a lawsuit that's been circulating the state in recent months, and a judge ruled over the summer that basically this is not seen as an abortion ban. This is something that's relevant to something called feticide, which would be the case in an assault or battery case, so separate from abortion. That's why Planned Parenthood has hinged their decision on what we saw based off of this ruling to resume abortions here in the state, even as litigation is ongoing. And that's significant because we saw over the summer, again, the Wisconsin State Supreme Court now has a liberal majority. And so that's significant as well and could kind of paint a blueprint for other battleground states, other campaigns, as we're looking ahead to 2024 on how they decide to focus on abortion as an issue and what that looks like in terms of the makeup of their state. Because again, remember, here in battleground Wisconsin, abortion, the right to an abortion is something that a majority of voters do want, but it's a very slim margin. And so Planned Parenthood making this ambitious, very significant decision to start up those abortions today. Appointments made and happened today here in Milwaukee and Madison. Planned Parenthood telling us they're looking to expand those services. And this will have a bigger impact in the region because the state of Illinois, just south of us, had seen a 600% increase in patients seeking care, because if you look at a map of abortion bans in the Midwest, it's very, very isolated there. So this does open up some of that ease of burden in the case of where abortions are allowed. Garrett.
Mara Barrett in Milwaukee for us. Mara, thank you. Amy, I want to play a little bit more of Donald Trump on this because I think it's important. The rest of the field has been forced to kind of set their positions and dig in on it like a traditional politician would. That's not the route Donald Trump's going. Let's play a little bit more of this interview.
Democrats don't want to see abortion in the 7th month. Okay, I speak to a lot of Democrats. They want a number. There is a number, and there's a number that's going to be agreed to. And Republicans should go out and say the following, because I think the Republicans speak very inarticulately about this subject. I watched some of them without the exceptions, et cetera, et cetera. I said, other than certain parts of the country, you're not going to win on this issue, but you will win on this issue when you come up with the right number of weeks.
It's sort of fascinating in a vacuum to see him break this down almost like he's making a negotiation to buy a building. But what do you make of the strategy he's employing here and the critique of Republican messaging on this issue?
Yeah, he sounds like a strategist,
That's right.
actually, or like he's a pollster that's been looking at the data and trying to tell candidates how to position themselves, which is exactly what Republicans are doing right now. We're starting to hear about conversations. I think it was NBC News that broke the
That's right.
The story about the language about pro-baby versus
yeah.
pro-life, right? So trying to find new languaging there. We're seeing, we have state legislative elections in Virginia where the issue of a 15-week ban is basically on the table. It's not on the ballot per se, like a ballot initiative, but the governor has said if he gets a Republican majority in the Senate, keeps it in the House, that's what will happen. So we're seeing real life instances where Republicans are trying to find out the right formula for how to talk about this issue because they did not do it very well, very inarticulate, as President Trump said. He also sounds like a candidate who doesn't have a primary.
That's exactly where I was going to ask you next.
This is a guy
right?
who's like, oh, primaries? I'm not
Right.
worried about my primary flank. I'm just going all in on the general
But
election.
he's not moderating his position. He's making his position unclear.
Yeah, muddling it.
Nothing about this answer makes it less likely that he'll get asked this question every other time he sits down with a serious interviewer. Is that problematic for him? I mean, does that help him? Like, he doesn't want to be talking about this any more than any other Republican candidate who's not totally dug in on a very specific position, but how does this play for him?
He also, because for him, I think it fits into an entirely different category. I mean, again, for your traditional Republican candidate would look at the issue of abortion and say, boy, I have to take a position on this issue that's going to not alienate swing voters. Maybe it's a 15-week.
Or it's a position of conscience, and they just go with it.
Absolutely. But if Donald Trump has problems that go with swing voters and moderate voters, that has nothing to do with his position on abortion. It has to do with who he is and what he has done. The biggest challenge I think that Republicans have on this issue, they are not trusted as much as Democrats for good reason. This has been a debate that's been going on.
And this won't help with that trust.
Exactly.
But so if you're the Biden campaign, what do you do with this, right? Because in theory, abortion is kind of like the secret weapon in a lot of these battleground states. As Mara was just pointing out in Wisconsin, it's going to be very much front of mind. But it's harder, I suppose, to paint Donald Trump into a very specific category on abortion unless you just say, like, this is the guy who took away Roe v. Wade.
Yeah.
What do you do if you're a Democrat, either for the Biden campaign or for somebody else trying to run on those kind of coattails?
Yeah, I think the question that Democrats are going to raise is, why would you trust what he's saying? You just go back and you play the many times where he said, I'm the one responsible for this Supreme Court. I'm the one responsible for overturning Roe versus Wade. And then, of course, all the other lies that have been put forward by the former president on a whole host of other issues.
Well, we've got to leave it there. The whole interview is on our website, and it's worth going to check out because the answer is a journey. But Amy Walter, thank you very much. And after the break, gag orders, legal filings, and Donald Trump in his own words. We're digging into the potential legal fallout for the former president after he doubled down on his election conspiracy theories in that exclusive interview on Meet the Press. You're watching Meet the Press now.
award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize should we wait the dishes, should we?
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Stop me if you've heard this one before, but another one of Donald Trump's co-defendants in the Georgia election interference case is trying to have his case moved to federal court. Lawyers for former DOJ official Jeffrey Clark appeared in federal court today, arguing that Clark was acting in his official capacity when he assisted the former president in trying to overturn Georgia's election results. That's the same argument Trump White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows made in his failed effort to get his case moved to federal court. Trump, meanwhile, may have undermined a possible defense in the election interference case brought by special counsel Jack Smith, telling Kristen Welker that it was his decision, not his lawyers, to challenge the 2020 election results.
You called some of your outside lawyers. You said they had crazy theories. Why were you listening to them? Were you listening to them because they were telling you what you wanted to hear?
You know who I listened to myself? I saw what happened. I watched that election, and I thought the election was over at 10 o'clock in the evening.
You were listening to your instincts.
My instincts are a big part of it. That's been the thing that's gotten me to where I am, my instincts. But I also listen to people. There are many lawyers. I could give you many books. There are books that are written on how the election was rigged. There are numerous books that were written on how the election was rigged.
Just to be clear, were you listening to your lawyer's advice or were you listening to your own instincts?
I was listening to different people, and when I added it all up, the election was rigged.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately?
As to whether or not I believed it was rigged, oh, sure. It was my decision.
I'm joined now by Carol Lamb, a former U.S. attorney and a former Superior Court judge, and now, lucky for us, an NBC News legal analyst. So, Carol, from a legal standpoint, how much damage do you think Donald Trump did to his defense in the federal election interference case? Like, are we going to hear that answer played in a federal courtroom?
Probably, Garrett. I think we all recognize by now that every time Donald Trump grants an interview or speaks in front of a crowd and opens his mouth and talks about the events of January 6th and who was in charge, he starts eliminating some of the arguments that his lawyers can make. So, yes, all of the prosecutors out there are taking notes, and whether or not Donald Trump takes the witness stand, these segments can be played. They are a defendant's statement, and under the law, a defendant's prior statement can come in whether or not that defendant takes the stand.
Forgive me if this is too in the weeds, but given the nature of the Georgia case and the idea that Trump was somehow orchestrating this broad, racketeering conspiracy, that's essentially what he's charged with, is an answer like that it was coming from his instincts, that he was calling the shots, as Kristen phrased it to him, is that more damaging in Georgia than it is in the federal case, or are we splitting legal hairs here?
I wouldn't say you're splitting legal hairs, but the answer is actually it's not more damaging in the Georgia case. It's actually equally damaging to Donald Trump in both cases, because both cases essentially charge the same crime, that he wanted so badly to be declared the winner of the 2020 election that he would do or say anything. And the scope of the conspiracies that are charged both in Georgia and in the federal case are really quite broad, and they span many, many states, and they span a lot of conduct. And so if Donald Trump is out there saying, I was in charge, I followed my own instincts, he takes away in both cases the ability of his lawyers to say, well, he was just relying on advice of counsel. That is what his lawyers were saying. And Kristen Welker in the interview was pretty clear about saying, which lawyers did you depend on? And he said, well, I didn't. Lawyers told me different things, but I was the one who made the decision. I
want to ask you about another very thorny piece of law here, with prosecutors now asking for a limited gag order in the federal case from Judge Chutkan. They're worried about the former president attacking witnesses and so forth. The judges have made it very clear they don't want to go down this road. I wonder how likely you think it is that Judge Chutkan will grant this request, and if she does, how she'll enforce it.
Well, they don't want to go down this road, the judges, but they will if they have to. And I think Judge Chutkan is going to impose some limitations. The motion filed by Jack Smith asking for a narrow, limited order restricting what the former president can say, it was very limited, and it said statements having to do, derogatory statements having to do with witnesses, court personnel, potential jurors, individuals. And it then explicitly said our requested order would not impact his ability to talk about his innocence or to quote from any pleadings that have been filed in the case. So they are trying to be narrow and give the judge some basis for saying, I am only talking about things that could threaten or lead to threats against actual individuals who will partake in the trial.
On the Georgia case, we've got the Jeff Clark argument now moving the case to federal court. We already saw a federal judge shoot this down in Mark Meadows' case. Does Clark have any better shot, or is this just kind of going to be the sort of drumbeat of perhaps fairly tedious hearings and filings we see in the Georgia case going forward?
It seems that Mark Meadows actually had the better argument, and he failed in that argument before the judge. His argument that as chief of staff to the former president, he was really one with the president. He had to make phone calls, he had to make arrangements, and there was really not much airspace between Donald Trump and Mark Meadows. I think Jeffrey Clark is in a very different position. He is within the institution of the Department of Justice, and he was in the environmental law section. I mean, there was really no overlap between his job duties and detecting or addressing election fraud. So I think Mark Meadows had the better argument, and again, he did not prevail in front of this judge. So I think Jeffrey Clark's chances are even less than Mark Meadows.
And really quick, while I still have you, the other big legal news today, Hunter Biden's lawsuit against the IRS. Do we think that has any merits?
And Garrett, the disclosure laws with respect to people's tax returns are very, very stringent. I think most people would be surprised by how stringent they are. And what happened here is that this is not a lawsuit by Hunter Biden against the whistleblowers. It is a lawsuit against the IRS, saying that you are not carrying out your duties to protect individual taxpayers' information. And even if whistleblowers are allowed to go to Congress, and even if Congress is allowed to then disclose information, those whistleblowers cannot then go on national news and give interviews to news media and either confirm or add to that disclosure of taxpayer information. And it's not just the information on the tax return, it's also information regarding any investigation of that taxpayer. And so I think there's some merit to this lawsuit. And apparently Hunter Biden has decided that a good defense includes some offense.
All right, well, buckle up. It's going to be a very interesting fall with all of these cases percolating. Carol Lamb, thank you for your analysis. And still to come, the Trump vortex, Republican infighting, Biden's impeachment problems, and what all of it means for the race for the White House. The panel is next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Welcome back. Kristen Welker's sit-down with Donald Trump was the former president's first extended network interview since leaving the White House, and it was the first time we heard from him on the record about some of his actions on January 6th. Listen to some of their exchange on what he did as the Capitol was being attacked.
Tell me how you watched this all unfold. Were you in the dining room watching TV?
I'm not going to tell you. I'll tell people later at an appropriate time. Just so you understand, however.
What did you do when the Capitol was under attack, though?
Let me just tell you.
In the moment that the Capitol was
Did you see the statements I made in the Oval Office and just outside of the Oval Office?
Absolutely. I was there that day.
Our police are great. We love our police. We love everybody. Go home.
That was
this was
that
a
was
beautiful
that was
statement.
at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, more than
I don't know.
3 hours after the attack started.
But there were tweets that were put out before that.
I want to know who you called
By the way,
on that day.
Nancy Pelosi.
I don't have.
Why would I tell you that? Listen, Nancy Pelosi was in charge of security. She turned down 10,000 soldiers. If she didn't turn down the soldiers, you wouldn't have had January 6th.
Did you call military or law enforcement?
What?
Did you call military or law enforcement at the moment the Capitol was under attack?
I'm not going to tell you anything. Let me put it this way. I behaved so well. I did such a good job. Nancy Pelosi turned down 10,000 soldiers. If she didn't do that,
But
and now
Nancy
I understand.
Pelosi doesn't have the authority that
the
you
police
have as
testified
commander-in-chief, though.
Listen,
A lot to unpack there, and joining me now to do it on set is Molly Ball, national political correspondent for Time Magazine, Savante Myrick, former Democratic mayor of Ithaca, New York, and president and CEO of People for the American Way, and Garrett Ventry, founder of GRV Strategies and a former senior communications advisor to the Senate Judiciary Committee, for whom we're willing to break our only one Garrett on set at a time rule. Molly, I want you to pick up there with what we heard from the former president. What do you make of what he chooses to respond to about this and what he doesn't? What does that tell us about how he thinks about that issue politically and legally?
Yeah, you know, it's really remarkable to hear a politician so hostile to the question that he actually says, I'm not going to tell you that, right? We're used to some, I guess,
pretty direct,
more clever, evasive tactics from our politicians, misdirection, answering a different question. But he flat out says, I'm not going to tell you that. It's clear that this is very sensitive for him, that he knows he is in legal jeopardy on these specific questions. You know, we already have a lot of information about what it is that he was doing. There was a lot of testimony to that effect in the January 6th committee hearings, for example. But clearly, he does not want to engage with that question personally, perhaps because he knows how that those words could be used.
Garrett, it's interesting. If we'd had this conversation 6 months ago, or maybe right after the midterms, I think the prevailing theory was that Republicans really wanted to move on from January 6th just as an issue. But Donald Trump isn't moving on from it at all. He leans into it, and he's beating the field by 50 points. What should people understand about how Republican voters think about the January 6th issue and the way that the former president chooses to still engage with it?
Absolutely. I think Republicans and Democrats obviously think very differently about the January 6th issue. Obviously, the reason the former president has to continue to talk about it, too, is the ongoing pending legal cases that he faces, obviously, in Georgia related to this and here in Washington, D.C. under the Jack Smith indictment. So he's going to continue to have to talk about it. I think probably on the advice of his lawyers, they probably didn't want him to go too in detail with this because these things can be used in the court of law later. So I think he's going to continue to focus on his legal right under the Electoral Count Act and First Amendment to object to the results of the election like previous Democrats, Al Gore, Barbara Boxer, 2016, even Congressman Raskin did. So I think he's going to continue to try and stay on that argument there, and the details will be fleshed out in the case.
But he thinks it's a good political argument to still argue that the election was stolen from him. I mean, it's worked for him to a certain extent.
I mean, certainly in the primary, it's an argument that's working right now. Again, there's no fact. I mean, he's up 40, 50 points in Fox, CBS, CNN, Wall Street Journal, the last couple polls here. But also, the interesting thing that I see about this here, both the 4 indictments and the January 6th situation, is not hurting him right now in the general election. He's beating Biden in a couple recent polls here, 48, 46 in Fox, and then the CBS poll that came out, he's winning 50 to 49. So clearly, as more time passes on this, I think there are more pressing issues that voters care about.
So, Savante, to those pressing issues then, if you're the Biden White House or the Biden campaign, I guess, and you're looking at this interview and you're looking for something to try to dent that support on Donald Trump if and when we get to a general election, what do you see in this interview that you can use in that way?
Well, if you're looking for one thing, I mean, if
if you're looking for one thing, you're going to be in trouble. If you're looking for 2 or 3 dozen things that you can pull out.
What's the top of your list? Is it the abortion answer? Is it?
Yes. First, his continued slavish devotion to an abortion ban nationwide, his avoidance of saying
well, I don't think he pinned himself down on that. I mean, that's part of the problem.
Well, exactly. But if you are watching, you should be very concerned that he did not rule it out. I think, secondly, his insistence that he will pardon, you know, and he played his little games, and it really seemed like games, as you said. I've never seen anybody seem more like a 6-year-old answering a question. I'm not going to tell you because I behaved so well. I didn't break the lamp. The lamp broke itself. I'm not going to tell you what I was doing or not doing on January 6th when Kristen Welker, who, by the way, deserves a Medal of Valor for stepping in there and doing so well.
She did a great job.
She did a very good job. Pressed him on whether he was going to pardon the people who attacked police officers, the people who planned this, the people who are already convicted and are in prison for beating to death police officers. He said, I'm going to look at it very closely. They were treated unfairly. Folks, right now I get it. Look, it's not that he thinks January 6th is a winner for him. He thinks that he has to be, at all times, a winner. And it's hard to project that if you lost an election to doddering Joe Biden. So he has to keep making this case if he's going to succeed in the next election. But when it comes to general election time, folks aren't going to be buying it.
Well, I think it's interesting that the president is planning a speech on the sort of defensive democracy stuff that they used during the midterms the day after the next Republican debate, perhaps trying to capitalize on exactly that. Molly, I want to bring you back in because one of the other things that jumped out to me in my sort of dual role covering the Hill is his willingness to encourage Republicans to shut down the government if they can't get a good enough deal. I'm curious what you make of his involvement in that, but also kind of a light touch. Like, you don't see him jumping down the speaker's throat on this. It's sort of like, well, you know, they'll figure it out, but if they can't, they should totally shut it down.
Yeah, well, and we've seen him do this, take this stance toward congressional Republicans a lot in the years since he left office. And the congressional leaders don't tend to listen to him very much. You know, they'll sometimes sort of pay him lip service and then they'll go on and do their thing. But it's harder to ignore the louder he is about it, I think, to your point. But that does seem to be the way things seem to be headed, right? And so to the extent that Speaker Kevin McCarthy doesn't want to shut down the government, he can't be welcoming these kind of comments from, you know, an influential leader who's the likely nominee of the party to be basically cheerleading for a government shutdown. And we saw, you know, when he was in office, he had the longest government shutdown in history.
And made a point to claim it as his thing.
Set a record, yet another superlative for President Donald Trump. So, you know, I think he continues to cause Kevin McCarthy a lot of heartburn and continues to really capitalize on the divisions within the Republican Party. That's always been sort of a part of what has powered him, is the divisions within the party, whether you're talking about the Tea Party versus the establishment or now the Freedom Caucus versus Kevin McCarthy. He's always seen that as an opportunity for him to sort of divide and conquer. That's his whole MO.
Garrett, I was struck by the speaker's comments over the weekend praising Trump. He came about as close as he's come to endorsing him without endorsing him. Obviously, the former president does have sway behind the scenes. He talks to all these members all the time. You have a better read on this than anybody at this table. What is his... Control's the wrong word, but what's the degree of sort of influence that he has behind the scenes in the Republican conference, either on specific issues like funding the government or just sort of the general sort of thematic approach to governing that they have right now?
Absolutely. I think the interesting thing is, and he even said this in the interview on Meet the Press, it's not like he has to ask them to do things. They're just essentially doing them. He has dominated the Republican policy platform, whether it's on the border, whether it's on a host of other issues. His economic policies, his foreign policies, even if you look at the shift from 2012 to 2016 to where we are today, even on Republican foreign policy, overall as a party, it's completely shifted and Trump has bended towards his will here. So I think in terms of the shutdown here, I mean, a shutdown happens until it doesn't. These things, you've covered the Hill. I mean, Congress waits to the last minute to
we're not even in the inning yet.
Yeah, they're like the kid who, you know, the papers due at 11:59, they started at 11:57. So, you know, the negotiations are starting. I think they were productive over the weekend. Now, you've got some holdouts here. Kevin McCarthy has a slim majority. Now, he showed on debt ceiling he was able to bring Republicans together to get something done. We'll see if he's able to do it again here.
Samantha, I'm going to give you the last word on this. There's an opportunity for the Democratic-controlled Senate here to appear to be the adult in the room if they can pass something.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced they could do that. They may have taken a step backwards last weekend. What is the opportunity to prove that Democrats govern better that exists for the Senate, if there is such a thing?
Oh my gosh, it's the same as the last 20 years. And that while the Republicans inside the House are continuing to bicker with each other, calling each other names, calling for the removal of the speaker that they installed after a record-breaking whatever number of votes.
15, but who's counting?
Yeah, who's counting? It's clear that President Biden and the Senate, which were led by Democrats, cut a responsible deal with Speaker McCarthy. They showed how to govern in a divided political atmosphere, and they should hold the ground and show voters that they're the ones fighting for the working class and for the middle class, while the Boeberts and the Gateses continue to walk all over Speaker Kevin McCarthy.
Garrett, we got time for like 10 seconds, but I'm curious, for your read on the House Republican Conference, does McCarthy survive this round here? Not necessarily this week, but this is the highest bar he's had to clear yet as Speaker. Do you think he can do it?
I mean, the simple answer is yes. Until there is a threat where you've got Representative Gates obviously very loudly saying he's going to do this literally every day. Until you have 4 other people join him, I don't think it's a real threat to Speaker McCarthy. Again, debt ceiling, overcoming 15, historic votes there. I think right now there's really no other option either. Members like him, and he's done a good job bringing conservatives into the fold.
All right, we'll leave it there, and we'll check in on that prediction in a few weeks. Molly Ball, Savante Myrick, Garrett Ventry, thank you all. I am back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now continues with Yasmin Vesuvian in for Hallie Jackson right now.
Tonight, 5 Americans with dozens of years behind Iranian bars between them on their way home. The controversial deal that secured their freedom and what is next once they touch down on American soil. And just breaking in the last couple of minutes, the Marine grounding all aircraft after the disappearance of a fighter jet over South Carolina. What our team is just learning on that. And then in Los Angeles, brand new details on the suspect now in custody after the brutal ambush-style killing of a sheriff's deputy, why the sheriff says the investigation is just getting started. Then a shocking NBC News investigation showing hundreds of babies buried across from a military base, plagued with contaminated water. Hear from the devastated parents who lived on the base and say no one is being held accountable. And the show is off for Russell Brand. His comedy tour canceled after allegations of sexual and emotional abuse. The latest ahead. And through the goalposts and into controversy, why a last-minute NFL field goal is igniting a firestorm over sports betting and the integrity of the game itself. Hey, everybody, I'm Yasmin in for Hallie tonight. And as we come on the air, 5 Americans released as part of this prisoner swap with Iran are on a plane back to the United States. You can see some of them here arriving in Doha, Qatar earlier today after they flew out of Tehran early this morning. On the plane, the 5 Americans who were all jailed on what the U.S. says were unproven spying charges, as well as 2 of their family members. You're seeing the names of 3 of them here, one having spent nearly a decade behind bars inside Evin prison in Iran, 2 others keeping their identities private as well. The freeing of these Americans is coming in exchange for the release of 5 Iranians detained here in the U.S., all convicted of nonviolent crimes, as well as $6 billion in Iranian oil revenues unfrozen by the American government. The Biden administration, in the face of criticism for unfreezing this money, is saying they have safeguards in place to make sure it's only used for humanitarian purposes.
We're very confident that the funds, the Iranian funds that have been made more easily available to Iran as a result of the actions that we've taken, will be used exclusively for humanitarian purposes, and we have the means and mechanisms to make sure that that happens.
So, by the way, Biden and Iran, they're not on the same page here. The president of Iran telling NBC's Lester Holt just last week that his government will use the money however they see fit. NBC's Josh Letterman is in Doha for us with more on this. Let's talk about the freed Americans first. What is next for them as they make their way back to the United States?
Well, Yasmin, they are now on the final leg of their journey. I am told by officials here that they are now on a plane that is heading to the Washington, D.C. area. And once they get back to the U.S., they're going to be offered what's called post-integration support activity. This is a specialized program that the United States military has developed to help people who are suffering after wrongful detention or who have been held hostage in other countries. And so it is really particular services, support, as well as medical evaluations that will be made available to them. And we know that Secretary of State Blinken had a chance to actually speak with them by phone shortly after Iran, and he talked about what is a major priority for some of those detainees. Take a listen.
One of the things that I heard in my conversation with our fellow citizens who are now free is their own determination, their own commitment, their own conviction to continuing this work, to making sure that other Americans who are unjustly detained anywhere in the world come home. We're going to be working every single day to take steps to make this practice more and more difficult.
None of these former detainees have spoken on camera yet, Yasmin. We don't really expect them to for several days, but many of them have issued written statements where they echo exactly what Blinken said there, that they are really focused on making sure that other Americans wrongfully detained around the world are not left behind and are brought home. But many of these detainees, they're also asking for privacy right now as they're reintroduced to their lives and have a chance to reunite with their family members.
So all of this does not necessarily mean the relationship is back on track between Iran and the United States. Not to mention the sanctions that were leveled against Iran just in the last couple of days. And then, of course, you talk about the domestic instability inside Iran as well on the one-year anniversary this past Saturday of the killing of Mahsa Amini. Talk us through that.
Yeah, you might think that this is a sign the U.S. and Iran are putting their major differences behind them, but U.S. officials say that is not so, that nothing is changing because of this in isolation about the U.S. relationship with Iran, and that they continue to be just as worried about Iran's nuclear program and other activities. There's also this major controversy over this $6 billion that the U.S. has unfrozen in Iranian oil revenues, with the White House saying it can only be used on things like food and medicine, and that the U.S. will have oversight over every transaction. But then President Raisi telling something very different to Lester Holt. Watch.
Humanitarian means whatever the Iranian people needs. So this money will be budgeted for those needs. And the needs of the Iranian people will be decided and determined by the Iranian government.
One thing I found really interesting, Yasmin, U.S. officials briefing reporters about the swap said they are under no guise or impression that this is the end of Iranian hostage-taking. They think that they may have to pursue efforts like this in the future, that Iran may continue to try to take Americans hostage for political reasons.
I'm happy you brought that up, because I think oftentimes when exchanges like this are made, there is the criticism, and Biden is not the first one to do this, not the first president to do this, that it only emboldens governments like Iran that are getting essentially money, released to them that they believe is rightfully theirs in exchange for the release of these prisoners and or hostages, and it will only allow other countries to do the same. What type of reaction are you hearing about that?
This is a really difficult and emotional question, Yasmin, because even some human rights activists say that this kind of exchange does incentivize countries to take Americans hostage when they know they're going to be able to get money or their own prisoners released in exchange. And so you have this really tough question. The Biden administration says it's happy to take that criticism. They have brought home dozens of Americans since President Biden took office around the world. And we heard the State Department say, look, the Iranians were not going to let these Americans come home out of the goodness of their heart. That is not real life. In real life, you have to make difficult exchanges like this, and that their top priority is getting these Americans home.
Josh Letterman, up past midnight for us in Doha, Qatar. We appreciate you. Thank you. All right, tonight we are learning the latest offer from Stellantis to the Auto Workers Union that could lead to the closure of 18 of the car makers' facilities. Sources telling CNBC that these plans could affect thousands of members of the UAW union and shrink Stellantis' footprint here in the United States. It is coming as the company and the union reps went back to the bargaining table on day 4 of this massive strike against 3 of the country's biggest car makers. You see workers there today out on the picket lines in the Midwest, outside plants for some of the big 3 car makers here in the United States. General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis all saying they've put historically, as they're putting it, by the way, generous offers on the table. But the UAW's president says there's a long way to go.
We'll see how things progress the next few days. And, if we have to amp up pressure, that's what we're going to do.
So that pressure, by the way, very present for these companies. Estimates now that targeted strikes, which is what's going on, costing GM and Ford between, get this, $100 and $125 million each per week. Maggie Vespa joining us now. No major breakthroughs so far in these negotiations. Where are we tonight, Maggie?
Well, the latest update that we got from Sean Fain that you just played part of, Yasmin, he basically said, again, they have a long way to go, and he called this status quo. So if you go by his take, really no major movement to report at this point. Again, this is day 4 of the strike. You can hear the support, the honks behind me. You can see the workers back out on the picket line. They've been there all day, seemingly picketing in shifts to kind of keep the visuals up, keep the support up. But again, just to kind of point to how far apart both sides are at this point, UAW is still holding strong, asking for demanding, I should say, a 40% pay bump. And Stellantis, that last offer that you talked about, that we learned of just before the targeted strikes began, that last offer came in before, we're just learning the details of it now, that included a 21% pay bump, which the union called immediately. They said it definitely a no-go. And it doesn't seem like we've gotten a lot of movement since then from either side. And again, that's just one sticking point in these contract talks. And again, now we're on day 4 of this strike, and it seems like neither side is willing to budge. Yasmin.
Tell me more about this Stellantis offer that we're hearing about, right? This 21%, as you say, pay bump that could also cause the closure of some 16 or so facilities. Talk me through that.
Yeah, so we just got that update. It's being reported by CNBC, and basically Stellantis came through. And again, I want to point out this offer was made before the targeted strikes began on Friday. So a lot of details are coming out about this. It's not like we get regular updates from the companies or from the union. These things kind of get leaked as sources see fit. But basically, we were told, CNBC is told, this was a major sticking point, as one can imagine, between the union and between Chrysler owner Stellantis, and basically the way the company wants to modernize, the way they want to move into more streamlined modern facilities, modern production would involve closing 18 facilities, a lot of them here in the Midwest, like in Illinois and Indiana, and in some, or by some descriptions, they would move to what they call an Amazon-like warehouse structure. And so this is now kind of being revealed as a major sticking point between the union and Stellantis, because remember, these are 3 separate contract talks. The union could come to a deal with any one. A lot of support there. Any one of the big 3 at any time. So this is Stellantis specific. But we do want to point out, we got a statement from Stellantis today, because remember, talks resumed today. And I want to read part of that now. Basically saying our most recent economic offer was a compelling and a strong package, nearly 21% in cumulative raises for hourly employees, inflation protection. They go on to list things that they think are kind of the merits of their offer, all of which would greatly improve the financial outlook for our employees. So this is kind of how we're also, this sort of illustrates the divide even further, right? Like the language that we're seeing from the companies talking about these historic and these progressive offers, whereas the union says they have a long way to go, and this is on the companies to bridge a massive gap.
Certainly going to be watching as this progresses. Maggie Vest before us. Thank you, Maggie. Appreciate it. So we are just learning new details about a suspect arrested in connection to the LA County Sheriff's deputy ambush shot and killed yesterday. You see here the 29-year-old suspect surrendering with his hands up after an hours-long standoff this morning. Someone recognized a car from a flyer that helped lead detectives to the suspect, but the sheriff says the job is not done yet.
I am still asking people to come forward and give us any piece of information that they believe that they have. Why? Because the arrest is only one part of this. We have to get this individual prosecuted now.
So the incident happened over the weekend right outside of the sheriff's station. The deputy was shot in his patrol car and then later on died. This video has been called a focus in the investigation. As you see here, the car pull up to the patrol car, then speed away. The sheriff says he doesn't know why the suspect acted, but believes it was, in fact, targeted. Just chilling to see that video there. All right, President Biden's son Hunter going on the defensive tonight, filing a lawsuit against the IRS, saying 2 of its agents illegally shared his private tax information, hitting back at the investigations against him and his family that led to new charges and an impeachment inquiry targeting the president in just this last week. The suit says moves by 2 IRS criminal investigators, quote, sought to embarrass Hunter by making statements to the media containing confidential tax information against him. Hunter's lawyers saying their actions talking to the press as well as Congress meant they broke the federal law. The lawsuit is coming just days after a Justice Department special counsel announced new gun charges against the president's son, with others over to Hunter's taxes expected to follow down the line. Want to bring in NBC's Ryan Nobles with more on this. Where, Ryan, is this all leading?
Well, right now, in many respects, it's a war, a PR war to a certain extent, Yasmin, when you have the attorneys for Hunter Biden pushing back against the claims that are made by these whistleblowers in testimony that they gave under oath in front of a congressional panel. And Hunter Biden's attorneys claiming that they did so illegally. They're saying on a number of points here that their efforts to get this information out about his tax returns, this was private tax information, and he was a private citizen, and it should not have been released in this fashion. They're calling it willful or grossly negligent and unauthorized disclosure of that tax information. They say it's a violation of the Privacy Act. They want $1,000 per unlawful disclosure as a result of this, and they want the IRS to have an adoption of their data security plan. But what's interesting about all of this in terms of what it means for the prosecution of Hunter Biden and the subsequent political fallout for his father, all this information is now already out in the public sphere. We saw that testimony. All of us in the media know about it, so you can't put that back in the bottle. So this is just an attempt by his legal team to go on the offensive.
So I know we're hearing from his side, as we just talked about. What about the IRS agents? What do they have to say about this?
Well, they claim they've done nothing wrong. They believe that they went through the proper channels to get out information that they say was important because they felt as though their investigation was being stonewalled by the federal government. Gary Shapley, one of the IRS agents, said in response to this lawsuit today, saying that neither IRS, I should say, SSA Gary Shapley, nor his attorneys have ever released any confidential taxpayer information except through whistleblower disclosures authorized by statute. Once Congress released that testimony, like every other American citizen, he has a right to discuss that information publicly. And of course, Shapley has given a number of interviews, as has Joseph Ziegler, who's the other whistleblower in that case. He gave an exclusive interview to our Tom Winter, and he talked about why it was so important in his mind for him to come forward. Take a listen.
As a part of the whistleblower process, I presented my information to the House Ways and Means Committee. They took that information and voted it out of the committee. They're the ones that made the decision to vote that out so that the American public can hear what we said in front of them.
And of course, we're waiting for Hunter Biden to be arraigned on those gun charges. Yeah. That announcement has not yet been made. And of course, those tax charges are still lingering. An indictment could come down on those tax charges at any point. Yasmin?
Ryan, thanks so much. Appreciate it. All right, a son of one of Mexico's most notorious drug lords in a Chicago courtroom today, where he just pled not guilty to federal drug charges. There aren't any cameras in this courtroom, but our producer who was in there reports the whole proceeding took about 15 minutes or so. Ovidio Guzman Lopez, known as the Mouse, was extradited to the U.S. over the weekend after his arrest back in January. That sparked violence in Mexico that left 30 people dead, including 10 members of the military. His father, El Chapo, is serving life in prison after he was convicted here in the U.S. in connection to his leadership of one of the most violent and powerful drug cartels in history. I want to bring in Priscilla Thompson, who's been following this story for us, with more. What do we know about these charges against El Chapo's son and when he's going to be back in court, Priscilla?
Yeah, Yasmin, Guzman is facing 5 charges, including drug trafficking, money laundering, and possession of a firearm, among others. Now, the death penalty is something that was taken off the table as part of this extradition agreement, but he could still face life in sentence, a term similar to what his father was handed down to his father for some of these crimes, including leading a criminal enterprise and conspiracy to import and distribute drugs. Now, Guzman has pleaded not guilty on all of these charges, and we do expect his next court date to be in mid-November. Yasmin?
This is a rare success of sorts for U.S. officials, this extradition. They've had a hard time prosecuting El Chapo's 4 sons, who they claim inherited El Chapo's trafficking empire.
Yeah, Yasmin, the U.S. government has been trying to get their hands on these men for quite some time, but the problem has been what you just mentioned, the violence that erupted in January when Guzman was arrested. The cartel was firing machine guns at the Mexican military. 30 people died, including 10 members of the military. And we know that several years ago when Guzman was arrested briefly, similar violence erupted, and the Mexican president actually released him because the cartel hit back at them. And so this is extraordinary. It's something that the Biden administration, the Attorney General, has touted as their cooperation with Mexico in bringing these people who they say are criminals to justice. Yasmin?
Priscilla Thompson for us. Thank you, Priscilla. Appreciate it. Let's talk Planned Parenthood in Wisconsin. Just wrapping up the first day offering abortion services after stopping them for over a year. A real moment after Roe v. Wade was overturned. A law from 1849 went into effect. It found anyone other than the mother who intentionally destroys the life of an unborn child guilty of a felony. And it wasn't until this July that a judge ruled this law does not apply to abortions. And as you can expect, people had mixed feelings today.
I think it's really, really important that every human being have a right to control their own body, and that's what Planned Parenthood is helping people to do.
We have this law on the books, and they're like, we're just going to skip all that, and we're just going to go ahead and start killing babies again.
And Maura Barrett at Planned Parenthood in Milwaukee. This is a huge deal. It's a huge deal for this region of the country. It's a huge deal, obviously, for the clinic as well. The folks that work there, and for women.
Right, Yasmin, it's a huge deal when we talk about this general politicization of abortion that we've seen over the last year and a half, what it looks like going into 2024, right? And it's especially significant that Planned Parenthood made this decision to start resuming abortion services because of this ruling about this very hazy interpretation of a century-and-a-half-old law, because this lawsuit that's been brought in the state of Wisconsin is still going through litigation. We expect to see it be brought to a higher court, but the picture is different here in the state of Wisconsin because over the summer, the state Supreme Court is now a liberal majority thanks to an election over the summer here. And so Planned Parenthood felt very confident in going forward with this decision, and they feel that they're not going to be facing any legal repercussions because of that. Now, it does paint a broader picture for what we're seeing in the region. I spoke with the president of Planned Parenthood here in Wisconsin this morning. I want you to hear from her to get a sense of the reality they were facing over the last year.
There are just so many human realities that make it virtually impossible for some people to travel. Our staff would travel to Illinois and work with our partners at Planned Parenthood of Illinois and provide abortions in Illinois to help expand access.
Now, I do want to pull up a map real quick to show you what the state of abortion bans in the Midwest is. You see Illinois and Wisconsin just above it along the lake there. And basically, Illinois was an isolated state until today because they had seen a 600% increase in patients looking for abortion services over the last year because of the need and the fact that so many states in the surrounding area had abortion bans. The fact that Wisconsin is now practicing here in Milwaukee and Madison again today with the intention of expanding across the state really will ease that burden and, like I mentioned, just have a huge implication in the general politics of the region. Yasmin?
Maura, thanks so much. Appreciate it. All right, we're following some breaking news, everybody, just into us. The Marine Corps now grounding all of their aircraft for at least 2 days while also asking the public to help find a missing F-35 fighter jet that disappeared over South Carolina when the pilot ejected because of a, quote, mishap. What exactly that mishap was is not clear yet. We know that the pilot is safe and was taken to the hospital in stable condition. Both Joint Base Charleston and the Marine Corps Air Station are trying to find it. Want to bring in Courtney Cuba, who's got more on this. What's going on here?
It's the kind of story that 24 hours or 48 hours ago, I would be shocked if I was talking about an F-35 missing in South Carolina, but here we are, Yaz. So what happened is this aircraft was up flying and there was this mishap. Now, the military has not given us any indication of what the mishap was, but for context, the Marine Corps tends to use that word for everything from some sort of a minor incident to even so far as a crash, an aircraft crash. So it really runs a wide range of possibilities. But this mishap caused the pilot to eject. As you said, he or she ejected safely, was taken to a local hospital, but the plane continued to fly, and that's when it disappeared. Now, the U.S. military continues to say that they are still looking for it, for this aircraft, but they're really narrowing in on an area that's north of Joint Base Charleston in Charleston, South Carolina, and looking there. The big question is exactly what happened with some of the devices, the communication devices that the U.S. would be able to use. So something like a transponder. Why aren't they able to use that to locate where this aircraft is? And we're just frankly not getting good answers to that right now.
That is what I am most perplexed about with this court is, shouldn't they be able to track a fighter jet like this one and know exactly where it is? And if not, there's a heck of a lot of safety concerns to think about if you've got a rogue F-35 plane just flying around somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, now that we're about 24 plus hours out since this plane disappeared, it's very clear, according to defense officials, that it's not flying anymore. So in the early hours, there was a concern that it was on some sort of an autopilot, and it may literally be flying somewhere over the southern or southeastern United States. It's clear that's not the case. It simply doesn't have the range and doesn't have the ability to carry that much fuel to still be flying. But in the early hours, there were a lot of questions about exactly where this thing could be. But one of the big questions is this aircraft's stealth capability, its ability to hide from an adversary, is this one of the reasons that the aircraft continues to be, it's continued to be unclear exactly where it is. At this point, according to officials we've spoken with, they do believe that they have a good sense of where it could be. They just haven't physically located yet. So we're expecting some developments over this in the coming hours. But again, at this point, it's still unclear where this $100 million aircraft is.
Herein lies one of the biggest fears when it comes to technology. In this instance, right, the machine seems smarter than the human, hiding essentially from us, unmanned. Courtney Hubie for us. Thank you. Appreciate it. Coming up, Russell Brand postponing some comedy shows after multiple sexual assault allegations. More on that fallout next. Plus, a bear shut down parts of the Magic Kingdom today. How wildlife officials got it out in our 5 things.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
All right, right, we are just learning Russell Brand is postponing the rest of his comedy tour after 4 women came forward over the weekend accusing him of sexual and emotional abuse in a joint investigation by the Times of London, the Sunday Times, and Channel 4 dispatches. Metro Police Service telling NBC News they received an assault report against Brand just yesterday over an alleged incident back in 2003. NBC News has not independently confirmed any of those allegations against Brand, which he in fact denies. Want to bring in NBC's Liz Kreutz, who's following this for us. What more are we hearing about Russell Brand postponing this tour and the allegations against him, Liz?
Yeah. Hey, Yasmin. Yeah, so we know that the production company putting on this comedy tour has now postponed those shows, and this comes after his talent agency has also dropped him. They say they were highly misled by the comedian. This is despite the fact that they learned of these allegations reportedly 3 years ago. Now, the center of this investigation focuses on 4 women who say one says that she was raped by Russell Brand. Another woman says that he exposed himself to her when they worked together in the UK. Another woman who says she was just 16 when she went into a relationship with Brand. He was 31. Now, 16 is the youngest age for consent in the UK. But she says that that she was pressured into performing sexual acts with him, and that she had to physically punch him in the stomach to get him off. She says that he called her the child and sent a car to her school to pick her up from class and bring her to his home. Now, Brand has not responded to NBC News' requests for comment, but he did come out in a video preemptively on Friday before the investigation was posted, where he denied the allegations in a video on social media to his millions of followers. He said this is a conspiracy by the media or a concerted effort by the media to try to silence him. He said, quote, amidst the litany of astonishing, rather baroque attacks are some very serious allegations that I absolutely refute. And he said that every encounter he has had with these women has been consensual. Yasmin.
Those are some really disturbing allegations, to say the least. Liz Kreutz, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Want to get you over to the 5 things our team thinks that you should know about tonight. We got number 1. Michigan State saying today it plans to fire head football coach Mel Tucker. You'll remember he was suspended without pay after allegations of sexual misconduct, which he denies. The school says Tucker has a week to respond with why he should not be fired. There's still a hearing set for the first week of October on whether he violated school policy. All right, number 2, some Clorox products may be harder to find. That's because the company says it's still struggling after a cyber attack last month hurt production. It had to start handling some things manually, causing product outages and delays. Clorox thinks the threat's contained, but doesn't know when exactly it's going to be fully back to normal. We got number 3, Bill Maher's turning back time, saying today his show, Real Time, is actually not going to come back right now. It was supposed to restart on Friday. Maher says he wanted to return when it seemed like there was no end in sight for the Hollywood strike, but is postponing the show now that the talks are set to resume. It's coming after Drew Barrymore also reversed course, saying her show will not be coming back during the strike. Number 4, Katy Perry just sold the rights to her 5 albums released from 2008 to 2020, and it was reportedly for, get this, $225 million. The albums have huge songs like Teenage Dream and California Girls. Number 5, a bear was spotted at Disney World, and no, it was not Winnie the Pooh. Look at this. You can see a black bear getting hauled out on a stretcher. Wildlife officials saying it's going to be brought to a forest. Bears are more active this time of year because they're looking for food for the winter, and wildlife officials saying that's probably what this one was up to as well. Or maybe, like the rest of us, just wanted to be in the happiest place on earth. When we come back, rescuers in Atlanta saving a man from a car caught in floodwaters. That new video later on in the local. Plus, Ukrainian officials saying hundreds of thousands of kids have been illegally taken to Russia or Russian territory since the war there began. Our backstory tonight's all about the fight to get them back and the lengths that one parent went to save her son. Stay with us.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism, is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expedition should be
allegations of Russian organizing.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
All right, the Senate might start looking differently now. More on that later on in the local. Up first, though, an NBC News investigation finding records indicating there are hundreds of babies buried in a cemetery near Camp Lejeune in North Carolina. Why? They're some of the smallest victims of one of the biggest water contamination cases in U.S. history. That is linked to a bunch of serious health issues, including miscarriages and stillbirths. NBC News' Cynthia McFadden talked to dozens of Marines and military wives who lived at the base from the 1960s to the 1980s and all lost pregnancies and babies. They say no one has been held accountable for decades of loss.
3 miscarriages.
Yes.
Did you think there was anything unusual about that?
I didn't know. I was young when I was a kid.
Looking back now?
I probably should have looked further into it and why, but we didn't know. We had no clue. We were just in a cesspool type situation and we lost babies and they didn't think that it was important.
Who's they?
And still don't.
Who's they?
The military.
So the Navy says that they remain committed to addressing all the claims. Cynthia McFadden is joining me now. This is, I mean, I find myself a little speechless because it is shocking and it is heartbreaking as well. Speaking to these women, Cynthia, what kind of accountability do they want here? What do they want to see happen?
What's justice? You know,
Right.
what's justice in this situation? You know, I think we're all aware that there was a toxic water problem at Camp Lejeune. We've heard about the cancers. We've heard about the renal failure. But really, no one has really ever focused on this part of the story before. And talking to the women, I must say, while their stories are all unique to them, the heartbreak, not just that they lost these children, but they feel they were lied to by the Marine Corps. Many of them veterans themselves. Crystal Dickens, who you just had on, a Marine veteran herself. One of the women who shares her story with us was married to an officer. Her name is Jerry Kozabarich, and she buried a daughter 54 years ago. We went with her to the cemetery where she hadn't been for decades. Take a look. About a month left before delivery, and you went, and what did the doctor say to you?
The doctor said your baby is dead, and it's not my fault. Remember, it's not our fault or my.
It's just so stunning that first any doctor would say that to his patient.
It didn't even help me off the table. Left the room. I had to find my way out.
Hold it.
No, it's just those some things you never forget.
Yeah, I mean, she was a young wife, 8 months pregnant, and she tells this incredible story about going to. She said, "I should have caught on." The first thing she did when she got to Camp Lejeune was she went to an officer's reception for the new wives, and she went over to a woman who she saw who was even more pregnant than she, and said, "Oh, when is your baby due?" And the woman looked at her and said, "My baby is dead," and turned around and walked off.
Oh, my gosh.
And she said every single woman in the squadron had a baby that either died or had severe birth defects. So, you know, it's remarkable to me that nobody seemed to notice, you know. The cancers took a long time to develop, but these babies were dying in real time.
They knew something was happening, and you talked about that, right? The government acknowledging that there had been serious health consequences that came from this contamination. And officials at Camp Lejeune, according to your reporting, they were warned about these effects years before they even ever did anything about it, even at the hospital in which these women were delivering these babies and being treated as if they were not even humans.
The highest rate of contaminants of the whole base was in the hospital, in the base hospital. And, you know, listen, you can't you can't take that drop of ink out of the milk bottle, right? You can't make it right. But what these women want, they want to be heard, they want their stories told, and they want this to never happen again.
A really brilliant and important and heartbreaking report. Cynthia, thank you so much. By the way, you can watch Cynthia's full report tonight on Nightly News with Lester Holt on NBC at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. Thank you, Cynthia. So it is time to get the backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into this bigger picture. Ukrainian President Zelensky is heading to New York tomorrow to address the UN General Assembly for his first in-person appearance since Russia invaded Ukraine. One topic that will likely come up, war crimes, specifically the illegal deportation of Ukrainian kids, something officials there call state-sponsored kidnapping. Officials estimate that since the beginning of the war, hundreds of thousands of children have been illegally deported and forcibly transferred to Russian occupied territory. And now 19 months into this war, the government is saying it's only been able to get back 386 of them. So many still missing. It is an issue that NBC's Molly Hunter has been reporting on during her time covering the war in Ukraine. And in a new documentary called Saving Nikita, The Fight to Return Ukraine's Children, she followed one mother's 3,000-mile-long journey to get her son back.
Да было страшно. Я вообще даже не представляла себе, как я туда попаду. Тут в Харькове, блин, ходишь, блукаешь. Конечно, страшно. А то еще и в Белоруссию, еще и в Польшу. И вот так вот вся тряслась перед каждым кордоном.
We provide trainings because it is very dangerous to go there, and they had to be prepared for interrogation of FSB.
Save Ukraine is protective of their methods, the ways they get kids back. They say that the FSB and Russian intelligence agencies are on the lookout for their volunteers. They use trusted contacts, even lawyers inside Russia, to help facilitate the return of Ukrainian kids.
My gosh, two stories back to back, just angering me, thinking about being a mom myself and being separated from your children. It is so unjustified and so unbelievable to think about. When you were in Ukraine last summer, Molly, officials launched this action plan that's working to get these kids back, called Bring Kids Back UA. You were working with that NGO, Save Ukraine. Let us in on the process of what you can tell us.
Yeah, it's been so infuriating. And it's not the first time I've heard from a parent who's an anchor who says, oh, my gosh, my heart hurts. And it's interesting. I'm not a parent, but speaking with Oksana, she says, honestly, if you were a mother, you would understand me to the core. She said, and these were her words, it was hard on the soul, which really stays with me. But as far as the process, Save Ukraine, so the Ukrainian government, I'll back up, says they have returned 386 out of hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian children. That is an insane number. Save Ukraine says of those, they have returned 176. They work through family members, Yasmin. So they have a hotline 24 hours. They get 100 calls a day, desperate family members with nowhere to turn. And they go through kind of family members. So one of the kids who was taken on the same day as this little boy, Nikita, who we're following, told Save Ukraine about these other kids. They then found Oksana. And within a month of learning about Save Ukraine, Oksana had received training, funding, planning, and she was on her way out of the country for the first time and on her very first flight to Moscow to get her son.
What are they doing with these children? Where are they going? Where are they being deported to? Where are they being held?
There are a lot of different pathways that we are finding. Hundreds of thousands is a huge number. I can speak to Nikita's case. So he was being held he was under kind of a school where he went at the beginning of the school year, September a year ago, and he was with 12 other children. And Russian soldiers came into this area. It was occupied at the time by Russian soldiers, and they took him at gunpoint, bussed him out. They moved him deeper into the Russian-occupied Ukrainian area of Luhansk. So he never actually went into Russia proper. He stayed on the Ukrainian side of the border, and he went into a boarding school. And we then found evidence with our social news gathering team, with my local producer, Sept, just working the phones, digging through kind of social media, through websites. We found evidence, Yasmin, that he was wearing Russian military uniforms. He was reciting the Russian national anthem. He was being taught a Russian curriculum. And this is what Ukrainian officials are really afraid of, especially for those older kids. For the younger kids, though, Yasmin, their real fear is that if you are a baby, a toddler, 1, 2, 3, 4, you don't have any agency. You may not be able to say, hey, I'm from here, my parents are here. And that's the fear that Ukrainian officials have really talked about very vocally, that those kids may get lost in the system.
So they're trying to, in a way, indoctrinate them to believe in the Russian way. and the Russian fight. One of the complex parts of this story, Molly, is that these are not kind of these clean-cut narratives, as you just talked about. Ukrainian officials in your documentary, they're accusing Russia of specifically targeting some of the most vulnerable children, which is often the case, like Nikita. How does a mother like Oksana, right, who doesn't have a lot of resources, you talk about the money that she was able to get, how do they even begin this search? Know that there are resources to begin this search and then begin it.
Exactly. She had no idea. So her timeline, for example, Nikita went missing in September from an occupied area in eastern Ukraine. Her village, also in an occupied area, was right in the middle of fighting, was getting shelled, was getting bombed constantly. She was living in a basement at the time. She didn't even have cell connection. She had no Wi-Fi. She had no way to get in touch with people who may even have information. About 2 months after that, she was evacuated to Kharkiv, and she started to then hear stories from other mothers, from family members, that this even happened. It wasn't until May that Save Ukraine actually was able to kind of get her into one of their programs, their 7th rescue mission, and she was able to get into Russia and take back her son, Yasmin.
Really good stuff. Molly, thank you so much. All right, NBC covers hundreds of stories each day, and because it's tough to read, watch, or listen to all of them, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment that we call The Local. Out of our Southern Bureau, a black high school student in Texas got an in-school suspension for the 2nd time because of his hairstyle, his mother says. He was wearing twisted dreadlocks on top of his head, which the school district says violates its dress code. Family says they've hired a lawyer and are considering legal action. It's coming just a few weeks after a new state law banning racial discrimination based on hairstyle went into effect, I should say. Also from our Southern Bureau, an amazing rescue out of Atlanta. A new body cam video showing police saving a driver. Look at this, stranded in the middle of a flooded road. You can see an officer smashing the window and pulling the driver out. Everyone, thankfully, is expected to be okay. Out of our D.C. Bureau, starting today, senators can show up to work in sweatpants. Basically, there was an unofficial dress code requiring most senators to wear business attire, but now Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says it's no longer going to be enforced. So senators can wear whatever they want on the floor, but not everyone can loosen up. The Senate staff, they'll still have to follow the old dress code. Coming up. Protests in Iran still going strong despite threats against demonstrators. What the movement looks like 1 year after a protester's death. Coming up next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. Saturday marked 1 year since 22-year-old Mahsa Amini died in the custody of the Iranian government unit known as the Morality Police. She was arrested for allegedly violating the country's strict dress code, and her death sparked weeks of protests that swept the nation. Now, 1 year later, the fight goes on. Here's my story on the still growing impact of her death.
Zan, Zindagi, Azadi. Woman, life, freedom. 3 words that form the rallying cry for a movement led by the women of Iran to fight for equal rights under Islamic law. It began on September 16th last year, when 22-year-old Mahsa Amini died in the custody of a government patrol unit, the Morality Police. Witness reports say she was physically beaten before her death, which officials deny, arrested for allegedly violating the country's strict dress code. What followed were months of protests across the entire country. Men and women alike condemning the regime and its series of gender discriminatory laws. They were met with a violent crackdown. Human rights groups saying that Iranian security forces killed more than 500 protesters, tens of thousands arrested, and eventually demonstrations subsiding. This summer, though, as the 1-year anniversary of Amini's death drew closer, Iranian officials began arresting anyone suspected of planning to reignite these protests.
The Islamic Republic of Iran has always been ready to listen to words of protesters and those who intend to abuse Madam Amini's name. We know what will happen to them.
But despite those threats, the movement lives on. Days before the anniversary, a group of activists and leaders gathered across from the United Nations in New York.
In front of this building, where officials of the Iranian government are going to come, and they're going to refer to all these freedom fighters as troublemakers and as rebel rousers.
And this supreme leader and his henchmen and those who came before them, they don't worship God. They worship themselves.
And on September 16th, marches happening across the globe in support of the Iranian people, lending a voice to a movement that continues to inspire innovative action around the world.
We have an app similar to Waze where people can report the location and detour the location of the Morality Police.
We've been focusing a lot on the people who've been arrested, so making sure they're still in the news and their cases are heard.
In response to the Women Life Freedom movement, Iran's leaders have doubled down, bringing back the Morality Police after temporary suspension and proposing new laws with harsher penalties for women who violate the dress code. But many Iranians say that an irreversible change has taken place.
People are way more unified. Even to this day, after all these killings, people are going out without hijab and making videos.
We have buried our dead. We have seen the people getting arrested and tortured. It is up to the international community to decide which part of history they want to be a part of.
And the country continuing to crack down on people, even now over the weekend, threatening Iranians if they were to protest, detaining Mahsa Amini's own father and arresting her uncle the week prior, a country domestically still very much in turmoil. All right, still to come, a field goal raising some questions about sports betting and making some people online really mad. How this last-minute play that didn't even decide the game could have such a huge impact. Coming up next.